Song Qing felt unusually uncomfortable in her sleep, as if her whole body was exhausted. Half awake, she suddenly sensed a sharp pain before she fully opened her eyes. Was this what happened after climbing Mount Tai? She wondered if she should book a massage to relax her sore muscles. Then, voices nearby made her freeze and listen carefully. "You brat! How dare you bite me? I'll teach you a lesson. You'll be the first one in the pot today. Can't you even handle a kid, Lizzie? This boy's got tough bones. Do you think soup made with tough bones would taste better? Ha ha ha." After the two men spoke, the sound of punches and kicks followed. Song Qing didn't dare open her eyes, but her whole body tensed up. Were those men beating a child? Only then did she realize she was lying on something cold and hard, the ground. At that moment, strange memories flooded her mind. She quickly sorted through them. The sky was falling. She had somehow traveled through time, into the body of a 13-year-old child who had been sold by their family while fleeing from disaster. "Hey, stop wasting time. There's a carriage coming up ahead. Let's go and see what we can get from it." As she was still trying to make sense of everything, another voice joined in. Song Qing held her breath, terrified of being discovered and beaten too. "Fine. Once we're done with this, that kid will be the first one we deal with. Stop talking and move." The voices grew closer. One of the men was approaching, carrying something heavy. Song Qing's heartbeat pounded in her ears, matching the sound of footsteps. She still didn't dare open her eyes, though tears of fear silently rolled down her cheeks. Thankfully, it was dark and no one noticed. Thud. Something heavy fell on top of her, making her wince in pain. She almost cried out but forced herself to stay silent. When the footsteps faded away, she opened her eyes and tried to push the weight off her. But before she could, the person on top of her moved. Song Yan heard the men walking away. Ignoring the pain all over his body, he staggered to his feet. If he didn't run now, he might never get another chance. He staggered as he took his first step, then felt someone tug at his pants. Bang! Ah! Song Qing hadn't expected that just pulling on his pant leg would make him fall, right onto her. Their thin bodies collided, and she let out a cry of pain. She only screamed once before stopping, frightened by the fierce look in the boy's eyes, something she had never seen before. "Please, take me with you." Despite his threatening gaze, Song Qing spoke up. She had no choice. She was only 18, and even though she had the memories of the body's original owner, that didn't change the fact that she was weak and helpless. "Let go." Song Yan's voice was low and harsh, his face growing darker with anger. The effort made his whole body ache. This stubborn girl dared to hold on to him. He could barely protect himself. How could he take care of someone else? "If you don't take me, I won't let go. They might come back any minute. Please, big brother, take me with you. I promise I won't slow you down." Song Qing was terrified. His glare made her think he might hit her, but she had to take the risk. She didn't want to be caught again. She just wanted to live. Song Yan was helpless. Normally, he would have taught this girl a lesson, but now he was barely standing himself. If she wanted to follow, fine. If they were caught, he could always push her away to buy himself some time. "Let's go." He was in a hurry. The longer they stayed, the greater the danger. When Song Qing realized he had agreed, she was overjoyed. Ignoring the disgust on his face, she struggled to her feet. Pain shot through her leg. From her memories, she knew she had been cut earlier, but luckily the wound wasn't deep. She didn't dare look at it. If she did, she might not be able to move at all. If she didn't see it, maybe she could trick her mind into believing she was fine. Afraid of being left behind, Song Qing hurried after him. Despite his injuries, he was moving fast. She grabbed his arm, afraid he might shake her off, and quickened her pace to show she wouldn't be a burden. Song Yan disliked being touched, but before he could pull away, she was already dragging him forward. He was a little surprised, but didn't pull away. Forget it. Maybe this way they could walk faster. After all, he didn't know when he might collapse. So, the two thin figures supported each other, swaying as they walked through the night. The road beneath their feet was rough and uneven, stones, holes, and trampled dry grass everywhere. Her worn-out cloth shoes felt almost the same as walking barefoot. After a while, Song Qing could no longer hold on. She could smell the strong scent of blood and knew it was coming from her left leg, but she didn't dare look down. "You should stop and take care of your wound," Song Yan said. He could smell the blood on her too. He was surprised by how tough this frail girl was, but part of him wanted to use this chance to leave her behind. The chaos of their escape had already worn away what little kindness he once had. Song Qing didn't dare listen to him. From the way he had acted earlier, she knew he wasn't kind. If she was left behind, she'd be done for.
"I'm fine.
"I can still walk," she said. Her hand still clutched tightly at the boy's sleeve as she tried to look calm, staring into the endless darkness ahead. "Your wound smells too strong. It'll make it easier for others to find us," he said. Song Qing stopped with him. The night was too dark, and even with the faint moonlight, she couldn't see his expression clearly. Still, she could feel his impatience. She bit her cracked lips. "Help me tie it up. I can't look at it myself, or I won't be able to move." She tore a strip from the hem of her inner shirt and handed it to him, still gripping his sleeve tightly. Song Yan hadn't expected her to say that. When he looked at her leg, he saw a deep cut, as if made by a blade. It was serious, yet she had walked this far with it. He himself had been beaten before. He knew that as long as he didn't look at a wound, he could bear the pain. But once he saw it, it became unbearable. Feeling her grip on his sleeve, he realized this girl wasn't easy to fool. He bent down, wincing as his own injuries pulled, and helped her tie the wound tightly. Song Qing felt the pain in her leg, but didn't dare look. Her eyes wandered around instead. By chance, she caught sight of a faint flicker of fire in the distance. Her eyes widened in fear, and she quickly pulled the boy up. "Look over there." Song Yan looked up and immediately saw a small flicker of firelight slowly moving toward them. His face tensed at once.
"Go."
Into the forest. His voice was hoarse and rough. He took a step forward, but almost fell. Song Qing didn't dare look back. She quickly grabbed him and hurried ahead. Neither of them looked behind. They just kept walking as fast as they could, as if slowing down would drag them into danger. But they were only two half-grown, injured children. How fast could they really go? The firelight behind them faded, but the men's voices could already be heard faintly. Tears streamed down Song Qing's face, but she had no time to wipe them away. She followed Song Yan with all her strength until they finally saw the outline of a village ahead. Song Qing wanted to hide in one of the houses, but Song Yan pulled her in another direction. Up the mountain first. He knew that going into the village now would only get them caught. Who knew what kind of people might be hiding there? He just hoped the pursuers would waste time searching the village, giving them a chance to escape into the mountains. "Hurry, there's a village ahead. Maybe those two kids are hiding there." Song Qing and Song Yan didn't have time to climb higher. They hid behind a large tree. Maybe we'll even find something useful in there." "You think those kids went up the mountain?" One voice sounded uncertain, and both Song Qing and Song Yan froze. They couldn't see the men's faces, but Song Qing recognized the voice. It was the one who had beaten the boy earlier. "Those two brats were already half dead when I hit them. You think they could still climb a mountain?"
"Come on.
"Let's check the village first." For shadows moved quietly toward the village, putting out their torches as if afraid someone might see them. Song Qing let out a shaky breath, but Song Yan was already standing, ready to keep climbing. She had no choice but to follow. The climb made her leg wound ache even more. It was hard to walk like this, so she used both hands and feet to crawl upward. Song Yan was nearly out of strength too, moving slowly. Song Qing wasn't afraid of being left behind. Both of them were drenched in sweat as they made their way into the mountain.
"Stop."
A sharp shout froze them in place. Behind them stood one of the four men. He had suspected they had gone into the mountains, but he didn't expect to actually catch up to them. Song Qing was terrified. She looked at the boy beside her, but the cold determination in his eyes made her shiver. 1 + 1 = 2. Song Yan didn't have time to wonder why a poor village girl would say something like that, but he understood what she meant. He pushed aside the thought of using her as a distraction and let a fierce look appear on his face. Even if he pushed her out, he wouldn't get far alone. Better to take a chance together. Still, he didn't dare rely on her. She was so thin and frail that a single blow might knock her down. He sped up, climbing on all fours up the slope. Seeing him move faster, Song-Ching thought he was abandoning her. Her heart sank, but she also quickened her pace. After a few steps, a hand suddenly grabbed her ankle and pulled hard. Song-Ching fell face-first to the ground, tasting blood in her mouth.
Ah!
A cry of pain came from behind. Song-Ching looked up and saw the boy holding a broken stick. He hadn't run away, he was looking for a weapon. Encouraged, Song-Ching grabbed something from the ground and threw it at the man behind them. Song-Yan's stick, though sturdy, wasn't enough to knock the man out, but Song-Ching's throw sent dust flying into his eyes. "You little brat! How dare you fight back?" The man, though in pain, was still strong. He quickly got up and started grappling with Song-Yan. Song-Yan fought fiercely, using rough moves he had learned just to survive. But he was still just a boy, and soon he began to lose. Song-Ching grew anxious, not knowing what to do. Seeing the boy about to fall, she threw herself forward and grabbed the man's leg. Caught off guard, the man lost his balance and fell, dragging Song-Yan down with him. "Let go of me."
Ah!
The man kicked hard, trying to shake her off. Song-Ching felt a sharp pain in her stomach, but refused to let go. "No way. I won't let go. Even if it hurts, maybe this will all end somehow. It hurts so much." Gradually, she felt her strength fading. Her arms grew weak, and all the power in her body seemed to slip away bit by bit. Just when she thought she was going to die on her first day after crossing over, the man's strength suddenly weakened.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of something hitting flesh echoed. Song-Ching looked up and saw a young boy striking the man's head again and again with a rock. His face was cold and expressionless, his movements mechanical and relentless. Struggling to get up, Song-Ching saw under the moonlight the dark shadows and pale shapes scattered on the ground. The strong smell of blood filled the air, making her stomach turn. Her mind automatically pictured the scene, and she couldn't help but gag. After confirming that the man was completely still, Song-Yan finally dropped the rock and collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Song-Ching had no strength left either. After all the running and struggling, her body was starved of oxygen, and her head spun. She thought about how she used to get a full checkup just for a small fall, and now she hadn't even fainted. What a miracle. She finally understood how strong the will to live could be. As her thoughts drifted, the boy in front of her swayed, but somehow stood up again. Looking at the fierce young boy, Song-Ching couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?"
Go.
Song-Yan barely had the strength to speak. He wasn't even sure if she heard him clearly. His body had reached its limit, but if they didn't leave now, they would both be in danger when others came looking. Song-Ching thought she heard him say go. She was completely worn out and wanted nothing more than to lie down, but seeing the boy's determination, she knew he was right. They couldn't stay here. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stand and followed him, both of them stumbling deeper into the mountains. She didn't know how many times she fell. The boy's breathing grew weaker, and as she supported him, her own legs felt heavier and heavier, each step like lifting 1,000 pounds. Finally, she stepped on a patch of dry grass, lost her balance, and fell, dragging the boy with her as they rolled down a slope into a mountain stream. In the last few seconds before losing consciousness, Song-Ching thought she heard someone speaking, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make out the words. Ding dong, life form detected, binding in progress. Binding progress. 5%. 20%.
Ah! Ouch!
Song-Ching was awakened by a flash of light. When she opened her eyes, it was already daytime. Her whole body ached as if she had been run over by a truck, and she couldn't move at all. She lay there, listening to the sounds of birds and insects from somewhere nearby. She didn't know how long she stayed like that. When she finally got used to the pain, she struggled to sit up. Remembering what had happened before she fainted, she gritted her teeth and turned her head to look around. Not far away, she saw a ragged figure. No, it looked more like a body. Her left leg was completely useless. Since she couldn't stand or hop, she decided to crawl forward. By the time she reached the boy's side, she was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. She placed her hand under his nose and felt a faint breath. Song Ching let out a sigh of relief. He was still alive. But then she thought, in a situation like this, being alive now didn't mean they could survive for long. To be honest, last night she had a strong will to live, but now she just felt numb. Yes, she was that fragile. Living like this almost felt worse than not living at all. She had read many time travel novels. Those heroines always had good luck or some kind of special ability. Why was she so unlucky? Then her eyes lit up. A special ability, right? Why couldn't she have one too? Maybe she just hadn't discovered it yet. System? System? Space? Are you there? Hello? She tried to check if she had any special marks or signs on her body, but it was too dark to see anything. Honestly, she felt like she had more bruises than a monk had beads. In those novels, the heroine usually had a space system, or at least a magical spring or a shopping mall. As if triggered by the word mall, a blue screen suddenly appeared before her eyes. Welcome to the Absolute Value Mall. We have everything you need. Please take a look. Song Ching scrolled through the list of items and felt her heart sink. Why was everything so expensive? As if sensing her thoughts, a new line of text appeared. All items in this mall are sold at real-world prices with no delivery fees. Absolutely worth it and super affordable. First-time buyers can enjoy a half-price discount. So, this means that in this era, things outside are sold at this price? The cheapest steamed bun costs 20 coins. Wait, in the novels she read, they were only 1 or 2 coins each. But thinking about it, since people are fleeing from famine, food must be expensive. The problem is, she doesn't have a single coin. The sales page didn't show any details. Maybe it only works when she has something to sell. She looked at the person beside her, whose face was flushed with fever, and sighed. What should she do now? According to the original owner's memory, she hadn't eaten anything except a small piece of dark bread in the past 2 days. They were in the mountains, so she decided to look around. Maybe she could find something edible. Her grandmother used to say that when there was no food, people ate leaves and tree bark. She decided to try that too.
Ding.
Wild grass found everywhere has no value and cannot be traded.
Ding.
Pieces of tree bark found everywhere have no value and cannot be traded.
Ding.
A torn shoe with a sour smell has no value and cannot be traded. Warning. Insulting the marketplace detected. First warning issued. Before long, Song Ching sat back down. It was probably late autumn, and the mountain was barren. Many trees were dead, their bark peeling off, and the ground was covered with dry grass. She had even been warned for trying to trade the only shoe that looked slightly better. She reached out to touch the boy's forehead. It was burning hot. I really want to eat an egg right now. Why hadn't she liked eggs before? She had secretly thrown away so many delicious ones. After checking herself again and confirming she had no money at all, she turned to look at the boy beside her, who was dressed in rags just like her. Her eyes moved slightly. Maybe he had something? He was already so sick. If he could help a little, maybe they could both survive. Without hesitation, Song Ching began to search the boy's clothes carefully. He was so feverish that he didn't wake up, but she noticed he was extremely thin, with only a few swollen spots caused by injuries. Then, from the inside of his robe, she felt something hard. Her eyes widened. He really had something, but it was sewn into the fabric. She leaned closer, ignoring the unpleasant smell, and carefully pulled it out. After some effort, she finally managed to take it out. It was a very small longevity lock. Song Ching hesitated. It looked like a small silver lock that babies wear, sewn into the clothes. The person was badly hurt, yet the longevity lock still looked almost perfect. It must be very important to him. Nothing is more important than life. If she sold the lock, she could save him, and later, she could repay him double. Song Ching opened the marketplace to sell it.
Ding.
Detected 1 longevity lock worth 350 coins. Proceed with transaction. Only 350 coins? It wasn't heavy, but still, that was too cheap. She chose to trade, but the screen suddenly turned red. Detected unknown source of item. Transaction not supported. Authorization or transfer from original owner required. Song Qing. Unbelievable. How could this be so unfair? She had no other choice. She had to wake the boy and see if he would give her the lock willingly. Wake up. Please wake up. Can you give me your longevity lock? That way, I can save you. Song Yen felt so tired, yet his body seemed light, as if he were floating. He could faintly hear a voice calling him, though it sounded far away. Someone kept calling him, and he vaguely heard the words longevity lock. Longevity lock? What was that? Oh, it was the lock his father had made for him when he was little. Were his parents coming to get him? That was good. He had missed them so much all these years.
Okay, father.
Mother. Song Qing saw the boy's lips move, and then the marketplace showed. Transaction successful. She didn't have time to listen to what he said. Her fingers moved quickly. She needed medicine. Fever medicine and antibiotics cost 200 coins each. The first purchase was half price. Song Qing thought fast. Since it's called a marketplace, there must be a shopping cart to check out together. Sure enough, a shopping cart icon appeared in the corner. She quickly added 1 fever pill, 2 antibiotic pills, 2 bottles of water, and 3 buns, then checked out. The moment her balance hit 0, the items appeared in her arms. For the first time, she truly felt it. Hope for survival. The marketplace was real. She opened a bottle of water and took a sip. Her body felt like dry land finally touched by fresh spring water. Finding the fever medicine, Song Qing held him in her arms and put the pill into his mouth. But it seemed he couldn't swallow anymore. This wouldn't do. She had finally found the medicine. If he died now, she would feel terribly guilty. Song Qing looked at the bottle of mineral water in her hand, hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't bring herself to waste it. In the end, she opened the capsule, carefully poured the powder into the bottle cap, added a little water to dissolve it, and gently poured it into his mouth while holding his head. She kept supporting his head, afraid he might spit the medicine out again. Please swallow it. You have to swallow it if you want to live. Luckily, even though Song Yen was burning with fever and barely conscious, his body still reacted instinctively. Feeling the water, he swallowed. Cough, cough. But with his head tilted back, he almost choked. Song Qing quickly patted his back again and again until the coughing eased. She had never taken care of anyone like this before. When she was little, her parents worked away from home and she lived in the countryside for a few years. Her grandparents treated her very well. Later, when she returned to the city, her parents had another child who became her little helper. She was always the one being cared for. After giving him the fever medicine, she didn't dare to give him the antibiotics yet. His body had never taken such medicine before. She decided to wait until he woke up. She swallowed 1 antibiotic herself, then tore a strip from her undershirt. Luckily, the weather was warm, so she didn't feel cold. She didn't want to waste anything, but she was afraid her wound would get infected if she didn't clean it soon. The wound wasn't long, but it still made her frown. This looks awful. And kind of gross. What bad luck. If this were before, I'd probably need a year off to recover. But now, she had nothing. This was like surviving in the wild. She sighed as she dipped some mineral water to roughly clean the wound. It had stopped bleeding, but the torn skin still looked frightening. She looked at the dirty cloth in her hand and hesitated. Maybe it was better not to wrap it. Letting it breathe might help it heal faster. Maybe her throat had shrunk from hunger, but after forcing down half a steamed bun, she already felt full, though still craving more. She didn't dare eat the rest. Wrapping the bun in dry leaves, she dragged her injured leg to look for a place to spend the night. The mountain was eerie and quiet. Without any shelter, she couldn't shake off the feeling of danger. Please, heaven, let me find a temporary shelter. The child has suffered enough. Song Qing wandered around for a long time, muttering to herself. As the sky darkened, she finally found a cave, or rather, a gap between two large rocks that could barely block the wind and rain. When she returned to where she had started, she looked at the person lying on the ground and felt troubled. How could someone as small as her move him? Her body, only 13 years old but looking more like 10, wasn't even 1.5 meters tall. She grabbed the boy's arm and tried to lift him. "Hey, up you go." Wow, not as hard as I thought. Guess the original owner of this body was stronger than she looked. But this guy is really thin, lighter than my little brother in elementary school. After much effort, she half carried, half dragged him into the cave. Exhausted, Song-Ching collapsed on the ground. He was heavy, no exaggeration. She checked her wound and saw it was bleeding again, which scared her into staying still. The temperature had dropped, but she didn't plan to make a fire. She had no strength to gather wood and didn't know how to start one anyway. Well, I didn't freeze to death last night. Maybe I can survive one more night. She had done her best. Now it was up to fate. She touched the boy's forehead. His temperature seemed lower. Taking out her last piece of medicine, she hesitated, then broke it in half. Even though she had a small trading system, she didn't know when she'd have money again on this journey. She fed him the medicine, then softened some bread with water, and fed him a little of that too. At least it was something to give him energy. After finishing, Song-Ching was completely drained. Her leg hurt badly, and she still felt sore from being kicked earlier. If she hadn't traded for a few supplies, she might not have survived. Lying on the cold, hard ground, she thought that tomorrow she must gather some grass to make bedding. The cold wind blew through. Oh, and she'd need a fire too. Thinking about all this, she didn't even notice when she fell asleep. By morning, the first awake was Song Yen. He found himself holding someone, that thin little girl. He frowned instinctively. Ignoring the pain in his body and the cramps in his stomach, he sat up and looked around. Memories came back, the fight with that man, how close he'd come to dying. Now that he was alive, it must have been this girl who saved him. The longevity locket. He instinctively touched the front of his clothes. Nothing was there, just as he expected. A fierce look flashed in Song Yan's eyes as he glared at the trembling girl on the ground, anger filling his chest. But when he noticed the water she was holding, his anger vanished like air escaping from a balloon. Forget it, staying alive was more important. After all, she had saved him. When Song-Ching opened her eyes, the boy was already sitting against a rock, with a pile of dry wood beside him. "You're awake? How do you feel? Do you still have a fever?" Song Yan asked quickly, his tone full of concern. Fever? What did that mean? Was she really burning up earlier? She felt lucky to be alive and clear-headed. Thinking back, she had disliked him before, but in the end, this quiet boy had been the one she saved. "I'm much better now," she said. Song Yan looked a little awkward, trying to make his voice sound gentler, though it didn't quite work. Song-Ching hadn't expected him to still be so distant, but since he wasn't as harsh as before, she didn't mind. She had so many things to say, and kept talking to him for a long time. Gradually, they learned a bit about each other. Song Yan was 13, half a year older than her. His father had once been a scholar, but both his parents had passed away early. He had grown up living with relatives. Unlike her, he had escaped on his own during the famine. Song Yan, what are you planning to do next? After learning the basics, Song-Ching wanted to test him a little. She really needed a companion. I don't know. I'll just keep heading east until I find a place that accepts refugees. His father had told him when he was young that the farther east one went, the richer the land became, the cities more prosperous, and the people lived better lives. But those memories were faint now. The journey had been so hard that he wasn't sure how much farther he could go. "Then take me with you," Song-Ching said softly. "Two people can help each other. It's safer that way." She felt nervous after saying that, remembering how openly he had disliked her before. Song Yan did think she might slow him down, but since she had saved his life, it wouldn't hurt to travel together. If danger came again, they could look out for each other. "All right," he said at last, "but you have to listen to me." "Okay," she agreed quickly. "As long as it's not too much, I'll listen to you." Song-Ching agreed right away. She didn't feel embarrassed about following a child's lead. Strength spoke louder than age. The truth was, she knew she couldn't fight as well as he could. Here, this is the water and steamed buns I traded yesterday for your longevity lock and 2 pills. But we already took one each. I saw you burning with fever and close to collapsing, so I used your things first. Luckily, I met a group of travelers down the mountain who gave me these in exchange. I hope you don't mind. Song Qing explained nervously, unsure if her story would sound believable. Song Yan did find it strange, but he simply didn't believe her luck could be that good. Still, the buns were so white, clearly made from fine flour, and the water was kept in a delicate container. He had no choice but to accept her explanation. Unless there were spirits in the mountains, there was no other way she could have gotten such good things. It's fine. I don't blame you. Thank you for saving me. Hearing his awkward thanks, Song Qing found it a bit amusing. She waved her hand casually. It's nothing. You were just lucky. Even if I had the lock, I couldn't have turned it into food. There was 1 full bottle of water left, another half full and 3 buns. She had eaten half of one yesterday and fed in the other half with water, leaving 2 whole buns. Song Yan broke off a quarter for her, kept a quarter for himself, and stored the rest away. Song Qing looked at the small piece of bun in her hand and fell silent. After a while, she said nothing and began to chew slowly. She knew he was trying to save food. That was also why she had given it to him. If it were left with her, she would have finished it in 2 meals. We should rest here for a few days before heading down the mountain. After eating, we'll look around to see if we can find more food. Seeing that she didn't complain about the small portion, Song Yan felt a bit more at ease with her. He slowly chewed the soft, fragrant bun as he spoke. White flour. He hadn't tasted it in years. Did rich families get to eat such fine buns every day? The 2 of them ate their small pieces carefully, not letting a single crumb fall. But no matter how slowly they ate, the food was gone after just a few bites. Song Qing still felt an emptiness in her stomach, but the discomfort was gone. She stood up, deciding to find a sturdy stick to use as a crutch, then gather some grass to make a bed. Limping, she found a patch of dry grass. Dropping her stick, she began pulling it up. Luckily, her hands were rough enough that they didn't get scratched. She carried the grass back to the cave in several trips, but on the last one, something unexpected happened. As she bent down, she heard a rustling sound in the grass, and a snake suddenly darted out in front of her.
Ah!
A snake. Her whole body tensed, and the hairs on her neck stood up. Before she could move away, someone rushed over and stepped on the snake. Song Yan had pinned the snake under his foot. Startled, the snake turned and bit his ankle. Song Qing froze in shock, but Song Yan didn't seem to feel any pain. Without flinching, he grabbed the snake just below its head, broke its neck, and lifted it up. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time, so holding the snake actually made him smile a little. You got bitten, Song Qing exclaimed. Was this snake magical or something? How could he still look so calm? It's just a grass snake, Song Yan said casually. Not poisonous, and it doesn't bite deep. Looks like we've got dinner. This kind of snake is called a water snake. Where it appears, there's usually a water source nearby. I'll go check. Song Qing looked down at his ankle. The bite wasn't deep, but still, it was a bite. Before she could say anything, he had already walked off quickly, as if nothing had happened. Song Qing sighed. This kid is really something. Still, seeing how capable he was made her feel safer. On this difficult journey, she definitely needed to stick close to him. After preparing enough grass for 2 people to sleep on, she noticed he still hadn't returned. So she got up again to gather firewood. She wasn't foolish. If she wanted to survive, she had to work hard and show her worth. But this mountain was different from the ones she remembered near her grandmother's home, where wood was everywhere and hard to walk through. This one was surprisingly clean and bare. After searching for a long time, she finally managed to gather a small bundle of firewood. She didn't know that in ancient times, firewood on the mountain was a valuable resource. Children would gather it clean every day, and every household competed for it. If the villagers hadn't fled from famine, it would have been even harder to find. After a while, Song Yan came back holding something wrapped in leaves. It turned out that he had already cleaned and skinned the snake. There's a mountain stream behind, but it's dried up. The spring water only drips slowly into a tiny puddle, and it's muddy, he said with a sigh. Maybe that snake came out to hunt because the stream dried up. Song Qing felt disappointed, but since she only had memories of escaping famine and not much real experience, she quickly shifted her attention. She watched as Song Yen took out 2 stones, pulled out some thin grass, and struck them together until a spark appeared and a small fire started. "Where did you get that?"
she asked.
"Found it near the stream." "That's amazing," she said in surprise. Song Yen gave her a calm look. This thin, frail girl looked like she came from a poor family, maybe even one that favored sons over daughters. How could she not even know about flint? And those bright, curious eyes of hers, something about her just seemed unusual. She watched him skewer the snake meat and roast it. She felt a little uneasy, but didn't dare to say anything, afraid of seeming too delicate. She decided she would just eat a little less later. "Maybe we should go down the mountain to the village," she suggested. "We might still find something to eat." Song Yen looked at her hopeful eyes and said bluntly, "If there were any food left, it would have been taken long ago." Song Qing pouted. That was true. So many people had fled already. If they ran into those men again, it would be even worse. Seeing her discouraged expression, Song Yen felt strangely uncomfortable. "But we can still take a look," he added. "Even if we don't find food, we might find something useful. We have nothing right now." "You're right," she said, brightening up. "Even something to boil water in would help." Hearing him change his mind, Song Qing became cheerful again, thinking about what they needed most. If they could find something to boil water, even the muddy water from that little puddle would be much safer once boiled. As she was thinking, a delicious smell reached her nose. Song Qing looked at the slightly golden roasted snake meat, and her mouth began to water. "Whatever, this tastes much better than bark or dirt." She closed her eyes and tried a small bite. Chew, chew, chew.
Huh?
It actually wasn't bad. The texture was surprisingly good. Song Yen watched her close her eyes like she was facing her doom, then open them wide in surprise. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Seeing her so lively somehow made things feel a little brighter. All along the way, he had only seen numb faces filled with sorrow and pain. He himself hadn't smiled in a long time. "What are you smiling at? Hurry up and eat." Song Qing looked at him, puzzled. Why was he acting so strange? Song Yen came back to his senses, feeling a bit foolish. What was he even thinking? They could barely find food. What was there to laugh about? Mind your own business. This annoying girl even dared to tease him. Song Qing forced a crooked smile at the grumpy boy, then stayed quiet and kept eating. 13-year-old boys were probably at that awkward age, right? She understood. She could be patient. Definitely not because she couldn't win in a fight. Song Yen suddenly felt even more irritated for no reason. He shook his head and started eating the meat in his hand. It smelled amazing. It had been so long since he'd tasted real food. Today they even had white buns and meat, if only every day could be like this. The snake they caught was small, and after roasting, there were only 2 tiny pieces of meat. That would be their last meal for the day. If he weren't recovering from an injury, Song Yen wouldn't have eaten twice in one day. Before they fled, they only ate 2 meals a day anyway. They couldn't afford to be wasteful now. Song Qing checked her wound. She hadn't touched it all day, and a thin scab had formed, though it would still tear easily. At least it wasn't bleeding or infected, she told herself. Maybe it would heal in a few days. After eating, the sky was almost dark. Song Yen sat by the fire, eyes lowered, lost in thought. From Song Qing's point of view, he just looked like a sleepy little beggar boy. You should get some sleep. We're going down the mountain tomorrow, right? 13 was an important age for growing, and sleep mattered. She lay down and closed her eyes. Song Yen wasn't sleepy, but he didn't argue. He lay down half an arm's length away from her. He kept thinking about the road ahead. Their wounds would need at least 4 or 5 days to heal. Otherwise, traveling would be too dangerous. The 2 half-grown children were seen by the wandering refugees as walking food. They had to find a way to follow behind a group escaping from a nearby village, or stay close to families who seemed better off. That way, even if danger came, they wouldn't stand out too much. The next morning, before dawn, Song Yan woke Song Qing to get ready to go down the mountain. He had buried their food in a pit, afraid that if they met people on the way, they might have to give it away. They moved quickly downhill. When they reached the edge of the village, they waited quietly for a long time, making sure there was no sound before entering the first house. "This place is too clean. There's nothing here," Song Qing said, perfectly describing the phrase bare walls and empty rooms. There was nothing but mud walls. Song Yan had expected this. Ordinary villagers usually didn't have much furniture, maybe just a table and a cupboard. "Look carefully to see if there's a cellar," he said. "People usually hide things they can't take with them. They always hope they can come back one day." He quickly searched inside and outside the house, explained this to Song Qing, and went out to look for a cellar. Song Qing suddenly understood and hurried off to search as well. Even though they hadn't heard any sounds, they still moved quietly. If they ran into someone, it would be trouble. After searching for 1 or 2 hours, they had gone through most of the village, but found nothing useful. Song Qing sighed heavily. "This place is too clean. Not even a scrap of cloth left. We shouldn't have come." "You wish." These days, everyone patches their clothes again and again. Who would have extra cloth? "Would you leave your clothes behind if you were running away?" Song Yan had found nothing either, and was in a bad mood. Hearing her complaint, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Song Qing looked down at her ragged clothes and realized he was right. She only had this one outfit, which had been passed down from her brother. Just as she was about to ask if they should check the remaining houses, Song Yan suddenly stepped forward and covered her mouth. Startled, Song Qing was pulled behind the house, where they crouched down. Those men from the other day looked rich, but they didn't even have a grain of rice on them. "What a waste of effort, and we even lost 2 people," a voice said. 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked toward them. It looked like a man with a child of about 5 or 6 years old. Only then did Song Qing understand Song Yan's actions. He finally moved his hand away from her mouth and even wiped it on his clothes. She pressed her lips together. "Seriously? Do you think your clothes are cleaner than my mouth? All right, stop talking. See if anyone else is coming." "Yeah, I'm hoping someone with food in their pockets shows up today." When the child spoke, Song Qing realized he wasn't really a child at all, but a dwarf. The 2 of them carefully circled around the house to avoid being seen, and soon figured out that there was another group living in this village. They used the dwarf, disguised as a child, to lure people in. Whether out of pity or greed, anyone who approached would be ambushed, knocked out, and robbed. It seemed that the men who had captured Song Qing and Song Yan earlier had also fallen victim to them. Song Qing felt uneasy. Those 2 men looked dangerous, especially the tall one who handed the dwarf a knife to hide in his clothes. Goodness, in the middle of nowhere, a child waiting to stab anyone who got close. Terrifying. She wanted to back off, but when she turned around, she saw Song Yan staring intently at the dwarf. Clearly, he wasn't focused on the man himself, but on the knife. "You're not thinking of..." Song Qing leaned close to his ear, whispering so softly it was almost inaudible. "Come on, we're not exactly skilled fighters." Song Yan could see the fear and disapproval in her eyes, but he was already thinking about how to get that knife. The government had strict control over metal tools. Iron was rare and expensive, let alone a small, easily hidden dagger. To others, the 2 of them were just like walking food rations. That knife could mean survival. If you're scared, go hide first. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Song Qing realized he had turned into a little wolf again. After a few seconds of silent staring, she finally gave in. Their team had just formed. They couldn't fall apart at the first sign of trouble. "All right, I'm in. What's your plan?" As she spoke, Song Qing quietly watched the 2 strangers, afraid of being noticed. Song Yan was pleased that she chose to stay with him. If she had refused, he wouldn't have forced her, but they would have gone their separate ways. "If it comes to a fight, you pick one of them." Song Qing felt a bit torn. The one who looked about her size had a weapon, while the unarmed one was taller. No matter how she chose, it seemed dangerous.
"I'll pick the tall one," she said.
Song Yen didn't say much. He leaned close and whispered a few words to her. Then the two quietly moved toward another house, picking up stones from the ground and putting them into their pockets as they went. Following Song Yan's plan, Song Qing sneaked into a cellar and hid there. The dim cellar smelled slightly musty. She stared at the entrance, barely breathing, trying to stay completely silent and listen for any sound outside. But she heard nothing. Meanwhile, Song Yan deliberately appeared in the short man's line of sight and, as expected, was quickly noticed. "Hey, little boy, what are you doing here?" the man asked. Song Yan pretended not to notice anything strange about him. "I can't find my parents," he said, pretending to cry. "Do you have any food? I'm so hungry." The short man relaxed a little after seeing him clearly. He gestured for his companion to stay hidden and decided to play along. I don't have any food either," he said. The short man didn't believe him. The boy looked nervous, but he didn't seem to be carrying anything. That meant he must have hidden the food somewhere. If there was food, that was good enough. He smiled oddly and waved his hand. The tall man stepped out from behind the corner. A flicker of worry crossed Song Yan's eyes. According to the plan, he was supposed to lure the short man with a knife into the cellar, knock him out, take the weapon, and then deal with the tall one. But it seemed these two didn't even want to pretend. That was bad. "Hey, kid, where did you hide the food? Tell us now, or you'll be in trouble," the tall man shouted, grabbing Song Yan and searching him roughly. Finding nothing, he angrily slapped him. "Please don't hurt me. I can take you to find food, just don't hurt me," the boy cried, acting terrified. The man dragged him by the collar toward the cellar, while the other followed behind. Neither noticed the sharp look in the boy's eyes as he quickly thought through his next move. When they reached the cellar, Song Yan spotted a stone nearby. Taking advantage of a brief distraction, he grabbed it, dashed inside, and blocked the door. Song Qing was startled by the noise outside the door. Before she could react, Song Yan whispered a few words and quickly moved aside. She hid in the corner, too scared to move, gripping a stone in her hand, ready to strike. Bang! The cellar door was kicked open. A tall man entered first and walked straight toward Song Yan. "Smack, you little brat. Still trying to run? Hand over the food." Song Yan wrestled with the man, trying to draw his attention and buy time for Sprout. Song Qing didn't dare look at the boy being beaten. Her eyes were fixed on the short man who came in next. He was about to help his companion. Seizing the moment, Song Qing rushed forward and struck the short man on the head with the stone. He didn't fall. Bleeding, the short man turned toward her, raising his knife. Song Qing reacted faster than she could think and hit him twice more. Seeing the man collapse with wide, terrified eyes, she shivered, her whole body tense, and the stone slipped from her hand. "Song Qing." Song Yan's voice snapped her back to her senses. Warmth returned to her body in an instant. She grabbed a knife from the ground and charged at the tall man, stabbing blindly at his waist.
Smack, ah!
Song Qing screamed. She hadn't used enough force and the knife didn't go deep. The man turned and slapped her hard, knocking her to the ground. Then Song Yan took the chance to drive another knife into the man's side. The man clutched his wound, refusing to fall. Song Qing couldn't stand, only pushing herself backward with trembling arms. Song Yan grabbed a piece of wood and struck the man again and again until he finally collapsed. Both of them let out a long breath. Song Yan swallowed back the taste of blood, pulled out the knife, wiped it on the man's clothes, and tucked it carefully into his jacket as if it were a priceless treasure. Song Qing watched him, amazed that even in pain he still searched the man's body.
He was really something.
Unfortunately, the man had nothing useful on him. Still, Song Yan took his torn shirt before they left. In the end, they only found 2 copper coins on the dwarf. Song Yan felt a bit disappointed. After all, in times like these, 2 coins couldn't even buy a grain of rice, and there was nowhere to spend them anyway. Still, better than nothing. He comforted himself, thinking that since he already had a good weapon, he shouldn't be greedy. When Song Qing saw the 2 coins, her eyes lit up. It wasn't much, but small amounts could add up over time. Of course, She knew Song Yen probably wouldn't give them to her. And even if he did, the money might not have come from a proper source, so it might not be usable. I've never touched real money before. Can I hold it for a moment? She still wanted to try. Maybe the marketplace system would recognize it. Seeing her eager expression, Song Yen thought she truly hadn't seen money before, so he handed it to her. Half of this is yours, but just hold it for a bit and give it back. Don't lose it. 2 coins used to buy a steamed bun, or even a round trip on an ox cart to the market. Song Qing nodded carefully and took the coins. She really had never seen such old money before. It was practically an antique. While Song Yen continued searching, she opened the trading system to scan the coins.
Ding.
Detected. 2 copper coins. Marketplace does not support illegal transactions. Reminder: please always follow the law. Violations may result in being blacklisted. She sighed helplessly and closed her eyes, not wanting to look at the annoying message again. Listlessly, she handed the coins back to Song Yen and joined him in searching. In the end, they only found a small basket, some broken furniture, and bits of wood. Enough for 1 basket of firewood. There were also 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes. Perhaps because Song Qing was a girl, Song Yen left both of them their pants. Otherwise, he would have stripped the bodies completely. Song Qing disliked the clothes but didn't dare say anything. She simply decided she wouldn't wear them. Song Yen noticed her distaste and sneered inwardly. Outside, even clothes from the dead were valuable. It was already late autumn. When winter came, not wearing them would mean freezing to death. This girl was really strange. Many of her actions and thoughts didn't match her appearance at all. Song Yen shook his head. There was still plenty of time to figure out what secrets she was hiding. Let's go. I think they might have companions nearby. We shouldn't be discovered. Song Yen chose to take the hit and finish the fight because he didn't want to leave any future trouble behind. Song Qing was so angry at the marketplace that she was speechless, but just as they were about to leave the cellar, she found a cracked clay pot.
Song Yen.
Look! She quickly pulled the pot out from a pile of broken wood and dirt, grinning from ear to ear.
Ouch.
Her smile tugged at the corner of her mouth, making her forget that she had just been hurt there.
Keep it.
We'll clean it up when we get back to the mountain, Song Yen said, also pleased. With this, they could finally have something warm to eat in the cold. He carried a basket full of firewood, clothes, and shoes on his back, while Song Qing limped behind him, holding the clay pot. Both of them were covered in old and new injuries, walking with great difficulty. But they were happy. They had each gotten what they wanted. When they finally reached the mountain cave, Song Qing felt completely exhausted. Even worse, she realized her right eye couldn't open properly. It seemed her vision was blurry. And her leg wound had split open again. When she touched her face, she found her right cheek was swollen. That awful person had slapped her so hard her face puffed up. She turned to look at Song Yen and couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha.
He was even more swollen than she was. His face looked like a pig's head. But the next second, Song Yen gave her a warning look, and she quickly stopped laughing, lowering her head.
Hold it in, don't laugh.
She sneaked another glance and still couldn't help it.
Ha ha ha. Sorry.
It was just too funny. She couldn't help it. She had never seen anyone's face swell up like that before. Song Yen saw that his glare didn't work and gave up on scolding her. He rolled his eyes. You're laughing at me? You look like a puffed-up puppy that won't stop barking. Song Qing. Not funny. What a sharp tongue. No sense of humor at all, such a brat. She rolled her eyes and lay down, completely worn out. In just a few days, she felt like she'd been through a lifetime of beatings. She was so tired, she almost wanted to cry. Song Yen looked at her lying there like a puddle of mud and sighed. How could she be laughing one moment and ready to cry the next? Are all girls this unpredictable? Was she even a proper girl? He frowned and gave her a light kick. What are you doing? Song Qing dragged out her voice, lying still like a ghost. Get up and eat. Song Yen took out the food he had hidden, a bun and a half. As usual, he only took out half for them to share and put the rest away. He poured a little water into an empty bottle, just a few mouthfuls, not even half full. The water was precious, and he couldn't bear to use too much. If the water in the small pit could be boiled and made safe to drink, he could relax a bit, but not now. After a whole day without food, Song Qing watched his movements eagerly. When she finally got her small piece of bun, she didn't dare to eat it quickly. Partly because she wanted to save it, but mostly because her mouth was too dry to open properly. She held the bun, breaking off tiny pieces and putting them into her mouth. Even without saliva, she could still taste a faint sweetness. When she looked up and saw Song Yan's swollen face and the bruises on his neck and arms, she couldn't help speaking. Song Yan looked up at her. Carefully, Song Qing placed her bun on a dry leaf and started searching inside her clothes. In those days, pockets were sewn inside the clothes, so she fumbled for a long time before pulling out a small bundle wrapped in leaves. "You're hurt pretty badly. I still have half a pill left. It helps with healing." "It really works." Song Yan's frown eased, and he looked nervously at the small bundle in her hand. A pill? Was it the one she traded her lucky charm for? That medicine could bring down a fever. It was valuable. In their village, the barefoot doctor's herbs were expensive and not always effective. Pills like that were said to be for the rich. He had never even seen one before. Seeing how he stared at it like it was treasure, Song Qing also became nervous. She peeled off one leaf, then another, and another, and another. Song Yan didn't say anything, but his relaxed brow tightened again as he stared at her. His gaze made Song Qing feel awkward, like an old lady trying to answer the phone. By the time she got through all the layers, the call would already be over. It wasn't that she wanted to take so long, but the pill was so small. If she didn't wrap it in many layers, she might lose it. When the last layer was opened, Song Qing let out a sigh of relief. That had almost been too embarrassing for her. Song Yan took the medicine and looked at her in disbelief. Such a precious thing, and she had just wrapped it in a couple of leaves? She really couldn't be trusted to keep anything safe. So small? He looked at the white pill in his hand. It wasn't even half the size of his pinky nail. "Yeah, it's that small. Last time, I mixed it with water to give it to you. Good thing I didn't use it all then, or we'd have none left today." Song Qing sounded a little proud of her foresight. Song Yan was reluctant to use it. He wanted to save it, such a rare medicine. But Song Qing noticed his hesitation and quickly stopped him. "We need to heal fast and get moving. It's getting colder, and we don't have anything left. Only if we recover can we have hope." Song Yan thought about it and agreed. Still, instead of swallowing the pill, he dropped it into a bottle of water to let it dissolve. "Let's share it." Song Qing sighed. If he wanted to share, he could have just broken it in half. Now it would taste so bitter in the water. Oh well, he meant well. So the two of them took turns drinking the dissolved half of the anti-inflammatory pill. Song Qing's face twisted in pain from the bitterness, while Song Yan stayed calm, as if he were just drinking plain water. After finishing their meal, Song Yan took Song Qing to fetch water with the clay pot. He didn't dare delay any longer. With the drought continuing, he was afraid the small puddle might dry up completely. The two of them, both injured, carried their load for 400 or 500 meters before reaching the mountain stream. It was little more than a rocky ditch. At the far end, there was a small puddle of murky water. It was clearly not clean, and even had insects in it. Luckily, the puddle hadn't dried up yet. Song Qing grabbed a handful of grass, rolled it into a ball, and used it as a brush to clean the clay pot. When Song Yan tried to scoop up water, she stopped him. They couldn't just boil and drink it, it was full of bugs and dirt. She thought back to the survival videos she had watched before and remembered a simple way to filter dirty water. She didn't want to waste the plastic bottle, but she still had some cloth she had torn earlier. She gathered some small stones and dry grass, placed them on the cloth, and had Song Yan hold it above the clay pot while she poured the water through. The water that dripped into the pot after passing through the stones, grass, and cloth was much cleaner. Although the water was still a bit yellow, it was no longer cloudy and had no dirt in it. Song Yan looked at the filtered water, his face showing excitement. With this kind of water, boiling it would definitely keep them from getting sick. Along the way, He had seen many people drink water straight from streams and later fall ill, unable to go on. That was why he hadn't rushed to fetch water here earlier. Who would have thought that this frail-looking person actually knew how to do this? The filtering process was slow, but since they had no extra containers, they could only do a rough filtration once. By the time they finished filtering a pot of water, the sky had already darkened. The two didn't dare delay any longer and carried the water back to the cave. As usual, Song Yen lit the fire. He built a simple stove out of stones and placed the clay pot on it to boil the water. Both of them were exhausted and didn't want to move, staring blankly at the flickering flames. When the water finally boiled, they each took a sip. Their reactions were completely different. Song Yen looked pleasantly surprised. The water tasted much better than the raw water they had before, and the warmth spread through his body, making him feel alive again. Song Qing, on the other hand, thought it was the worst-tasting water she had ever had. It smelled earthy and had a faint gritty texture, making her teeth feel strange. Still, since clean water was so hard to find, she forced herself to drink a few more sips. She hadn't been feeling well for days, so maybe drinking more would help. After finishing, Song Yin used dry leaves to carefully move the clay pot aside before lying down. Finally, it was time to rest. Song Qing's back ached badly, but just as she was about to relax, she heard something faint. In the darkness, both of them held their breath and looked at each other. Wolves. Song Qing froze. Wolves. She had never seen one before, but she knew they were dangerous. But there weren't any around a few days ago. Could they be nearby? That's scary. Can you fight them? She looked at Song Yen nervously. He shook his head, whether from his injuries or exhaustion. As soon as he lay down, his eyelids grew heavy. They don't sound close. You keep watch for now. Wake me up halfway through the night. He handed her a dagger, then closed his eyes and fell silent. Startled, Song Qing quickly sat up, reached out to check if he was still breathing, then touched his forehead and finally let out a sigh of relief. She wasn't running a fever and was still breathing steadily. She was probably just too tired and fell asleep after taking some medicine. Thinking about what he said earlier, Song Qing really wanted to ask how people in ancient times told the difference between the first half and the second half of the night. She almost wanted to shake him awake to ask, but decided against it. He was their main source of strength. Better to let him rest for now, and wake him only if necessary. Hugging the dagger close, she slowly added another piece of wood to the fire. By the second half of the night, the sound of wolves had faded, and Song Qing, exhausted, drifted off to sleep too. She wasn't a professional survivor, and her willpower could only take her so far. At dawn, Song Yen was the first to wake up as usual. Seeing Song Qing still asleep, he didn't wake her. He poured the extra water from the clay pot into an empty bottle. Carefully, he took out their last steamed bun. After thinking for a while, he used his knife to cut off a thin slice. He put it into the pot and boiled it with water, barely enough to call it porridge. When Song Qing woke up, she drank her share of the porridge. It didn't feel like much, but it was something. Our food is almost gone, Song Yen said calmly. If we can't find more soon, we'll have nothing left to eat. Let's check near the mountain stream today. That's the last area we haven't searched. Maybe we can still find some wild vegetables. We also need more firewood. It keeps animals away and helps us stay warm at night. They had let the fire go out during the day. It used up too much wood. Song Qing nodded. The area around the cave had already been picked clean. There was nothing left. She remembered seeing wild yams and kudzu roots in outdoor videos, but she couldn't recognize their vines or leaves, and she hadn't seen any trace of them here. Both of them used sticks as walking aids as they made their way toward the stream. Along the way, Song Yen found some dry vines. Not wanting to waste the dagger, he broke them by hand and wove them into a small basket. Song Qing took it and silently gave him a thumbs up. They were exhausted by the time they reached the stream. Song Qing lay flat on the ground, scanning every bit of green she could see. She didn't really know much about wild plants. She could barely tell some farm vegetables apart. Then she suddenly remembered the trading system in the marketplace. She picked up a piece of wild grass full of insect holes and opened the trading interface.
Ding.
Edible wild porcelain detected. Value: 10 coins per pound. Would you like to trade? Song Qing's heart leapt. It was really edible, so this was porcelain. The plants she saw in the video looked different. Maybe because of the drought, they hadn't grown well. No wonder the leaves were almost all gone. 10 coins for a pound, and 2 pounds could be traded for a steamed bun. If she could even find 2 pounds, she might as well keep them to eat herself. After searching for a long time, she found only one plant. Then Song Qing noticed another one that looked a bit like green onions, but thinner, with small purple flowers. She wasn't sure, so she opened the trading system.
Ding.
Edible wild desert onion detected, worth 5 coins per pound. Would you like to trade? As long as it was edible, that was good enough. She put it in her basket, but after searching the whole area, she couldn't find any more of those 2 kinds of plants. Nearby, she saw a patch of greenish-yellow plants that looked a bit like reeds and tried to trade again.
Ding.
Wild saltbush detected. Older plants may cause mild poisoning if eaten in large amounts. Trade not supported. So that meant the old ones could be harmful if eaten too much? Song Qing hesitated, then picked only the tender parts and put them in her basket. Eating a little should be fine, right? After searching for a long time, she finally gathered a small handful of edible wild greens. Some weren't even real vegetables, just non-toxic plants that the system didn't accept for trade. When she returned to the cave with her basket, Song Yan had already used vines to block the drafty openings. Her stomach growled, and she heard his stomach growling too. The 2 sounds echoed like a strange duet. But Song Yan didn't stop what he was doing. It was clear he didn't plan to cook lunch today. How could he expect her to keep going without food? Back in modern times, she always had 3 meals a day, plus snacks and milk tea at night. She knew things were tough now, but the hunger was really hard to bear. Song Qing rubbed her empty stomach and stayed quiet, just watching Song Yan. Whatever he did, her hungry eyes followed him closely until he finally couldn't take it anymore. Staring at me won't help.
We only have a little food left.
If you go find more wild greens now, we can at least have some porridge tonight. Otherwise, by the day after tomorrow, we'll be chewing on tree roots. This girl really only thought about eating. On this journey, many people were lucky to have even 1 warm meal a day. She had just eaten not long ago, and she was already hungry again. They weren't from a rich family. In normal times, ordinary people only had 2 meals a day, 1 solid, 1 thin. Song Qing was harshly scolded, and the little spark of hope in her heart was instantly put out. So stingy at such a young age. She got angry, then even angrier. Nothing happened, so she dragged her feet, picked up the basket, and went out again to look for food. The cold wind blew, making her feel even more chilled inside and out. Little cabbage, growing in the field, so young, without a mother. Song Qing muttered to herself as she walked, feeling pitiful. Lost in her own little performance, she didn't notice a dark shadow passing overhead. Using the market's detection function, she found a few more edible plants. By the time night fell, she rubbed her hands together expectantly, watching Song Yan slice off another thin piece of steamed bun. His knife skills were amazing, each slice as thin as a cicada's wing. Song Qing suspected that the famous noodle-cutting technique must have come from him. He was much more generous when grabbing wild vegetables, taking about half of what they had, chopping them up, and throwing them all into the pot. When it was done, the soup looked dark green and unappetizing, worse than leftover hot pot water. Song Qing took a sip. It tasted like grass, slightly bitter and sour, with a strange mix of flavors she couldn't describe. Song Yan, however, drank it with a serious expression, as if it were something delicious. Song Qing could understand. In the past, even her grandmother's pigs wouldn't have eaten this green stuff.
But now?
If pigs wouldn't eat it, she would. She'd eat anything if it could fill her stomach. When we finally settle down, I'm going to eat as much meat as I want. As she drank the wild vegetable porridge, Song Qing comforted herself with dreams. For once, Song Yan didn't crush her hopes. He wanted to eat meat too. He could no longer remember what it tasted like.
He also wanted to study again.
After their father passed away, his aunt had forced him to quit school, saying the family couldn't feed someone who didn't work. Since then, he had been laboring in the fields every day. For 3 or 4 days straight, the two of them survived on half a bun and wild vegetable porridge. Song Qing's face was turning green from all the greens, but today brought even worse news. All the edible plants nearby had been picked clean, the bun was gone, and the little pit of water was drying up. "Let's go a bit deeper into the forest today," Song Yan said carefully, wiping his knife with his sleeve. "We might find new wild vegetables or maybe even some small animals." But neither of them looked hopeful. Everyone knew there might be food deep in the mountains, but also danger. The two of them often heard wolves howling late at night, so they waited until now to go in. "I'll carry the basket on my back. You take the small one," Song Yan said. He poured the last bit of water from the clay pot into a bottle, put on his pack, and got ready to leave. Song Qing's leg had scabbed over but wasn't fully healed yet, so she couldn't walk as fast as before. Since Song Yan was the man, he naturally took on more of the work. Song Qing understood and didn't argue. They hid the rest of their things, traveled light, and carefully headed into the deep forest. The mountain path was rough. After walking for an hour, the road became even harder, and the plants grew thicker. Song Qing crouched down in surprise. She had found something she recognized. "Song Yan, look, this is hatuinia. And wild onions too. But the onion leaves are all dried up. Maybe there's still something underground." Song Yan didn't look too happy. He really couldn't stand the smell of hatuinia. "Let's mark the spot and come back later," he said. "We should look around first and see if there's anything else to eat. We have to head back before dark." They had come into the mountains to find food they could take with them, since they would soon have to join the group of people fleeing the famine. "No matter what, we must return here before nightfall," he reminded her. Song Qing nodded and went off in another direction to search. Along the way, she saw many green plants, but she didn't have time to check them all. Rustle, a dark shadow flashed above her, and the branches shook. Startled, Song Qing froze. "Oh, it's just a squirrel. That scared me." She let out a long breath and patted her chest to calm down. The squirrel, seeing her, quickly ran away. Song Qing's eyes lit up. If there were squirrels here, there must be food nearby. Animals were much better at finding food than people, and they also needed to store it for winter. Excited, she searched around, but after a long time, she still found nothing and began to feel discouraged. Sitting down to rest, she looked up at the tall trees around her. She couldn't tell what kind they were, so she decided to climb one to get a better view. Ouch! She accidentally touched her injured leg. It still hurt a little, but she could manage. She had grown up at her grandmother's house and was quite good at climbing trees. By the time Song Qing climbed up the tree, she was already covered in sweat, her small face unusually flushed. Wow, that was exhausting. Not easy at all. Luckily, I haven't lost my skill. Still light as a feather, haha. It's just that I haven't had salt for so long. I feel weak and can barely climb. Muttering to herself, Song Qing held tightly to the trunk with one hand and shaded her eyes with the other. All she could see was endless greenery. After looking around for a while, she finally spotted her target, a small fuzzy ball growing at the top of a tree. Could that be a chestnut tree? Thinking of this, Song Qing felt so happy, she almost jumped. She hurried down the tree, eager to check it out.
Ouch.
Her leg hurt a little, but she ignored it, grabbed her basket, and rushed toward the tree. It looked close, but after walking for nearly 20 minutes, she finally saw the fuzzy balls on the ground. Only empty shells. She quickened her pace and reached the tree. Most of the shells on the ground were empty, and when she looked up, many of the fuzzy balls had turned brown, though some still held chestnuts inside. She broke off a branch, stripped away the extra twigs, and started climbing again, tying the basket around her waist. The lower part of the chestnut tree was smooth and hard to climb. Her leg ached once she got up, but she ignored the pain and placed the basket over her head. Yes, the basket wasn't for collecting chestnuts. It was her helmet. Using a stick, she knocked down the remaining fuzzy balls one by one. Many chestnuts fell, but some still clung tightly to the branches. Song Qing didn't mind. Before it got dark, she had to hurry. Maybe she could find more. After half an hour of knocking and tapping, she realized the only sound in the forest was her own. It was eerily quiet. Every now and then, she stopped to listen carefully, remembering that wolves still roamed these mountains. After hitting almost all the fuzzy balls, she climbed down and began picking up the chestnuts. Many had already been nibbled by insects or animals, but she didn't care. She put them all into her basket. They were full of starch, full of energy, definitely better at keeping her full than wild vegetables. Even the bad ones were better than eating tree roots. Song Qing worked carefully, even though her hands were pricked several times. She didn't stop. Alone in the deep forest, the atmosphere was frightening, but she kept moving fast, determined to gather every last chestnut. After more than an hour of searching, Song Qing thoroughly checked within 10 meters of the chestnut tree. Her basket was half full. The mountain chestnuts were small, but she was already quite satisfied.
Ding.
Wild, edible chestnuts detected, worth 16 coins per gene. Do you want to trade? Song Qing pouted. As expected, she had already learned about this marketplace. She decided to keep the chestnuts for herself since such filling food was hard to come by. Anyway, she couldn't take advantage of the marketplace. Maybe she could sell some wild vegetables. Small amounts add up. Trading food isn't worth it, but medicines and weapons are high quality and could save her life in emergencies. Although their prices are high, they are very valuable when needed. Song Yan said that even if she had money now, she might not be able to buy food, let alone medicines or weapons.
Ding.
Edible dandelions detected, worth 6 coins per gene. Do you want to trade? Trade successful. Sold 250 grams of dandelions for 3 coins. The coins have been added to the marketplace wallet.
Ding.
Edible mudweed detected. Song Qing put some old wild vegetables into the marketplace for trade, and better ones into her basket. She didn't dare sell too much because food in the marketplace is expensive and not worth it. She kept digging and walking back to the original spot. She sat down heavily, feeling that even Wang Baochuan had a hard life. Her basket was full, but wild vegetables shrink by more than half after boiling, so there weren't many left. Song Yan didn't know if she had any harvest, and she didn't see anyone around. The more she sat, the more she thought. She couldn't help but wonder if Song Yan had encountered a wolf or something similar. Song Qing shook her head firmly. No, I need to get busy. If I keep busy, I won't have time to think nonsense. She stood up again and pulled out all the green wild vegetables around her. Her marketplace wallet now had a pleasing balance of 17 coins. She was just 3 coins short of buying a steamed bun. That was great. In the big mountain, I dig, and I laugh happily at the endless fiddlehead ferns. Song Qing found a stick and dug up the fiddlehead ferns she saw earlier, humming a random song as she worked. Oh, this is so hard to dig. Why are there so many tangled roots? It would be so much easier if I had a hoe. Song Qing felt a bit helpless. She didn't know how the twisted root of the plant grew, tangled with the roots on the ground. She pulled for a long time, breaking many roots, and was so annoyed she almost gave up. What are you doing? Song Yan saw her lying on the ground, muttering with her bottom sticking up from the dirt. His familiar voice made Song Qing quickly turn around, and her eyes lit up. You actually caught a rabbit. Oh my gosh, you're so amazing, Song Yan. Yes, Song Yan was holding a small, thin rabbit. It looked tiny and skinny, but it was still meat. Her obvious admiration and envy made Song Yan's ears turn red. He lowered his head a little, pretending to stay calm, and started changing the subject casually. Why are you lying here? His face was so dirty that you couldn't see any expression. It was normal for Song Qing to be used to his pretending to be mature look. I was digging for the twisted root, but all I found were tree roots. It's so hard to dig. I only managed to get these 2 roots after a long time. She finished, threw the broken branch in her hand aside, feeling a bit overwhelmed and ready to stop digging. Suddenly, she was unexpectedly pushed aside. Hey, what are you doing? Song Qing almost fell into the dirt when he pushed her, and she got a little angry. Did this kid just run off after catching a rabbit? Not respecting teammates. Song Yen didn't have time to pay attention to her. He carefully examined the piece of root he had pulled out, then tore off a bit and tasted it. You. Song Qing was surprised. Wait, can you eat this root? Soybean sprout. You're so amazing. This is kudzu root. Song Yen grabbed her arm excitedly and shook her. He had been searching for a long time and couldn't find it, but she found it instantly. With meat and kudzu root, they could have food on their way down the mountain. Song Qing was also surprised. Is this thing really kudzu root? So thin? She suddenly realized and looked at the boy with a frown. Wait, what do you call me? Soybean sprout? What kind of joke is that? At this moment, Song Yen was so happy he didn't care about hierarchy. You've got a small head and a skinny body underneath, just like a soybean sprout, one long, thin root under a bean. Song Qing didn't expect him to say that about her. She glared at him angrily for a while, teeth clenched. Song Yen touched his nose and said, Stop glaring at me. Don't call me that anymore, okay? Quickly dig out that kudzu root. It's a good thing, or it'll be dark soon. Song Qing squinted and smiled slightly. From now on, I'll call you Stone. Hee hee. Song Yen, the ink stone, is just a stone, and he's also as cold and hard as a stubborn rock. Song Qing didn't think her actions were childish at all. She kept calling out, Stone, move over there a little. Stone, don't dig it too deep. Hey, Stone, watch out. Song Yen felt like this person's smile was stepping on his face, so he glared at her fiercely until she quieted down and stopped. Humph. Why are you so fierce? Song Qing lowered her head and muttered softly, still busy with her work. By sunset, they had dug out that small piece of kudzu root. Without tools, their work was very slow. Both Song Yan's basket and Song Qing's basket were full. They groped their way back to the cave. It was too dark now, and only a little water was left in the bottle. They couldn't go to the stream to fetch water and filter it. Song Qing took away some wild vegetables and took out a handful of chestnuts to give to Song Yan. Looks like boiling water is out of the question. Just eat these. Song Yan took them and, in the firelight, saw the chestnuts in his hand. He suddenly looked up. You found wild chestnuts too. He had seen her carrying a basket of wild vegetables earlier and thought she only found vegetables, but he didn't expect she also found chestnuts. At her uncle's house before, he often couldn't get enough to eat, but he frequently went into the mountains to find wild chestnuts, catching wild birds and rabbits to add to his meals. Song Qing huffed proudly. She thought, haha, I've got a bit of luck too. She peeled a chestnut and put it in her mouth. It was sweet with a little bitterness, and the shell wasn't completely peeled off. She decided to toss some into the fire to roast, so they'd be easier to peel once cooked. Feeling the sweetness of the chestnuts, Song Yen rarely was so generous. He ate a handful greedily, just enough to feel somewhat full. After finishing their meal, they lay down happily. Song Qing rubbed her belly contentedly. If only she could eat like this every day, she'd be very happy. Realizing her own thoughts, she smiled blankly and closed her eyes. In just a few days, a handful of chestnuts could make her feel satisfied. Human adaptability is truly amazing. Since you are here, you might as well accept it. The pain from being hit has made her subconsciously accept that she cannot go back, and maybe that's not a bad thing. If she keeps holding on to memories, she will never move forward. Song sure to. Dia, are you feeling itchy? Song Yen's tone is a bit sinister. Song Qing isn't afraid of him. She swings her dark little feet, rests her hands behind her head, and chews on a blade of grass. Shall we eat chestnuts and rabbit stew tomorrow? She seems carefree and unconcerned, but her tone reveals a hint of nervousness. Knowing Song Yan's stinginess, it's not impossible for him to cut a piece of rabbit meat and cook a pot of meat broth. She really wants to eat something dry. Song Yan also wants to eat. Hearing her talk makes him almost drool. He swallows and rests his hands under his head. Let's go again tomorrow. If we find it, we'll come back in the evening and eat. He had a good experience going into the mountains today and can't help but want to go again because food is so rare. Song Yan can't help but feel a bit hopeful. Since he didn't encounter danger today, maybe the place he went into wasn't very deep, so it wasn't that dangerous? When Song Qing heard this, She knew there was hope and ignored the words, "find," altogether. "That's settled then. You still remember it's settled?" Song Yen jokingly teased her, but there was a hint of suspicion in his tone. He tilted his head to look in her direction. It's very dark, and Song Qing knows he can't see her expression clearly, but she feels a bit nervous for no reason. Is he doubting her? At middle school age, with so many thoughts? I heard it from others. Am I wrong in what I learned? She pretends to be relaxed, but relaxes inside. Anyway, he doesn't know the original owner, so whatever I say is fine. No evidence to prove otherwise. Yes, your memory is good. You're quite quick to learn. Song Yen stops asking further and casually praises her. Song Qing takes him seriously. Of course. I'm very smart. The two chat casually, not knowing who fell asleep first. As late autumn arrives, it gets colder in the mountains. Song Qing is awakened by the cold. She opens her eyes to see the sky still dim, and as she sits up, Song Yen also opens his eyes. He finally relaxed when he saw who was making the noise. He has always been very cautious when sleeping, afraid that his older uncle might sell him, so he doesn't sleep too deeply. On the run from famine, he is even more careful. Go fetch water first. I'll handle the rabbit. Once I'm done, we can leave. Seeing that he was awake, Song Qing took out a small knife to skin the rabbit. The scene was bloody, so she quickly hugged Tao Gu and ran away. Her body was a bit stiff from the cold, but after walking for a while, she started to warm up. Recently, she had been working during the day and felt okay, even sweating sometimes. But at night, it was getting colder and colder. What would she do in winter? The water was almost gone. Only a thin layer remained. Today, the water was more muddy than usual after filtering. When Song Qing carried the water back, Song Yen had already finished processing the rabbit. He buried it carefully, wrapped in animal hide and dry leaves. He was afraid animals might come to eat or carry it away when they weren't looking, and that would make him very angry. Let's go. The two of them prepared their tools and headed into the mountains, but today they changed direction, staying around the same area. While digging wild vegetables, Song Qing secretly traded in the market, saving up 35 coins. Besides vegetables, she also found about 2 jin of acorns. Wild pigs in the mountains love to eat them. Life was getting better, and she was finally eating food that pigs eat. But these acorns seemed very bitter. She decided to boil and soak them to see if they would taste better. Her grandmother always used this method to handle bitter vegetables. Today, Song Yen was clearly less lucky than yesterday. He searched all day, but couldn't find small edible food. He held a spicy strip of snack in his hand, making Song Qing stay at a distance. Yes, she had eaten it before, but it still gave her goosebumps and made her afraid. Song Yen also helped Song Qing search the ground for acorns. Although he thought they were hard to swallow, they were better than gnawing on tree roots. A cry made both of them suddenly alert and ready for action. Run. Song Yen, carrying a basket on his back, grabbed Song Qing with one hand and picked up the basket with the other, then ran back along the way they came. Halfway there, they saw the huge wild pig getting closer, so they had to run in the opposite direction as fast as they could. Song Qing was pulled along and dared not look back. She tried her best to keep up with Song Yen, and after running for a while, they finally stopped to rest. There are still such large wild boars in these mountains. Song Qing feels a bit out of breath. It's her first time seeing a wild boar. Wow, those 2 tusks look like they could make a hole with just one touch. She used to think she might be able to hunt a wild boar to try, but who would dare now? Song Yen is also scared, but more than that, he's frustrated. He's still too young. If he were a few years older, he would definitely try hard to catch one. Maybe he could really succeed. If he did, they wouldn't go hungry for a long time. But unfortunately, he's not ready now. That wild boar was probably here to eat. Song Qing is surprised. After a couple of seconds, she looks at the acorns in the basket. She stole their food, but luckily she ran fast. She's a bit scared now. Will it come back and chase us? Song Yen shakes his head. It probably hasn't noticed us for now, but we should go back quickly. If the wild boar finds out the food is gone, it might go crazy. There could be other big animals here too. Let's go and find a way to circle back to the cave. Song Yan hands the basket back to Song Qing and starts carefully checking his surroundings, also looking for edible food. Walking like this, they find a few more yellow roots. Song Qing has never seen this before. Song Yan carefully wipes the dirt off the yellow roots. They're a good thing. There used to be a pharmacy in town that bought them. He heard that they can strengthen the body, which is just right for their current condition. After wandering around for a while, they finally circle back to the cave. It's night now, completely dark. Song Qing is thinking about eating chestnut stew with rabbit later. She's in such a good mood, she starts humming. Today is a good day, everything I wish for can come true. She puts down the basket and turns to see Song Yan holding 2 flint stones, standing there like a sculpture. She's a bit confused. What's wrong with him? Has he changed his mind? Is he still upset? Halfway through her words, she freezes. She quickly looks around the cave and confirms there's no firewood. We forgot to gather firewood. Song Yan looks a bit helpless and shrugs. When he noticed this problem just now, he was also a bit stunned. They've been walking in the mountains for 2 days. All they see are edible things like glowing green in their eyes, but they forgot about firewood. No, please don't tell me. I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat, I really want to eat meat. Song Qing was really starting to feel overwhelmed. She grabbed a handful of her messy hair, feeling more irritated now than after the few times she had been scolded. She had been thinking about that piece of meat all day and night. Song Yan was also a bit annoyed, but now that it was dark, he hesitated and said, "Maybe we should wait until tomorrow." "No way, I must eat that piece of meat today." Song Qing interrupted him quickly. She had a habit of looking forward to things she had already promised herself would happen. If something unexpected occurred, she still needed to see it through, even if the process was tough. She had been waiting so long for that meat. Even if she went to gather firewood and cook it now, she might get exhausted, and her happiness would decrease.
But
she had to eat it no matter what. Otherwise, she would remember this moment forever. Her mother used to call her stubborn for things like this. "I'll go find some firewood." Seeing her leave, Song Yan quickly followed. He also wanted to eat, but he wasn't as determined as her. They walked a while in the dark, searching for about half an hour before they found a bundle of firewood. By then, the moon was high in the sky. Song Qing used 2 sticks to poke at the rabbit meat in the clay pot. She knew how to cook, but she hadn't done it much, and she wasn't very skilled. Without oil, she cut a small piece of rabbit fat to fry with the meat. She was afraid to fry the oil first because the pot might crack. So, she just stirred everything together and boiled it in water. Song Yan also sliced some yellow ginseng and added it. Since there were no seasonings, she looked through her basket and found a few wild green onions to add, just to remove the smell. Song Yan was unusually generous. They stewed a rabbit leg, and the remaining meat was hung over the fire to smoke. The rabbit was small and lean, so there wasn't much meat. The rest of the yellow ginseng was sliced and dried on a stone near the fire. These were stored supplies. The aroma slowly spread. Both of them slowed down their actions and stared at the soup in the pot. It had been so long since they last saw oil or fat. The last time was with that snake meat, and they had forgotten the taste. Finally, when they thought the chestnuts were cooked, Song Yan placed the clay pot on some leaves to cool. They didn't have bowls, so they ate directly from the pot. This was the first meal they could eat with chopsticks. Song Qing was the first to pick up a piece of rabbit meat and put it in her mouth. It was so hot that she had to chew it carefully, but she didn't want to spit it out. The taste was surprisingly delicious, with a slight earthy flavor. I'm not sure if it's due to the water or the rabbit itself. The remaining flavor was a hint of sweetness from the meat and chestnuts. The texture wasn't as fibrous as lean meat, nor as soft as fatty meat. It was a bit chewy, but overall it was pretty good. I took a bite of the chestnuts, so tasty. The only problem was that I didn't have enough time to enjoy it fully, and it wasn't as fluffy as I wanted, but it still smelled wonderful. I looked up at Song Yan. He was also eating happily, silent, but with precise aim as he used a stick made from a branch to pick up food. The dried chestnuts and rabbit meat were finished quickly by both of them. Their focused eyes and accurate hands were impressive. Rabbit meat has little fat, and the broth only had a few tiny oil spots on the surface. Once tasted, they shared and finished it all in no time. Honestly, it's quite sweet and fresh, but it's missing salt. That's a shame. Song Qing put down the clay pot and gave her final, satisfied comment on the meal. Yeah, maybe later we can find some salt when we pass through a town. Song Yin also thought adding salt would make the food taste better. Besides, not eating salt makes you feel weak all over. Probably because they finally ate the meat they had been craving, they slept very well that night. However, they woke up cold in the morning. Today, Song Qing and Song Yen planned to turn all their food into portable dried rations so they wouldn't attract attention. This kudzu root can be ground into powder. Song Qing examined the root, which looked like a tree branch. Kudzu is quite nutritious. Her idea was quickly rejected by Song Yen. No need to wash it, just eat it as it is. Safe. Song Yen looked at her puzzled, then explained that since they are young and weak, eating less makes them less likely to attract trouble. Song Qing understood and didn't insist. They worked all day, steaming the chestnuts and mixing wild vegetables into small vegetable balls, about the size of a marble. This smells so good. The vegetable balls with chestnuts were much thicker and more filling. The more she made, the more she wanted to eat. This task was a real test of willpower. Unfortunately, breakfast was already eaten, and each of them only had a small vegetable ball and a thin strip of rabbit meat. Yes, Song Yen was unusually generous. As they prepared to leave, they needed to have some food in their stomachs, or they wouldn't be able to walk far. Who knows what might happen on the way down the mountain? They needed to store food, but if they couldn't defend it, it might be stolen. So, they didn't need to be overly frugal at this moment. The remaining rabbits were torn into small strips of meat and hidden in the basket and on the two people's bodies because these things were very rare. Song Qing secretly looked to see if there was a way to store things in the marketplace. Good news. There are storage lockers. Bad news. They are too expensive, costing at least 1 or 2 silver coins per month. 1 or 2 silver coins could buy a lot of medicine or steamed buns. They couldn't afford it. The vegetable dumplings were made very small, about 1 bite each. She made over 30 of them. The color, due to oxidation of chestnuts and wild vegetables, looked dark, kind of like a strange snack. Song Qing was disgusted by her own imagination and shook her head, then looked at other food. The rabbits were divided into 3 parts, 1 in the basket, and 2 carried by Song Qing and Song Yen. Guggen root was carried in the basket, along with a clay pot. The 2 took turns carrying things. Song Yen didn't plan to carry everything alone. The rabbit skins and water bottles were at the bottom of the basket. The water in the pit had been filtered, and they could just fill both bottles. That day, the 2 of them went to bed early, as soon as it was dark, to rest and prepare for traveling the next day. Before dawn, Song Yen sat up and nudged the person beside him. Song Qing, still sleepy, got up. By dawn, they had already left the mountain. They were about to enter the official road. They secretly ate a wild vegetable dumpling before heading onto the main road. Song Qing had never seen an ancient official road before. It looked like the dirt roads in rural modern areas. She gained a deeper understanding of the living standards of the people in this world. It seemed that this world, which doesn't exist in history, was not as prosperous as the Tang or Song dynasties. This meant that the original owner, now her, Song Qing, might find it even harder to improve her living conditions in the future. Her mind was full of messy thoughts, but she didn't dare slow down her steps. On the road, they only saw a ragged old man and a child squatting next to a corpse, sobbing so hard that they couldn't even make a sound. Song Qing felt a little pity, but was pulled by Song Yan's sleeve to leave. It was too tragic. They hadn't seen many living people along the way. There were many corpses and suspicious mounds of earth that looked like graves. If someone is family, they will bury the dead on the spot because bodies can't be taken away, Song Yan explained, noticing her curious stare at the mounds. Song Qing was silent. Her mood was no longer as happy as before. Why haven't we met many people along the way? Song Yan had previously told her that the journey was full of harshness, but the reality was a bit different from her imagination. Things being stolen right after they left the mountain. This is an official road. Most people are kidnapped and robbed in the woods. We're already far behind, so the people behind us are mostly the weak, sick, and old. In front of Song Yan was endless yellow land. He quickened his pace, knowing he had to find a place to rest before dark. Song Qing suddenly understood, but she wasn't disappointed. Instead, she hoped everything could stay peaceful. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. Compared to most people, after resting for several days, the two of them still moved fairly quickly. They sped up, and gradually, more people appeared on the road. Many looked at the backpack on Song Yan's back, their eyes filled with curiosity they couldn't hide. Song Yan took out a sharpened wooden stick and handed one to Song Qing. His fierce gaze made no one dare to act maliciously. His eyes were as fierce as a wolf cub's, which discouraged some from trying anything, but a few still held hope. Even the fiercest, they were just two children. They were silently calculating how much food the two carried and whether it was enough to risk a confrontation. After all, the freshly sharpened wooden sticks made it obvious that the two had weapons. Song Qing felt a bit of danger and didn't dare to act rashly or show her fear, as that would put her at a disadvantage. She clenched her wooden stick and glared back fiercely, imitating Song Yan, but it didn't help much. If Song Yan was as fierce as a wolf cub, she was like a naive, clear-sighted husky. They didn't dare to rush forward aggressively, conserving their strength and staying alert for any challenge. The few eyes watching them had no intention of attacking now. A cold wind blew past, and Song Qing felt her face sting. Her clothes, which didn't quite fit, also let the wind through. She put on the clothes she had taken from the village, as she couldn't bear the cold. The road ahead seemed endless. Carrying the backpack, she felt her steps getting heavier, as if weighed down by a few stones. Ow! She accidentally stepped on a stone, twisting her ankle and nearly falling. Luckily, Song Yan grabbed her just in time. "Watch your step." Song Yan started to feel a bit annoyed with her. He had only handed her the basket for 2 hours, and she was already walking like she had a turtle shell on her back. Song Qing looked at him with a mix of worry and annoyance. She knew herself well. She was worried about the food falling out, but her annoyance was directed at herself. She smiled shyly and said, "I didn't expect there to be a stone here suddenly." Song Yan looked at her with some helplessness and reached out to pull on the strap over her shoulder. "Let me carry it." This time, Song Qing really felt a bit embarrassed, but she didn't dare to refuse. She was truly exhausted. They had been walking in the mountains for almost 2 hours. The mountain trip was supposed to take 4 hours. She could only carry the basket for about half an hour more, which was already more than her usual monthly exercise. From Song Yan's expression of dislike, she knew she was still too weak compared to the local people. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll remember your kindness. You're like my big brother for life." Song Yan didn't accept her flattery and silently took the basket, switching it to his back. He was tired too, but rural folks often walk for hours on mountain paths, and they could endure it. "Watch your step here. If you twist your ankle, don't expect me to carry you. I might just leave you behind." Song Qing didn't mind his threat. Over time, she realized that sometimes Song Yan's words sounded harsh, but he was actually kind-hearted inside. He wasn't bad to his own people, but he was quite strict with outsiders and enemies. All right, I get it. You're so naggy." She quickened her pace and walked ahead of him, showing she was fine. Song Yan sighed inwardly, wondering if he had been too gentle lately, making her think he was nagging. Another hour passed. Song Qing wasn't carrying anything anymore, and just walking was already difficult. She looked miserable and said, "We should stop and rest. I really can't go on." Song Yan was also feeling tired. He nodded and led Song Qing to a tree by the side of the road to sit down. The people who had been watching them from a distance also stopped and sat nearby. Song Yan pretended not to see them, and Song Qing didn't dare to look around, afraid that if their eyes met, the others might come over. "Here, take this." Song Qing was handed a piece of kudzu root, still dirty from the ground, the oldest kind. She looked at Song Yan blankly. "Don't stare. Eat this. It's lunch." Song Yan didn't lift his eyelids. He used a stone to smash the piece of arrowroot in his hand a few times, then tore it open and chewed it. Those people liked watching, so let them watch. Anyway, he didn't plan to take out water to drink, so they could follow all they wanted. Seeing him eat without changing his expression, and noticing the cold look in the eyes of those watching, Song-ching quickly understood that he didn't want to show off their wealth. He took the stone he had used, smashed the arrowroot again like a pattern, then tore it into thin strips and chewed. The taste was really not good. It was like sugarcane pulp squeezed dry, mixed with some muddy-tasting sweet potato mash, but not much. It only had a little powdery texture and wasn't sweet, just earthy and fishy. He comforted himself by thinking it was like chewing gum. Song-ching chewed for a long time before finally spitting out the residue and taking a new bite. Seeing the two of them slowly chew on their roots without even drinking water, the surrounding people looked disappointed. Just as they were about to keep watching, suddenly, a sound came from afar, catching everyone's attention. A donkey cart was slowly moving along the road, with about 10 or so people following behind, some pushing carts, some carrying baskets, mostly young men and women with only a few women mixed in. They were all dressed very ragged, but at least better than the two empty-handed people, with only a bundle. The men who had been watching Song Yan and Song Qing's group now looked excited and decided to give up their target, turning to follow the group instead. The donkey passed in front of Song Qing, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. Song Qing squinted, holding the unfinished arrowroot, looking envious. Still watching? Your eyes are about to pop out. Song Yan also felt a bit jealous, but when he saw how useless Song Qing looked, his sharp tongue flared up again. Song Qing wasn't doing anything wrong or falling behind now, so he confidently rolled his eyes and snapped back. What's it to you? It's not your cart, so mind your own business. Fine, I won't care about you. Song Yan pouted and shot him a white eye, then tore a piece of arrowroot and put it in his mouth. Don't think a donkey cart is a good thing. It's too eye-catching with a bunch of people following behind. I guess something will happen sooner or later. Who knows how long that donkey will last? Song Qing hesitated when he said this. Maybe not. If they have the ability to buy a donkey, they should also be able to protect it. Otherwise, how did they get here? Plus, didn't you see? Most of those people are grown men, all fighters. The journey was really boring and tiring. When they saw a new donkey, they started discussing it excitedly. Song Yan squinted and smiled mischievously. That's not always true. When outnumbered, strength alone isn't enough. Sometimes you have to take risks to get ahead. Even if it's dangerous, risking everything might be the only way to avoid starving. Watching him, Song Qing felt more and more strange. It seemed like his views were a bit off. Why do you care so much about their problems? It feels like you're secretly happy when they get into trouble. Song Yan's smile froze. His lips curled up briefly, then fell. How did he end up revealing his true thoughts? I didn't mean that. I was just arguing with you. He looked a little uncomfortable. His father named him Yan, hoping he would be honest, polite, knowledgeable, and steady. Has he really become that kind of person now? A gentleman? Let's go. We need to find a new place to rest before it gets dark. Suddenly, he stood up, carrying a basket, and started walking. Song Qing felt like he might have embarrassed himself, so he said nothing and kept walking. As night fell, they saw a large group of people camping on an open field. Song Yan and Song Qing watched carefully from the shadows. It looked like a group of exiles being escorted by government officers. There were about 10 officers, each with a big sword at their waist. The escort team was large, over 100 people, with carts and horses. Most of these people usually stayed overnight at relay stations along the way. It seemed that a drought had hit the area, and the stations had collapsed, forcing them to camp in the wild. After thinking for a while, Song Yan decided to avoid the group and look for a new place to rest. The officers were all armed and fierce, experienced in violence, and difficult to deal with. He preferred to find a wealthy family with guards or a village fleeing together, as they might be safer or easier to settle in. Even if they followed from afar, it would be safer. The villagers or guards might accept them, and settling down would be simpler. Unfortunately, they hadn't seen such groups all day. After searching for a while, Song Yan found a spot hidden behind a large rock where they could at least see the main road, but not the people. After walking all day, I was exhausted and didn't dare to light a fire when I sat down. The two of us sat close together, sharing 2 wild vegetable buns and a few pieces of dried rabbit meat. The water had been boiled, so we drank it directly, but cautiously. Each of us took only 2 sips. With only 2 bottles of water left, we could only last 4 or 5 days, and we still didn't know when we'd find a water source. Song Qing's balance was enough to buy water, but she didn't want to take it out. Although she trusted Song Yan, she didn't dare tell him everything. After a simple meal, we didn't talk much. Song Qing felt that as soon as she stopped, her whole body would hurt, and her legs seemed numb. "Come here, let me massage you." Her sudden words left Song Qing a bit stunned. "Young man, are you that kind-hearted? Could it be that you're trying to break my leg while pretending to help? But if I refuse, won't that make me seem ungrateful?" It was too dark for Song Yan to see her expression clearly, but he understood her fear from her hesitation. A slight smirk appeared on his face, a teasing smile. He chuckled softly, then suddenly pulled Song Qing's leg toward him and pressed hard. Duh. Song Qing's scream, like a pig being slaughtered, was cut off as a hand covered her mouth mercilessly. The boy's voice, half smiling, said, "Don't scream. If you attract others, you'll be in trouble." While speaking, he increased the pressure, massaging the tense muscles on her leg. "If I wasn't worried you'd be too tired to walk tomorrow and slow me down, I wouldn't care. I was just trying to help you, but you didn't appreciate it." After finally massaging her leg, Song Qing was numb, her eyes blank, tears streaming down her face as she looked utterly miserable. Ugh. Song sure too. "Are you sure you're not just venting your anger?" Song Yan spread his hands, looking innocent. "You're the one biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good deed." Song Qing sat up, sneering coldly, giving him a malicious look. "Since that's the case, reciprocate. I'll give you a massage too. Just wait and see. I won't let you get away with it." Song Yan wouldn't be so foolish as to invite trouble. Without hesitation, he refused her kindness and massaged his own leg. That sneaky little kid with a brain full of tricks. You're definitely going to stay short." Seeing he wouldn't fall for her trap, Song Qing muttered softly in frustration. Song Yan's hearing was good. He immediately heard everything and mocked her with full sarcasm. "Do you want to look at yourself? I am just a little kid, and you are a not-so-bright blonde girl. Even if I sell you, I won't get a good price. A little kid?" His birthday had just passed, and he was only 14. At his age, in a few years, he would be married in the countryside. Yet she called herself a child. In this dynasty, men and women usually married after turning 15. Many were engaged between 10 and 15, and only those from very wealthy families or students would get engaged early and wait until they were older to marry after achieving success in their careers or studies. Of course, those from poor families or with no connections didn't count. Regardless of gender, anyone over 16 had to pay full taxes, while those under 16 paid half. This is one reason why girls were often married off before they turned 16. Song Qing's mouth twitched. Truly, kind words warm the winter, but harsh words hurt like summer heat. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the bed, closed her eyes, and didn't want to see this sharp-tongued man or the dark world anymore. Song Yan listened to Song Qing's carefree snoring and crossed his arms. He always felt that behind her poor appearance, her soul seemed especially pure, like a pampered young lady from a wealthy family in a play, unaware of the hardships of the world. But then he thought that description wasn't quite right. He had never seen a daughter of a wealthy family, but those women also depended on their fathers or husbands. Song Qing, though simple and straightforward, had her own opinions. She wasn't entirely like the village women or his mother, who relied on men. She wanted to rely on herself all along, but it wasn't dependence. It was more like companionship. He could sense that her words and some subconscious thoughts were unlike anything he'd seen in village women. He thought it was because he had been away from books too long and lacked the knowledge to describe Song Qing. But he didn't realize it wasn't about his education. Song Qing's soul was from another era entirely. Her personality and values were shaped by a completely different society, one he could never have imagined. He couldn't figure it out, but he never stopped observing her. At the hour of the ox, around 1 to 3 a.m., Song Qing was awakened to take her turn on guard duty. She had already been trained by Song Yen, so she no longer fell asleep while guarding as she used to. Song Yen did not lie down. He leaned against a rock, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Song Qing sat beside him, bored, pulling at the dry grass under her feet. Without someone nearby, it would be quite scary. When dawn broke, Song Yen opened his eyes and realized he was resting on her shoulder. He quickly sat up straight, feeling a bit shy, and looked into Song Qing's smiling eyes. "You're awake now. Good morning. Maybe it's time to get breakfast ready, hee. Song Yen looked at her with a mischievous smile, his eyes only focused on food. The redness on his ears had just faded before he silently took out 4 wild vegetable dumplings and handed 2 to Song Qing. Song Qing was very happy. She had earned this after being his pillow for so long. They finished breakfast quickly, stretched their stiff bodies, and continued their journey. Today's path was even harder. Song Qing felt her sweat mix with dust, her eyes almost unable to stay open. She felt like a zombie, moving mechanically without thinking. "Let's switch." Suddenly, Song Yen spoke. Song Qing thought he couldn't carry the load anymore, so she silently took the basket on her back. As she watched Song Yen hide his dagger in his sleeve, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Before she could ask, Song Yen leaned in close and whispered, "When we reach that fork in the road ahead, we'll go into the woods. You run ahead and find a safe place to hide. Don't look back." Song Qing was confused. She instinctively looked around but was suddenly stopped by Song Yan's hand around her neck, making her unable to move. She realized for the first time that Song Yan was much taller than her, more than a head taller. But now wasn't the time to think about that. "We're being watched. I can handle it. Your job is to protect the food. That's very important." His tone was serious, but his dirty face showed no emotion. To outsiders, it looked like he was too exhausted to walk and needed help. Song Qing nodded, promising to protect the supplies. But in her eyes, she couldn't help feeling worried about Song Yen. As they moved toward the woods by the roadside, a few people followed behind. She didn't dare look back. When she heard Song Yan's command, "Run," she pushed herself to run forward with all her strength. "Damn it, that kid found us. Quickly, catch that girl, so she can't run away." The angry shouts behind her were full of malice and rage. Song Qing couldn't help but turn her head and see Song Yen stepping in to block them. Tears streamed down her face, but she dared not look back again. Her only thought was to run fast. She absolutely couldn't let them get the food. After running for a while, Song Qing found a thick patch of grass. She pushed aside the plants and crawled inside. The dry grass was still sharp, cutting her face with tiny, invisible scratches that stung badly. But she didn't dare come out. Who knew if there were other people besides those chasing her? She crouched in the grass, waiting for a long time. Neither Song Yen nor anyone else appeared. Waiting felt very long and painful. Finally, she couldn't hold back her worry and decided to go back and check. What if Song Yen was hurt? Someone needed to help him. The thought made her fear and anxiety grow bigger and bigger. In her mind, she imagined scenes of several men beating up Song Yen and tearing him apart.
But what could she do about that?
She couldn't carry him back as free supplies for others. She thought of something and opened the shop. The smallest storage locker cost at least 1 tael of silver per month. She only had 35 coins. Could she rent it for just 1 day with 33 coins? The shop seemed to sense her idea. Small account storage locker can be rented daily for 100 coins. "Would you like to rent?" That was so unfair. She only had 35 coins in total, and renting for a day costs so much. Short-term rental is more expensive. Longer rentals are more cost-effective. Song Qing sighed. "Thanks a lot. You're so considerate, huh? Can I rent it temporarily? Anyway, any kind of rental is fine, right? Look at how poor I am. Be kind, please." Your fancy shop must have this feature. Song Qing felt numb. She couldn't even afford a 1-day rental. Could she just store her things temporarily? The shop either was speechless or froze. After a long pause, a message appeared. Small account storage locker can be rented hourly for 10 coins. Would you like to rent? Her balance only allowed her to rent for 3 hours. She was too poor, but she had no choice. She could only rent it for now. Rent, rent, rent. The small storage locker in the mall is about the size of a 20-inch suitcase. However, Song-ching doesn't have many belongings. She places the kudzu root into a clay pot, then adds other items, finally stuffing Barseba's things in as best as she can. But the basket and basket are too full to fit, so she can only hide them nearby. After organizing the supplies, Song-ching sees no one around. She picks up a wooden spike and runs wildly back toward the way she came. When she rushes back, she sees Song Yen confronting 3 men. The situation seems tense and stuck. She notices 3 people lying on the ground, probably defeated by Song Yen. They're alive but injured and can't get up. The fight is going better than she expected, but she notices Song Yan's hand trembling as he holds a dagger. His face still looks fierce, but it's clear he's hurt too. He's exhausted and almost can't hold on. "Stinky girl, you dare to come back? Be smart and hand over the food. Maybe we'll let you go with your life." The man sees Song-ching returning first. When Song Yen hears this, he also notices her. His eyes show surprise, but when he sees her empty-handed, his expression quickly turns anxious and worried. "Why did you come back again?" Actually, he wants to ask about the basket. Did this girl lose her things? Or hide them? How stupid. There's no safe place on this road. If someone finds her hiding, it's all over. If I don't come back, you'll get beaten to death. The food isn't lost. Don't worry. Now isn't the time for chatting, but seeing his red eyes and anxious look, she can't help but explain a little. "Since you're so clueless, today I'll teach you 2 little brats a lesson." One man on the other side finishes speaking and rushes forward. Song-ching is very nervous, but she tightly grips her wooden spike, not daring to step back. Fortunately, they all have weapons. Though they're young, the people fleeing hardship are usually weak, but still able to fight. "Bean Sprout, stop him." One of the men is clever. While the other 2 are fighting Song-ching, he secretly runs away. He heads toward the direction Song-ching came from, clearly trying to find her hidden basket ahead. Song Yan's eyes nearly burst with anger as a man dragged her, preventing her from escaping. She watched helplessly as the man ran away. Feeling so anxious, she wished she had Neza's 3 heads and 6 arms to stop him. At this moment, Song-ching dared not be distracted. She stabbed at the approaching man but only hit his shoulder, which didn't stop him from moving forward. Hearing this, she didn't have time to care about his words or anger. She pulled out a wooden spike and continued stabbing at the man's leg. Can't stop him. She still didn't dare aim for vital spots, but the wooden spike was only sharp enough for the first hit. Afterward, it was less effective. Someone grabbed her hair, and the fear of being controlled by the mighty god of combat made her panic. In the next moment, she kicked hard between the man's legs. A kick to the groin is every man's worst nightmare. The man fell to the ground howling in pain. Song Yen also finished off another man, stabbing 2 more times into his leg, then quickly pulled Song-ching forward to chase after the fleeing man. He was anxious, worried about finding food. If someone stole their supplies in the wild, how could they survive? He just hoped the man hadn't found what he was looking for, or if he had, he hadn't run far yet.
"Stop."
"It's this one." Song-ching was dragged by him, her feet flailing as she almost ran past the target. She quickly grabbed the person and stopped him. "Look over there." She pointed to the bushes where there seemed to be some movement. Song Yen quietly approached with a stick, and sure enough, the man was inside. He had just arrived after searching around. Seeing the bushes, he quickly dove in, but all he found were empty baskets and baskets. He carefully examined the ground, guessing if the items had been buried by Song-ching. Suddenly, he was struck on the head and collapsed. At this moment, Song-ching didn't follow Song Yen. She believed he would succeed with a sneak attack. She needed to find a place to retrieve the items during this brief window. Otherwise, she would have to perform a remote retrieval in front of Song Yen, wasting precious time and money. "Shop, take out the items for me." Item retrieved. Temporary rental time, 43 minutes and 50 seconds.
Fee, 8 coins.
Welcome to rent again. Song-ching counted on her fingers, surprised that she was being shortchanged again. Recently, she suspected this shop was a cunning merchant with a mind of its own, but she had no proof. Without her backpack, Song Qing held the clay pot with one hand and used her clothes to hold the other scattered items, struggling to find Song Yan. Right now, Song Yan was feeling sad. Their backpacks and baskets were beside him, but everything inside was gone. He thought someone had stolen their things, lowered his head in disappointment, and felt numb from his injuries.
Song Yan.
Come help me. Oh, it's falling, it's falling. Song Qing watched a vegetable ball almost roll onto the ground, looking very anxious. But both her hands were busy, and she was extremely worried. Song Yan quickly walked over to her, so excited that he didn't know which hand or item to hold without breaking her balance. Hold my clothes. Let me put down the clay pot first. Together, they struggled to squat down. Song Qing set down the clay pot, took her clothes to sit on the ground, and sighed in relief. She didn't notice the strange look from the person beside her. At this moment, Song Yan only felt his blood rushing to his head, and a white shape kept flashing in his mind. He looked at Song Qing unconsciously. She had put down her things, shook her clothes, and covered her skin. He let out a breath of relief. The next moment, he heard her shouting and pulling at him. Song Yan, you won't believe it. None of our stuff is lost. I hid things really well. No one can find them. Song Yan lowered his eyes, hiding his discomfort, and looked at the things on the ground. Sure enough, they were all still there. Yeah, you're really clever. He instinctively said the words Song Qing often told him. Song Qing was overjoyed, feeling like her headache suddenly didn't hurt as much. Hee, I'm not completely useless either. She happily took back her backpack and packed everything. At this moment, she noticed a strand of hair falling. Oh my gosh, my hair. Damn it, I already have little hair, and now so much is pulled out. What if I go bald? Song Qing looked sad as she tried to comb her hair, pulling out quite a few strands. Since crossing over to this time, she hadn't seen what her original face looked like. Because she hadn't washed her face and didn't dare to, Song Yan said they should keep consistent with others, especially since she was still a young girl. But with her poor diet and hard work since childhood, her body looked underdeveloped. If her hair was also bald, she would definitely look very ugly. The main character is already 13.5 years old, but still hasn't gotten her period. Song Qing feels unsure whether to be happy or worried about this. Let's rest for a while. We won't travel today. After calming down, Song Yan also feels pain in his body. But he's used to it. Injuries like this happen often during their escape journey, every few days. Song Qing looks at the sky. It's already afternoon, about an hour less than usual for their travel. They decide to spend the night in a nearby grass patch. It's hard for others to see them, so it should be safe enough. They rest early and eat little. Each has a wild vegetable bun, a piece of rabbit meat, and a little water for dinner. Song Yan carefully wipes his treasured dagger. Today, he's grateful because without it, he might have lost his life. Today's events teach them that traveling alone is very dangerous. But the wealthier groups have already moved ahead, leaving only the old, sick, weak, and some robbers behind. These robbers have no mercy. Wishing won't help. Song Yan can't think of a good solution right now, so he falls into a deep sleep. Tonight, Song Qing volunteers to keep watch first. She doesn't say much, but wants Song Yan to rest more. He's been through a lot and often gets beaten. Even when hurt, he never complains about pain. It makes her wonder if children in ancient times were all so tough. Despite being young, he's already so mature. The next 2 days, they keep traveling. After that fierce fight, Song Qing no longer finds the journey boring. Her few strands of hair can't handle much more fuss. On the 4th day, they surprisingly meet the exile group again. They camp outdoors once more. Song Qing thought that after the last time, Song Yan would leave these people quickly. But this time, he observes for a while and doesn't leave. Instead, he appears in their sight. Stop. Who are you? As they just show themselves and get closer, a government officer shouts at them to stay where they are. Song Yan quickly steps forward and pulls Song Qing down with a smooth, loud bang. Kneeling on the ground and starting to act. Honored one, my parents died on the road. Only my sister and I are fleeing together. We were almost caught and eaten. Please be kind and see if you can let us siblings follow behind your group from a distance. We promise not to cause trouble or bother you." This was the first time Song Qing saw him speak so much at once. She looked at Song Yan and saw a kind of fear and helplessness she had never seen before. She silently praised him in her heart. "Young man, I didn't realize you had two faces. I always thought that someone as aloof as you would have a strong pride, but I didn't expect you to kneel so easily and cry so openly. Maybe the Oscar owes you a little gold statue." She couldn't fall behind either. She cried a little, but when she needed to cry, she found she couldn't. Quickly, she lowered her head, comforting herself that she wasn't a professional. "It's okay, just don't fall behind." "This won't do." The officer questioning them frowned and instinctively tried to push the two away, along with the group escorting the prisoners. How could they accept unknown people? What if they caused trouble or escape? One of the soldiers next to him felt a bit pitying and pulled him aside. "Hey, looks like just two kids. They won't cause any trouble. Just let them follow along, it's good karma." This soldier's name was Song. Usually he saw a lot of blood in his work. This time, his wife was about to give birth, and he was feeling homesick, thinking about his unborn child. So, when he saw Song Yan and her brother, who had no parents and had come this far, he felt a little pity. The questioning soldier didn't say anything more. He turned to rest, leaving Song to watch the two and warn them. "You two can travel with us and rest, but stay far away from the prisoners. Those are criminals who committed serious crimes. If you get involved, you won't like the outcome." Seeing that he was willing to let them follow, Song Yan had no reason to refuse.
Thank you, sir.
"We will stay far away." Song waved his hand.
Don't call me that.
"I'm just a soldier. My surname is Song. Just don't cause trouble." Song Yan quickly changed her tone and asked cautiously, "Thank you for your guidance, sir. Do you mind telling us where this group is headed? We, the brother and sister, have lost our way and don't know where to go or where to settle. If they knew the destination, they could plan ahead. Being exiled, they knew deep down it wouldn't be a good place." The patrol officer thought for a moment and then said, "We are heading to the Liaodong area. I can't tell you the exact location. You can settle in a town along the way." "Thank you, officer.
This is a small gift for you."
"That's all we have." Song Yan finally found 2 coins and reluctantly handed them to the patrol officer, opening his palm. The officer didn't care much for the 2 coins. He was in a good mood today and only said a few words. These details didn't matter to him. "Keep it for yourself. You'll need to take care of your own food and shelter. We can't help you with that." After speaking, he turned and walked away, entering a tent to rest. The tent was just a simple cloth shelter that could block the wind and hide from view. Song Yan retracted his coins. The patrol officer's attitude was expected, but he knew how to act politely. He had to pretend, at least a little. Song Qing saw him turn back into his cold, distant self and was surprised. She gave him a thumbs up. "You're flexible and adaptable. You're really impressive." Song Yan ignored her. He was never proud or concerned about appearances. If he wanted something, he would do whatever it took to get it. Since ancient times, few people could take advantage of opportunities just by standing still. He didn't see that as shameful. "The weather is getting colder. We need to start a fire tonight, or we'll catch a cold." That's no joke. Staying with these people meant no one would bother them anymore. The patrol officers' swords had seen blood before. "Our food is running low. We need to find warm clothes and supplies." Hearing this, Song Qing's smile faded. They really had nothing now. It felt like they had only taken the first step on a long journey. But at least now the safety issue was somewhat solved. No one would bother them anymore. The patrol officers probably didn't care about their rags and tattered clothes. Song Yan saw her look tired and leaned close to her ear to whisper comfort. "The patrol officers have supplies too. They need water and food. They have more people, so they're better at finding water and food than we are. We might get lucky and find some leftovers. More people mean more chances." Song Qing's eyes lit up. That was the truth. She looked at Song Yan happily, thinking he only followed these people to seek shelter. This person is really clever. A mind not poisoned by phones is truly sharp. Song Yen saw the light in her eyes brighten again and decided not to continue. Only he knew how hard it was to do this. He took out a flint and struck a fire. Since there was nothing to cook, they just used it to keep warm. As usual, he was about to take out 2 steamed buns to eat, but Song Qing quietly observed that the officials hadn't served any food. She didn't dare eat now, so she decided to wait until nightfall. The exiles in the group also saw what had just happened. However, these exiles came from the capital and were used to better conditions, so most of them didn't pay much attention to the others. They both looked like they hadn't eaten much, very thin and bony. Seeing that they were just sitting by the fire and hadn't eaten, no one paid much attention to them anymore. At night, they quietly ate their food: wild vegetables, steamed buns, rabbit meat, and water. Song Qing hugged herself and leaned close to Song Yen. She secretly looked at the market where she saw some cotton clothes for sale, but even the cheapest cost 400 coins each. Poor and grumbling, she fell asleep. This time, the 2 of them took turns staying awake. Without others around, she wondered if these prisoners might do something. Don't sleep anymore, everyone stay awake. After dinner, we need to keep moving. Early in the morning, Song Qing was awakened by the stern shouts of the officials. Seeing how fierce the guards looked, she found it a bit scary. This time, she also saw clearly that each of these officials had a bowl of some kind of porridge, clear and watery, and a small, dark flatbread. Suddenly, she thought that even exiles seemed to have decent food. Stop looking, it's not your share. Hurry up and eat. Song Yen nudged her elbow and handed her the last few wild vegetable buns and some rabbit meat. Song Qing took them and ate carefully. Even though she was already tired of the taste, she didn't dare waste a single bite. You know, those officials are pretty nice. They wake up early to make porridge for us. When Song Yen heard this, he didn't seem to care. I already figured it out. They just add some bran to water, and the buns are made from chaff. It's dry rations they've been carrying all along, almost moldy now. He stayed on watch late into the night, so he knew exactly what those officials were doing, and he also heard the complaints from the prisoners. Song Qing was a bit surprised. Can we eat this? They've been gone for a long time. Even now that it's cooler, food can spoil easily. Eating spoiled food might cause stomach problems, and we still have to keep moving. Song Yen looked down and explained softly. It should be safe to eat, probably just a bit hard to chew. It won't make you sick. After all the hard walking, they need to find ways to earn some money. Look over there. Following his gesture, Song Qing looked at a group of people sitting and eating. Sure enough, their food was different. They were eating steamed buns, though not made from white flour, but they clearly weren't the same as the black cakes. Those are bought with money from the officials. How much exactly, I can't say. Song Yen had been observing this group for a while. He wanted to get some money from them, but was worried about blocking the officials' income. He hadn't figured out a plan yet. Seeing his expression, Song Qing knew what he was thinking and wanted to advise him. Don't think too much. Those officials are not easy to deal with. She still had her shop. Risking everything to earn money from those people isn't better than earning from her shop. Song Yen nodded but didn't say anything. Whether he took her advice or not, she couldn't tell. They packed up and continued their journey. Song Qing and Song Yen walked while looking around. Right now, they only had some kudzu roots, enough for a few meals, but they were tough to chew. They also had some acorns, which needed soaking in water before eating. The problem was, they couldn't find a water source now, so they didn't dare to cook them. Fortunately, their pace was slow. This group was different from refugees. Inside, there were many elderly, women, and children. There were fewer healthy men. Wealthy families often married multiple wives and had many children. The officials couldn't let everyone die on the road, so they moved faster than the refugees. After reporting, Song Yen stayed at the back of the group, occasionally taking Song Qing to find food, then catching up. Surprisingly, they found some wild vegetables and wild yam. There wasn't much wild yam, just a small piece about the thickness of a thumb and as long as a forearm. Still, Song Qing was very happy. Walking with the officials had its benefits. Wherever they went, the refugees kept their distance, and no one dared to come close to look for food. While gathering food, Song Qing was exhausted. At noon, Song Yen lit a fire and they each roasted a piece of wild yam. The wild vegetables were saved for dinner, to be cooked with kudzu roots. Eating raw food is too bitter. Song Ching thinks that if she has a choice, she doesn't want to suffer so much. In the afternoon, the two of them continued like this, but they didn't find any new food. It's all about luck. Song Yen felt a bit disappointed. He was still worried about how to get winter clothes, and their food supply was also not enough. When it snows, it will be even harder to find food. Song Ching slept peacefully. Worrying won't help, so she decided to take it one day at a time. When the road reaches the mountain, there will be a way. In the next few days, they survived by chewing on wild kudzu roots and occasionally finding some wild vegetables. Song Ching felt very weak and had no strength left. She looked at the salt in the market. 30 coins per ounce. Okay, she was numb. She finally bought half an ounce for 15 coins. When she got it, it was just a small handful. After thinking for a while, she only dared to quietly put a little into her water bottle, hiding the rest in her pocket. When Song Yen picked up the water bottle to drink, he felt something strange. He frowned and looked at the bottle carefully. Song Ching was a bit nervous nearby. What's wrong? I'm checking if the water has gone bad. It feels like the taste has changed a bit. Actually, Song Yen was worried that something might have gotten into the water, not thinking about Song Ching. Seeing this, Song Ching relaxed a little. She couldn't help but think how sharp this person's senses are. Not only sharp but also sensitive. Maybe that's possible. But it's good enough that we have water. We haven't found a new water source for many days. There was only enough water left for 2 or 3 sips, and that was after both of them had been very careful. Let's look for water sources carefully today. If we run out of water, we'll die of thirst. Song Yen no longer argued. He carefully put the water bottle into his backpack and continued walking. It's been half a month. The most severe drought areas are almost bypassed, as seen from the plants in the wild. Song Ching followed Song Yen and left the main group to search. Today, they passed a place without official roads, needing to cross a rocky cliff full of broken stones. This cliff was made of layers of rocks, some gray-brown, some dark purple, with thin white streaks. Song Yan's eyes lit up. This place looked like it could have good things. He even saw sheep droppings. Song Ching. Look. Song Ching was pulled over excitedly. She thought he found something good, but all she saw was a pile of scattered sheep droppings. What's so interesting? It's not edible.
Eat.
Are there sheep? Song Ching also became excited. Sheep meat, if luck is on our side, we could sell one to the market. That would be very valuable, especially for winter clothes. Unfortunately, good ideas are often not realistic. The two searched all over the hill but couldn't find any sheep. Song Yen frowned, his lips pressed into a straight line. Song Ching was also confused. Could we be wrong? Or have the sheep already run away? What should we do? If we keep searching, we might lose track of the group. Song Ching asked him, though she was actually thinking about continuing the search. The terrain here is limited, and most of the outside areas have been searched many times. If they find something valuable, it could help them a lot for winter. Let's look. We have no food and no money. Following the guards won't get us anything. Song Yen suddenly stood up. He still felt instinctively that there was something to find here. He didn't want to leave just yet. Song Ching was happy too. She calmed down and started thinking about the market. But unfortunately, the market didn't have the kind of search tool she imagined. She could only keep carrying her basket and follow Song Yen as they looked around. Just when it was about to get dark, they finally saw a small herd of sheep running fast toward them. The sheep ran to the highest rocks and started licking the stones. Song Ching suddenly understood. Song Yen. Those are salt. They're licking the salt on the stones. No wonder there was no grass on the rocks, but sheep droppings were left behind. She remembered watching animal shows before. Animals also need salt. They get it from rocks or plants. Song Yen hadn't watched those shows. He just thought the stones looked very different. Sheep wouldn't come here for no reason. Now he heard Song Ching say they were licking salt, and he was very happy. That's exactly what they needed. Staying here was definitely the right choice. But the problem was they had no hunting tools. How could they catch these wild sheep? Seeing the sheep about to leave, Song Yen hadn't figured out a plan yet. Song Qing was getting anxious. Song Yen also couldn't think of a better way. He sharpened a wooden stick and handed it to Song Qing. He sharpened another stick himself, then tied a small knife to another stick with vine. There was no time to set a trap now. If they let the sheep go, who knew if they would come back tomorrow? The rocks are too dangerous. Quietly go around and herd them over, then I'll see if I can catch one. Song Qing nodded. The terrain below was not good for fighting. It was easy to fall if she wasn't careful. They weren't as agile as animals, so Song Yan's idea was the best. Song Qing quietly moved around with a wooden stick, while Song Yan chose a target. To be safe, he picked a young mountain goat. The horns of a young goat aren't very dangerous, and although it's smaller than an adult goat, it's still not very tiny. As Song Qing approached, the adult goats became very alert and immediately noticed her. She hurriedly ran and wildly waved her stick, chasing the goats towards Song Yan. The goats ran in the opposite direction as expected. Song Yan lunged forward, aimed, and stabbed at one goat. He felt relieved at first, but then saw the other goats panicking and turning around in a rush. Compared to Song Yan's fierce attack, Song Qing didn't seem as unstoppable. The remaining goats ran away in her direction. Before she could even relax, she saw several goats falling from the sky from behind the rocks. Her instinct made her crouch down. Many goats jumped over her head. Bleat! A scream sounded. Song Qing's hands went empty, and when she looked up, she saw an adult goat landing badly. Its horns pierced her wooden stick, and it kicked her in the head, causing her to stumble and fall. Her face was stained with a few drops of blood. The adult goat was tough and full of life. In less than a second, it got up and ran away with her stick still stuck in its body. Song Qing didn't want to miss this rare chance. Her legs reacted faster than her brain. She rushed after the goats, determined not to let this slip away, no matter what. Song Yan had already subdued the goat beneath him and looked up, only to see Song Qing running away. She didn't hear his call at all. Her eyes were only on the injured goat.
Wow.
Even after being hurt, it can still run so fast. She was exhausted, gasping for breath, feeling like her lungs might burst. Finally, the tired goat slowed down and broke away from the group. When Song Qing arrived, the goat was already lying on the ground, barely breathing.
Wow, I'm so tired.
It's really fast. She sat down and clicked on the shop to make a trade.
Ding.
Detected one wild mountain goat, worth 3 taels of silver. Do you want to trade, Song Qing? Is it really that valuable? Then there's no reason to hesitate. Yes, I want to trade. Trade successful. The silver earned has been added to the shop wallet. Song Qing was very happy. She happily opened her wallet, which now contained 3 taels and 112 coins. That was enough to buy 2 cotton coats. It was worth all her effort to chase after the goat. If she had been this fast during her physical exams back then, she wouldn't have had to retake them so many times. After feeling pleased, Song Qing suddenly felt a bit confused. Where was she now? It was already dark. Looking at the vast darkness, she started to feel scared. She sat down and thought carefully. When she ran out earlier, she seemed to have taken a detour twice. She didn't remember how long she had been running. At that moment, her mind was only filled with thoughts of the goat. She didn't pay attention to her surroundings at all. Oh no. Will Song Yan come to find me? I don't know the way, and I can't start a fire. Song Qing kept muttering softly, hoping that this would stop her frightening thoughts. It was very dark, and she could hear insects and birds in the distance. She sat still, afraid to run around. She faintly heard the sound of water, but she wasn't sure if she was imagining it. Still, in the darkness, she didn't dare to go look for it. She held onto a glimmer of hope. Song Yan was so capable. Surely he could find her? But did he really come to find her? She opened the shop app. A firelighter cost 15 coins, and a lighter cost 80 coins. She hesitated. Earning money was so hard. She decided to wait a bit longer, just in case Song Yan found her. Time passed, and her hope began to fade. She hugged her arms tightly and curled up into a ball. That guy just wants to get rid of me, this trouble. Maybe he never intended to find me at all. Maybe he just wants to keep the goat for himself. But I'm not that bad to him. Surely he's not that heartless. Song Qing, even if I lose Song Yan, I can still survive. I have the shop. Maybe I'm the chosen heroine. Stay calm. Oh no, I'm still so scared. If he doesn't come to find me, I won't have enough silver to buy anything. I don't know how to do anything. Dog stuff, if you don't come find me, I definitely won't let you go when I see you again. Song Qing was lost in thought, feeling almost frozen. She finally opened the shop and clicked on the fire starter. Bean sprout, bean sprout. Just as she was about to click to buy, she heard a familiar shout. Song Qing looked around quickly, but saw no one. She wondered if she was imagining things. She listened carefully, but there was no sound. Just when she thought she had misheard, the voice called out again. This time, Song Qing was sure it was Song Yan calling her. Song Yan, I'm here. Song Yan heard the familiar voice, but he didn't have time to be happy. He hurried toward the sound. This silly guy was shouting so loudly late at night. What if he attracted some bad people or wolves? Shut up. Come with me. Song Qing saw Song Yan carrying a basket, walking heavily toward her. She imagined him crying and hugging his head, but it didn't happen. He spoke with his usual annoyed tone, then grabbed her and headed back the way they came. Song Qing didn't know why he was running, but she was still happy and followed behind without asking. After running for a while, Song Yan, sweaty and tired, finally stopped. He was exhausted. He looked at Song Qing running ahead and, even though he hadn't managed to catch the sheep, he chased after her with the basket. Thinking about this, he looked at Song Qing with a scowl. Usually you complain about the journey, but you ran so fast just now. With this speed, you could have reached Liaodong already. He hadn't caught up with her yet. He searched the nearby area thoroughly before finally finding her. Seeing her so tired from looking for him, he didn't get angry even after scolding her. I saw a sheep that was hurt, so I thought I could catch up easily. Who knew? Oh, Song Qing sighed, feeling a bit guilty, and lying hoping he wouldn't notice anything unusual. Song Yan naturally couldn't tell. He thought she was feeling guilty for losing him. Is that big thing really so easy to chase? Look at your short legs. Next time, if you're so impulsive, I won't help you. Song Qing felt very upset about Song Yan's personal attacks. She thought to herself, not only did I catch him, but I also made some money. Unfortunately, even though she had contributed greatly, she couldn't mention it and had to endure criticism. Song Qing felt frustrated, but deep down, she was still a little touched. When Song Yan came to find her, it showed that they were now true teammates. Don't be angry. I promise I'll listen to you next time and won't run off again. Nonsense, I wouldn't dare believe such good luck. I thought you wouldn't come to find me. I almost thought I'd have to wander alone. After hearing her words, Song Yan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Little white-eyed wolf, he had taken care of her, yet he still thought of himself as unkind and unfaithful. Next time, I might not come to find you. She was getting used to his sharp tongue but soft heart. During adolescence, she understood. She liked to tease everything, even the dogs on the street. It felt like she was scolding herself. Seeing that he was no longer angry, Song Qing stood up to gather some firewood. She was a bit glad she didn't buy a fire starter, saving 15 cents, almost half a bun. Where are you going again? Song Yan's voice sounded from behind. She turned her head. It seemed like he was afraid she would run away. Could he be scared too? She had never seen him afraid before. I'm going to gather some firewood. It's freezing. Go ahead. After getting her answer, Song Yan waved his hand and followed her. He leaned back, tired after running with a sheep on his back. He looked at the blurry figure in the dark, feeling a bit stunned. When he couldn't see her anymore, he genuinely didn't know why he felt panicked, worried she might face danger or that he might never find her again. Maybe he subconsciously regarded her as family. In the end, Song Yan couldn't figure it out and blamed it all on that. Song Qing gathered some firewood, and surprisingly, Song Yan refused to help. Do it yourself, he threw 2 flint stones from his arms to her. Although he didn't understand why she didn't know these basic skills, after what just happened, he knew he had to teach her. In case he couldn't find her again, she needed to be able to start a fire herself, so she wouldn't freeze. Song Qing didn't argue with him. She understood the situation and took the flint stones, starting a fire. She has the memories of the original owner, but this thing might not work, so she needs to find the right method. When Song Qing was studying, she was an ordinary person. She also studied hard and memorized everything to get into college, which she barely managed. After trying for a while, Song Yen personally taught her how to start a fire. Song Yen rested for a bit, then took out a dagger to deal with the goat. Song Qing was eager to try, but Song Yen saw through her. Stay still. This hide still has use. Song Qing looked disappointed, probably realizing that if she had been the one, the hide would have been torn apart. They processed the meat in the dark, and they even roasted a piece to eat. While Song Yen wasn't paying attention, Song Qing secretly added a little salt, just a tiny bit, but it made the meat taste very good. That night, when they woke up, both of them felt cold. Song Qing really wanted to buy 2 cotton coats to wear, but she couldn't find a reason, so she had to endure the cold. She didn't distrust Song Yen, but she knew he would marry and have children someday and have other friends and family. She didn't dare to bet on what might happen in the future. Song Yen, last night I think I heard water over there, but I'm not sure if I was mistaken. Should we go and check? After drinking the last sip from her water bottle, Song Qing suddenly remembered the sound she heard last night. Song Yen was also surprised. The little sprout-like person didn't seem very smart, but luck seemed to be on his side. Could this be what her mother called foolish people have their own luck? Let's go. Seeing him stand up, Song Qing hurriedly led the way, not knowing that Song Yen was secretly scolding her for being stupid. This time, Song Yen remembered the way, so they quickly reached the spot where Song Qing had been yesterday. Song Yen wasn't sure, but Song Qing noticed that the bloodstains from the fallen wild goat had disappeared, as if they had been licked by some animal. She suddenly became nervous. Song Yen noticed her unusual behavior. What's wrong? Song Qing looked around and asked, Song Yen, do you think there might be other animals around if there are sheep here? Song Yen nodded at this, but unlike Song Qing's fear, doesn't that mean there's a water source nearby? They quickly searched around, but Song Qing's worries weren't unfounded. So this time, they went together. They walked in an unknown direction, and just as they were about to leave the forest, they heard a faint sound of water. Song Qing and Song Yen looked at each other with surprise and quickly walked out of the forest. They found a small stream, about 1 meter wide, with water flowing from an unknown source. They were happy and planning to go down to fetch water when a huge creature came down from upstream. Both Song Qing and Song Yen widened their eyes and dared not make a sound. It was a tiger, with broad shoulders and muscles rippling under its fur. Its tail moved slightly, giving a calm yet dangerous feeling. The tiger stopped by the stream, looked down at the water, and saw its orange and black reflection. It bent down to drink. The 2 girls were afraid the king of the forest might see them. Even a powerful immortal wouldn't be able to save them if the tiger found them. After drinking, the tiger lifted its head, looked around, and seemed to find nothing unusual. Then it turned and disappeared into the woods, leaving behind trampled grass and still shaking leaves. Oh my, that was so scary. Song Qing sat on the ground, trembling. The tiger was very different from the ones she had seen at the zoo. It was so big and had a fierce presence that made her shiver. Luckily, we stayed far away. Otherwise, we might have been discovered. Song Yen also relaxed a little, worried that the blood in their backpack might be smelled. Let's wait another 15 minutes before we go out. This place was really dangerous. Song Yen sat with Song Qing, watching carefully. After a long while, when nothing else appeared, Song Yen finally led them out to fetch water. They originally planned to process the lamb by the water, but now they dared not take any risks. They just fetched water from a safe distance. Let's make half into dried meat and cook the other half. In this weather, raw meat wouldn't spoil easily, but taking it out on the road would attract attention and waste water. Song Yen quickly started a fire. The lamb was quite gamey. Song Qing smelled the strong smell and felt a bit numb, but then her eyes lit up when she saw the lamb intestines in Song Yan's hand. Maybe we shouldn't eat this?
How do you even eat that?
If Song Yan said no, she would try to trade it with the system. Maybe she could exchange it for money. Unfortunately, Song Yan didn't agree and scolded her. You really are wasteful. You just got some gains and now you want to pick out the good parts? All this meat is edible. I won't eat these intestines, but I plan to use them as bait. Although the stream isn't big, there might be fish. Song Qing was scolded harshly and touched her nose, blaming herself for forgetting that this boy was quite stingy. But she still wasn't willing to give up. She used a mall app to check ding. Detected a wild goat carcass, worth 7 coins. Do you want to trade? 7 coins. Previously, Song Qing might have risked it, but now she was somewhat wealthy and didn't want to risk that much for just 7 coins. Mostly, she was worried about Song Yan. He probably wouldn't hit anyone, but he might curse her for days. Thinking about it, she wondered how a teenage boy could be so contradictory. He could be ruthless like a reckless adventurer, cold and distant at times, stingy like her grandmother, nagging like her mother, sometimes a bit rebellious. She even suspected he might have split personality. Just eat it. Why are you so fierce? Song Yan, your attitude will definitely make you lose friends someday. Song Qing was a bit of a coward, but she still wanted to defend her position, even if she didn't really have one. All right, you go fishing. I'll handle this. She roughly took the dagger from Song Yan, cut the meat into strips, and laid them on a flat stone to dry. Then she looked at him and said, remember to scrape off the white patterns on that rock earlier. I want to see if I can extract salt. After saying that, she turned back to work, unaware of the big surprise she had just dropped. Song Yan stood frozen for a long time, then silently walked away. He didn't ask how she knew the method to extract salt, even though only the officials knew about it. But at that moment, he was sure his earlier guess was right. She definitely had secrets. Song Yan calmly went to find some vine to make a fish trap, then chopped the carcass into pieces, mixed it with mud, and used it as bait in the trap.
He made several of these traps.
As for the rocks with white patterns that Song Qing wanted, he also collected many small fragments. Song Qing handed him some work and thought for a long time. She had only seen this process in a short video online, as she was really into survival shows for a while. She vaguely remembered that you needed to crush the rock into powder, add water, filter repeatedly, and then boil the water until it evaporated. She wasn't sure, but she decided to try. If it didn't work, she could just have the mall app check it later. Song Yan stared at the meat on the stone slab, lost in thought. Song Qing carried the clay pot and the previous cloth to filter the liquid. After a long while, she finished filtering the salty water from the small clay pot. It was still a reddish-brown color, and Song Qing wasn't sure if it was good enough. Holding the clay pot, Song Qing said to Song Yan, let's build another fire. We still need to catch those officials, and this way we can do it faster. Without hesitation, Song Yan agreed. They only had this one day to delay. Now, Song Qing watched over 2 fires, occasionally turning the meat strips on the stone slab and checking the water in the clay pot. Song Yan went to the creek to collect his fish traps. To his surprise, he actually found some fish inside. He set 3 traps, each catching several small fish. The smallest was only as long as a finger, and the largest no longer than a palm. He squeezed out the fish guts with both hands, then returned the fish to the traps to wait for the next catch. He carried the fish back to Song Qing.
Wow.
There are really fish. Song Qing was very happy. Now they could have small dried fish to eat, and maybe even fish soup. Let's have fish soup tonight. Since no one was paying attention, they could light a fire. Song Qing had been wanting to taste hot soup for a while. Song Yan nodded. Today, he seemed especially quiet. Although Song Qing found it a bit strange, she didn't think much of it. They worked until the afternoon. Song Qing's dried lamb was about 8 or 9 jin, a Chinese weight unit, but it shrank a lot. They also had over 10 jin of raw meat ready to cook, which was quite good. Compared to before, it was like they had become rich. That day, Song Yan's 3 small fish traps yielded about 20 or 30 small fish, all turned into dried fish. The smell was so good that Song Qing secretly kept salivating all afternoon. As it grew dark, the two sat by the fire, waiting for the last bit of water in the clay pot to evaporate. They had no choice but to wait for the fish soup to cook and the meat to be fully done. The clay pot was a bit deep, so it was hard to see if salt crystals had formed. Song Qing was quite nervous. If they managed to make salt this time, she could buy some from the market in the future and mix it with their food, so she wouldn't worry about Song Yan suspecting anything. It looks like it's dry. Song Yan held a burning piece of wood and looked at the clay pot, then took it off the fire. Really? Let me see if it worked. Song Qing scraped the bottom of the clay pot with a stick, but couldn't see clearly. She dipped her finger into the stick and tasted it. Her expression was complicated as she looked at Song Yan. I feel like I succeeded, but also like I didn't, she said. The taste was salty, but there was also a strange earthy smell that she couldn't quite describe. Song Yan took the stick and carefully scraped out the contents from the bottom of the pot, then gently poured it onto the prepared leaves. Finally, Song Qing saw the finished product. Her face looked unhappy. The difference was too big. The salt was reddish-brown, and she thought it was a failure. Song Yan tasted a little and also looked unhappy. He didn't expect Song Qing to really be able to extract salt. It's edible, he said. Hearing this, Song Qing felt like he was being polite, but the result was far from her expectations. She looked serious and said, "Our tools are too few. If we had better tools in the future, we could make better salt." After she finished speaking, her mind kept searching for what she might have missed. Seeing her dissatisfied look, Song Yan felt his heart pounding. He wondered if she even understood what she was talking about. He supported his forehead and interrupted her thoughts. "From now on, you are not allowed to tell anyone about this method." Song Qing was suddenly interrupted and looked confused. She asked. Song Yan found her reaction frustrating. He said seriously, "Since ancient times these methods have been kept by the court. If others find out you can extract salt, your life could be in danger." Song Qing was surprised. Was it really that serious? Her face turned pale. Yes, this was ancient times. What she considered the simplest, most ordinary knowledge was only in the hands of the powerful here. A small technique or a simple recipe could support several generations. She looked at Song Yan, wanting to ask why he never asked how she knew these things. But even if he did, she wouldn't know how to explain. Besides, he hadn't asked. Song Qing rarely felt down, and she began to reflect. Was she too relaxed? Was her vigilance too poor? This was no longer her safe, old world. Here, even accidentally saying the wrong thing or making a mistake could cost her her life. Song Yan saw her scared and lost her smile. He didn't comfort her. A girl isn't afraid of secrets. She's afraid of having secrets she can't hide. He quietly got up, carried a clay pot to the creek to fetch water, and took out a few small fish from the fish basket to clean and make fish soup. He thought about adding meat, but decided not to, since bean sprouts are a bit simple and modest. He guessed she wouldn't like lamb in the fish soup, so he planned to eat some dried lamb instead. Sure enough, Song Qing's sadness stopped the moment the fish soup was ready. The smell reached her nose, and she forgot about everything else. "Here, eat this first. The soup needs to cool down before you drink it." She took the dried meat from Song Yan's hand, feeling a bit shy. She always knew she wasn't very smart, even though she was 5 years older than Song Yan. She had a college degree, but her family arranged a job from 9 to 5 earning $4,000 a month. She was just waiting to get by, doing nothing special her whole life. Suddenly, she found herself here and had to rely on Song Yan. She couldn't do much even if she had a shop, because she wasn't cut out to be a destined heroine. For the first time, she sincerely and formally thanked Song Yan. "Thank you, Song Yan. You're really a good person." Song Yan was surprised for a second when he heard her thank him. He quickly rolled his eyes at her, with a look that was a bit harsh and mean, and said, "Stop saying useless words. Now that you know I'm good, just listen to me. Serve me well, call me Big Brother." Before he finished, her gratitude disappeared from her face. She grabbed his waist hard and gritted her teeth. "Dream on. I won't serve you, or be your slave. If you want to sleep peacefully tonight, keep one eye open. Thanks for my thank you. I might as well tell a dog. Ow. You little brat, let go. That hurts. Song Yen was in so much pain, he almost twisted into a knot, crying out loud. His usually cold and dark image was gone, showing a rare childish innocence. Seeing how much he was hurting, Song Qing let go. She snorted coldly. I'm not as good as you, but I'm not easy to bully either. She said it lightly, but she kept a wary eye on Song Yen, afraid he might attack again and she might not be able to handle it. Song Yen didn't fight back at all. He sneered dismissively and started tearing the meat strip. But inside, he couldn't help thinking, I'm going to tease you, little sprout. You're so small and thin. What can you do to me? I can't bother arguing with a little girl. After finishing the dried meat, Song Qing felt very satisfied. Aside from the gamey smell, the meat was quite fragrant, with a strong, natural meat aroma. If only there was cumin, chili powder, and salt. Ugh, no, I shouldn't think about it anymore. My mouth is watering. Seeing her craving look, Song Yen thought she was interested in fish soup. He picked up a ceramic pot nearby and handed it to her. Here, drink it. It's cooled down now. Song Qing saw that he was clearly being kind, but looked stern. She couldn't help but gently pat his shoulder and say sincerely, Song Yen, you're not a bad person. Why do you always act so fierce? If you keep doing that, you'll have a hard time finding a wife in the future. He placed the ceramic pot into her hands and thought to himself, look at her, talking about these things without shame, but she won't admit she's wrong. That's nonsense. I look handsome and charming. Any wife would be lucky to marry me. No such thing as an old wife. You should spend more time worrying about yourself. You're so thin, it's hard to imagine you can have children. And yet, you have the nerve to criticize me. Song Qing. She wanted to say, wife, but instead, she felt like she was being personally attacked for giving good advice. You're the one who's not good at having children. It's just because I haven't been getting enough nutrition. Once I settle down, I'll be different. You know the saying, a girl's growth is her own business, and there are plenty of women out there looking for a good man. And what about being handsome and charming? I don't see it. You look like a little beggar, bad temper, sharp tongue. Maybe you'll end up lonely forever. Song Qing kept talking confidently. When she saw Song Yen glaring at her silently, she almost grinned with her teeth showing. She proudly lifted her head and snorted at him. You see, arguing with me is no use. I'm a debate team reserve. I can handle this. She happily sipped her fish soup, looking proud. But Song Yen couldn't help but smile a little. She was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Just moments ago, she looked so scared her face was pale, yet now she was bouncing around happily, sincerely thanking him. On this road, she was really a little sprout, and he knew how boring it would be without her. Are you done drinking? It's my turn now. Are you trying to eat all the food yourself? Song Yen looked tired again and deliberately urged her on. He watched her hold the clay pot, acting stubborn and refusing to give in, but he didn't try to take it away. Song Qing just wanted to tease him. Seeing he wouldn't fall for it, she didn't plan to finish her soup either. She drank half and then handed the clay pot to him. Though they argued, neither of them was truly childish or petty. After washing the clay pot, Song Yen refilled it with water and cooked the remaining meat. They looked at the fire and talked about their plans for the next day. There's food and water here, so we've passed the dry area. Now we need to hurry and keep moving, he said. Song Qing lay on the ground, crossing her legs. She looked like a girl, but she had completely let go of her usual restraint. She nodded in agreement and then asked, but we're so far behind now. We probably can't catch up with them. Should we just go on by ourselves? Song Yen shook his head. Going alone was too risky. The exile team isn't as fast as us. We need to hurry more tomorrow to catch up, he said. I overheard some officials say that after about 200 miles, there's Jingo. I don't know if Jingo takes in refugees, she said. If they don't, we'll just keep going. But it might snow soon, she added. Song Qing looked confused. If we keep going and can't find a city that takes in refugees, do we just keep walking? Can't we find a place to stay for the winter? Traveling in heavy snow worried her. She was afraid she might get stuck somewhere cold and dead end. Song Yen looked at her and couldn't help but tease her. Are you stupid? Neither of us has household registration. Where could we find a place to stay for the winter? Unless you have money, we can only go to places that accept refugees. But they don't take many people, and they have limits, he explained. Song Qing covered her face, realizing she hadn't thought about household registration. The original owner's household registration was with her family. By the way, the original owner's name was Zhao Xiaoya. How much money would we need if we want to buy a place to stay for the winter? She asked. Song Yan looked at her. He hadn't considered that method because they probably couldn't earn that much money. Still, he kindly told her, I don't know exactly, but I heard it's not cheap. I'd guess at least 200 or 300 taels. He had never seen so much silver in his life. It was better to be honest and keep moving forward, trying to find a way to join the officials. Maybe he could survive the winter that way, but only if there were benefits. Song Qing also felt overwhelmed. 200 or 300 taels of silver. Where could he find that? Selling a wild boar wouldn't even cover it. This is too expensive. Why is it so costly? Song Yan also thought it was expensive. He sighed and said, normal people don't have household registration. Getting one requires a guarantor and involves risks. If the benefits aren't enough, who would want to take the risk? Plus, you have to deal with the officials. Song Qing agreed. In modern times, it might be even harder, but it's possible to reapply. Unlike in ancient times, where reapplication was impossible. Oh, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's take it one step at a time. Song Qing felt a headache coming on. After saying that, she decided not to dwell on it. They would just keep walking and deal with things when they arrived. Under the glow of the firelight, Song Qing's face was still dark and dirty, so her features weren't clear. But her face was small, and the shadows cast by her eyelashes fell over her eyes. Song Yan looked at her profile, unsure of what she was thinking. After a while, he looked away. That night, neither of them wasted time. Whoever was on watch would check the fish traps and dry the fish they caught. They harvested over 10 jin of dried fish, almost enough to match half a goat. Tao Fu was boiling water, which cooled and was poured into a mineral water bottle. The bottle was wrapped in rabbit fur, so outsiders couldn't tell what material it was. They worked back and forth all night. Early the next morning, after eating well, they set out again. Now, they didn't have to be so stingy with their food, as Song Yan said. Since we can find food in the wild, there's no need to be so frugal. Eat a bit more now. If we're lucky, we might gain some weight, and then we can better withstand the cold in winter. Song Qing had to agree with his straightforward words. Being full made her happy. They hurried along, with Song Yan carrying their supplies. After so long, Song Qing had adapted quite a bit, especially now that she had something in her stomach. They didn't stop much on the way. When hungry, they would tear off dried fish and meat while walking, still carrying their packs. Finally, by the second night, as it got dark, they saw several scattered fires. Is that them? Song Qing was happy. She was pretty sure it was. They saw many small and large campfires spread out. Song Yan nodded, a look of joy on his face. The two of them moved closer again, but were stopped once more. Luckily, there was no danger, and the officers still remembered them. I thought something happened to you too, but it turns out you caught up. This officer wasn't the same one named Song, but he wasn't mean either. Song Yan got into character and started to act. Thank you for your concern, officer. We are siblings looking for food. We got lost and took a long time to catch up. The officer shrugged, showing he didn't really care about their lives, but he didn't argue either. All right, you two should stay somewhere cool and rest. After saying that, he turned and left, clearly not interested in their story. Song Qing was used to these high and mighty people. She quickly turned around and followed Song Yan to gather firewood and start a fire. They were both pretty tired, so instead of making fire, they took out some dried meat to eat. Suddenly, a small stone dropped at Song Qing's feet. She didn't pay attention at first, but then another stone landed nearby. She looked around carefully and finally saw who was throwing the stones. It was a young man about 17 or 18 years old.
Why call him a man?
Because there was a younger woman lying beside him, his wife. Song Qing tugged at Song Yan, who turned to look at the man. Then the man threw something else. This time, It wasn't a stone, but a small silver piece. Song Qing picked it up and weighed it like in a TV show. She couldn't tell how much it was just by holding it. She checked the shop and saw it was half a tael. She looked surprised and saw the man pointing at her hand, meaning he wanted to buy dried meat. She looked at Song Yen and whispered, "Half a tael of silver. How much dried meat should we sell him?" Song Yen frowned. She didn't need to weigh it. She already knew it was half a tael. But she found it strange, and he believed it. "Give him 2 sticks." Song Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, and she asked, "Is that too little?" "Brother, you're being too stingy. Aren't you afraid of getting hit?" But Song Yen nodded confidently. "He'll buy it." The officers sell steamed buns for 2 for a tael of silver, and this is real meat. Song Qing learned something new. She thought officers might cheat, but she didn't expect it to be so bad. They could have just taken the meat directly from the criminal, but instead, they chose to give him 2 steamed buns. Their dried meat is not very big, about the size of a palm, slightly thicker than a thumb, and they carefully wrap 2 pieces with leaves before tossing them over. The person who received it showed no signs of dissatisfaction, and Song Qing was amazed. From then on, whenever she looked at these people, she felt like she was surrounded by easy targets. She didn't know that their main crime was corruption. They didn't care much about small amounts of money, as they were used to luxury. Only some housekeepers' wives knew the general situation. Moreover, as Song Yen thought, with officials leading the way, they were used to it. Song Qing held half a tael of silver, giggling in a very sly way. No wonder Song Yen insisted on following these people. She just earned half a tael of silver. How many wild vegetables would she need to pick to earn that much? "Let me keep this silver. I won't lose it," she said. Song Yen looked at her greedy face, but didn't say anything. Since she couldn't spend it right now, he decided to give it to her. He didn't realize that his trust in her had already exceeded his initial expectations. Song Qing happily tucked the silver into her bosom, secretly transferring it into her shopping wallet. Although shopping transactions are expensive, the wallet is quite user-friendly. It can withdraw cash or directly buy supplies. Now, she has 3 taels, 612 coins in her wallet. In the following days, they continued traveling behind the officials. They didn't know how long they had been walking, but it seemed the officials' food supplies were running low. Song Qing noticed that the prisoners had only half a black-faced bun for their recent meals. White steamed buns also seemed to have increased in price. Not many people were eating them. Song Qing and her companion dared not sell dried meat at this time. Risking death was not worth it. Song Qing's career was just beginning to take off, but signs of failure appeared. She felt tired just from traveling. She greeted Song Yen and went into the woods to take a break. Having long been used to handling big matters in the wild, Song Qing could now find suitable places quickly. While doing her business, she suddenly saw a cave on the small hill opposite, with the entrance facing her. She felt a bit scared, unsure if a snake might come out. She quickly finished and hurried back to the team. Seeing her strange expression, Song Yen asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just saw a cave and I wonder if it's a snake hole." It looked pretty scary. Song Qing carried her basket and answered him with some helplessness. Song Yen squinted at the direction she came from. Any kind of hole can be found in the wild, but this place probably has more rabbit holes, right? Song Qing's eyes lit up instantly, and she looked at him expectantly. "What do rabbit holes look like?" "I saw one on a small hill, but it's not very big." Song Yen shook his head, unsure. "I don't know either. What you described could be a rabbit hole, a mouse hole, or maybe even a snake burrow." Hearing this, Song Qing started to worry again, but was also eager to see for herself. She was both inexperienced and curious. "Should we go take a look?" Song Yen glanced at the officials. They looked worse than usual this morning, and he seemed to be thinking about something. He looked at Song Qing and said, "Let's go and see." Song Qing quietly led him around her place, through the dry yellow grass, where a dark shape slipped quietly into a small hill. The entrance was cleverly hidden by twigs, dead leaves, and weeds, blending almost perfectly with the ground. It didn't look like a snake's burrow. He reached out and brushed away the cover, poked inside a few times. A damp, earthy smell hit him, and the tunnel stretched underground, dark and unclear inside. Seeing him reach in directly, Song Qing felt her heart stop. Young man, you're still so brave. He turned to see her nervous face and shook his head. She still had the courage of an ant. Check around this area for other similar holes. If there are more, they might be rabbit holes. Song Qing nodded, understanding. She knew the saying, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. She wandered around and soon found 3 more holes of the same size.
Song Yan.
I found them. Here, Song Yan went over and saw the different holes in various directions. Later, I'll burn some firewood to smoke them out. We only have 2 people, so we need to block one of the holes. Song Qing went to gather firewood, and Song Yan took some stones to block the hole, then each guarded one side. I'm ready. Song Qing stared fixedly at the hole, tense and alert. Song Yan lit the firewood and placed it into one hole. Soon, smoke drifted out from different directions. He went to guard another hole, reached in, caught a small animal, and kept watch. Song Qing was suddenly surrounded by rabbits. One jumped into her arms, and she quickly grabbed it. Before she could stand up, another rabbit darted out. She rolled over quickly, caught one leg, and pressed it down. Unexpectedly, there were more rabbits inside the hole. Seeing one about to escape, Song Qing panicked and shouted, Song Yan, come quickly and catch it. It's running away. Song Yan waited a long time but only saw one rabbit. Hearing Song Qing's shouts, he hurried over and managed to catch that rabbit. He held 2 rabbits by their ears in one hand, while Song Qing, who was lying on the ground with her bottom sticking up, looked very awkward. Help me quickly. I'm afraid if I let go, it will run away. Hearing her, Song Yan reached out and grabbed the rabbit under her, allowing Song Qing to stand up. Today, we had a good catch. You only caught one in that hole. Song Qing looked at Song Yan in surprise, counted the rabbits, and asked doubtfully. Song Yan was used to her simple-mindedness and didn't bother explaining. Otherwise, her tail might have been wagging happily. Let's go. We should head back and deal with them. By the way, I noticed those officials are running low on food. Let's give them 3 rabbits. Song Yan carried the rabbits as they headed back. Song Qing was a bit surprised when she heard him. 3? That many? She thought 2 would be enough, and felt a little reluctant. Song Yan explained to her. It's been a while, and we haven't built a good relationship yet. This is a good chance. He leaned in closer and whispered to Song Qing. I was hoping we could go to town together to buy winter clothes and also sort out our household registration. Besides, there are more than 10 of them. 2 rabbits might be too few. Song Yan didn't want to part with the rabbits either, but he knew you can't catch a wolf without risking losing some sheep. After all, they needed help from others now. The 2 of them caught up with the group. Finally, in the evening, Song Qing went to gather firewood, and Song Yan cleaned the rabbits. Song Qing built a fire and watched Song Yan prepare the rabbits. The rabbit wasn't the white, cute kind. It was gray and scruffy. She didn't find it adorable and even felt a little scared. This wild rabbit was very different from the cute little white rabbits she had seen before. Soon, Song Yan finished cleaning the rabbits. He carried 3 of them and went to find the officials before they left, telling Song Qing, cook the remaining rabbit completely and make more soup. Song Qing nodded, and the rabbit was cut into small pieces. According to Song Yan, they needed to make a big profit tonight. To better tempt others to buy, she even blanched the meat first. Now, finding water was easier, so she filled a large clay pot completely. The flames licked the pot as the rabbit soup quickly turned milky white and boiled, with a delicious aroma rising with the hot steam. The tender scent of the rabbit meat spread out with the steam, filling the air and making people's noses itch. Even the surrounding breeze carried the warm smell of the meat, making people drool and wish they could open the pot and eat a bowl of hot soup right away. Song Qing felt her stomach growl. She quietly swallowed her saliva and glanced around to see how others were reacting. Many looked envious and excited. Since the prisoners couldn't move freely and they had no tools, they couldn't cook such hot soup themselves. Many people stared eagerly at Song Qing, or more precisely, at the soup in the pot. Some faces showed resentment, as if their angry looks could cut Song Qing into pieces. But Song Qing remained calm. She thought, what are you looking at? Come and fight me if you dare. Two guards outside the tent on patrol kept glancing over, which made Song Qing feel a bit pressured. Why isn't Song Yan back yet? I'm so hungry, she muttered. Meanwhile, Song Yan was inside the guard's tent. The leader of the guards, whose surname was Song, not the same as the original guard, was looking at Song Yan with admiration. You're quite capable, kid. You've got potential. Leave the supplies here. If you have any trouble later, come find me, he said. Hearing this, Song Yan felt touched. Thank you, sir. My brother and I have been under your protection all this time. This is just a small token of our gratitude. Please don't mind, she replied politely. He didn't take her words too seriously, but pretended to be grateful. The guard was very pleased with her cleverness and laughed heartily. All right, go out now. If you need anything, ask that other guard. He's also surnamed Song, he said. Song Yan bowed and stepped out. She immediately smelled the delicious aroma of the soup and hurried over to Song Qing. Why did you cook so much? We can't eat it all. Suddenly, Song Yan started acting, and Song Qing was momentarily unsure how to respond. But Song Yan didn't need her to reply. His words were meant for those people listening. As soon as he finished speaking, someone quietly brought over a bowl. It was the man who had bought dried meat that night. He smiled kindly and asked, Brother, is there enough meat broth? Can I have a bowl? Song Yan glanced at the servant over there eating and softly said, A bowl of meat with broth costs 1 tael of silver. Just the broth costs 200 coins. The man didn't expect it to be such a good deal and quickly changed his tone, speaking softly. Brother, give me 2 bowls, no, 3 bowls of meat with broth. He quietly handed over a silver piece and hurriedly took a bowl back. When he quickly brought 2 more bowls to fill with meat, Song Yan also gave him a meat strip and whispered, Please tell everyone the price of this meat broth. If they want to buy, they have to come one by one. If the officials notice, I won't dare to sell anymore. The man tucked the meat strip into his clothes and said, All right, I'll make sure to pass the message. Back then, anyone who asked him to do something brought priceless treasures. Now, just a meat strip is enough. More people came with bowls, and Song Qing was busy with a spoon, acting like a cafeteria worker. Perhaps because meat was rare, the broth was quite affordable. People who usually ate black-faced buns also paid to buy a bowl of broth to share with their families. Song Qing added 2 wild yams into the broth and, being friendly and kind, even gave a piece of yam to the buyer. Song Yan approved silently. During droughts, prisoners fared better than them, but now, after leaving the drought-affected area, they were doing much better than the prisoners. In the end, too many people came to buy, and Song Qing looked at the empty clay pot, feeling a bit stunned. I think I sold all our dinner, she said. Song Yan was also surprised. The silver was too easy to earn, and they lost control for a moment. He cleared his throat and said, Add some water, and let's cook some mutton. Recently, the officials hadn't been eating much, so they couldn't openly cook mutton soup. It would just attract unwanted attention. So, they ate dried meat, which was running low, but they still had some cooked meat left. Song Qing quickly tore the meat into pieces, added water, and put it into the clay pot, then leaned close to Song Yan and whispered, How much silver did we make? Song Yan kept counting. Since there were many people and distractions, he couldn't sleep and couldn't count again, so he just roughly estimated the number. I think there are about this many, Song Qing. 1 rabbit sold for nearly 18 taels of silver. Wow, this is a huge profit with almost no cost. Suddenly, she remembered the wild goat. She was happy when she sold it to the market for a few silver coins, but now she didn't feel it was worth much. If Song Yan sold it using his sneaky ways, how much silver would he get? Song Yan didn't know what she was thinking, but his next words made Song Qing withdraw her thoughts. Today, we took advantage of those officials being happy. They just turned a blind eye because they just received benefits from us. We can't do this every day or we will cut off people's income. Cutting off people's income is like killing their parents. The silver coins from those criminals had long been considered the officials' property. He looked at Song Qing and continued, Now that we have silver, let's see if we can go to the city later to buy things. We can't sell all the food either because winter in the wild is hard to find food. While talking, the mutton soup was ready. Song Yan ignored those still wanting to buy and started eating dinner with Song Qing. Song Qing nodded. She really wanted to go to the city. She didn't know the current prices or economic level. In the original owner's memory, she also didn't know. She had only worked since she was young and had never left the village. I don't know how much longer it will take to reach the city. It's getting colder and colder. Song Qing curled up, placing her hands over the fire to keep warm. She could tolerate the cold in late autumn before, but recently, it became harder. She felt her body temperature was always cold. Seeing her so cold, Song Yan handed her a ceramic jar. Drink some soup. Winter is coming soon. I saw the officials' food was not much when I entered the tent, but they are not in a hurry. I guess we won't be walking for much longer, and the city will be there. They can resupply. Song Qing nodded. That was good news. She really wanted to buy cotton clothes from the market, but she held back. Not only Song Yan, but with so many people watching, it was hard to explain if she suddenly wore cotton clothes in the wilderness. Could it be that they were homemade? The next few days of travel were almost unbearable. Song Yan guessed it would still be a few days before the beginning of winter. But as they moved further east, the wind suddenly changed its nature. It became sharp like a needle, piercing without warning into collars and sleeves. Every bit of exposed skin was being robbed of its remaining warmth by the cold wind. The road beneath their feet carried a damp, cold feeling unique to early winter. The wild grass by the roadside had lost its vitality, turning yellow and withered, trembling and shrinking in the wind. Song Qing cried out. Song Yan, it's too cold. Didn't you say winter hasn't started yet? Song Yan was also cold. His figure, carrying a basket on his back, looked like a hunched old man. He glanced at the official road ahead and then at Song Qing's red nose. Just a little further, it should be soon. Song Qing sighed, and her warm breath instantly turned into white mist. Song Yan didn't know how many times he had said this before. She adjusted her clothes and put her hands into her sleeves, but no matter how she wrapped herself, she couldn't seem to block the cold wind. She unconsciously quickened her steps, trying to generate more heat through movement. Before long, at Song Yan's third or fourth, almost there, a city wall appeared in sight. Beneath the blue brick wall, 2 guards with long swords stood watch. Song Yan, are we almost there? Excited, Song Qing tugged at Song Yan's sleeve and squinted at the city gate, struggling to read the characters, like an elderly person with presbyopia. Which prefecture? Jingo. It sounds like a big city. Maybe we won't have to walk any further. Song Yan turned his head in surprise. She still knew how to read? Yes, Jingo. Let's follow and see. Song Qing was very excited. She had been running after the mountain, and now the words, Jingo, were right in front of her. But they had been walking for a long time and only reached the city wall near sunset. The scene outside the wall was not optimistic. The shelters meant for prisoners to rest were crowded with people. Judging by their clothing and appearance, they were likely refugees fleeing early. They looked like beggars, dressed in torn clothes, some with old cotton quilts or rags for warmth. The only warmth they had was from straw, huddled together in a tight group. Song Yan's heart sank. All these signs told him that his guess was right. Jingo simply couldn't accommodate so many refugees, or perhaps it didn't want to accept any at all. These refugees couldn't leave, nor did they plan to. They stayed here, hoping desperately that the court would help them. There are wealthy city residents who come back now and then to give free porridge, which is better than traveling in the cold winter. The officials also look annoyed and frown, gathering together and talking to the guards at the city gate, showing some respect. It's rare to see these officials act so humble. It seems that even if they come from the capital, they still need to flatter others on their territory. Wait here. I'll go find that little officer Song to see if we can get in with him, said Song Yan. After saying that, he handed the basket to Song Qing and went to talk to the officials. Soon, Song Qing saw Song Yan wave at her, so she quickly picked up the basket and hurried after him. They sneaked into the city, agreed on a time to leave with the officials, and then parted ways. Are they really so trusting of us? It seems it's not that hard to talk to them, said Song Qing. She thought it was easier to get into the city than she expected, but Song Yan rolled his eyes and said, You're overthinking. I paid 5 taels of silver to get us in. I checked. There's a curfew in the city. If we stay here and have nowhere to sleep at night, we'll be kicked out. If they find out we don't have household registration, we could get in trouble, said Song Qing. She didn't expect that ancient times would have such strict rules. Sleeping on the street isn't allowed? What about all those beggars in the TV shows? Song Yan explained briefly, and then took the basket, pulling her along to buy things. They didn't have much time, but there were many things to buy. Since they couldn't stay long, and winter travel required many supplies, Song Yan had already discussed with Song Qing what to buy. She followed him to buy coarse rice, looked around, and thought she could manage, then asked him, Song Yan, we don't have enough time. It might be faster if we split up to buy things. He hesitated a little, feeling a bit uneasy, but finally agreed. This opportunity was rare and expensive, so they had to make the most of it. Seeing him agree, Song Qing was happy and split up from him. She went to a fabric shop and found that the system was telling the truth. Prices matched reality. A set of cotton clothes cost 800 coins. Compared to that, the mall was even cheaper by 100 coins. She always thought the mall was expensive. Oh, young lady, don't think it's too costly. Our cotton clothes are thick and heavy, weighing about 2 or 3 jin, said the shopkeeper. I'm not bragging, but these cotton clothes can last 3 generations if you wear them, she replied. This fresh and unique sales pitch made Song Qing silent. She recalled the memories of the original owner. She realized the shopkeeper's words were not exaggerated. In this era, cotton clothes and quilts are considered valuable possessions. Poor families pass them down from generation to generation, mending and patching them, and when they can no longer wear them, they are taken apart to make quilts and continue the cycle. Haha, do you have a quilt? I want to see it. That one is more expensive. It costs 2 taels. Do you still want to look, young lady? The shopkeeper smiled warmly, but there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Song Qing waved her hand to decline. No, thank you. She turned and walked away, deciding to make this business deal with the market. The shopkeeper was not angry. He was used to such situations and thought she was a young girl new to the city who had never seen the world. She didn't rush to buy a cotton coat. First, she bought a piece of pork fat and a piece of pork. The pork cost 50 coins, and the fat was 4 jin for 390 coins, a large sum. After placing the meat in her basket, she specifically chose the fattier parts, which she used to find disgusting, but now they made her drool. She also bought some miscellaneous spices, coarse salt, and ginger, just in case she caught a cold and needed ginger tea. Having bought what she needed, she found a quiet, deserted alley. From the market, she bought 2 sets of cotton clothes and pants, along with hats that could cover her ears. As for the quilt, she hesitated but finally decided to buy one, biting her lip. All the miscellaneous expenses used up her money from selling the goat, and she even spent another 3 taels and a half. Song Yan had given 5 taels to the officials, splitting it equally, so she only had 3 taels left. She didn't dare to browse further. Lack of money was one reason, and she was holding important belongings in her arms. Her own cotton clothes were already on, and carrying the quilt, cotton coat, and basket was difficult, attracting many people's gazes. Song Qing endured these looks. She wasn't socially anxious, but after a long time away from normal society, she felt quite uncomfortable. When she reached the city gate, Song Yan was already waiting there. From afar, he saw a moving quilt slowly approaching. He was a bit unsure and had to guard the cart and other items, so he patiently waited for the quilt to come closer. I'm exhausted. Is this our cart? It looks really nice. You still bought a quilt. And meat. Both voices of surprise sounded at the same time. The 2 people looked excitedly at each other's purchases, full of joy. They seemed very happy. Song Qing had just become part of the car-owning group and felt more hopeful about life. She looked at Song Yan. I bought some lard. We should both eat well, or how will we get through winter? And this cotton coat. You should wear it quickly. It's very warm. Tonight, we can cover ourselves with a quilt and probably won't wake up cold. She handed the cotton coat to Song Yan. He looked at his dirty clothes and hesitated. He had worn such new clothes only when his parents were alive. Song Qing saw his reluctance and pushed the coat forward. Just put it on quickly. We don't have a place to change anyway, and the clothes will get dirty on the road. Song Yen still shook his head, as if making an important decision. I bought some oilcloth. When we find water tonight, I want to take a bath before putting on the new clothes. Song Qing looked at her own clothes and fell silent. How had she not thought of that? She was getting dirty. I want to wash too. Why didn't you say so earlier? Song Qing complained. A few officials who had come to buy supplies also arrived. They had bought several carts of grain and warm clothes. The two hurriedly pushed the carts and left. Song Yin looked at her with a smile. Who knew you'd be so eager to put on the clothes? Song Qing felt disappointed but helpless. She could only comfort herself that these clothes would eventually get dirty anyway. After leaving the city, the officials seemed unhappy even after delivering supplies. Song Yen told Song Qing to stay with the carts while he went to find out more. It turned out that the guards in Jingo didn't have time to deal with these officials. They couldn't spare a shelter at the city gate, so they couldn't stay there to rest. But they didn't have high official ranks either. Even if they reported it, the authorities had good reasons. Forcing the refugees out and making space might cause a rebellion. So, the leader of the officials, Song, looked grim and announced, "All of you, get up and keep moving." It was time for lunch, but the officials were in a bad mood and needed to vent. They had no patience to prepare lunch for these people. The prisoners were complaining bitterly inside, but they dared not offend the officials, fearing a lash if they made them angry. Song Yen and the other person quietly moved to an inconspicuous spot behind the group, perhaps because they were on the very edge, making them look like they were traveling alone. Just as they were about to push their cart and set off, a dirty little girl suddenly hugged Song Qing's leg and begged desperately, "Big sister, please be kind and give me some food. I'm so hungry," sob. Song Qing looked at her with some pity, but mostly felt embarrassed because before coming to the city, she looked exactly like this little girl. "Get up quickly. I don't have any food to give you." "I'm hungry too." Her words weren't entirely false. She really hadn't eaten yet. She was too naive to think that if she dared to give her some food, the desperate refugees watching would attack her and take everything she had. This little bit of belongings was earned through hard work by the two of them, and they dared not take any risks. "Big sister, look at you wearing such nice cotton clothes. Please have a kind heart and give me some food. Do you really want to watch me starve to death?" Song Qing's face grew darker, but the girl clung tightly to her leg and knelt down, kowtowing. "Please, be kind and give me some food. I would be willing to work as your servant for a lifetime." Song Qing wanted to struggle free, but couldn't. The girl seemed determined not to give up on getting food. At this moment, she really regretted putting on her cotton clothes first. Who knew that just because of her outfit, she would attract attention? Song Yin was not as easy to deal with as Song Qing. He suddenly pulled the girl away. He glared at her fiercely to warn her, but unexpectedly, the girl collapsed to the ground. A group of ragged people rushed out. Leading them was an old woman, with two men and a woman accompanying her. Song Qing was surprised. She finally understood that she had been set up. The old woman stared at Song Qing angrily. "Stupid girl, my granddaughter begged you desperately, and you just ignored her. Now you even hurt her? If you don't pay me 20 jin of grain, don't think about leaving today." The woman held the girl and cried loudly, as if the girl was already dead. The two men beside the old woman glared at Song Qing from either side, full of threats. This family was notorious for being shameless and greedy. They had been stealing, robbing, and taking advantage of others all the way to Jinzhou. Seeing that Song Qing and the others had no adults around, pushing a new cart and wearing a new cotton coat, she started to think about stealing something. At this moment, Song Yen also frowned with a look of anger on his face. If it weren't for the guards nearby watching, he really wanted to draw his sword and teach this old woman a lesson. They wouldn't stand a chance against this family if they fought, so they hesitated about what to do. But Song Qing suddenly spoke. 20 jin of grain in broad daylight. What's the difference from robbery? Your granddaughter fell by herself. Don't try to blame me. I haven't even asked her to pay for my clothes. They're new, and she's already dirted them. She grabbed the old woman's clothes. Luckily, the original owner was used to hard work and was quite strong. She easily pulled the woman in front of her and whispered threateningly, "Look at you. Just because we're fleeing from hardship, why can we go into the city to buy things, but you can't? Are you trying to get yourself killed, old woman?" After saying this, Song Qing felt she was becoming more and more mean.
Just look at her words, so gangster-like.
She really liked that feeling. The old woman's eyes rolled as if she was weighing whether her words were true, but in the end, greed took over. "Little girl, don't think you can fool me with a few words. You think I was scared into submission. No more talk. If you don't give us the grain, neither of you will leave today." Song Qing and Song Yan exchanged a glance, feeling a bit helpless. This old woman was really hard to deal with. They signaled to each other. She would hold the woman back while he went to find the officials. They had just paid 5 taels of silver today, and they weren't sure if they could use that favor again. If the officials showed up, this matter could probably be settled. Song Yan ran over in that direction, while Song Qing stayed behind with the cart. Seeing him run away, the old woman grew anxious. "Quick, catch him. Don't let him escape." Just then, the young officer was counting people with a frown when he saw a man chasing after Song Yan. Song Yan was shouting as he ran, "Help, officer. They're trying to rob us." It was really frustrating to be in a bad mood and have someone looking for trouble. The young officer swung his whip at the man chasing Song Yan and scolded, in broad daylight, "Have you lost your mind, or what?" The man was whipped and fell to the ground, wailing. If he had known that this brat knew the officer, he wouldn't have dared to come forward. There was some distance between them. The people on Song Yan's side didn't notice the commotion over there. As Song Qing started fighting with someone, Song Yan quickly looked at the young officer. "Officer, please save my sister. This person is from their family. I told you I am part of the officer's team, and they still dared to fight." The young officer grabbed his whip and went over. The old woman was tearing at Song Qing's new cotton coat, trying to take it away, but she was hit hard with a whip. Who the hell dares to hit me?" She cursed and turned around, facing the officer in uniform. Then she was hit with a series of whips. "You refugees not only took over our place but also dare to steal from us? I'll beat you to death." After saying that, he vented his anger by whipping the family. The girl lying on the ground pretending to be dead suddenly ran away, clearly in pain, and no longer pretending to be seriously hurt. "Officer, spare us. We won't dare to do it again." They all dodged and cried out in pain. The noise attracted the city gate guards. "How bold. Who is making trouble here?" The guard looked fierce. The officer was calm and replied casually, "These refugees took over the shacks, leaving us nowhere to rest, and they even dared to steal our supplies. I don't know who gave them such courage. I suspect they want to cause chaos and take the opportunity to release the criminals." Hearing this, the old woman and the man panicked. They knelt on the ground, crying loudly, "Sir, we don't dare. We're just asking for some food." The guards received the message. They didn't want to fight with these officers. They weren't important people, but if something went wrong while escorting prisoners in Jingo, they would be blamed. Moreover, they saw these were just a few refugees, so there was no need for conflict. "Take these troublemakers away and question them properly." The guards ordered someone to take the family away. The family members still argued and tried to defend themselves, but they were quickly beaten and kicked. After the situation was handled, Song Qing and the other person naturally thanked the young officer profusely. After all, no matter how tough they were, they couldn't do much against these people. The young officer had just accepted Song Yan's gift and was in a bad mood, wanting to vent. These were minor matters. "Get up. You two have been reasonably behaved, but this is the last time." He glanced at Song Yan's cart and saw that neither of them had many good things. He turned and left. Song Yan noticed his look but said nothing, feeling relieved inside. They didn't buy much food, only 100 jin of millet. More than that they couldn't carry or afford. Thanks to the small official's strict warning, the remaining refugees in the shantytown, who had been watching them closely, no longer dared to stare. Song Yan followed behind the group. Now that they had a cart, traveling was a bit easier, but carrying so many things without a cart would have been impossible. Song Qing wore a cotton coat to block the cold wind. She felt that traveling wasn't so hard, just constantly bending over to push the cart. After a few hours, her back was almost broken. Everyone stop and rest here. Those who need to use the toilet, come and line up. Anyone caught running around will be dealt with on the spot. When the officials ordered them to stop, Song Qing wiped the sweat from her forehead and took a deep breath. Finally, she could rest. She started tidying up, while he went to gather firewood. Song Yan nodded. Song Qing took out the meat they bought and cut a small piece. It had been a long time since she last tasted proper meat, so she was afraid of getting an upset stomach and didn't want to eat too much at once. She decided to take it slow. When Song Yan returned with firewood and started the fire, Song Qing found some wild vegetables nearby. She blanched them in water, then placed them in a small bowl to soak. Finally, they had bowls and chopsticks. They didn't dare to use the only clay pot for cooking, so Song Qing planned to make a meat porridge. She cut a small piece of meat into small cubes, threw it into the pot, added water, and brought it to a boil. Then she added a bowl of millet to cook, along with some ginger strips. When the porridge was ready, she added the wild vegetables, sprinkled some salt, and it smelled delicious. While she cooked, Song Yan built a simple shelter with an oilcloth for sleeping at night. Once the meal was ready, he finished his work too. Song Yan, come and eat. Song Yan scooped some water from a wooden bucket, washed his hands, and then carried his bowl. This was the first proper meal Song Qing had made since arriving. Her meat porridge was thick and creamy enough to pick up with chopsticks. Song Yan took a sip. The warm, soft porridge first hit his mouth, then the aroma of meat and its oily flavor followed. It was savory and fragrant, with a hint of the wild vegetables' bitterness mixed in. Delicious. How is it? My cooking is pretty good, right? Next to him, Song Qing was eating with her eyes closed, clearly very pleased with her own cooking skills. When she was young, her grandmother often cooked this kind of meat porridge for her, but it was definitely more refined than this. Song Yan nodded and rarely praised, saying, "It's delicious." After saying that, he seemed to feel it was a bit perfunctory and added, "This is the best meat porridge I have ever tasted." His words were not exaggerated. In the past, his mother was the favorite daughter in the family and insisted on marrying her poor scholar husband, learning to cook simple meals. However, the taste was quite ordinary. But every time, he and his father would happily praise the food and secretly hide snacks to eat late at night. He never cooked when he was a child. When he grew older, he didn't have access to food at his aunt's house, so naturally, he didn't know how to cook. Song Qing was very pleased with his praise. She patted his shoulder and said, "You have good taste. If there's a chance, I'll show you my real cooking skills." Song Yan nodded and said nothing more, focusing on eating his rice seriously. During this meal, Song Qing finished 2 bowls alone, feeling very satisfied. She felt that life was becoming more hopeful. After eating, Song Yan took some ashes and washed the bowl thoroughly. Then he boiled water in a clay pot and poured it into a wooden tub. He carried the water to the tent made of oilcloth and said to Song Qing, "You go wash first. I'll watch outside." Song Qing nodded. She was a bit excited. More than 2 months, she hadn't washed her face, and now she finally could take a bath. Although conditions were tough, the bath was quite difficult to take, but after coming out, she still felt very refreshed. She wore a new cotton dress and also rinsed her inner clothes. She didn't notice Song Yan's unusual expression and patted his shoulder, saying, "I'm done. You should go wash now." She turned to get some twigs, planning to hang her wet clothes by the fire to dry. Song Yan looked at her face for a moment, then awkwardly spoke, "Use some ash to wipe your face for safety." After saying that, he hugged his new clothes and turned to go into the shelter. Song Qing thought for a moment, then brought some water. Under the firelight, she faintly saw the original owner's face. Her face was small, with a pointed chin, and her skin was pale and dull from long-term poor nutrition. Her eyebrows were thin, her eyes not large but bright enough to reflect shadows, her nose straight, and her lips somewhat pale. She appeared somewhat malnourished, but her delicate features were clear. Most importantly, her face surprisingly resembled her own. Song Qing frowned, trying hard to remember. It seemed that the original owner was not ugly, but she didn't look like herself. What's going on? Although she didn't think her own looks were stunning, she was willing to accept Song Yan's suggestion, especially since she was out in the wild and could encounter all sorts of strange things. She casually grabbed some ashes from the ground and smeared them on her face. She looked a bit dusty and hurried, but not as messy as before when she looked like a beggar. She turned her steaming clothes inside out and listened to the water flowing behind her, lost in thought. She didn't have any particular thoughts. After all, no matter how smart Song Yan was in her eyes, he was still a minor, roughly a middle school student in modern terms. How could he be so lecherous? And she was only 18, still a naive girl. But in the next second, her naive girl image was shattered. After her bath, Song Yan looked very unfamiliar. His face was narrow, with slightly protruding cheekbones, making his jawline look sharp and delicate. His skin was pale from long-term malnutrition, but it didn't hide his youthful, handsome features. His eyebrows were sharp, slanting toward his temples, with slightly upturned eye corners. His pupils were deep brown, like covered with a thin mist, looking tired but with a hint of wildness when he looked at people. His nose wasn't very high, but straight and neat. His lips were thin and chapped, often turned down at the corners. Despite his sickly pallor, he seemed stubborn and rebellious, like a wild weed growing in barren soil, thin, stubborn, with a hint of sharpness and innocence. Song Yan's appearance didn't match current beauty standards because he looked a bit delicate and weak. But honestly, this face hit Song Qing's heart perfectly. She dreamed of having a handsome, delicate, slightly sickly guy grabbing her by the neck and whispering in her ear, "Baby, where do you want to run?" But reality gave Song Qing a slap. Song Yan disliked her lecherous gaze and gave her a sharp rebuke. "Stop giving me that greasy look, or I'll pluck your eyeballs out." Song Qing held her forehead, tears in her eyes, and glared fiercely at Song Yan, saying, "Ugh, you idiot. Who wants to look at you? You're so ugly. And you're a man who's so full of himself." She quickly tore off her dry clothes and went into the shed to change. Leaving Song Yan sitting there with a red face, he looked at the flames and muttered softly, "I've never seen a girl stare at a man like that. That girl is really brave." He reached out, broke some firewood, and added it to the fire, then quietly said, "She was drooling but still wouldn't admit it." When Song Qing came out, Song Yan had already returned to his cold, silent attitude. She snorted coldly at him and didn't speak. Looking at the cart beside her, Song Qing silently counted their belongings in her mind. A cart, a wooden bucket, a piece of oilcloth, some rope, corn, a little ginger, spices, salt, more corn, a clay pot, 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, a cotton quilt, a basket, a small piece of pig fat, some dried meat, and dried fish. There were still a few rabbit skins, and Song Yan said he was saving them to make boots when it snowed. That's when Song Qing remembered she had forgotten to buy shoes. What would she do when it snowed? If she didn't have proper shoes, she'd have to walk around in wet ones every day. She opened the shop app. Cotton shoes cost 80 cents a pair, which was quite cheap compared to the cotton clothes. Quickly, Song Qing secretly bought 2 pairs and hid them in the quilt while Song Yan was moving the shed. She moved the shed to a dry spot. At this moment, Song Yan looked at Song Qing and said, "You go to sleep first. I'll stay on watch." Song Qing nodded, grabbed her quilt, and accidentally opened her bag. Her shoes fell out, and she exaggerated her acting. "Oh, I bought shoes. I almost forgot. Here, these are yours. Try them on and see if they fit. I'm going to sleep now." She then took her quilt and left quickly, afraid Song Yan would ask her too many questions. Song Yan watched her acting strangely and shook his head, sitting down with the shoes, lost in thought. Later in the night, Song Qing was still woken by the cold. She only had 1 quilt. Although the oilcloth kept out the wind, the ground was very cold. "This is too cold. I can't sleep on the ground," she said, squatting by the fire. Song Yan did not expect this problem. She looked at the cart nearby. "I'll go unload the things from the cart. You go rest in the cart. Tomorrow night, I will cover the cart with a tarpaulin to block the wind." Song Qing shook her head. "You go rest. I don't want to sleep anymore." Song Yen saw she wasn't deliberately refusing, so she simply took her quilt and went to clear some space to sleep. Song Qing stayed awake late into the night, so she made the same rice porridge as yesterday. When Song Yen woke up, they had a hot breakfast and started packing up to leave. The officials replenished their supplies. The two of them kept cooking meals without attracting attention. Song Qing decided to eat well 3 times a day to strengthen her body. At noon, Song Yen found some yam. She cooked yam, corn, and meat porridge, and also simmered a few small dried fish as a side dish. The officials probably wanted to finish their work quickly and didn't want to travel in heavy snow, fearing they might not make it home for the new year. They sped up their journey, whipping the horses loudly. Throughout the day and night, Song Qing heard the cracking sound of whips and the cries of being beaten. Fortunately, they ate enough and had the strength to keep going. Pushing the cart, they could catch up. But fate was not on their side. On the day Song Qing finished all the meat and lard, it started to snow. She was frying the last small piece of lard when large snowflakes began to fall, making a crackling sound as they landed in the clay pot. Quickly, she added a ladle of water and, with Song Yen, covered the cart with a tarpaulin to block the snow. She was from the south and had never seen such heavy snow before. But now, she was not excited. She only felt that the road ahead would be difficult to travel. Not far away, the officials also started to complain and curse, clearly unhappy about the heavy snow. Their rest time for meals was shortened, and they whipped the horses to continue rushing forward, speeding up the journey. In just over 600 miles, they would reach Liaodong. The officials wanted to push on in one go. Song Yen and Song Qing had only half their food left. They had already agreed to travel another 200 miles and leave at the next stop, Guangning Guard. Beyond that was exile land, a cold, poor place with frequent wars, not suitable for settling down. So far, the two of them have saved nearly 100 taels of silver, and they have also given the officials quite a bit of food. She wonders if this money is enough. Song Yen feels anxious and wants to make more money, but recently, the officials seem unhappy about their earnings. Yesterday, they even confiscated the wild chickens they sent. That night, heaven gave him a good chance. Everyone was sleeping in a wide open space, not daring to go into the forest, afraid of being hit by snow falling from the trees. In the middle of the night, while everyone was sleeping soundly, greenish lights appeared around the camp. The guards on duty were sleepy and didn't notice. Song Yen was on watch and was the first to sense something was wrong. He quietly went to the officials' tents and whispered, "Everyone, we're surrounded by wolves." Hearing this, the officials quickly put on their clothes and got up. When they looked outside, they saw they were indeed surrounded by a pack of wolves. In this cold snow, these animals are really hungry. They're trying to attack so many of us. One of the officials, surnamed Song, thought clearly and ordered, "Everyone wake up all the people. Don't make noise. Light bigger fires. Anyone with weapons, grab them. If anyone tries to escape in chaos, cut them down and feed them to the wolves." After giving the order, Song Yen returned to his own fire. They had been near the edge of the group, and now they were closest to the wolves. Song Qing had already been awakened. Seeing the frightened prisoners shouting and panicking, she felt scared too. She didn't have much confidence in her fighting ability. There were probably about 40 or 50 wolves. The only ones who could fight properly were the officials with swords, but there were only about 10 of them. "Song Yen, can we win?" she asked nervously, looking at Song Yen, who was ready for battle. Song Yen held a sharp wooden stick. He didn't take out his dagger. It wouldn't be useful. He frowned and looked serious as he said, "Don't worry about the stuff inside for now. Run inside and see how strong those officials are. If it's too dangerous, we'll find a way to escape." He wasn't foolish enough to rush forward and block for everyone. Naturally, protecting himself first was the best choice. The expected standoff didn't last long. As soon as the officials got up, the wolves started attacking. It seemed even animals had some intelligence. They wanted to catch everyone off guard, and many people screamed in fear. They found it hard to quickly drag away an adult, and also difficult to kill someone with a single blow. The officers' knives still had the advantage, and many people were injured, with quite a few wolves lying on the ground. After seeing the battle situation, Song Yen started to think carefully. He decided not to hide anymore. He observed the position of the alpha wolf and looked around for a while. Finally, he spotted the wolf giving commands from the back. Its fur was slightly white, its eyes sharp, and its presence different from the other wolves. He clenched the wooden spear in his hand and told Song Qing to hide and quietly go around. When Song Qing saw her leave, she felt very worried. Suddenly, a wolf's body fell from above, blood splashing all over her face. That wolf still had a long wound on its body. Song Qing's eyes widened in horror, but then a voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Detected a wild gray wolf corpse. The wolf pelt is worth 5 taels of silver. Do you want to trade? The fear in Song Qing's eyes disappeared in an instant. Wow, a wolf pelt worth 5 taels. That's much more valuable than the meat. The tempting wealth was right in front of her. Without hesitation, Song Qing chose to trade. She turned her head to look at the wolves with glowing green eyes. They were no longer scary beasts, but shiny silver. The light in her eyes was even more frightening than the wolves. Damn system. After taking the wolf pelt, the remaining meat was returned to her. If someone saw this now, how would she explain? So, Song Qing had to discuss with the shop system, asking it to keep the wolf corpses together so she could find a place to throw them away later. The area was messy, and the prisoners also fought back to protect their families. In the darkness, Song Qing moved around like a little bee. She didn't dare gather too many wolves, afraid that when they cleaned up the bodies later, the officers would notice something strange. She stopped after collecting about 10 wolves and earned 76 taels of silver. The damage and size of each wolf pelt varied, so the prices were different. She hid among the crowd, secretly hoping that if the officers threw all the wolves together later, she could pick up some leftovers. Meanwhile, Song Yen also captured the alpha wolf. However, the alpha was quite strong and had fought fiercely. He was also injured, with a few tears in his cotton coat and a slight wound on his neck, but it wasn't serious. As the alpha wolf let out a terrible scream before dying, the other wolves began to retreat, turning and fleeing into the forest in a panic. Song Yen carried the body of the head wolf to the officer and happily said, "Officer, I killed this wolf." The officers looked at him with new respect, surprised by his bravery. "Good boy. You're quite brave." The officers were exhausted. It was freezing outside, and they wore heavy clothes. After such a tough fight, they felt really tired. One officer patted Song Yen on the shoulder and smiled at him. It seemed that friendship among men was easier to build after fighting together. Before, Song Yen was seen as a clever kid seeking protection. Now, they looked at him with more respect. "It was just luck, ha ha ha. I was a bit scared too, but I couldn't let you all go first," Song Yen said. He wasn't foolish. If he had shown his abilities from the start, they probably wouldn't have let him follow, and might have even been wary of him. "I have some medicine for wounds. I'll apply it to you later," he added. One officer handed Song Yen a bottle of medicine for his wounds, and he naturally accepted it. The work of cleaning up the battlefield was left to some prisoners. Song Qing squatted beside her cart, watching Song Yen and the officers laugh and talk from a distance. She felt strange inside. It seemed like her child was about to go astray. She shook her head, placed the clay pot on the fire to boil water. Everyone had rolled around on the ground, and having some hot water was good. She stared at the wolf corpses piled together, wondering how they planned to deal with them. When Song Yen returned, he saw her staring eagerly and asked, "What are you looking at?" Song Qing glanced at him but said nothing, continuing to look at the wolves, and asked, "Song Yen, what do you think they will do with the wolf bodies? Maybe they plan to burn them all. That would be such a waste." Song Yen thought she was thinking about eating the meat. He sat down painfully, looking at his torn cotton clothes with a twinge of sadness. "Stop looking. Wolf meat doesn't taste good. No matter how you cook it, it's always gamey and tough," he said. He didn't realize Song Qing was thinking about the wolf skins. "I'm not thinking about eating the meat. I just think the wolf skins might be worth something. They look warm," she said. Hearing this, Song Yen looked at her in surprise. "Wow, you know wolf skins are valuable? You have good eyes." The next moment, he poured a bucket of cold water, dousing Song Qing's hopes. Don't even think about it. You know that's good stuff. Do you think those officials don't know? See? They're collecting it specifically to peel it. Song Qing's face fell completely. She looked at Song Yan, trying to hold on to the last bit of hope. Aren't they just making money from the prisoners?
How could they be interested in these?
They're even selling wolf pelts. Song Yan looked at her impatiently and said, "You're so naive. Who wouldn't want more money? I heard that when these people come, they make money from the prisoners, then they take back a batch of valuable pelts. These things don't sell for much in Liaodong, but in the capital, they are popular with the wealthy." He glanced at the others and leaned close to Song Qing's ear, whispering, "I heard that this time, they made way more profit than from the prisoners' oil." Song Qing was shocked. She thought escorting prisoners was a tough job. She had assumed that officials in ancient times were professional, but now she realized there were such secrets. Is what they're doing legal? This is clearly using their official position to make extra money openly. Song Yan saw her stunned and said indifferently, "What's the big deal? Whoever wants to join in, let them. Otherwise, do you think walking around in the cold and rain for months away from home is worth it without any benefit?" Song Qing felt frustrated. If she had known, she would have risked a few more to get some of those pelts. They're so valuable. Song Yan also felt tempted, but he knew he couldn't get involved. Even if he had them, he wouldn't sell them for much here. Watching Song Qing still staring eagerly at the wolves, he touched his neck. Oh, maybe his voice was too soft, or perhaps Song Qing was too focused on watching, so she didn't notice his unusual behavior. Song Yan's face turned pale. He suddenly grabbed his neck and raised his voice. Ouch! Sure enough, Song Qing was drawn to his voice. She turned her head, frowning, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Song Yan looked expressionless. He raised his head towards Song Qing, pretending to be confused. "I don't know what's happening. My neck feels a bit sore." After saying that, he opened his hand in front of Song Qing and suddenly realized, "Oh, so I got hurt. It's nothing serious, probably not a big problem." Song Qing hurriedly stood up and walked over to him, bending down to carefully examine his wound without saying a word. Seeing that he was still smiling, she glared at him impatiently. "Are you stupid? Such a big cut, and you say it's nothing serious. Don't you feel pain from your injury? You're touching it and blood is everywhere. Are you afraid the wound will heal and you won't be able to see the blood?" Song Yan was scolded from all sides, and his mouth tightened instantly. He didn't even realize he was smiling and he was caught off guard. "Lift your collar a bit." "I need to see clearly." Song Yan was surprised. "Huh, stop with the huh." Seeing him dawdling and staring blankly, Song Qing took the initiative to unbutton his upper clothes herself. Luckily, the lower part was covered and not caught. His wound was diagonally sliced in 3 places, from the side of his neck artery to his Adam's apple. The longest cut was in the middle. If it hit a major artery, it would be very dangerous. Song Qing frowned. The wolf's claws had been on the ground, so how many germs were there? She worried the wound might get infected, which would be troublesome. Song Yan didn't know anything about arteries or bacteria. He thought the injury was minor. All his previous injuries had been worse than this. Seeing Song Qing, who could kill a fly with her frown, he tried to comfort her. "I'm fine. It's just a little blood, looks worse than it is. No need for medicine. It'll heal in a few days. Just pity my new cotton clothes. I haven't worn them long, and that little beast tore them up." Sigh. Song Qing was too lazy to bother with this illiterate. Well, although Song Yan could read, she still thought he was like an ancient illiterate. She wet a cloth strip and carefully cleaned his neck and wound. The flesh was exposed and looked more frightening, slightly swollen. Although Song Yan didn't understand why Song Qing was so worried about his wound, he saw her serious and focused expression and didn't dare to speak further. He sat quietly, not moving. Song Qing looked at him impatiently. What was he fussing about now? She was already cleaning the wound, and he still wasn't happy? Song Yan handed her the bottle given by the officer. "This is medicine from the officers." Song Qing took the bottle in one hand. She didn't apply the medicine immediately, but sat down to examine it carefully. It was dark and unremarkable, with no writing or labels, no instructions. She opened the bottle and smelled it. A strong, irritating smell hit her nose. She poured out a little to see what it was. The white powder was unfamiliar.
Can this be used?
Are those officials really so kind? They even gave him a whole bottle. She checked the item on her device and confirmed her suspicion.
Ding.
Detected expired puhuang grass powder. No medicinal value. Cannot be traded. She rolled her eyes secretly, knowing those officials weren't as kind as they seemed. This time, she was mistaken. Those officials didn't travel far every day. The medicine was brought along when they set out, and since they didn't use it on the way, they didn't buy new supplies. Besides, they were all rough men, unlikely to care about such details. They probably used this kind of powder too. Song Qing looked at Song Yan, who was confused, and glared at him. Stop staring. Keep your head up. I'll wash my hands and apply medicine. Song Yan didn't know why he had to lift his head, but he did as told. Of course, to keep him from seeing, Song Qing turned away and pretended to wash her hands, secretly hiding new medicine in her sleeve. Don't move around. I'll put the medicine on. Since she couldn't bend down properly, she squatted to look at his injury and applied the medicine. She first secretly disinfected around the wound with iodine swab, then used a cotton swab to spread the ointment. Unfortunately, the ointment wouldn't stick well. She didn't dare press too hard, worried Song Yan might suddenly look down and see. She held his chin up with one hand to prevent him from lowering his head, while her other hand applied the medicine. The light was dim, and shadows cast by the flickering flame made it hard to see clearly. Her face was getting closer and closer to his, trying to see the wound clearly. She felt her hand and waist grow tired. Song Yan, who was held still, was also uncomfortable. Her unbuttoned collar exposed her breath, hitting his collarbone. He looked up, but all he saw was the dark sky. His body became more sensitive to touch. He felt her warm breath on his neck, causing tiny bumps to rise on his skin, making him feel cold and hot at the same time. Song Yan's face was flushed with an unusual red. Song Qing was getting impatient after struggling to apply the medicine properly for a while. It was only when Song Yan's neck turned red that she realized something was wrong. She hid the medicine by her side and lowered his head to check. Oh no! He had been holding his head up for too long and was lacking oxygen. His neck was so red. Realizing that applying medicine this way wasn't very effective, Song Qing patted Song Yan's shoulder and decisively gave an order. Lie down, so I can do it properly, Song Yan. Huh, he hesitated a bit. Maybe I can do it myself. Song Qing couldn't possibly let him do it himself, and she didn't believe she would mess up such a small task as applying medicine. She shot him a sharp look, not allowing any refusal. Stop talking nonsense. A grown man shouldn't be so slow about getting medicine. Unable to argue, Song Yan obediently lay down. Probably feeling embarrassed and angry, while Song Qing was thinking about how to cover his eyes, he had already closed them himself. Song Qing leaned over quickly, finished applying the medicine, and wrapped his wound with a dry cloth to prevent infection. Song Yan's neck was long, and the narrow cloth looked almost like a chain around his collarbone. All done, get up now. Hearing this, Song Yan felt like music to his ears. He let out a breath of relief and sat up, avoiding looking directly at Song Qing. Once the redness on his face faded, he silently thought about how this girl was almost like a troublemaker. She just tore off men's clothes without hesitation. If Song Qing knew what he was thinking, she would probably give him a cold stare again. She just unbuttoned a few buttons on her collar to check the wound. How is that called tearing off clothes? The cotton swabs she used had already been thrown into the fire to destroy any evidence. The remaining ointment wasn't finished, so she kept it in her pocket. A small silver coin's worth of good ointment, said to even help with scars. She thought about her own scars on her legs. If it weren't so cold outside, she might have wanted to try applying some herself. Looking over now, the wolves had been stripped clean by the officials and buried, mainly to prevent any wild animals from coming back. Feeling upset about missing the chance, she sank into a deep sleep. She didn't know how long she had slept, but when she woke up, she found Song Yan had fallen asleep alone, leaning against the cart. His face was unusually red. Song Qing reached out to touch his forehead, Sure enough, he had a fever. Her heart sank. She quickly got up, bought fever medicine and anti-inflammatory pills at the market, dissolved them in water, and fed them to him. She gently placed the groggy person on the cart and covered him with a blanket. Sitting down, she looked at the fire and started cooking porridge. Recently, they haven't had much to eat or drink, only thin rice porridge. Occasionally, they catch small wild animals and sell them for silver. They haven't found any good meat to help him regain strength. When the porridge is ready, Song-ching feeds him half a bowl, then finishes her own meal, packs her things, and prepares to leave. Song-yen feels like someone is giving him water and food, but his eyelids are heavy, and he can't fully wake up. It's as if he's awake, but too weak to speak. He doesn't know how long he has been in this foggy state. When he finally wakes up and opens his eyes, he finds himself lying on a cart, with a basket hanging from his arm. Song-ching is struggling to push the cart. The snow on the ground isn't thick, but walking in it has soaked her shoes. Her feet are numb from the cold and pain. She wears a hat, buries her face in her collar, with frost on her eyebrows and cracks on her cheeks. Before Song-yen fell, she never thought the cart was so heavy. Luckily, the snow wasn't deep, or she wouldn't be able to push it. She doesn't realize he's awake and is still pulling the cart with effort. Cough, cough, cough. Song-yen sits up, tries to speak but coughs from the cold, choking and coughing hard. Hearing the sound, Song-ching turns around and is happy to see him awake. Song-yen, you're awake. How do you feel? Do you still have a fever? Song-yen weakly shakes his head. He wants to get down, but he's too heavy on the cart and worries she can't push him. I'll get down and walk, he says. Seeing he's not fully recovered, Song-ching quickly holds him down and glares sternly. You're not well yet. Don't get down. At times like this, it's easy to catch a cold or get sick. Be careful, or you might not get better. She continues pulling the cart hard, moving forward. He's endured more hardships and beatings than she has. She's okay with resting for a couple of days. Finally, at noon, Song-ching spots a river in the distance, its surface frozen. She feels excited. This is the chance to get some nourishing food. The long river seems endless, and she's sure there are fish inside. She remembers videos she watched before, where people cut holes in the ice, and because of the oxygen, fish jump out, making it easy to catch them. Thinking of that scene, Song-ching's blood boils with excitement. She's determined. She can sell the fish at the market for money. She puts down the cart. Song-yen has fallen asleep again, and she looks at him, feeling a bit conflicted. I was a bit worried about leaving him alone here, but bringing him along wasn't very convenient. In the end, I decided to take him with me. If he wakes up and can't find me, he might get anxious. If he's sleeping, I can't watch over him, and what if someone steals him? So, while everyone was resting, Song-ching pushed a cart and hurried to the riverbank. She kept Song-yen within her sight, with his body facing her so that he couldn't see her sneaking across. She had no tools, just a stick she found, and started chipping at the ice. It was very hard work. The ice didn't seem very thick, but after a long time, she only managed to scratch the surface, causing a small injury. She also had to be careful not to step on the ice and fall in. This couldn't go on. The team would leave soon. Song-ching found a sharp stone and started chipping at the ice again. Her hands, red from the cold, clenched tightly around the stone, but the pain didn't stop her. She and Song-yen really needed money. Without enough silver, they couldn't get official household registration, so they would keep wandering forever. Her hands and feet were numb. After what felt like a long time, she finally saw water. She dropped the stone and looked at the hole eagerly, but there was no response. Could short videos be lying?
No. She thought carefully.
The idea was that underwater oxygen was low, and if there was an oxygen outlet, many fish would come to breathe. She frowned, guessing that maybe the hole was too small for the fish to notice. She picked up the stone again and made the hole bigger, constantly watching to see if the ice would crack. If she fell in, it would be the end. After a while, the hole was enlarged. The team was resting and preparing to leave. Then Song-ching saw a school of fish. She looked around but had no tools to catch fish, so she reached in with her hands to grab near the gills. She pulled out a big fish, which looked to weigh at least 4 kilograms. Song Qing couldn't stop smiling, her eyes almost closing from happiness.
Ding.
Detected a wild grass carp, worth 8 coins per gene. Do you want to trade? Sure enough, it was valuable. Song Qing looked around. The team hadn't gone far yet, so she didn't dare take a risk. Seeing the fish underwater, her eyes lit up. She wondered if she could just reach in and grab a fish directly to trade. Song Qing put her hand underwater, unsure if she had lost feeling from the cold, but surprisingly, she found the water quite warm. She tried touching the fish, but it was useless. She couldn't trade directly with the market this way. However, the river surface was open, and if anyone saw her transforming the fish, she might be mistaken for a monster and burned. Anyway, she planned to make a big catch and wasn't in a hurry to leave. She decided to start fresh from here and separate from the officials. After thinking it over, she decided to rest today. She pulled Song Yen along for a while but couldn't move him anymore. She placed Song Yen on the shore, gathered some firewood, and built a small fire. She mimicked Song Yen by setting up a rough shelter. It was basically 4 thick logs placed at the corners of a cart, stuck into the ground, tied with ropes, and covered with a tarpaulin to make a simple shelter. Worried about lack of oxygen, Song Qing even lifted one corner of the shelter for ventilation. Once everything was ready, she started fishing. She thought for a moment and gathered more branches to surround the river surface. From a distance, it was hard to see what she was doing or how many fish she caught. She found the basket Song Yen had made and began her fishing operation. The sounds of the market kept ringing in her ears, and the clinking of coins made her smile happily.
Ding.
Detected a wild salmon, worth 10 coins per gene.
Ding.
Detected a wild bighead carp.
Ding.
Detected a wild crucian carp.
Ding.
Detected a wild grass carp. Song Qing kept fishing without looking up, catching one fish after another, unaware of the world around her. After finishing one hole, she moved to open a few more nearby, rotating between them. During this time, she occasionally ran back to Song Yen to add some firewood. She moved quietly and carefully, afraid of waking Song Yen and ruining her secret fishing trade. She ran back and forth like a busy little bee, only stopping when night fell and her stomach growled. She caught a few big fish, cut them open with a dagger, and cleaned them in the water at the hole. Back by the fire, Song Qing chopped the fish into small pieces for fish soup. She also set up a simple rack to hang the remaining fish and smoke them. This fish is too big to make into dried fish, so I can only smoke it. However, in this cold snow, it probably won't spoil, even if it doesn't dry completely. By the firelight, Song Qing felt the heat of the flames sting her hands. She then saw that her hands were swollen and red. Her knees and clothes also started to feel hot, but she didn't notice because her clothes were still wet from catching fish. Now that she stopped, she felt very cold, like her body was frozen and couldn't warm up. She swallowed hard, feeling a bit of pain in her throat. Song Qing's heart tightened. Oh no, could she be catching a cold? At this moment, she regretted being so greedy, staying so long on the ice catching fish. The fish wouldn't run away, so why was she in such a rush? She opened her shop app and checked her balance. Wow, she earned 30 taels of silver. The fish she caught varied in size. Each pound cost about 1.8 to 2 coins. A 10-pound fish was about 80 coins. She had caught several hundred pounds of fish this afternoon. No wonder her arms felt so sore, almost unable to lift them. Now, her total savings were over 200 taels of silver. Song Qing sighed softly and muttered, I wonder if these 200 taels are enough to buy 2 household registration papers. She frowned. Even if she bought the registration, she would still need to buy or repair a house. Once they had a house, they would need to eat. They had nothing now, and everything cost money. 200 taels looked like a lot, but it still wasn't enough. The fish soup in the pot was bubbling and giving off a tempting aroma that distracted Song Qing. She reopened her shop app and spent 80 coins to buy a cold medicine packet. Without hot water, she poured some into a bowl, scooped a couple of spoonfuls of fish soup, and drank it. Please God, I hope I don't catch a cold. The children have already suffered enough. If I fall ill again, everything will fall apart. Worried, she decided to rest tomorrow before going back to catch fish. She couldn't stay on the ice for too long. She scooped the fish meat out of the pot and set it aside, then threw in 2 handfuls of rice to cook. Now it was all fish soup porridge. She looked at Song Yan's condition. He wasn't running a fever. Maybe his body had accumulated too many issues. He looked quite serious this time and wasn't recovering quickly. She gently patted his face and said, Song Yan, wake up, it's time to eat. She called him for a while before he finally opened his eyes. At this moment, he looked unusually gentle and fragile, rare for him. At this moment, Song Yan looked very pale, with lips almost gray and sunken eyes. His eyelashes were black and soft. When he spoke, he couldn't help but cough lightly. His wrist was so thin that it seemed it could break easily. He looked weak, but carried a sense of purity. Song Qing watched her sickly, delicate-looking companion and felt a strong urge to criticize herself inwardly. He turned his head, looked around the unclear surroundings, then opened his eyes and asked Song Qing, Where are we now? How long have I been asleep? Song Qing helped him sit up and handed him some meat from a bowl, replying, I don't know exactly where we are, but I saw a river. I thought I could fish here, so I didn't follow the officials anymore. I couldn't keep up with the cart's speed, and besides, don't you think our destination isn't far? I thought it might be better to find some food here. Maybe we can sell something if we go into town? Since Song Yan fell ill, Song Qing had no one to talk to. She had been holding back all day, and now that Song Yan was awake, her desire to speak burst out. You don't know how hard it is to break the ice on this river, but I managed to do it. Look at the fish in this river. Aren't they big? She looked a little proud, holding her bowl while nibbling on fish bones, not stopping to recount her achievements and efforts of the day. Seeing her like this, Song Yan didn't really mind listening, but he was worried she might choke. Don't talk yet. Finish eating first, then tell me slowly. Be careful of the fish bones. His words sounded almost magical, and as soon as he finished speaking, Song Qing put down her chopsticks and looked very upset. Song Yan was anxious, thinking she had really been choked by a fish bone. He put down his bowl and tried to move over to check. Song Qing couldn't speak, but kept waving her hand at him. She wasn't stuck in her throat, but a fish bone had pricked her mouth. She fiddled around and finally pulled out a fish bone, tears streaming down her face. Ouch! That hurts so much. Song Yan, you really have bad luck. She looked at Song Yan with annoyance. Seeing she was okay, he let out a sigh of relief and looked at her with some helplessness. Who told you to keep nagging while eating fish? Song Qing didn't dare to speak anymore. The two of them silently picked out the fish bones. After finishing the meat in their bowls, they each filled another bowl with porridge to eat. Fish soup porridge is very tasty and sweet when hot, with no fishy smell, but it becomes hard to eat when cold. After the two finished eating, Song Qing quickly cleaned up the dishes. She, a young woman who spends a lot of time on her phone, has become quite capable. How do you feel? Is there anything else uncomfortable? Song Qing looked at Song Yan's pale face and wondered whether she should buy some medicine for him. But the store only sells basic medicines and doesn't offer medical advice. She only knows a little about common drugs. Medicine is always a bit risky, so she doesn't dare to give him anything randomly. Song Yan shook his head and looked weak. I can't quite explain it. I just feel uncomfortable all over, weak and sore. I've never felt so exhausted before, and I get sleepy easily. I don't sleep deeply either. Song Qing couldn't figure out what was wrong with him, so she said, Maybe you have too many old problems coming out at once. Just rest, and it will get better. But Song Yan was a little worried. Now is not the time to rest and recover. They haven't even found a safe place to stay. Tomorrow morning, I'll leave with you. I don't think it's the coldest time yet, but if we sleep with just a thin blanket outside, we might freeze to death. Song Qing frowned. She was from the south and didn't know much about northern weather, but it sounded very harsh. Looking at Song Yan, she really wanted to say she was worried he might die on the road now. But out of respect for his pride, she thought for a long time and finally decided, Tomorrow, we won't travel. You rest another day. I still need to catch fish. Our corn supplies are running low, and we need more food. Otherwise, we won't make it through. Let's see how you feel the day after tomorrow, then we'll decide whether to go. Hearing about food, Song Yen had no choice but to agree with her plan. She helped him lie back on the cart. It wasn't very warm on the cart, but it was much better than outside. Through the gap in the oilcloth, Song Yen watched Song Qing outside. She was humming some strange tune, probably learned from somewhere, while flipping the smoked fish. He could only feel drowsy after day and night. She occasionally put her hand on his forehead to check, tucked him in, and helped him drink water. Song Yen had been feeling tense for a long time, but at this moment, he suddenly wanted to relax. It was so nice to have a family member he could rely on. He lifted the tarp and looked at Song Qing. Come up and sit, it can block the wind. Song Qing waved her hand casually. You can lie down yourself, I don't need your help. In such a small space, she sat in and couldn't even lift her head. It was so uncomfortable. This was on the hillside, and the wind wasn't strong here. After she finished, she sat down by the cart. Song Yen was facing her, so they were very close. They chatted casually. Song Yen kept feeling like Song Qing might have grown taller. He was touched by how much she took care of him. Thinking back to when she stubbornly clung to his leg, insisting he take her along, he couldn't help but laugh. Song Qing, from now on, you're like my little sister. His eyes looked serious. He felt that during this journey, he and Song Qing had built a deep bond. Besides his mother, he had never met any other woman, so he thought of his feelings for Song Qing as family love. Song Yen wasn't very good at expressing himself, but he felt it was necessary to let Song Qing know what he thought. Blushing, he looked at her seriously. If I ever become successful in the future, I won't forget you. We'll share good times and face hardships together. He stammered a bit, sounding unusually unconfident. Song Qing was confused by his sudden emotional words. Sharing good times and facing hardships? Was this a brotherhood vow? Although she found it a little funny inside, she had already considered him a good friend. As for him calling her his little sister, Song Qing frowned and thought it was necessary to clarify their relationship. I don't want to be your little sister. If I do, I'd rather be your older sister. Song Yen didn't expect her to want to be his sister. She was clearly younger than him. You're younger than me, so you should be my little sister. Song Qing refused. She was almost 19, and if she had to be a little sister to a 13-year-old, she could be shameless, but she wouldn't pretend to be younger.
No, no.
If you don't agree, let's just be friends. No more older sister or a little sister. Song Yen frowned. She didn't want to be his little sister. Did she even realize how important it was for a girl to have an older brother in this chaotic world? The two argued for a long time and parted on bad terms. Song Qing changed the subject. Do you think we can successfully settle in Guangning? Song Yen shook his head. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. He still felt that their previous conversation wasn't clear enough. After a moment, he said gloomily, Anyway, I, Song Yen, am not a heartless or untrustworthy person. As long as I am here, you have a family to rely on. No one will be left alone. If you get married and your in-laws treat you badly, I will go and teach them a lesson. After saying this, Song Yen suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Thinking about what might happen if Song Qing's in-laws were unkind to her, he felt like he could kill. But, of course, Song Qing would eventually get married. No woman in this world can avoid marriage. Still, why did he feel so upset? Song Qing's eyebrows furrowed, and she slapped his head, glaring fiercely at him. You little brat, who are you cursing? She was only 13, and she wondered what kind of person she would marry in the future. Thinking about marrying an ancient man, being nagged by a harsh mother-in-law, and following all the proper rules made her feel like she would rather die right now. She looked at Song Yen suspiciously. Was he just trying to marry her off to cut ties? Were his emotional words just a way to prepare to abandon her later? Did Song Yen really want to leave her after they settled in Guangning? Thinking of this, Song Qing was truly angry. She wasn't very capable, but she had come this far and felt she had done a lot for him. She never expected him to think like that. She didn't plan to cling to him for her whole life. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and her voice grew colder than ever. Whether I marry or not has nothing to do with you. If you want to leave me, you don't need to make excuses. When we get to Guangninggard, let's go our separate ways. Song Yan didn't understand why her attitude suddenly became so cold. Could it be that she didn't want to marry?
Impossible.
How could there be a woman who doesn't want to marry? Not marrying would just make her more vulnerable to being bullied and looked down upon by others. Song Yan saw that she didn't speak or look at him, and he became more anxious. Really, I don't dislike you like I used to. You're very capable. If it weren't for you, I might have died several times. I just want to thank you. I was thinking of becoming a family with you. I treat you like family, so why do you keep talking about parting ways? Hearing this, Song Qing realized she was too sensitive and misunderstood him. It's because this kid didn't clarify clearly. Family is family. Why talk about marriage? It feels like she's hitting her sore spot. All right, I'll give you some credit, but from now on, don't mention marriage again. I'm only 13. Who would I marry? After firmly stating her position, Song Qing gave him a way out. Seeing that he no longer mentioned parting ways, Song Yan relaxed. He couldn't understand how he had unintentionally caused trouble. And this little bean sprout's thoughts are really hard to guess. Why does she get so angry just talking about marriage? But Song Qing was right. She's only 13. Even if she were to marry, it would be years later. It's still too early. Thinking of this, Song Yan suddenly felt that strange, unhappy feeling disappear. He looked at Song Qing, then lay back down to sleep. After talking so much, he was tired again. Seeing him asleep, Song Qing felt a little sad, not because of their argument, but because she often argued with her brother in modern times. She disliked that chubby little boy, but now she missed him. Luckily, he was there, so her parents wouldn't be completely alone. And about marriage, which Song Yan mentioned, it's a topic she had never thought about. She never looked forward to marriage. In modern times, she could get a divorce. Here, marrying someone with completely different values might mean having 10 or 8 children, and divorce would be very difficult, even shameful. She thought about her original mother, who constantly complained. Even though she was a woman, she didn't treat her daughter as a person, but as a servant to be commanded. She must be crazy to marry someone like that. After this night, Song Qing decided to earn a lot of money. If Song Yan got married in the future, she would leave for a place where no one knew her, pretend to be a widow, or adopt another child, buy 2 servants, and live a carefree life. She thought about her future life many times. After waking up drowsily and cooking a fish soup, she took the opportunity while Song Yan was still asleep to go catch fish. When she reached the river, she was a bit stunned. How can I have such a big hole? It's frozen again. Song Qing had no choice but to keep picking up stones and smashing the ice. Luckily, the ice layer formed overnight wasn't too thick, and she managed to break through it after a while. Today, she couldn't take all the fish into the market. Song Yan would definitely be suspicious. After careful thought last night, Song Qing was even more determined to hide her special ability and not let anyone find out. She fished for a while and then returned to the shore, only to find the fire had gone out. It had burned all night, and most of the firewood nearby was gone. Feeling helpless, Song Qing had to wake Song Yan and go a little farther to gather firewood herself. When she returned with the firewood and rekindled the fire, she finally had breakfast. After eating with Song Yan, she refused his offer to help kill the fish and sent him back to the cart. Such a good opportunity. How could she not seize it? By the end of the day, Song Qing's wallet balance had reached 359 taels. She patted her waist, feeling like it was about to break. Today's physical activity was much more than yesterday. She was gathering firewood, killing fish, smoking fish, and sneaking across borders for trading. After a busy day, she felt dizzy. She really was like an old ox working tirelessly. The fish wasn't smoked yet, but she was exhausted and couldn't gather more firewood. She forced herself to hold on because tomorrow they had to set out. The next day, Song Qing felt her nose running, which scared her quite a bit. She bought cold medicine and took it, but didn't see much improvement. After observing for a while and not noticing any other symptoms, she decided not to worry. Song Yan was much better. His body was still weak, but he stubbornly refused to lie down and let Song Qing help him. Unable to stop him, Song Qing simply let him join the journey. Unfortunately, the snow kept falling harder, and their pace slowed down significantly. By the end of the day, they had traveled about 30 miles. Seeing her increasingly empty food bag, she sighed. I don't know when we'll arrive. Song Yan shook his head and gasped. Don't think about it. Let's go first. I guess we still have 4 or 5 days to go. And so, on the 5th night, Song Qing and Song Yan finally reached the gates of Guangningard. The shanty towns here were even more dilapidated than in Jingo, with many beggars and refugees mixed in, but there were noticeably fewer than in Jingo. Song Yan looked at the sky and said to Song Qing, Let's think of a way again tomorrow morning. Tonight, we'll just find a place to stay outside. Song Qing nodded. She was very tired and just wanted to find a place to sit down. Song Qing and Song Yan also entered a shanty town. They found a quiet corner. The clothes and belongings they carried were much better than those of the others, which drew many eyes. Song Yan returned to a defensive stance. Song Qing was a bit nervous, but surprisingly no one bothered them. Before she could wonder why, the guards at the city gate gave the answer. A group of men on the other side started arguing for some reason. They didn't fight, just raised their voices, which made one guard come over. He pulled out a whip from his waist and gave a harsh lash, not asking why or where it started. Everyone was treated equally. After this, the men no longer made any noise, and others dared not breathe loudly. Song Yan and Song Qing slowed down their movements. They all agreed not to attract the guards' attention. No one wanted to get beaten. Song Qing frowned. The guards here gave her a different feeling from those in Jinzhou. They seemed to see these people's lives as worthless, as if it was okay to kill them. Song Yan saw her fear and worry, but said nothing. Instead, he took out a small piece of fish and walked toward a group of beggars. The beggars ranged in size. The oldest looked about 14 or 15, and the youngest was only about 5 or 6. When they saw Song Yan coming, they didn't dare make a fuss but stayed alert. The biggest one stepped forward, looking threatening. Song Yan quietly approached, spread out what he had, and the beggar's eyes lit up with desire. But they didn't dare move. Finally, the temptation of food was too strong. The biggest beggar took a few steps forward and signaled for Song Yan to squat down. What do you want to exchange? He asked. He didn't think Song Yan would be so kind as to give them charity. Having been among people for many years, they had seen everything and could tell who was genuine. Song Yan didn't try to get close to them. He lowered his voice and asked, I want to learn about Guangningard. Are the officials here good? Do they accept and shelter refugees? The beggar was called Baozi. He loved eating buns and named himself after them, hoping to always have buns to eat. Upon hearing this, he did not take the item from Song Yan's hand and hesitated because it was not easy to speak badly about officials. Song Yan understood his hesitation and said, If your information is useful, I will give you another piece. I am also a refugee, not a bad person. Only then did Baozi take the piece of meat and pass it to a child behind him, telling him to cook it into soup for everyone to share. He pulled Song Yan aside to hide and said, You shouldn't come here. This place is near the border and very poor. The officials of Guangningard are not good people. They often extort money, and the taxes are heavy. They don't treat ordinary people like humans. He looked cautiously toward the guards and continued, This place is very chaotic. No matter what bad things you do, as long as you pay, you can do whatever you want, kill, set fires, anything. Many refugees have escaped here. Do you know why only a few people are here? Song Yan was surprised, thinking there might be a hidden reason. He was about to listen further, but Baozi suddenly shut his mouth and gestured to Song Yan. Unable to get more information, Song Yan turned around and brought back 2 more pieces of fish, giving him one as a sign to continue. Baozi saw the food and couldn't hide his excitement. The city gate guards come out every month to register and take in a few refugees. They say it's shelter, but those people probably have little hope. Song Yan frowned and looked at him suspiciously. How do I know you're telling the truth? Baozi was afraid he wouldn't believe and quietly asked for his reward back, whispering, "We've been begging here for years. We know every brick in this place. When those refugees are taken into the city, we've never seen them again. It's like they've vanished into thin air." Hearing this, he felt a bit down. "I have two brothers who sneaked into the refugees. They went to see if the officials really gave land and houses. If they did, they would come back for us. But they also disappeared. No matter how hard we look, we can't find them." Hearing this, Song Yen believed most of what the beggar said. He handed him the last piece of fish. "If you have more good news, tell me.
Also, I want to go into the city sometime. I haven't decided when."
I know you have a way. When the time comes, I have more things to give you." Baozi didn't understand why he still wanted to go to the city after he had explained everything so clearly. However, he couldn't bear to give up the meat that was almost in his mouth. He carefully took the item and tucked it close to his chest. They managed to get 3 pieces of fish from a few words, boiled them with water, enough for 2 meals. That was also some meat. Song Yen returned to Song Qing, looking unhappy. Song Qing asked him, "How did it go? When do we plan to go to the city? Do you think it's better for us to settle in the city or stay in the countryside?" She was excited, even though the city gate guards looked fierce.
She thought that was just their style.
Seeing her face full of hope and anticipation for a better life, Song Yen hesitated for a moment, unsure how to tell her that they might have to keep moving. Seeing his unhappy face and silent, Song Qing's excitement faded. She felt a bit disappointed and quietly asked, "What's wrong? Did something change? Even with money, can't we get official registration here?" Song Yen paused, looked at her, and quietly shared what he had learned. Song Qing's eyes widened in shock, almost unable to believe it. Are officials really that corrupt here? Where did those refugees go? They can't have been killed, right? Song Yen shook his head. He didn't have an answer. "Let's settle down tonight and observe. Tomorrow we'll try to sneak into the city and see what's really going on. If what they say is true, we should prepare for the worst. Buy some food and keep moving." Song Qing's happiness and hope disappeared completely. She looked a bit disappointed. "Still moving? But if we go further, we'll end up in the exile area in Liaodong. Do we really want to go there?" She thought that place wasn't good. Exile prisoners were usually criminals, and the conditions there were poor. It was also on the border, chaotic and dangerous. Song Yen didn't want to go to the exile area either. Gaining Guangning Guard was already tough, and going further might be worse. But he hadn't decided exactly where to go. This escape from famine was the furthest he had traveled since he was born. He needed to find out more before setting out again. "We don't know where to go yet. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to go to the exile area." Song Yen looked at the listless Song Qing, who seemed like a dried-up vegetable, and said, "Don't think too much now. Let's go to the city tomorrow and see. Maybe we'll find something new." Song Qing wasn't comforted, but for now, she could only accept it. Over the past few months, Guangning Guard had been like a carrot hanging in front of her eyes. She endured all the hardships just for that carrot. But now she found out it was a fake root, possibly even poisonous. Song Qing felt her mood collapse. She started to doubt whether they could really find a safe place to stay or live normally. If this had been before, the country would have already taken action. In this era, where the emperor's power was supreme, life for ordinary people was very hard. At the city gate, no fires were allowed. Song Yen and the others huddled together under a blanket to keep warm. They had no dinner. Song Yen looked at the little beggars, who were probably cooking fish soup, and traded a handful of corn for 2 bowls of fish soup. That was their dinner. The smoked fish soup tasted quite plain, and the beggars didn't seem to have much cooking skill. But at this moment, neither of them complained or looked down on the food. They ate it in big bites, not really tasting anything. For the first time, both of them felt a bit lost about their future and the road ahead. Song Yen, though more mature, was only about 13 years old. He wasn't from a noble family, and his wisdom was limited. This problem was beyond his ability to solve. The next morning, he hadn't moved yet when he felt a hand pat his shoulder. Song Yen opened his eyes and saw it was the beggar Baozi from yesterday. Baozi had quietly asked him while everyone was still asleep, Didn't you say yesterday you wanted to go to the city? We're going today to find food. Are you coming? Song Yen was thinking but hadn't spoken when another voice joined in. Yes, we're going. Song Yen and Baozi turned their heads at the same time.
It was Song Qing.
After a night of thinking, she decided to act quickly, to understand the situation early and make a choice. They couldn't stay here forever. Song Yen had no objections, but Baozi looked a bit reluctant. You're going too? Why are you coming along? He didn't look down on girls. He just thought girls were too troublesome and kept whining.
He found it annoying.
Song Qing's dislike of his attitude made her immediately get into a fighting stance. Why can't I go? I insist on going. Baozi saw her fierce look and didn't want to argue with her. He turned to Song Yen and found he had no opinion. Baozi's expression changed instantly when he looked at Song Yen. This kid seemed pretty capable, so why was he listening to the woman? Maybe he was afraid of his wife. He had seen this before, but he didn't dare to anger the two of them. He still hoped that after they went to the city, Song Yen would give him some food. All right, then everyone goes. He could charge more for two people, so it was a little extra money. Song Qing looked at the cart and hesitated. But if we both leave, what about our things? Baozi thought she was changing her mind when he heard this and hurriedly said, Then you stay and watch the stuff. Song Qing refused immediately. She had to go. She had a small shop. Even if it wasn't very useful, it was better than nothing. It might even save her life in an emergency. Baozi looked around. Someone had already woken up on that side. He was worried they would delay too long and it would be daylight soon. Have you decided? Who's going? Song Yen looked at Baozi, thinking for a second or two. I'll pay you to watch these things. Baozi frowned. They all went into the city to beg every day, and at least two people were needed to watch the stuff. He thought for a moment and agreed. Recently, food was hard to find, and having fewer people going into the city meant they could still get some food without losing out. Sometimes they would go all day without even getting anything. All right, let's go. I'll pay you when we return. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. After saying that, he ran to call two people over, one big and one small, children, who would stay at Song Qing's spot. Song Qing stood up, feeling a little uneasy watching them. Be careful. If anything goes missing, I will hold you responsible. Baozi rolled his eyes at her. Stop fussing. Who do you think you're talking to? We may rely on begging to survive, but we've never been dishonest. Seeing his honest attitude, Song Qing felt a bit embarrassed. But they didn't seem very trustworthy, and she didn't want to cause trouble between them. She apologized. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just worried they can't defend against those people. I didn't doubt you. Baozi saw her apologize and no longer argued. He was tired of her rolling her eyes. At least she knew how to say sorry. Song Yen didn't say much. He handed over the items to Baozi and the others to watch. Most valuables were on him. The rest, just a few fish and a blanket in the cold snow, weren't worth risking their lives for. The group, including Baozi and 6 others, took a long walk to a deserted yard. The grass was tall, and it was clear no one had been there for a while. Baozi went to a patch of grass near a broken wall, pushed aside the bushes, and revealed a small dog hole. The opening was tiny, only big enough for a person to crawl through on their hands and knees. Luckily, no one was overweight, or they wouldn't have fit. Baozi explained to Song Qing and the others beforehand. This place took us a long time to dig through. You can't tell anyone or go in and out on your own. If you do, I won't forgive you. No one should underestimate anyone. The city gate looked strict and secure, but no one expected a group like theirs could come and go freely without paying. Song Qing and the others nodded. After Baozi went through, they crawled in behind him. They thought crossing this wall would lead into the city, but on the other side, it was still deserted. They doubted they'd been told the truth. It didn't look like a city at all. But remembering what happened before, they didn't question it aloud, just watched and waited. As more people crawled through, Baozi led them around for a while, walking east and west for over a minute. Finally, they reached a busy street. Come here and wash your face. If people see you like this, it could cause trouble. People in the city knew that beggars who looked dirty could be beaten or reported. They always washed their hands and faces before leaving the city. In the evening, they would smear ash on themselves so no one would recognize them. Song Qing didn't expect this. She also went to get some water and washed her face. She was surprised at how strict Guangning City was. In TV shows, there are many beggars and even a beggar gang. But she didn't know that even if there were beggars in the city, they were only allowed to stay in the poor areas, collecting discarded food. Being a beggar was hard. If a kind, noble person gave some alms, it was good. But if a rude noble saw them, they might be beaten or even killed. Such dangers were common. Let's part here. At the hour of the rooster, you two should come here to meet us, and then we will take you out. If you're late, I won't wait for you. If the soldiers on night duty catch you, I won't care. Both Song Yen and the other nodded seriously. This winding road was hard to remember, and without someone to guide them, they really couldn't find their way out. After agreeing, Baozi and his brothers dispersed, each going their own way to beg for food. They would gather in the evening to share their harvest. No matter what they got, they had to eat together, and no one was allowed to sneak food. That was their rule. Song Yen and Song Qing took a walk around. On the surface, everything seemed normal, with busy shops along the street and many people around. Some vendors still set up stalls on quieter streets, but there didn't seem to be many customers. They looked around but didn't see anything unusual. Their stomachs were also hungry, so they went into a small eatery and sat down. They ordered sweet and sour carp, stir-fried sliced meat, stir-fried greens, and 2 bowls of mixed grain rice. It was the first time Song Qing sat at a table and ate such proper dishes. She took a bite of the sweet and sour fish, her eyes brightening. Wow, this is really good. Song Yen, you should try it. People say ancient food is bland, but this chef's skills are impressive. If she wanted to make money by cooking in the future, it might be quite challenging. She took another bite of the stir-fried meat. The flavor was a bit off, too greasy and a little gamey. Mostly because she was picky about taste and had eaten better before. She looked at Song Yen, who was eating happily without any reaction. Suddenly, 2 officials in official robes entered. They looked like constables. They sat in a corner, inconspicuous. The shopkeeper, with a smiling and eager face, hurried over. Oh, what wind blew 2 officials here today? You haven't eaten yet, right? Let me have the kitchen cook up 2 good dishes and pour some fine wine to entertain you. Before he finished speaking, the 2 officials cut him off sharply. Stop wasting time. Quickly pay the taxes for this month at your shop. Don't waste my time with nonsense. The boss still has the mind to talk to you nicely, but don't push me to get rough. The official slapped the shopkeeper's table angrily, demanding money in a fierce manner. The shopkeeper almost kneeled and pleaded. Sir, the taxes are increasing every month. I really can't afford to pay anymore. Please have mercy and give me more time. I have all the accounts here, but I truly have nothing left. Tears streamed down the shopkeeper's face. Since the new official took office, taxes in Guangning have become heavier each year. The common people can't afford to pay, and there's no money for food, lodging, or goods. His business is barely surviving, and paying taxes is very difficult. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't pay the taxes today, your shop will be taken by the authorities. Your whole family will have to work hard to pay off the debt. The shopkeeper was overwhelmed with despair. He couldn't imagine losing his shop. His family might starve to death. Go. Bring the lady's dowry. A young servant hurried to the backyard and returned with a gold hairpin. The official was satisfied and pocketed it. That's more like it. I knew you'd be sensible. Go and pack 2 of your restaurant's signature dishes for me. I have a busy schedule and want to take some home. Song Qing frowned. This was just taking and eating so shameless. Song Yen quickly gave her a look, and Song Qing lowered her head to eat, hiding her expression. The shopkeeper got up from the ground, angry but unable to speak out, and shouted at the young servant. Didn't you hear what the official said? Hurry up and send these troublemakers away. He hurried to send the officials off, worried they might come up with more tricks later. After the officials left proudly carrying their food boxes, the shopkeeper collapsed into his seat, looking miserable. Song Qing and her companion finished their meal and went to pay. They were stunned by the price. 3 dishes for 2 taels of silver. There was no drought or famine here, and prices in the market had returned to normal. The fish they sold cost only about 8 or 9 coins per jin. The shopkeeper smiled helplessly. Miss, you're probably not from around here. As you saw earlier, taxes in Guangning are high, so prices are naturally higher. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to make a profit. You two can go and ask around. My prices aren't considered expensive. Song Qing and her companion exchanged glances, but remained silent and paid the money. Walking out of the shop, Song Qing sighed. It seems this place isn't very good. I thought that even if things weren't great, I could find a nice place to wash up and rest before buying more things and leaving. But now it looks like I can't afford it. Song Yin looked at her with a regretful face and couldn't help but say, if you want to wash up and rest, we can find an inn to stay for a night. At worst, I can tell Baozi to wait until tomorrow to leave the city, so we can buy things then. Song Qing's guilty heart fluttered. She didn't sleep well last night. Her bad mood was one reason, but mainly she was worried about safety with so many people around. They had only taken a shower once on the way here, and she almost forgot what it felt like to lie on a bed. Let's first check the prices. If it's too expensive, we'll skip it. After buying things this afternoon, we'll leave. She still didn't agree immediately. Earning money was hard now. She had learned to be careful with her spending. She was no longer the girl who loved herself and was willing to spend freely. Song Yen took her to a small inn. It didn't look very fancy from the outside, but it wasn't bad either. The inn was almost empty. The owner woman at the counter saw the two come in, and her eyes lit up. She smiled warmly and greeted enthusiastically. Are you two guests staying here? Song Qing thought she was happy because she finally had some business. How much is it to stay overnight, ma'am? The owner woman smiled very warmly. Young lady, our place is a mixed inn. 30 won per night for the common room, 200 won for a private room. Hot water is 5 won per bucket, and a luxury room costs 500 won per night with free hot water. Which type would you like? Song Qing thought about it. Compared to 2 taels of silver for 3 dishes, she found the 500 won a night for the luxury room more acceptable. 2 private rooms, please. Is there any discount, like including breakfast? When she said this, the owner's smile froze for a second, then she looked very reluctant, as if she didn't want to lose this business. All right, I'll cook 2 bowls of plain noodles for you tomorrow morning. If you keep bargaining, I might lose money. If business wasn't so bad now, I wouldn't agree to this at all. Song Qing also felt a bit embarrassed. She wasn't very good at bargaining, but she was poor now. She needed to travel, buy food, and her household registration hadn't been settled yet. Saving a little was better than nothing. Okay. The landlady looked to be in her 40s, wearing a dark cotton coat and a cotton skirt underneath, appearing quite well-fed. She playfully took the keys and led Song Qing to their respective rooms. Song Yen noticed that one room was at the front and the other at the back. He frowned and asked, why are there so many empty rooms, and why are ours so far apart? The landlady kept her friendly smile and looked between them, saying, oh, I thought since you booked 2 rooms, you probably aren't together, so I thought it would be better to have them apart for convenience. She added, if you think it's not suitable, I can switch the rooms for you. Hearing this, Song Yen seemed to imply that he might have had some improper intentions about changing rooms. But he thought, since they had traveled together and shared meals and accommodations, it didn't matter much. Also, in this city, safety was uncertain, so being closer seemed safer. He looked at Song Qing, wanting to ask if she minded. She shrugged and said she didn't care where they stayed. At his age, Song Yen didn't see her as a threat. Even if he did, sleeping together on the journey hadn't led to anything. If it weren't for the convenience of bathing, he might have just booked 1 room to save money. Seeing she didn't mind, Song Yen turned to the landlady and said, please arrange for us to stay in adjacent rooms. The landlady's smile remained unchanged as she opened 2 neighboring doors, saying, these 2 rooms. When will the hot water be delivered? Is it still evening? Since there was nothing else to do and no other guests in the inn, Song Qing decided to take a bath now. Afterwards, she planned to go out for a walk.
Bring it now, she said.
The landlady nodded and went downstairs, calling to the servant. Shunzi. The 2 rooms upstairs need hot water. Hurry up and get it ready for the guests. Soon after, the servant knocked on their door, bringing hot water and tea. Song Qing quickly finished her bath, asked the servant to tidy up, then called Song Yen to go out for a walk, unaware of what awaited her that night. Song Qing and Song Yen left together. The prices in Guangning Guard were ridiculously high. Losing interest in shopping, Song Qing ate a simple noodle dish for dinner and went back to the inn early to sleep. Last night, I didn't rest well, so today I went to bed early, but fell asleep quickly. Song Qing was just about to fall asleep, thinking that sleeping on this soft bed felt different and very comfortable. I don't know how much time passed, but Song Qing felt like she was dreaming. In her dream, she was on a boat rocking on a vast, endless sea. She wasn't sure which sea it was. She and Song Yen stood on the deck, afraid of falling into the water. The waves were very big, and suddenly a huge wave hit. The boat tilted, and she almost fell overboard because she couldn't hold on. Ah! Two voices shouted at the same time, and Song Qing was startled awake. Before she could fully wake up, she felt a sharp pain in her neck and fainted from a blow. Damn it, this brat suddenly woke up and almost pulled my hair out. A man's voice was full of anger. If Song Qing were awake, she would definitely recognize him. He was the man who brought her hot water at the inn, named Shunzi. Shunzi was now carrying Song Qing on his shoulder, one hand holding her leg to keep her from falling, while the other rubbed his aching scalp, grimacing in pain. Another man saw him in this state and couldn't help but laugh. I told you to knock her out earlier to save trouble. Why did you make it so complicated? Shunzi rolled his eyes at him. I was worried about waking up the kid next door. Anyway, this girl drank the special tea and slept deeply. Who knew she would wake up so suddenly? The other man stopped laughing and urged him, hurry up and let's finish quickly so we can go back early. The inn is short-staffed, and if that kid wakes up early, it will be hard to handle. Huanyang probably can't manage it. Huanyang was the female manager who hosted Song Qing and the other girl in the afternoon. Shunzi, hearing this, hurried to pick up his pace. He didn't want any trouble. The two walked through alleys, turning east and west, and soon arrived at a busy street. Meanwhile, other shops had already closed, but this street was still brightly lit. On this street, there were two large buildings, Piaoxiang Pavilion and Yichuan Garden. Piaoxiang Pavilion was smaller but looked very luxurious. Yichuan Garden was much larger but old and worn out. It was the longest-running flower house in Guangning Guard. Following Huanyang's instructions, Shunzi first took her to Piaoxiang Pavilion. The female manager there was someone who sold herself and her talents, demanding high pay. Wealthy officials from Guangning Guard liked to come here. The two quietly entered the backyard through the back door of the fragrant pavilion. The backyard was the kitchen and wood storage area. The gatekeeper recognized them, let them in, and quickly called the owner. The owner of the fragrant pavilion was in his 40s, but looked only in his 30s, because he took good care of himself.
He still had charm.
Shunzi and the other person cheerfully went to greet him. Master Lu personally came today. This girl is quite good. Our shopkeeper worked hard to find her. Please take a look and give a fair price. He placed the girl on the ground. Master Lu circled around Song Qing and then looked displeased. How can you say this girl is good? You're getting more and more bold lately, thinking you can fool me. Look at her. She's just a young girl with yellow hair, short and thin, with a flat figure. Do I buy her to cook fire? She rolled her eyes impatiently, clearly showing her dislike. Shunzi was worried. He understood she didn't like her. He also knew the girl's figure wasn't great. It was uncomfortable to carry her all this way. Master Lu, look at her face. She still has some color. As for her height, she might grow more. Huanyang thought Song Qing still looked a bit delicate, so she brought her to try at the fragrant pavilion, just in case they decided to take her. But Master Lu was not easy to fool and didn't buy it. Her eyes are nice, but her face is pale and thin. She looks like a refugee fleeing hardship. She's young, and her background isn't good. If I take her, I'd have to feed and care for her. No, I don't want her. Take her to the other side. Maybe she has some hope there. I don't want to deal with this kind of girl at the fragrant pavilion. Take her away. You're wasting my time. Next time you bring such a girl, don't come to my door. After saying this, Master Lu flicked his handkerchief and turned away without mercy. Shunzi didn't expect her to be left behind. They also got scolded and looked unhappy. He lifted her again and carried her on his shoulder. Outside the door, Shunzi muttered softly, "Just a worthless girl who's used by many men, and she's so arrogant. The man walking with him nudged him and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. I heard the fragrant pavilion is doing some business." With support from someone powerful, he carefully pointed above, warning his companion not to speak carelessly. Shunzi's face turned pale as he remembered some rumors he had heard, which made him feel a bit scared. He looked around to see if anyone was listening, and when he saw no one, he quietly relaxed. He carried the person to Ichuan Garden and entered through the back door. The manager here was not as arrogant as others. The owner of Ichuan Garden is called Muden. People just call her Lady Muden because she is only in her early 20s. Ichuan Garden was her family business, but since the flower pavilion at Pai Xiangyuan became connected with the new officials from Guangning, the first brothel in Guangning has declined. Now, talented women only perform arts, and some new girls are brought in for workers and soldiers to stay overnight. Lady Muden, look at this person. She's a new girl our shopkeeper just found. She won't last long before she can serve customers. Muden looked at Song Qing. Recently, business at Ichuan Garden has been getting worse. The lower-class sex trade is hard to do, as ordinary people can't afford it. Several girls in the building have started doing chores. She didn't want to buy more new girls because taxes are heavy, and she wasn't well off. Besides, if she still had things to do, she would have closed Ichuan Garden long ago. You know the situation here. I don't lack new girls, she said. Seeing her expression, Shunzi's heart sank. Could it be that today's deal was about to fall apart? He couldn't just carry the girl in and then carry her out again. He politely said to the reluctant Muden, "Lady Muden, our shopkeeper said that because of her young age, this girl can be sold to you at a lower price. Train her a bit, and maybe she'll change for the better. Look at her face, she still has some color." Muden was still unmoved. Shunzi thought for a moment, then decided to push harder. "All right, how about 8 taels of silver? That's a sincere price. Look at her, if you really don't want her, I can only sell her elsewhere. Show some kindness, do a good deed, and your business will surely prosper in the future." Muden frowned, feeling a wave of disgust at the other end. She knew a little about what was happening there. The other side Shunzi mentioned was the military camp. The fate of military prostitutes was 100 times worse than that of girls in brothels. Most of them didn't last more than a few days before being discarded. This girl still looked like a child, thin and small. How much could she be pushed around? But she is not a kind-hearted person, and since her mother left, she hasn't allowed anyone to move in. She simply doesn't want outsiders involved. Shunzi saw her face soften and spoke kindly many times, but in the end, Muden still agreed to buy the person for 8 taels of silver. Yes, just 8 taels. It was enough for 4 meals. Shunzi was about to reach out to take the silver from Muden, but Muden took the silver away and refused to give it to him. She looked at Shunzi and said, "Wait a moment. I need to wake the person up and check her body first. If she's broken or deaf and mute, wouldn't I be losing out?" She called an old woman to take Song Qing to the shed. After 15 minutes, the old woman came out and nodded. Only then did Muden give the silver to Shunzi. At this moment, Song Qing was already awake. She was awakened when the old woman poured cold tea on her. When she woke up, she found that the old woman was actually taking off her clothes. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." She struggled desperately but found her hands and feet were tied, so she couldn't move. The old woman was slightly hunched, but stood very straight, not caring about her struggles. It was clear she was used to this kind of reaction. She snorted coldly, looking at Song Qing with every wrinkle on her face, showing she was not to be messed with. "I advise you not to struggle. If you don't want me to check your body, there are plenty of old men in the yard waiting to see you." Song Qing didn't understand her situation at the moment, but since she said that, she temporarily gave up struggling. This old woman was at least a woman. If she really brought a man here, she might just run into a wall and die. Seeing that she no longer struggled, the old woman continued her work. Fortunately, it was quick. After she finished dressing Song Qing, she left. Song Qing let out a sigh of relief and started to think about what had happened. From her words earlier, this place, Ichuan Garden? That doesn't sound like a proper place. And now she has to be examined? Is she in a brothel? And she had a dream about being on a boat, but in reality, she was carried on someone's shoulder? She clearly was sleeping in an inn. Who brought her here? Someone sneaked into the inn and knocked her out? And what about Song Yen? Song Qing felt as if there were 1,000 questions in her mind right now, and the very next moment, someone appeared who could give her answers. A young woman in her early 20s pushed open the barn door. Song Qing saw that she had a doll-like face, which was quite cute. She was dressed in a bright green dress. She slowly walked over to Song Qing and looked into her eyes, saying, "Little girl, you've been sold into Yichun Garden. From now on, you'll be one of us. Only by obeying can you avoid more suffering." Song Qing looked at her. She seemed innocent and young, but her eyes carried a faint threat. Song Qing hoped to get some answers from her. She asked, "Who sold me here? Isn't buying and selling people illegal?" Song Qing knew that in ancient times, people could be sold, but they were usually of low status. It was not common to see someone openly grabbing people off the street and selling them to brothels. Peony smiled at her innocence. She bought her out of a bit of pity, but she had spent money. She thought she should get something in return. Peony wasn't a saint. If Song Qing obeyed, she'd have a place to stay and food to eat. Once everything was settled, she might have a chance to survive. But if she disobeyed or caused trouble, Peony had plenty of ways to deal with her. Her voice was very nice, but her words made Song Qing feel like she had fallen into an icy pit. Buying and selling good citizens is illegal. But are you a good citizen or a refugee? Or maybe you're just a homeless person without official registration. Peony looked at Song Qing's pale, forced smile and said, "Little girl, you're too naive. You don't know how dangerous this place is. Do you think it's easy to stay at the inn? When the madam let you stay, was she very kind? Her inn isn't that easy to stay in." Now Song Qing understood. The madam was probably the innkeeper. Damn, she had been sold to a black shop just like that. What about the people with me? Do you know where they are? Are they sold like me too? Peony watched as Song Qing, after learning the truth, didn't cry or make a fuss, but kept asking questions. She thought this girl might be worth training. She wouldn't run away from her place easily, and she was willing to tell her more. "I don't know about them. If they're with you, they're women too, sold to a brothel. It's either my place or the one across the street. If he were a man." Song Qing felt a bit anxious. What would happen if he were a man? Peony smiled slightly. If he were a man, a middle-aged man might be sent to the mountains to do illegal work, a boy with good looks could be sold to a noble, or he might be sold to a pawnshop and fall into a low status. Anyway, there's no good ending. They work in this line of business, and there's no chance for a person to turn their life around. They only have these options. If he ever comes back for revenge, it would only cause trouble for himself. Song Qing thought about Song Yan's situation, and her face looked worse. Peony saw her expression and probably guessed what kind of person she was working with. She smiled and said, "Every newcomer has to go through a process. You need to be hungry for 3 days and nights. If you realize what your future path should be, tell me after 3 days." When she turned to leave, Song Qing hurriedly stopped her. "Miss, can I please not be locked up for 3 days?" No matter what, Song Qing wanted to pretend to submit first, then find a chance to go out and find Song Yan. If she was really tied up for 3 days, wouldn't Song Yan be finished? Unfortunately, Peony seemed to guess her thoughts. She shook her head cutely and said, "No, that's the rule. We'll meet again in 3 days." After saying that, she closed the door and turned away. She grew up with her mother in this building. She had seen many clever people. Being hungry for 3 days makes people more obedient, with fewer little tricks. She didn't have time to fight with a young girl like Song Qing. Being tied up like this, she would understand everything after 3 days. Although this is a flower house, it's warmer than outside. The wind doesn't blow in, it doesn't rain, and there's food to eat. It's almost too good to be true. Ordinary families don't have such good days. Peony was troubled inside, feeling more and more annoyed. She didn't have much energy left to care about a little girl like Song Qing. It had been 5 years, but she still hadn't made any connections. If this continued, Yichun Garden wouldn't last much longer. Hearing footsteps fade away, 2 more sets of footsteps came to the door but didn't go inside or make a sound. She understood that at least 2 people were guarding the door. She sighed. feeling a bit dazed. What should she do now? She opened the shop's inventory. There was a dagger she could buy to cut the ropes, but how could she avoid people and escape? The shop sells love potions, but they are extremely expensive. She didn't cut the rope immediately. If someone noticed, it would be dangerous for her. First, she decided to wait and see when those people would come to check on her, and whether the door guards would change shifts. Hey, Song Yan, good luck to you.
You must hold on, someone said.
If Song Yan's appearance fell into the wrong hands, Song Qing shivered at the thought and couldn't imagine it. But Song Yan, who was being scolded, wasn't in such a bad situation right now, though it wasn't great either. He accidentally spilled tea at night, but didn't want to call for a refill, afraid it would cost money. So he only drank the last sip from the teapot. Because he was stingy, he didn't get much of the love potion. After Song Qing was taken away late at night, during their usual shift change, his biological clock woke him up. He then noticed someone sitting at the table in his room. He was so scared he almost instinctively jumped up to fight, but he managed to control himself. He then realized that the person was actually the innkeeper. Song Yan was confused. Why was the innkeeper in his room in the middle of the night? He was usually alert when sleeping, so how did he not notice? When Song Yan saw the innkeeper look over, he suddenly closed his eyes. He just hoped the innkeeper would leave quickly. He wanted to take the chance to call Song Qing to leave together. He felt uneasy and had a bad premonition. Unfortunately, the innkeeper didn't leave. Instead, he stood up and slowly walked to the bed. Song Yan slowed his breathing, deciding to observe first. Huanyang looked at the person on the bed, who hadn't woken up for a long time. Now, feeling bored, she carefully examined Song Yan's face. You're quite handsome, kid. If you were a few years older, you'd be very attractive. It's a pity to send you away like this. The more she looked, the more she liked his face. She muttered softly, if you were a bit older, I could keep you by my side. Since you're being sent away anyway, why not let me check you out first? If I need to use you, I wouldn't mind raising you for a few years. Huanyang reached out to touch Song Yan, who was almost grinding his teeth in anger. What does this shameless old woman want to do? Huanyang's gaze wasn't on his face, so she didn't see his fierce expression. When Song Yan's hand reached into a place it shouldn't have, he couldn't help but pull the blanket off, wrapping the person inside and giving them a firm punch and kick. Yes, he didn't care if the person was young or old. If they annoyed him, he would fight. After beating the person, he knocked them out, took off the bed sheet to tie them up, and quickly left for the next room. When he opened the door, his heart sank. Song Qing was gone. He quickly searched everywhere in the inn, but couldn't find her. The staff there were also missing. At this moment, he regretted knocking her out so early. Now that she was unconscious, it was probably too late to wake her and ask questions. Just as he was about to leave the inn, he bumped into Shunzi coming back. Song Yan hid in the shadows and tried to strike first, but he didn't manage to knock Shunzi out. Instead, he was hit hard in the stomach. Shunzi seemed to smell something strange as he raised his hand. Song Yan grabbed a stool from the shop and hit him hard, finally knocking him down. He hurriedly ran away. He staggered out of the inn, avoiding the patrols enforcing the curfew. He wandered in the dark for a long time before reaching the meeting spot with Baozi. In the afternoon, he told Baozi that they would leave the city tomorrow. Now, no one was available to guide him out, and he didn't remember the way. Baozi, who had been in the city for years, found it much easier to help find Song Qing with them. Unfortunately, it was a cold night. Song Yan was dressed in thick clothes, but had nowhere to go. He had to hide from the patrols and couldn't light a fire. He couldn't stay at other shops. Exhausted, he crouched in a corner, feeling dizzy. The next moment, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. The next day, before dawn, Baozi and the others sneaked through a hole in the wall into the city. They turned left and right, getting closer to the city entrance. Hey, boss, I think there's someone over there. Inzi, the sharpest of them, spotted a figure near a wall. He grabbed Baozi, worried they might be discovered. Baozi stopped and hesitated. If they kept going now, they'd be caught. What kind of death trap was the city, controlled by corrupt officials? Only simple folks could live inside. Inzi looked around and thought the person's clothes looked familiar. Boss, do you think that person looks familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Bowsy examined the figure closely. The person was crouched by the wall, hugging their knees, with their face buried in their arms, so they couldn't see clearly. Boss, I think his clothes look a bit like that kid who used to sell us dried fish, another beggar's stone said. Bowsy frowned. They said the same thing and he thought it looked a bit like him. He paused for a second and then said to the people behind him, "Stay hidden and don't come out. I'll go check." After saying that, he strode out confidently. When he saw no one reacting, he moved closer to the person, pretending he was just coming from the street. "Kind-hearted person, please, be kind and give me some food." No response? Maybe he's dead? Bowsy saw that there was still no reaction, so he gently pushed Song Yan. As soon as he touched him, the person collapsed to the side on the ground. "Hey, don't accuse me. I don't have any money." Bowsy was startled. After realizing no one else was around, he looked around but saw no accomplices. He quickly stepped forward, recognized the face, and confirmed it was Song Yan. Bowsy frowned. This person was freezing, lips turning purple, with no warmth left in his body. He waved toward the hiding spots of the silver coins. A few people hurried over and gathered around. "It's really him. I told you, my eyes have never mistaken anyone. Why is it just him? What's wrong with him? Didn't he say he was staying in an inn in the city? Why does he look like this? Is he dead? Can we take his stuff?" The little beggars chattered excitedly. Finally, Erwa was pushed back by Bowsy with a firm shove. Bowsy's eyes showed a hint of determination. "Don't think about doing anything sneaky. We're poor but proud." Erwa didn't dare to speak after that, lowering his head, knowing he had crossed a line and upset the boss. After saying that, Bowsy didn't want to argue further. He looked at the others. "He's not dead yet. Before dawn, we need to get him out of here." Song Yan had given him quite a bit to eat these past days, and his belongings were still there. They had met by chance, and if he could help, he would. The others, including Bowsy, didn't dare to argue. They carefully carried the person toward the dog hole. Bowsy was the biggest among them, but he was often hungry and lacked strength. By dawn, they had moved Song Yan outside the city to a shanty. "Looks like we can't get into the city today. This kid is frozen like this, and we don't have medicine. What should we do?" Bowsy said nothing. He was also annoyed. Since they couldn't get into the city today, they would only have one meal. But as the leader, he couldn't just complain or complain endlessly. It wouldn't help. "Lift the person onto our pile of straw, take off his clothes, he's almost frozen solid, and cover him with his blanket. Doding, quietly heat some water and give it to him later. I'll check if there's any medicine among his things." After organizing everything carefully, Bowsy personally searched through Song Yan's belongings. He found many smoked fish that were only half-dried. The smell wasn't pleasant, but Bowsy still couldn't help swallowing hard. "Damn, it's a good thing no one came looking for him, or else they'd think mice got into the rice jar." Bowsy muttered softly as he searched, reminding himself that as the leader, he needed to set an example and stay strong. He remembered delicious foods from before, leftover roast chicken and pig's trotters from the restaurant. The more he thought about it, the hungrier he became, and his saliva almost couldn't be contained. Finally, Bowsy found something useful. A small piece of ginger and half a fist-sized piece of brown sugar. He packed Song Yan's things and only took these 2 items, handing them to Doding. "Add these to the water and boil it for him to drink." Doding's eyes lit up at the sight of the brown sugar. Brown sugar was rare. People said only women who had given birth to a son could drink it. All of it. She hesitated, feeling it was a pity to cook so much at once. Such good ingredients. Bowsy looked at her, unsure. He didn't cook often and wasn't sure how much to add. Too much would be wasteful. Too little wouldn't be enough. Then just add half for now. He thought carefully before giving this answer. Doding carefully cut the brown sugar and ginger in half with a wooden knife and put them into the pot. He boiled a bowl of ginger and brown sugar water and brought it to Song Yan, helping him sit up with the blanket, slowly pouring the warm drink into him. Song Yan drank little but spilled more, looking very anxious. "You're wasting so much of this good stuff." He said this while swallowing hard, feeling the sweet flavor fill his throat, but Song Yan didn't react much. After a lot of effort, They managed to feed him a bowl of ginger and brown sugar water and set him down. At noon, a few of them took the 2 fish Song Yen had given earlier, put them into a pot, and cooked a stew. Each person had a bowl. Song Yen showed no sign of waking. In the evening, Do Ding boiled the remaining half of ginger and brown sugar into water to feed him. Now we have no choice. Come on. Gather your courage and wake up. Baozi looked at Song Yen and said this before returning to his spot and lying down to sleep. At this moment, Song Qing had been hungry all day. She dared not make a fuss or untie the ropes, so she was truly hungry all day long. No one came to see her, but the guards at the door did not change shifts. Someone brought them food, and she guessed they might only change shifts at night. Ah, it hurt so much. Being tied up is really uncomfortable. No one paid attention to her. She bought a dagger, cut the ropes, and bought 2 steamed buns and a bottle of water from the market. She ate quickly and greedily. After finishing, she put the dagger into the rented storage cabinet. Song Qing started walking around the shed. There was a tattered quilt and some straw, but nothing else. It looked like this was a place in Ichin Garden specifically to hold newcomers. She was examining what material was used to seal the ancient windows, wondering if she could poke a hole with some saliva like in TV dramas. Suddenly, footsteps and voices came from outside. The footsteps and voices were not just one person. Song Qing hurriedly returned to her original spot, loosely wrapped the rope around her hand, pressed it down, and pretended to be tied up. The door creaked open. Song Qing was surprised to see who came in. It was the water-boiling worker from the inn. It was him who sold her here. But now, what was he here for? Regret? Or to find a better buyer? Shunzi entered without even looking at her. Instead, he was rummaging through the shed, seeming to look for something. Muden leaned against the doorframe, looking delicate and fragile. Song Qing thought this style really didn't suit her. Did you find it? This shed is easy to see through. Maybe you should turn the ground over and look. Perhaps it's on the ground. She spoke with a half-smile, her tone not sounding angry, but her sharp eyes revealed her displeasure clearly. Song Qing was very confused. She didn't know what these two were up to, but it was obvious they were not on friendly terms now. She stayed silent and watched quietly. When Shunzi heard Muden's words, he realized that today he had offended the owner of Ichuan Garden. He really couldn't find the person and secretly cursed Huanyang for being useless. She couldn't even watch over a boy who had taken medicine, letting him get beaten up for nothing. They searched all day, but still couldn't find him. Places like Ichuan Garden are run down, but not just anyone can enter. Now, he had offended someone important. He wore a somewhat apologetic smile, but his posture remained straight and firm. Lady Peony, you're joking. That boy isn't a fairy or a spirit. How could he have the ability to fly or teleport? After saying this, he roughly pulled off Song Qing's silent hands, which were tangled in ropes. But Lady Peony, you better watch this girl carefully. Both of these are clever and tricky. Look, even when tied up tightly, they can still break free. Song Qing didn't expect him to notice, so she stopped pretending. She jumped up and slapped him, then took the opportunity to punch and kick him while he was still stunned. You dog! How dare you sell me? I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death, and you still dare to sell me? Shameless thing. You'll have a bad end. Song Qing scolded while hitting him, but since she was a 9-year veteran of compulsory education, a polite college student, she didn't curse harshly. She only repeated those few words. Next to her, Peony waved her hand to stop the guards who wanted to come in and watch. She watched Song Qing fight with interest. Song Qing was not as strong as a man, so she quickly lost her advantage. When someone managed to break free and strike back, she was slapped again. Shunzi was furious. He had been beaten all day, first by that brat, then by a girl. Did he look like someone easy to bully? He immediately decided to fight to kill Song Qing. A bystander, Peony, squinted her eyes and said, "Your Huanyang is so proud. Not only does she want to search my place, but she also wants to beat my people. Does she think Ichuan Garden is as good as before, just trampling over me now?" Shunzi's hand froze midair. Still angry, he listened as Peony continued. It's just relying on some connections behind her. A broken ship still has 3 pounds of nails. No matter how fallen Ichuan garden is, it's not something an outsider like her can trample on. She said this with a smile, but her smile was cold. Suanzi calmed down now. Peony's words were not entirely false. The Piaoxiang Pavilion is so arrogant, taking a lot of business from Yichunyuan, but they haven't completely driven people away. No one would think that the owner of Piaoxiang Pavilion is kind-hearted. He knew Peony wasn't protecting the girl out of kindness. She was upset with herself and Huanyang for what they did today. She was deliberately watching him get beaten. Thinking of this, Suanzi put down his hand, dusted off his sleeve as if there was dust there, and bowed to Peony with a smile that made his mouth hurt. Lady Peony, you are too kind. The Huanyang suffered heavy losses this time. I was anxious and offended Yichunyuan. Look, my head is still bleeding. Later, we hope to make a lot of money together with Lady Peony. Please forgive my offense today, and be generous. He smiled flatteringly, but inside, he was very angry. He decided to blame everything on that young man. And that girl, when she starts entertaining guests, he must take good care of her. Peony smiled, as if she wasn't the one who just threatened him. There's no need to say such things. We understand each other and will stay peaceful, making money together. Since the person hasn't been found, why not stay and have a drink? Suanzi heard her words and saw she wasn't upset about the matter, just politely sending him off. He bowed again. The person hasn't been found yet, so I won't drink. When I have time, I will come to apologize properly. He then left with a gloomy face, continuing to look for someone. Peony turned to watch his back as he left, her face unchanged, lost in thought. If the old boss were still here, someone like this wouldn't dare to show off in front of you. The old woman who had examined Song Qing earlier suddenly appeared and spat at Suanzi's back. Peony turned her head, her smile fading. Lu Mama, don't mention that again. My mother is gone, but Yichunyuan still has to keep going. When her mother was alive, she was still of humble background, not a noble lady. Saying such things now is pointless and only shakes people's confidence. Seeing her face look bad, Lu Mama knew she had spoken out of turn and lowered her head respectfully. Yes, yes. I lost my temper. Please forgive me, lady. Peony waved her hand and said, not a repeat, but go and bring a cup of water. Madame Lu knew that her mistress was about to have a routine talk with the newcomer. It was just those 2 sentences. I see your bones are special. You will surely revive Yichunyuan. You are hope and light. After giving the order, Peony signaled the guards to open the door. She wanted to talk with the girl herself. She had a feeling that this girl was different from others. She couldn't quite explain how, but after so many years of judging people, she was the first to have this feeling about someone. Song Qing was eavesdropping at the door. She didn't expect this person to come back again. Being caught listening was awkward. Peony, with her experience, broke the silence and put on her usual friendly smile. I think you're quite clever, girl. Tell me, what did you hear? Hearing this question, Song Qing was a bit confused. According to the story, shouldn't she be punished now? Instead of getting angry, she smiled. She felt a little goosebumps. I didn't hear anything. Aren't you going to tell the truth? Young girl, you should know when to be smart. Peony looked at her with a smile. Song Qing noticed she didn't seem angry, so she said, I really didn't hear anything, but I guess your business is having some trouble or poor management. Peony had a sense that she was quite clever. You're right. Yichunyuan is no longer just a brothel. It's now considered a flower house. Our business is not very good now. Not as good as the Piaoxiang Pavilion across the street. Song Qing was a bit confused by her words and asked, aren't brothels and flower houses the same thing? Peony looked at her, seeming tired of explaining. She squatted down and sat on the straw in the shed, smiling at Song Qing's surprised look. Why are you looking at me like that? When I was young, I was quite mischievous. I climbed trees, played in the river, and rolled on the ground all the time. But those days were long gone. Since her mother passed away, she took over Yichunyuan at 16. Now, 5 years later, she hadn't done those things again. Song Qing watched her look so lonely and suddenly thought that this peony lady might not be a completely bad person. She closed her eyes and scolded herself. Song Qing. Maybe this is all part of her plan. Even if she has her own hardships, you don't have it as bad as she does. Seeing her quickly become determined, Peony secretly smiled. This young girl is really not easy to fool. She continued her previous words. You don't know the difference between a brothel and a flower house. Let me tell you, most women in brothels are not just selling their bodies, but also their talents. Those who perform are called courtesans, and those who sell their bodies are called prostitutes. They usually practice poetry, music, painting, and calligraphy. Most of the clients are cultured scholars. As for flower houses, most women there are skilled in intimate arts, so it's mainly a business of flesh. The guests are often those looking for a quick thrill. Ayanshan Garden used to be the biggest brothel in Guangning Guard. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, there were high officials with jade ornaments who came specially to see the dance of Yu in the house. There were also wealthy merchants from other places, throwing silver to see Lu Rushi, just to get a piece of her calligraphy. I would sit in a private room on the second floor, watching the lively crowd below. As Song Qing listened to her reminiscing about the past, she felt that Peony's expression was too absorbed. It was as if she could see the prosperous days of Ayanshan Garden through her eyes. However, Peony's nostalgic look soon faded, and she returned to her smiling face, looking at Song Qing. Now, as you can see, Ayanshan Garden has fallen into a flower house, and it's still serving the lowest class of workers. It's very difficult now. Song Qing felt a bit sad, but also confused. Why was she telling herself all this? What was her purpose? Why are you telling me this, madam? Peony didn't expect her to say so much. This young girl was not catching on, and still asked her so naively. She slightly frowned, wondering if she had misunderstood. This girl's background is quite ordinary, just a bit brave. She's really going crazy lately, but she already found out where that person is. She doesn't want to miss any chance. Knock, knock. Outside the door, Madame Lu brought water and knocked.
Peony spoke. Come in.
Set it down. Although Mother Lu was puzzled about what her daughter and the young girl had to talk about, she knew that Peony was no longer the child she had raised since childhood. Now, she was the lady of Yichunyuan, and she couldn't overstep her bounds. So she put down her water and stepped back. Peony glanced at Song Qing, signaling her to drink water. Honestly, Song Qing was a bit afraid to drink. She wasn't good at pretending, and Peony saw through her worries and caution. Drink it. You're right here, and you can't run away. If I wanted to drug you, wouldn't that be a waste? She couldn't help but glance at Song Qing's chest and made a rare frown. With your flat figure, no one would want to take you as a companion. The lower-class customers didn't recognize characters and didn't appreciate arts like music or painting. They only liked big chests and big hips, very crude. When attacked verbally, Song Qing's mouth twitched. Now she believed she hadn't been drugged. She took a sip of water, looked at Peony, and thought her mood seemed neither good nor bad, making it hard to tell. She tentatively spoke. Lady Peony, you said no one would want me as a companion, and it's not worth spending money to keep me. Maybe you should just let me go. I spent a lot of silver buying me. I can write you an IOU. I have family, and if I get the silver, I'll come back and pay you. She could get the silver immediately, but she was searched and couldn't explain, so she could only write an IOU first. Peony became interested when she heard this. You can read and write? Have you studied in a private school or been taught at home? Song Qing. This person is really clever, more cunning than Song Yan. But thinking of Song Yan, she guessed that based on Shunzi's reaction, Song Yan probably escaped successfully. But why didn't he come to find her? Could it be he didn't know where she was sold? Song Qing's expression was hard to read, but Peony thought she didn't want to talk. She guessed she was partly right. This girl was definitely not simple. If you really don't want to say, it's okay. But I spent quite a lot of silver buying you. I don't have any precedent like what you mentioned. Song Qing frowned, repeatedly saying she just didn't want to let her go. Peony changed the subject. But you have a point. Keeping you isn't really worth it.
But girls grow up fast.
After 2 years, you'll be worth a lot, right? It's not impossible. Well, no matter how I say it, my business here is now very poor. If it were before, I would have already dismissed someone like you with money. Song Qing watched her pretend and started to realize that she might be trying to get her to help revive Ichuan Garden. She was startled by this thought, wondering if her own shop had been exposed. But then she thought it was impossible. If her shop had been exposed, how could she think she had a way to fix things? Right now, Song Qing felt like she had just learned physics for a semester and was suddenly asked to build an atomic bomb. It's not that she looked down on herself. She had only read such stories and watched such dramas. She was just an ordinary person. After coming to this ancient time, she found that things here were different from what she saw on TV. She smiled nervously and looked at Muden carefully, asking, "Madam, do you think I can really find a way to bring Ichuan Garden back to life?" Unexpectedly, Muden turned to look at her with admiration. "Do you have a plan? If you can revive Ichuan Garden, I won't ask for your dowry money. I'll even give you 200 taels of silver and send you out in style, Song Qing." "You're joking. If I had that ability, why would I be in such a bad situation now?" Muden sighed. "That's true. You've had a tough time too. Even Xianga doesn't want you. All right, today I'm just venting.
Stay here for now.
I won't tie you up. In 3 days, I'll send someone to teach you the rules." After saying this, she stood up to leave. Song Qing felt anxious. Why did her attitude suddenly turn cold again? She didn't want to stay locked up. Song Yan was probably desperately looking for her. She couldn't just wait for him to rescue her. "Madam Muden, I really am obedient. Please don't lock me up anymore. I've been hungry all day. You know I'm a refugee fleeing hardship. I'm not afraid of anything, but I'm afraid of starving." Muden looked at her thoughtfully. Recently, the house was short of people, and letting this girl go out to help with chores might be good. Finally, she nodded. "You're quite clever. I'll let you go out. But now, you can only work in the kitchen. You're not allowed to go anywhere else. If you make a mistake or try to run away, I promise you'll regret it." Her words made Song Qing feel a little scared, but as long as she left the store, she would have a chance to escape from Ichuan Garden. She decided to agree for now. "Madam Muden, don't worry. I will behave. I definitely won't run away." Muden watched her keep promising and naturally looked like she believed her. After opening the door and instructing the 2 guards at the entrance, she returned to the front hall. The guards at the door were called Ah Chai and Ah Tai, one tall and thin, the other short and chubby. Song Qing clenched her teeth tightly, trying not to laugh. These 2 looked so unique. The chubby, short one was called Ah Chai, and the tall, thin one was Ah Tai. Ah Chai took her to the kitchen, where only one cook was working. "Cookly, this is the lady's new helper. What's your name?" Ah Chai looked at Song Qing, not knowing her name yet. Song Qing quickly said, "My name is Song Qing." Ah Chai glanced at Cookly. "This girl is now under your care. The lady wants her to help in the kitchen, filling in for Ah Hui." After handing her over, he turned and left. Song Qing awkwardly looked at Cookly, who smiled faintly. "Hello, Cookly. Is there anything I should do?" Cookly, who looked to be in her 40s or 50s, seemed to have trouble walking, and she didn't smile much. Her face was stern, making her hard to talk to. She slightly raised her eyelids and said calmly, "Peel those peanuts. And clean, dry, and pick out the greens." Recently, business upstairs had been poor. Even when customers came, they only ordered drinks, not food, so the kitchen wasn't very busy. Song Qing was not the type to make friends easily. Seeing Cook Lee's serious face after giving instructions, she didn't say anything and just quietly started working. Fortunately, it wasn't hard work and she finished quickly. Even though she worked efficiently, Cook Lee didn't smile and sat alone on a stool in front of the stove, lost in thought. Song Qing looked at the only other small stool in the kitchen, sat down, and remained silent. When she had a moment to herself, she felt like her heart was clawed by a cat. She wanted to go out, thinking maybe she could find a way to escape. But she had only been released for a short time. She didn't dare cause trouble. Madame Muden would surely have someone watching her, maybe even Cookly, who had been told to keep an eye on her. Fortunately, soon after, Song Qing's chance arrived. A boy about 7 or 8 years old ran to the kitchen door and called out, "Chef Lee, 1 plate of crispy peanuts and a pot of warm wine." Chef Lee, who usually had a serious face, rarely showed a hint of happiness this time. Song Qing wasn't sure if she was imagining it. Before she could think more, she was assigned to light the fire. Keep the fire small. If the peanuts burn, it won't look good, Song Ching responded softly. Chef Li was quick, and soon a plate of crispy peanuts was taken out of the pot, sprinkled with a little salt. The wine had been warmed earlier and was poured into a pot. Song Ching looked at Chef Li and tentatively asked, Chef Li, maybe I should deliver it. Because of her leg injury, Chef Li didn't like going to the front, so she handed the tray to Song Ching. Song Ching was happy inside, but kept a calm face so no one would notice. She carefully carried the tray and went out the door. A short corridor led through a curtain into the front hall of Ichuan Garden. The hall was spacious, with a round stage in the middle. Around it were tables and chairs, but they were all empty. Next to the counter was a child who seemed to be the same one who had ordered in the kitchen earlier. Seeing that Song Ching couldn't find the room, he quickly came over. You're the new sister, right? This needs to be taken to the second room on the second floor. Well, I'll take you there first. Thank you. The child was clearly very happy. He waved casually. My name is Little Bean. If you need anything, you can come find me. I've lived here since I was born, so I know everything. He reached out to take the tray. Song Ching was a little worried that his small size might cause him to drop it, but surprisingly, he carried the tray faster than Song Ching. Following him, they reached the second floor. Little Bean gently knocked twice on the door. Hearing a reply inside, he quietly pushed the door open and carefully delivered the items inside before coming out again. After closing the door, he walked downstairs and said to Song Ching, From now on, when you serve food, do it like me, quietly so you don't disturb the people inside. Some guests might get upset if you make noise. Song Ching nodded, thinking this little boy was quite impressive and very cute. I understand, Little Bean. My name is Song Ching. You can come find me in the kitchen to play. She actually wanted to find a moment to chat casually, but little Dizzy shook her head with a serious face. I'm the gatekeeper here, busy greeting guests, so I don't have time to play. Song Ching looked at the empty lobby. Fine, if you say you're busy, then be busy. When little Dizzy returned to the front door, Song Ching secretly observed and saw that Ah Chai and Ah Tai were guarding there. Lady Mutant is probably on the third floor. She would hear the music from up there. Back in the backyard, she looked at the small door. It seemed unguarded, and she hesitated whether to go and see. But from a small hut beside the door, someone came out. Song Ching was startled. It was Lu Mama, the woman who had examined her before. Oh my, why is this fierce-looking person guarding the back door? She was glad she didn't rush over blindly, or she might be in trouble now. Lu Mama was probably secretly watching her from inside. Song Ching dared not meet her gaze and quickly slipped into the kitchen. Back in the kitchen, Song Ching fell silent. She probably understood the environment inside the building. Her only feeling was that escaping would be very difficult. There were strong men in front and an evil old woman behind. Late at night, a few more guests arrived, but most ordered just a plate of peanuts and the cheapest wine. Song Ching's attention was successfully diverted. She hadn't expected that the business at Ichuan Garden was so poor. Could the monthly profits really support so many people? And they even had money to buy new performers. Compared to Ichuan Garden's quietness, the business at Piaoxiang Pavilion across the street was very lively. Song Ching could hear the music and the laughter of young women and the voices of men from outside, even sitting in the kitchen. This stark contrast was quite sad. Over the next 2 days, Song Ching realized the situation at Ichuan Garden. She had been eating plain porridge with pickled vegetables for 2 days in a row. The pickled vegetables were so salty that one bite could make her want to eat a whole bowl of rice. The porridge was worse than the millet she bought before, tasting moldy, probably from many years old. But everyone inside the building ate happily, including Lady Mutant, without showing any discomfort. As a refugee, Song Ching naturally dared not show any signs of being different. On the third day, Song Ching looked at Ah Chai and the others and smiled. Don't get excited. I just want to see what's happening across the street. I haven't seen what Piaoxiang Pavilion looks like. She was just testing the waters to go outside. Ah Chai and the other two blocked the door tightly, their eyes full of threats. Madam said you can't step out of Ichuan Garden, even a single step, Song Ching. These two are really stubborn. We've been colleagues for 2 days, yet they show no respect and are so inflexible. Despite the complaints, Song Qing didn't dare to argue. She sat by the counter, feeling a bit hopeless. In the past 2 days, she could go anywhere in the building. Peony saw her but didn't say anything, but she was still not allowed to leave. She looked at the busy scene outside the door and suddenly had an idea. She couldn't go out, but maybe she could send a message? Song Qing called Xiao Duzi and quietly asked, Xiao Duzi, do you know where in the city there are the most beggars and street people? She thought if Song Yan wanted to find her, he would bring Baozi and others along, since he wasn't familiar with the city. But Xiao Duzi, small but clever, shook his head. Big sister Qingqing, Madam said I can't tell you anything about outside, including the people outside. He thought for a moment and added, except for Piaoxiang Pavilion. Song Qing's mouth twitched. Really? Why is Madam Peony so difficult? Even the children are told not to say anything. What do you want to know? Why not come ask me in person? A familiar voice came from behind. Song Qing's face froze, then she turned around and smiled sweetly. Oh, Madam, why are you here? I didn't ask anything, just wanted to know about Piaoxiang Pavilion. Knowing ourselves and the enemy makes us invincible, haha. Song Qing smiled nervously, but Peony really sat down and started chatting with her. Maybe she was just too bored, with no one else around. Piaoxiang Pavilion opened later, but as soon as it started, they bought many young, lively girls for the flesh trade. After they gained some success, they even spent a lot to lure away many girls from Yichun Garden. At that time, my mother had just died. The building was already tense, with most people leaving. Later, for some reason, the man surnamed Lu got involved with a new official from Guangning Wei. From then on, everything changed. They not only imitated the top performers of Yichun Garden with poetry, music, calligraphy, and painting, but also engaged in flesh trade. They had a tight grip on both, aiming to force Yichun Garden to close down completely. Song Qing frowned and asked, just competitors, is it really necessary to go this far? Peony smirked coldly and replied, if at first it was just about surpassing Yichunyuan, then later, it became about taking over that land and making it ours. She continued, some honest scholars only want to share poetry and knowledge. She wants to combine the guests of the flower house and the brothel, but naturally, some guests won't agree. Song Qing understood and responded, so she plans to take over Yichunyuan and separate the guests of the brothel and the flower house. Peony nodded. The person named Lu wanted that, but as long as Peony was there, it wouldn't happen. Song Qing thought this might explain why Yichunyuan was being targeted so strongly, but she still felt something was strange. You're at Yichunyuan for 3 days now. How do you feel about it? Peony calmed her emotions and asked Song Qing. Song Qing felt that Yichunyuan was quite different from the brothel she imagined, where women were forced into prostitution. Maybe it was because she was still young. Anyway, she thought that besides being poor, everything else was fine. If it weren't a flower house, she would even want to bring Song Yan to work there, at least to get through the winter safely. The people at Yichunyuan are nice, but it's quite quiet. Everyone seems a bit unmotivated. Song Qing bit her lip, but decided to speak her true thoughts. Peony smiled and asked, anything else? Song Qing wanted to leave, but she thought for a moment and said to Peony, I think the environment at Yichunyuan should be changed. Right now, there's no desire to come in. Since Xiangxiang Pavilion is busy at night, we could focus on daytime activities, maybe perform on the second floor or outside. The more Song Qing thought about it, the more she remembered her past life. She recalled how various merchants had tricked her with activities like blind boxes, merchandise, member discounts, points exchanges, and more. Peony didn't expect her to come up with ideas. She looked around Yichunyuan and said, this place was decorated by my mother, but it's a bit old now. However, I don't have much money either. Song Qing thought for a moment and suggested, we don't necessarily need to find someone to redo everything. We could buy some inexpensive small decorations or soft furnishings, or we could make some crafts ourselves. Isn't there a talented girl in our building? Seeing Mu Dan, Song Qing continued. Later, we can organize some activities to attract more people. So, you prepare some paper and pens for me, and I will write a plan for you. Song Qing felt that explaining everything in a few words was difficult, so she decided to write down what she thought was needed, along with the activity ideas, for Mu Dan to consider. Later, she could use an excuse to go shopping and go out with Mu Dan to find Song Yen. Song Qing thought this was a kind of indirect internship. She originally had little confidence and didn't plan to help Mu Dan, but now she had no choice but to gain her trust to find a way to meet Song Yen. Mu Dan listened to her, and although her words were a bit messy, upon reflection, they seemed somewhat feasible. She looked at Song Qing. "Follow me." In the building, only Lu Rushi had enough ink and paper. She took Song Qing upstairs. This was the first time Song Qing had been to the third floor in these 3 days. Each room on the third floor had a door plate with a name, belonging to one person. Mu Dan stopped at the door of Mo Ranju, knocked lightly, and let her inside. The view was in a light blue style, which sounded elegant but was actually quite simple, or rather, plain. Song Qing never expected that, despite being one of the former top courtesans, her room would be so modest. Inside, a pair of slender, plain white hands pushed aside the curtain and came out. Lu Rushi's eyebrows were like light ink strokes, her eyes held gentle clarity. Even when she was not smiling, she exuded a scholarly air. She wore a simple silver hairpin in her hair, and her clothes carried a faint scent of ink and osmanthus. The fabric was not luxurious, but was well-washed and neat. Her gestures were graceful without any flirtatiousness, more like a refined lady composing poetry by the window. Her lips did not have rouge, but every word was full of charm. Her eyes and brows carried a quiet elegance accumulated over more than 30 years. Song Qing, having traveled through so long, had never seen a proper ancient beauty before. She was captivated by her at first sight, until the woman approached, and she finally reacted. "Madam, is there something you want to see me about?" Lu Rushi's expression was cold, as if she hadn't noticed Song Qing at all, or perhaps she simply didn't care who she was. Song Qing regained her senses, looked at this 30-something beauty, and didn't feel her to be proud. She thought she should have this kind of demeanor. Peony knew her personality well and understood she had no other intentions, so she didn't mind. "I'm here to borrow your ink, paper, and brushes for this girl. She has something important to write and I need to see it. It might even relate to the survival of Ichuan Garden." Peony smiled a little, as if joking with Song Qing. Lu Rushi didn't care. Her wife was now obsessed, seeing everyone as a savior for Ichuan Garden. "Come with me." Lu Rushi took Song Qing to the desk and signaled her to do it herself. Song Qing looked at the desk and felt excited. She thought, "She's pretty and writes so well. I'll try." She carefully set aside her unfinished writing and picked up a brush. She wrote the first character, but her eyes felt stinging from the effort. She wasn't very good at calligraphy, especially traditional characters. Watching the two people talking nearby, Song Qing reluctantly picked the thinnest brush she could find, hoping her writing would take up less space. After finishing, she handed her work to Peony and awkwardly stepped aside, ready for their teasing. But no one laughed at her. Peony was mischievous as a child and her writing was ugly, but Lu Rushi looked at the paper with a frown. "Who taught you to read? Why do your characters look so crooked?" Song Qing. She had studied hard for 15 years, and now she felt like a complete illiterate. If she had known this would happen, she would have chosen to study Chinese language and calligraphy in college. "No one taught me. My family is poor. I learned secretly." Song Qing lied, but luckily no one cared about her secret learning. Lu Rushi's expression changed from a frown to some praise. "Your eagerness to learn is rare. Even if your writing isn't perfect, it shows you recognize many characters. It's a shame about your talent." For a moment, Song Qing felt like she was no longer in a brothel, but in a classroom facing a teacher. She quickly changed the subject. "That's not important. I'll study more in the future. Let's look at this plan first." She placed the paper on the table and explained. "First, we can buy some blank umbrella covers, fan surfaces, and drawing paper. Someone in the building can write and paint to save money, but if not, we can find some poor scholars to do it cheaply. These decorations can be used on the walls, and we can hang some silk or cloth in the main hall. It doesn't need to be fancy. Old ones are fine as long as the colors are soft and elegant. Order different colored lanterns to hang outside the flower building so that the first thing people see is the lights of each garden. Then get some cheap ceramic or clay pots, placing one on each table and in each room. Fill them with the cheapest wildflowers or paper-folded fake flowers or silk flowers. Bamboo branches and leaves are also good, anything that looks tasteful. In the future, avoid using messy incense. Instead, hang fragrant sachets with dried orange peel and mugwort in various places to make people feel relaxed and to keep bugs away. Peony nodded. She thought this was acceptable and estimated it wouldn't cost much money. That's fine, but will that really bring guests? Actually, Ichuan Garden initially considered changing its style, but no one came, so no one noticed the change. Song Qing nodded confidently and said to Peony, "Next is the second part of the plan. Ichuan Garden won't be open during the style change, so we can build anticipation." Peony and Lu Rushi spoke at the same time, looking somewhat disapproving at Song Qing. "No open? How will people eat? What if everyone thinks Ichuan Garden has closed for good?" Song Qing shook her head, looking wise. No. We just won't be open in the usual way, but people will still be active. The girls in the building will showcase new talents and perform at the entrance. Plus, we'll hire people to shout and spread the news, maybe even hire some beggars to go around the streets and alleys, announcing that Ichuan Garden has a big event, Winter Solstice Warmth Delivery Event. In 3 days, come to Ichuan Garden. The first floor hall offers a 10-won set of drinks and snacks, with free special performances. The second floor private rooms have a fee, but include riddles with prizes. The third floor charges more but offers personalized, one-on-one service. The first floor mainly attracts people and creates a lively atmosphere. The second and third floors are where we make money. The personalized service is custom-made, which is a bit more complicated. Song Qing naturally thought of some modern venues. She hadn't been there herself, but had heard about them. Each room on the third floor should have a different style. For example, Sister Lu's room is cool and elegant, like a refined lady, so it must look noble and graceful. There are others, like the sister, who can sell herself. Her room shouldn't have such beds or lighting, and the colors should be different. We need to add some other decorations, cough. Song Qing's face turned a little red, but the two people in front of her listened seriously. She had to continue bravely. There are also some rooms for role-playing, like pretending to be martial arts heroines or magical creatures. The style of the room should change accordingly. Anyway, our Ichuan Garden wants to give people a unique feeling. We want guests to have an unforgettable experience and secretly look forward to what the next theme will be. As Song Qing spoke more, Peony looked more satisfied. Even Lu Rushi next to her thought her ideas were quite different from ordinary people. Okay, do as you say. Especially the third floor. You've made me want to try it myself. Peony pounded the table, startling the two women. She happily stood up. Let's arrange for people to buy things now and start transforming everything. Just watch over everyone these days and guide them to do it according to your plan. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Song Qing quickly suggested. All right, my lady, let me go shopping with you. I need to see for myself if it fits. Peony agreed and opened the door to call Xiao Duzi downstairs. Xiao Duzi, tell Ah Chai and Lu Mama to come with you later to shop with Sister Qing. Xiao Duzi went to call people. Song Qing was secretly happy. Finally, she could go out. The next moment, Peony squinted at her. She tidied Song Qing's wrinkle-free clothes and softly said, Song Qing, I didn't misjudge you. You are indeed clever. If Ichuan Garden survives this time, from now on, you will be my great benefactor. I owe you a favor, so just ask anything. Song Qing smiled and nodded. My lady, you're too kind. Peony suddenly changed the subject. But if you have any inappropriate thoughts, Song Qing. She leaned close to Song Qing's ear and lowered her voice. The waters of Guangning Guard are more chaotic than you can imagine. I have ways to make sure you can't escape my grasp. Song Qing listened carefully to her warning and nodded repeatedly, pretending to be relaxed as she spoke. Madam, don't worry. I won't hide that I really want to leave, but I will definitely do what I promised you. I believe you are a person of your word. I still remember you saying before that once everything is settled, you would give me some travel money. Haha. Madam Yuden nodded happily. Only then did Song Qing follow Ah Chai and Madam Lu out of the Ichuan Garden gate. As she walked, Song Qing visited almost all the bookstores in Guangning Guard. Finally, she saw a figure of a beggar in an unremarkable alley, but she didn't recognize him. She wanted to go confirm, but Madame Lu kept a close watch on her. Oh, Madame Lu, is there a public toilet nearby? I suddenly have stomach pain. I think I ate something bad. Song Qing looked at Madame Lu, who was carefully choosing things nearby. She clutched her stomach and started acting. But Madame Lu, hearing this, came over, took her hand, and began to check her pulse. Song Qing, aren't you good at this too? Madame Lu rolled her eyes at her and said sharply, Young Miss Song, I advise you not to play tricks. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Song Qing kept her face calm. I just have stomach pain and need to use the toilet. There's no hidden meaning. Madame Lu couldn't tell if she was telling the truth or not, so she ordered Ah Chai to go with Song Qing to the public toilet. Song Qing looked at Ah Chai, deliberately blushing. Brother Ah Chai, can you walk a little farther? If you stay here, Ah Chai looked serious and stepped back a bit. Taking the chance when he turned around, Song Qing slipped away, entering the narrow alley to catch up with the beggar. Little brother, do you know Baozi? Inzi frowned and looked back at Song Qing, eyes showing surprise. Isn't it the girl from Song Yan's group? Why is she here? Why are you looking for my boss? He didn't say he knew Song Qing. The two of them were clearly together. Now one was bedridden, and the other seemed to be doing well. Maybe they had a disagreement and separated. Song Qing was panting heavily, constantly looking back, afraid that Ah Chai would catch up. Seeing her like this, Ainzi understood. Come with me. He took Song Qing to a quiet corner where they wouldn't be easily seen. Only then did Song Qing speak to him. Baozi is your boss, so you are one of his brothers. Do you remember the young boy who gave you fish pieces at the city gate? I was with him. We got separated in the city during a surprise attack. Please tell him to come to Yichuan Garden to find me. He will definitely reward you. Ainzi didn't expect it to be like this. These two people also seemed quite unfortunate. He looked at Song Qing and shook his head regretfully. He probably can't come anymore. Song Qing. What happened to him? Did he not escape? Is he? For a moment her mind went blank. What had happened to Song Yan? She even started to feel a little guilty, thinking maybe if she had come out earlier. Seeing her look like the sky was falling and she was about to cry, Ainzi quickly interrupted. He's not dead. He's outside the city with my boss. Song Qing suddenly looked up. So, you mean he can't come? Ainzi scratched his head, unsure how to explain it clearly. When we found him, he was frozen and unconscious. He didn't seem to have any wounds, but he hadn't woken up for the past 2 days and started to have a fever last night. He hasn't eaten much these days. You know, our group doesn't have much good food or medicine, so. Song Qing's brows furrowed deeply. She looked at Ainzi, who was dressed in tattered clothes, and she could guess that they weren't doing well either. Song Yan had been suffering from shortages all along, kept getting injured, and hadn't fully recovered from his last cold. Now he had a fever again. Wait here. I'll buy some things. Please help me carry them out, she said. After saying that, Song Qing avoided Ainzi and left the alley. She bought a bamboo basket, covered it with a torn cloth, and quietly went to the market to buy some corn, steamed buns, and 2 clean large bone sticks, filling the basket. She didn't dare buy much else because it would attract attention. Song Yan could only eat light food now. She wasn't sure if they could find a place to cook those 2 large bones. The shelter at the city gate was a refugee camp, and she didn't trust Baozi and his group too much now. She bought 3 packets of medicinal powder and 2 fever medicines, tore open the packaging, crushed them, and wrapped them in small bundles with oil paper to put into the basket. After finishing everything, she quietly returned to Silver's side and handed him the items. Please help me take these out and give them to Song Yan. These are all the things I could buy. You can eat the food on the cart as you like, but keep the basket close to him first. These are medicines. The brown ones are for him 3 times a day. Brew them with hot water and give them to him. The white ones are also for water, twice a day. Stop giving them once his fever goes down. I work at Yichuan Garden. If anything happens, you can come find me. I'm leaving Song Yan in your care for now. Once I find a way to leave the city, I will thank you properly. seeing her white buns and corn in the basket, and especially those 2 bones. Though not much meat, they were still meat and appealing. At first, they thought it was a bit troublesome for a girl to follow them, but now they saw she was capable. "Don't worry. We're loyal. We haven't touched your things." Silver took the basket, patted his chest confidently, acting like a grown-up. Song Qing, hearing this, trusted them a little more. Being able to bring Song Yan back and take care of him was a sign of kindness. Silver looked at him. "Why do you still want to go back to that place? Why not come with me and leave the city together?" Song Qing shook his head. "I promised the people there I'd finish some things first. I can't leave now. Song Yan can't travel either. Even if we run, we won't get far. Besides, it's freezing outside. Where could we go? If I finish my work, maybe I'll get paid. That would give us hope for this winter." Song Qing said this on purpose. After these 2 days of watching, he saw that although Mutin was clever, she wasn't as vicious as the bad women in stories. She seemed willing to negotiate. Song Qing thought that if he succeeded, maybe she'd be willing to help him find a decent place to rent or find a way for her to survive the winter in Guangninggard. Otherwise, in this cold winter, where could she and Song Yan go? Silver lowered his head. Yes, even their brothers weren't sure if they could survive this winter. Song Qing smiled at Silver. "No matter what, thank you all. If we find a way out, we won't forget you." Whether they succeed or not, they were still in their hands. Song Qing's plan had to go ahead first. Song Qing looked at the silver and had an idea, but she wasn't sure yet, so she temporarily kept it to herself. She hurried back to the public toilet and found that Aunt Lu and the others were already gone. Song Qing guessed they probably thought she had left because she was delayed too long. Silver carried a basket and walked nervously, afraid of being robbed. Now, ordinary people in Guangninggard might not even have enough corn to eat every day. Moreover, he still had white flour buns here. If someone stole them, he wouldn't even be able to pay for them by selling himself. Fortunately, he made it out safely without any trouble. He didn't meet up with the others and left the city alone. Baozi saw his hurried look and thought something had happened inside the city. "What's going on?" "Silver, why did you come back alone?" Baozi hurriedly asked, and the others looked at him with concern. Silver didn't answer. He looked at the worried refugees nearby, pulled Baozi aside, and quietly opened the basket to show him. Baozi was surprised when he saw what was inside and looked at Silver angrily. "Where did you get this?" He thought Silver might have gone astray out of hunger, but he also felt that Silver wasn't the kind of person to do that. Silver knew what Baozi was thinking. Seeing that Baozi asked first instead of criticizing, he felt a little proud. "I met the girl who was with him in the city. She gave me this." Silver raised his chin to point in the direction of Song Yan and continued. "She knows about that boy, and she bought medicine for me to bring out. This is for him. She also said we can eat whatever is on the cart, as a reward for taking care of him." Silver's mouth was watering as he spoke. He knew his boss's good character and didn't dare to have silly thoughts about the white buns. But yesterday, when his boss was looking for medicine on the cart, he saw quite a few smoked fish there. Baozi took the basket with a serious look. He didn't doubt Silver's words, but if these things were seen by the refugees, it could cause trouble. "Go give the medicine to Song Yan first. Don't touch these things for now. When it gets dark and a few others return, we'll move back to the land temple." Silver frowned at this and hesitated. "Where we came from, we finally got a spot here. Why do we have to go back now? There are guards here, so no one dares to cause trouble. We are also not in much danger. Moreover, the land temple is already broken, and even snow can't stop it. What if it collapses?" Baozi knows these problems well, but can they really protect these things under the watchful eyes of the guards? Recently, the refugees have been paying more attention to them, especially the cart. Baozi is not the kind of person who seeks revenge. He could abandon Song Yan, but then, could they really survive the winter? Although Song Yan and the others are not yet adults, they managed to escape thousands of miles safely and keep their belongings. Who knows if they have a backup plan? If Baozi doesn't greedily take more and saves him, maybe he can help them hold on and have a chance to survive. When Inzi left earlier, he was already somewhat hesitant, but seeing the basket made him feel more stable. He doesn't ask for much, just to survive the winter. When spring comes, they can go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables and become self-sufficient. Just do as I say. These things can't be kept here. The guards won't care about the reasons. Even if we are the victims, we might still get whipped. Ainsley didn't make a sound.
He knew Bowsy was right.
Bowsy thought ahead more than they did, so he was the leader. He compromised. Okay, I'll go feed him medicine first. Cover the basket with cloth, and we'll quietly leave tonight, Bowsy instructed from behind. Song Yan's face was no longer as pale as yesterday. Instead, it was quite red. His lips were cracked and dry from the fever. Ainsley dissolved the white powder in water and fed it to Song Yan, then did the same with the brown powder. After finishing, he placed the basket on Song Yan's pillow and waited quietly for the people from Shirtu, who were begging in the city, to return. Song Qing couldn't find anyone and went straight back to Yichuan Garden. When she entered, she saw only Ah Tai at the door, who looked surprised to see her. She quickened her steps and entered, thinking this misunderstanding could escalate. When she reached the second floor, she saw Lu Mama and Muden coming down. Lu Mama looked at Song Qing with surprise. You're back again? Song Qing looked at the peony with a half-smile and explained casually. Mother Lu, you're saying that?
Today is only the first day of my plan.
Where could I go if I don't come back? You two are the same. I just came out of the outhouse and didn't see anyone. I don't know the way well, almost got lost, and had to wander around for a long time before I found my way back. Song Qing quickly shifted the blame, and Mother Lu looked a bit upset. Nonsense. There was clearly no one in the outhouse. All right, Mother Lu, you should gather the workers this afternoon and get things done. Peony interrupted Mother Lu's words and directly sent her away. Anyway, Song Qing is back now, which shows she is still a person who keeps her promises. Today's situation was also a test for her. Water is clear, but there are no fish. She still has to rely on Song Qing to do things, so she can't be too harsh. Although Mother Lu was a little unhappy, she still left. Peony looked at Song Qing with interest and asked, Did you not find anyone? Song Qing didn't expect her to think that, but she told the truth. I found someone, but I will do what I promised the lady before I leave. Peony nodded upon hearing this, not sure if she believed it, but everything remained the same. From that day on, everyone in Yichuan Garden started to get busy. Song Qing was the busiest person, not only guiding the environment setup, but also giving advice to the dancers. In the evening, lying on the bed with free time, she thought of Song Yan. Hey, I wonder if he has reduced his fever. He's always suffering and in pain. I hope he doesn't get sick later. Song Yan, who was being nagged at, was currently outside the city, at a small temple on the land, still not awake. Bowsy led a group of people to pack up their former home, a dilapidated roof, no door, and a wall that had fallen down on one side. Boss, is this place really not going to collapse? Second boy spat out some saliva, trying to clear the dust from his mouth, and looked at Bowsy with some doubt. Bowsy looked around. If there's no heavy snow or wind, it should be fine for now. Tomorrow during the day, we'll find some materials to repair it. They used broken branches tied together to sweep away the dust on the ground. The straw from the shanty was hard to find, but they managed to bring some over. They laid the straw in the only dry corner, moved Song Yan down, and set him in place. Only then did Bowsy let Jingo to boil water and cook. You first boil water and give him medicine, then make a plain steamed bun with water for him, and take a small piece of smoked fish from the car to make soup. Let's eat. Bowsy felt he had done his best to care for Song Yan. Since Song Qing had spoken, he thought eating something wouldn't hurt. Okay, I'll go right now. Doubting was very happy. Today, Erwa and the others didn't get anything, and she thought there would be no dinner tonight. They tidied up the place a bit. The hot soup in the pot gave off a light aroma. Everyone was too tired to do anything and sat down to wait for the meal. They ate from their broken bowls, each with a small piece of fish, but still enjoyed their food very much. Cough, cough. Song Yan woke up and found himself in a completely strange place. His instinct was to tense up, but his whole body hurt, and he couldn't help coughing. Everyone eating turned their attention to him when they heard his cough. Song Yan recognized Bowsy and the others by the firelight. He remembered what had happened before and was worried about Song Qing's whereabouts. He hurriedly tried to speak. Ha ha. He found his throat was very sore and couldn't speak properly, only making a simple ha ha sound. If Song Qing were here, she would tell him that his voice now sounded just like a zombie's. Baozi saw he wasn't speaking and brought his bowl over to ask, "You're awake. We found you in the city. You were so cold you lost consciousness. How are you now? Luckily, that girl with you brought medicine. Otherwise, I doubt you could wake up. Why aren't you talking? Oh heavens, maybe you burned yourself so long that you went crazy, right?" Baozi opened his eyes wide, looked at Song Yan, then frowned and examined him carefully, trying to see if his intelligence was normal at this moment. Song Yan struggled to lift his finger to point at his throat, indicating he couldn't speak. Erwa quickly said, "Boss, it seems he's not crazy from the burn. He's just become mute, Baozi." Song Yan felt helpless. He didn't know what was wrong with his throat, but he sensed it wasn't as serious as they said. He thought he heard Baozi say that he had a fever. Song Qing brought him medicine, but where was she? Why did she bring medicine but not come to find him? Song Yan used to stick to draw and write on the ground for a while, then signaled Baozi to look. Several people gathered around. Is this something like chicken scratch? Is the Big Brother writing characters? But we all can't read, Big Brother. Can you guess what he's trying to say? Baozi was rarely annoyed. He definitely couldn't read. Who would be a beggar if they could read? Feeling exposed by his brothers, Baozi looked a bit upset and said to Song Yan, "Stop writing. We can't read, but I can tell you what I know." He finished the fish soup in his bowl, then took the basket given by Song Qing to show Song Yan. "Look, these things are from this morning in the city, brought to you by that girl with the silver. We haven't touched any of it. We just gave you medicine and cooked a bun to feed you earlier." Seeing these items, Song Yan didn't doubt Baozi's words. He recognized the bun and the white powder medicine. Only Song Qing had it. She once said she got it from a noble person. But later, after passing by many places, he never saw it again. He knew only she had it. Song Yan paused, gesturing for a while, but Baozi didn't understand. Still, he roughly knew that Song Yan was probably looking for that girl. He called Silver over. "Come here and tell him everything about how you met that girl this morning, word for word." Looking at the basket, Song Yan saw a small bag of corn, more than 20 buns, and 2 bones. He took out 2 buns and signaled Baozi to share them with everyone. End of section. Thanks to Emperor Du from Lushan for sending love-powered energy. Thanks to Bai Shahai for sending love-powered energy. Thanks to Ling Jia, who loves Rose Sago, for sending love-powered energy. Thanks to Lichi for continuing to work hard with love-powered energy, and thanks to Han Fenliang for using love-powered energy. I posted a gratitude message, but didn't see any response. Maybe it's a bug. Let me thank everyone here manually. Once again, thank you all for your small gifts and company. Heartfelt thanks. Baozi waved his hand. These good things are bought especially for you to improve your health. She gave us the fish from her car. You can keep the precious stuff for yourself. Song Yan no longer insisted. Since they had already eaten, they could take out the rest tomorrow. Even adding a bun to the fish soup would make it thicker, like a bowl of porridge. He listened as Inzi recounted the morning's events word for word. Instead of feeling happy, he became more worried. He didn't know what Ichuan Garden was, but upon hearing it, Song Yan instinctively felt it wasn't a good place. He gestured a lot, asking Baozi and a few others about Ichuan Garden, where it was located. Baozi looked unhappy after a while. He asked Inzi, "Are you sure she said she was at Ichuan Garden?" Inzi nodded confidently. "I'm sure. She said she was at Ichuan Garden." "Boss, what exactly is Ichuan Garden?" Baozi looked at Song Yan and then at Inzi. He sighed. "Ichuan Garden used to be the biggest brothel in Guangning Guard. But I heard it's not as good as before. The girls there aren't as expensive now." His last words were a bit unclear, and he secretly watched Song Yan's expression. Although both of them have the surname Song, he felt they didn't seem like close siblings. No matter what their relationship was, it wasn't good news that that girl had entered a brothel. Song Yan's face was pale, lips pressed tightly into a line. He was sure that Song Qing had been sold into the brothel by that unscrupulous innkeeper. From what he knew about Song Qing and Inzi's description, Song Qing didn't seem to have been defiled. She was usually clever and different from ordinary women. Since she could still bring things out for herself, it meant she was temporarily safe. But it was still a brothel. Even if nothing happened, it would be a devastating blow to her reputation. He had to find a way to get her out quickly. At this moment, Song Yan hated himself for falling ill again and not being able to go find Song Qing immediately. Meanwhile, a few beggars nearby were gossiping and asking Baozi, "Boss, how do you know so much about brothels? Do you know if the girls inside are expensive?" Erwa glared at Inzi, who asked the question with a small, flattering face, looking at Baozi. "Boss must have been inside before. Are the girls inside pretty?" A few children chattered excitedly, all young kids curious about such places. Baozi shook his head sadly and said, "I haven't been there either. The brothel has guards, so they definitely won't let us in to beg. I only heard about it from walking around the streets. As for whether the girls inside are pretty or not, I don't know." After speaking, Baozi looked at Song Yan, who was hanging his head, lost in thought. "Don't worry too much. As long as people are alive, everything can be talked about. Just take care of yourself for a couple more days. When you're feeling better, I'll take you to Ichuan Garden to find her. Then you'll know everything." Baozi looked at Song Yan with some sympathy. Song Yan wanted to explain but couldn't find the words, so he gave up for now. He lay down and closed his eyes, hoping to recover quickly. The next morning, Song Qing brought peony and arranged the order for the outdoor performance. She also added a lucky draw. The cold winter wind made the street flags flutter loudly. Lanterns of all colors hung in front of the brothel, and red silk draped from the eaves to the ground. The bright colors made it easy to see from far away as soon as you entered the street. Drums started beating, and the crowd gathered around, pushing into the open space in front of the stage. During the day, many people watched. The first act was Yao Yu's dance. Although she was in her early 30s, years of dancing made her movements light and graceful, with a unique charm. Her dance was free and beautiful, so many passers-by stopped to watch. Some children were taken home by their mothers. Most of the audience was made up of men, with a few women, but not many. Yao Yu's waist was as soft as willow branches swayed by spring wind. Her small feet lightly touched the ground, as delicate as dewy flower petals. Her silk dress swept the ground, giving off a faint fragrance. When she turned, her back curved beautifully, and her expression was gentle, shaped by years of experience. She looked more mature and refined than a young girl. The spectators on the street were mesmerized. From whispering to complete silence, only the music and the soft sound of dusters could be heard. When she finished, she lowered her eyes and placed the duster on her arm. The whole room burst into applause. Song Qing led the cheers, and the crowd clapped enthusiastically. The voices of the discussion gradually grew louder. She truly is the best dancer in Ichuan Garden. Decades of practice really show. It's a pity she's a bit older now. She doesn't look as lively, someone disagreed, saying, "You're still too young. Only at this age do you have real charm. This song really touches people's hearts." Peony stepped forward as today's host. She was dressed very lively, matching Song Qing perfectly. Originally, Song Qing planned to go on stage herself, but Peony said such things should be handled by her as the host. So, Song Qing trained her overnight, and she went on stage. Peony smiled charmingly and addressed the crowd. "Dear neighbors, winter is coming. At Ichuan Garden, we are holding a warmth-giving event. Everyone here can participate in a raffle. The winning tickets are discount coupons for packages, valid for use in 2 days, which can be directly deducted from your bill. You can also enjoy our special performances for free. If you win a membership ticket, congratulations. You will get a 10% discount on all future purchases at Ichuan Garden and priority access." The crowd immediately became lively, with some people pushing forward to see more clearly. "Host, is what you're saying true? Can these tickets really be used like money?" "Yeah, don't trick us." Peony smiled and raised her hand to quiet everyone. Peony, always tell the truth. Everyone here heard what I said. If it's true or not, you'll see for yourself in a few days." She winked playfully and, seeing no objections, continued. "Today, the second-floor private rooms will have a small fee. Guests can participate in riddles and win big prizes. The riddles are easy, but the prizes are truly remarkable. I know you're all curious about the prizes. I can only say they will surprise you. She paused, scanning the crowd. The third-floor rooms will have a slightly higher fee, but you can choose one-on-one attentive service, quiet, thoughtful, without disturbing your senses, and experience things you've never seen or heard before. As soon as Peony finished speaking, a small wooden box was brought onto the stage, filled with neatly stacked coupons. Peony asked Chai to carry it down and draw the winners. Suddenly, the crowd crowded around the lucky draw box, pressing close and holding their breath. Their fingers turned white as they stared intently at the box in Chai's hand. Someone drew a membership coupon, immediately laughed loudly, and raised the coupon high above their head. I got a membership coupon with a 10% discount. I'll bring my friends the day after tomorrow to have some fun. Others nearby looked on with envy. He then turned to his companions and said, "Remember, we need to get the best spot then." A man who drew a free drink coupon grinned widely, showing his teeth. He tucked the coupon into his pocket and pressed it repeatedly, speaking loudly. "Now I can drink free wine. This is a good deal." Someone else pulled out a small snack coupon. Though it wasn't a big prize, they smiled happily and whispered to those around them, "At least I didn't come for nothing." Dipping these pickled beans in wine makes it taste even better. Even the participation prize coupons, worth 5 coins, made everyone happy. Some folded theirs and slipped them into their sleeves, whispering, "Next time, I might get a discount. It would be even better if I could use these coupons somewhere else too." The whole street corner was filled with lively joy. Cheers and chatter mixed with the wind under the eaves, driving away most of the winter chill. This attracted the attention of the fragrant pavilion across the street. Everyone in Ichuan Garden was delighted. It had been a long time since such lively activity happened there. After everyone finished drawing their prizes, Peony reminded everyone, "These coupons are valid for 2 days. Don't miss out. Come find me then. I won't recognize you if you don't." Someone tightly held their coupon and asked nervously, "Lady Peony, what's the special free performance in the first-floor hall?" Peony blinked and deliberately kept it a secret. "You'll find out when the time comes. I promise it won't disappoint." Some people, already feeling the excitement, eagerly asked Peony, "Why haven't you been serving customers at Ichuan Garden these days? Do we really have to wait until the day after tomorrow?" Peony naturally took this chance to promote loudly. "The interior of Ichuan Garden is under renovation. I've spent a lot of money hiring skilled craftsmen just for this. We want to give everyone an unforgettable experience. Please be patient. Good things take time." After she finished speaking, the next program was about to start, and the drumbeats sounded again. The crowd gradually dispersed. Some whispered while holding their coupons, "Should I come the day after tomorrow? I need to hurry and call my friends to join the draw. I can't miss such a good chance." Others already started planning. On the second floor, there's a riddle game. I'm pretty good at riddles. Maybe I can win a big prize. Peony stepped back to the side of the platform, watching the flow of people passing by. The smile on her face was more genuine than before. She had thought that trying Song Qing's method with a little hope might work, but she didn't expect it to be so effective. The wind grew cooler, but the crowd outside Ichuan Garden's entrance kept growing, reluctant to leave. Peony adjusted her clothes and looked through the crowd at the person standing by the window on the top floor of Xiangxiang Pavilion. Her gaze was deeper and more resentful than ever before. "Su Qingwan, look up in heaven. Our good show is about to start." Her anger in her eyes disappeared in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Song Qing, busy managing the scene, had a lot to do. She needed to ensure nothing went wrong and secretly observe how the crowd was feeling. Earlier, some people in Ichuan Garden had been very displeased with Song Qing, thinking that as a new girl, she was bossing everyone around. But today, the lively scene outside Ichuan Garden proved her skills. Everyone's smiles became more genuine when they looked at her. At that moment, Song Qing saw a small figure at the back of the crowd, a little beggar about 7 or 8 years old, trying hard to look toward Ichuan Garden. He kept dodging the people around him, as many were unhappy with his closeness. Song Qing didn't know him, but instinctively felt that he might be one of Baozi's brothers. While everyone's attention was on the stage, she quietly slipped through the crowd and pulled him into a corner. Perhaps recognizing Song Qing, the boy didn't resist but obeyed quietly. "Did your boss call you here?" Song Qing asked cautiously. The boy nodded and said, "Boss asked me to pass a message. Song Yan has woken up. He's worried about you, but he's too weak." Boss stopped him from coming. He paused and told her about Song Yan's condition. Also, he doesn't know why he can't speak anymore. Maybe it's because of the fever. Hearing this, the joy of Song Qing hearing that Song Yan had woken up quickly faded. How can he not speak? Fever can make your voice hoarse? The boy shook his head. "We don't know either. Anyway, we gave him what you gave us. If he can survive, it's a blessing." Song Qing instinctively opened them all, but unfortunately, after browsing for a long time, she couldn't find any medicine suitable for Song Yan. Since she doesn't know medical skills and only knows the symptoms, she didn't dare to buy medicine for him randomly. She thought for a while and decided that Song Yan should come to the city. She would take him to a clinic to see a doctor and find out the cause. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for bringing me the message. Please tell Song Yan that I can't leave right now. Once I am a bit better, I will go to the city with him to see a doctor." Just after she finished speaking, she saw Lu Mama at the entrance of Yichun Garden, looking around for her. She quickly stood up, finished talking to Erwa, and went back. She thought it would be better to wait until the day after tomorrow. If Yichun Garden's business gets busy then, she would go find Mutant to see if she could arrange some work for Baozi. Even if she doesn't need many people, just free food and accommodation would be fine, especially as the weather gets colder. Song Qing pushed through the crowd to Lu Mama and grabbed her. "What are you looking for, Mama Lu?" Lu Mama also grabbed her, and her usually stern face surprisingly carried a hint of a smile. "I was looking for you." "Where have you been? The third floor has 2 rooms ready, just like you said, with that fairy style. People are a bit confused and want you to take a look." Song Qing thought it was something important. She pulled Lu Mama inside. "What could it be?" "I was just hiding in the crowd listening to everyone's opinions about today's event. Let's go and take a look." Song Qing went up to the 3rd floor. The first character pretending to be a fairy was Moon Lady. Yes, she made each room's main character and style change every 7 days to keep things fresh. Guests can guess what kind of spirit or monster will appear next, and what rules there are. This first 7 days was naturally the famous fox spirit. Moon Lady has a pair of fox eyes and looks very charming. However, her personality is a bit soft and not commanding enough. The fox spirit Song Qing wanted her to play should have a pure, enchanting, otherworldly side, as well as a seductive, mature charm. Since she doesn't sell herself, Song Qing could only push her to improve her acting skills. After some training and practice, Moon Lady's face became serious and shy, and she kept exclaiming, "Can it really be like this? Is this really okay? Song Qing, you're amazing." Song Qing brushes past, keeping her skills hidden. After checking the 3rd floor, she goes to the lobby to observe and fix any issues. She is not responsible for the kitchen. Her job is to promote the place and create a good environment. Soon, the day arrives for Yichun Garden to reopen and welcome guests. Firecrackers are hung at the entrance, and chai lights them. At the entrance, everyone has a lottery ticket, waiting eagerly. When the firecrackers crackle loudly, everyone rushes forward. Today, Mutant wears a cute, Lolita-style dress designed by Song Qing. She looks bright and charming, like a little fairy fallen from the sky. "Everyone, don't push. Our staff will take your orders one by one." This was also designed by Song Qing, a menu with prices and a booklet introducing each girl's special skills. For the courtesans and entertainers, there are portraits and profiles displayed, so guests can see them as soon as they enter. "Give me a 10-won drink set. I'm here to watch the show." Some guests nervously take out a 10-won voucher, worried the staff won't accept it. But everyone at Yichun Garden has been trained, so the staff shows no disdain. They smile and bow. "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. Your drinks will be served soon. Keep this voucher safe." After your meal, you can go to the counter at the door to pay directly with it. The guest's embarrassment disappears, feeling very pleased. They think, with such good manners, spending 10 won is worth it. A fancy-dressed guest arrives and heads straight to the third floor, muttering to Muden, "I want to book that Enchanted World-themed room. I heard about it early. Of course, no problem. Please follow me." Muden smiles and leads the guest upstairs. The sign at the door reads, "Enchanted World. Please come in, guest. If you need anything, ring the bell. Someone will come to assist you shortly." On the third floor, a bell connected by a string is linked to Madame Lu. She sees which room rings the bell and calls someone to go up. Within 15 minutes, the lobby is full, and the second floor has no private rooms left. Only one themed room on the third floor remains unbooked. Many customers holding coupons wanted to come to the first floor but found no seats. Reluctant to leave empty-handed, they gritted their teeth, stomped their feet, and paid for a private room. They thought, "I must win the mystery contest prize." Rounded up, it's like I didn't spend any money. As night fell, lanterns in the brothel lit up together. The red candles cast a warm glow on the carved windows. The last room on the third floor was booked, and no tables or chairs were left in the Ichuan garden. The noise inside was loud, with music, laughter, and the clinking of glasses blending like boiling soup. The waiters moved back and forth from the first to the third floor, carrying trays with wine jars that were never empty. The wooden stairs echoed with each step. Today, Song Qing was working as the cashier. She had a rough paper with numbers on it, calculating money, exchanging coupons, and giving change to members, all while responding to customers' requests. She felt like her whole mind was tense, and she hadn't looked up all evening. The little servants at the door were busy, nodding and bowing, explaining to new guests that there were no seats available and asking them to come back tomorrow. The whole building felt like a never-stopping show, with everyone moving quickly, afraid that missing a beat would swallow them in the lively night. Finally, the steady, long drumbeat from the alley announced the end of the night. Dong, dong, like a heartbeat. The last guest was sent away, and the servant sat down exhausted on the doorstep. The girls on stage hurriedly took off their jewelry, changed into plain short jackets, and loosened their hair buns, revealing slightly red earlobes from rouge. A chai carried a copper basin to fetch water from the backyard. Cold well water splashed on his face, and he took a deep breath. Looking at the tired cookly in the kitchen, he smiled and said, "It's the end of the night. Finally, I can sleep." It was hard for Song Qing. She was still at the counter, checking the accounts with peony-shaped abacus beads. The clattering sounds mixed with the drumbeats outside. She kept writing in the notebook, updating members' information. The smell of wine and powder in the air gradually faded. Only the wind sneaking through the half-open door lifted a few pieces of colored paper on the ground. Peony rubbed her sore fingers, smiling happily. The people in Ichuan Garden gathered in the main hall. I asked Lee Cook to make rice wine with chicken and eggs. After finishing their work, everyone should have a bowl and then go to sleep. Though everyone was tired now, they still looked lively and healthy, with bright red faces. Today's scene makes me feel like I am back in the old days. Yes, it would be great if we had so many customers every day. We could really annoy that Lou from the fragrant pavilion. In the past, it wasn't so tiring. Even with many customers, they weren't so busy because most of the girls and servants had left Ichuan Garden. Now, with fewer staff, they are busier. But no one showed they were tired, and no one mentioned hiring new people. Peony watched everyone happy, and she was happy too. But after a moment, she lowered her head and continued to count the money. Song Qing finished writing the last member's information and went to the kitchen to bring 2 bowls of warm rice wine with eggs, which is sweet fermented rice with eggs, and place them on the counter. "Lady Peony, have a warm drink first, and then keep counting." Peony didn't look up and kept working with her hands. "Almost done." "You eat first." Song Qing needed her help, so she wanted to show her good manners in front of the boss. She didn't move, just held the bowl to keep warm. When Peony finished counting the money, Song Qing carefully looked at the number and couldn't help but smile slightly. They earned so much in one day. She thought the boss might agree to her small request. Peony raised her head, rubbed her sore neck, and looked at Song Qing with a flattering smile. "It seems you have something to ask me?" Song Qing smiled more kindly, squinting her eyes. "Lady Peony, You have good judgment. Actually, it's a small matter. I think it could be a win-win for both of us. Peony thought she had a new idea and looked at her with interest. Oh? Tell me more. Sun Qing looked sincere, and Mu Dan's smile remained the same, but a hint of complexity flickered in her eyes. She patted Sun Qing on the shoulder. Your idea is good, but as you see, my place at Ichuan Garden is limited. I need to carefully observe how the business goes these days. But don't worry, you are a great benefactor to Ichuan Garden. For such a small matter, I will consider it carefully. However, Sun Qing, you also need to understand my difficulties. If the business stabilizes, everything will be easier. Sun Qing did notice the expression that flashed in her eyes and thought she had agreed. If the business was good, Baozi and the others could come to work at Ichuan Garden. She immediately smiled happily. Thank you, Lady Mu Dan. You're so kind-hearted. Meeting you is truly my good luck. Sun Qing said this sincerely. If she had been sold elsewhere, she might have suffered a lot by now. At Ichuan Garden, although many people had bad attitudes, they were cold on the outside but kind at heart. They didn't really do her any harm. When Mu Dan heard this, she burst into laughter, her silver bell-like voice ringing in Sun Qing's ears. Ha ha, meeting you is my good luck, Sun Qing. Mu Dan looked at the young girl in front of her, who was still a head shorter than herself. Her hair was a bit dry and frizzy due to poor nutrition, but her eyes were always full of hope, as if no hardship in the world could hurt her.
Mudan siket inyardli.
Such a creative little girl. Perhaps her mother, Su Qingwan, sent her to help her. Everyone finished cleaning and went to sleep exhausted. From then on, Ichuan Garden returned to its normal operating hours and routines. When Song Yan waited outside, he found the gates of Ichuan Garden tightly closed, with no one around. The guards, a Chai and another, had been tired all day and didn't hear the doorbell. Song Yan's face was still pale. He hadn't fully recovered, only managing to walk today. He pointed at the door, suspicious whether Sun Qing was really inside. Baozi looked at his worried and anxious expression, patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry. I just asked around. Yesterday, Ichuan Garden had a booming business. Such a place, when busy, only closes at dawn. They probably just finished sleeping. Besides, didn't Erwa come back yesterday and say that girl isn't like a courtesan but more like a little housekeeper? Many people here listened to her arrangements. Baozi spoke and then made a joke. That girl is really quite capable. Is she your sister or your wife? Song Yan couldn't speak. These past few days, they had been chattering loudly around him. When he heard Baozi gossiping, he rolled his eyes and refused to join in. Baozi saw he wasn't interested and smirked. Forget it, I won't say anything. I can tell you don't want to talk. I have good eyes, you know. His teasing look seemed like he wasn't saying anything, but it also seemed like he was saying a lot. Song Yan turned away and ignored him, feeling a strange sensation inside, like a stone dropped into a calm pond, causing ripples. Hey, maybe they won't open until the afternoon. I can't wait here forever. I need to get back to work. Are you coming? Baozi waited and waited, but no one came out of Ichuan Garden. He started to feel restless. Wasting time here wasn't good. He might as well go see if he could find someone kind enough to share some food. Although they had been surviving on what Song Yan and the others had given them these days, the fish in their cart was almost gone. They didn't seem wealthy, and with so many mouths to feed, they had to think of their own solutions instead of relying on others. Song Yan looked around for a while but saw no movement inside. After thinking, he decided to go with Baozi and look around together. Baozi knew the city well. He wanted to find places where food was cheap. If he could find a place to rent without needing a household registration, that would be even better. Originally, they should have already traveled halfway by now. But because of the delay with Song Qing, they had lost several days. If they didn't leave soon, it would be too late. Song Qing had been in Ichuan Garden these days, probably for a good reason, or maybe she found a new way out. Song Yan thought as he walked. They needed to prepare more just in case. So, Song Yan followed Baozi around Guangning Guard for most of the day. Baozi didn't get any food, but Song Yan received 2 small grain cakes. Holding the grain cakes, Song Yan felt confused. How did he end up begging for food? Baozi looked at Song Yan with envy and jealousy. glaring at him several times, and muttered angrily, "This world is so unfair. Why do some people look down on beggars?" He then touched his own face, thinking, why wasn't I as good-looking as him? Maybe if I looked better, I could get food every day. Baozi usually acts like a big brother in front of his younger followers, but he is only 15 years old. After spending some time with Song Yan, he started to show his true nature around him, becoming more lively. First, because Song Yan doesn't belong to him, he doesn't need to act tough in front of him. Second, Song Yan looks more like an adult than he does. Baozi was about to take Song Yan to a wealthy neighborhood to explore, hoping to find something interesting, when suddenly Song Yan gently pulled him back. Hey. Baozi saw his face turn cautious and instinctively looked around, stopping when Song Yan signaled him. He turned his head slightly and quietly looked in the direction Song Yan indicated. Sure enough, there was a thin person following behind. Baozi never expected someone to be tailing a beggar. Since he had nothing on him, the person must be after Song Yan. Is he the one who caused you trouble last time? Song Yan nodded when asked. Baozi recognized the man as the water delivery worker from the inn. Feeling tense, Baozi and Song Yan moved into the busy street. With so many people around, the follower probably wouldn't dare to openly grab them. Baozi, familiar with the area, led Song Yan around in circles, trying to lose the person. But surprisingly, the follower had lived in the city for many years and couldn't be shaken off. In the end, Song Yan grabbed Baozi and they slipped into a jewelry shop, using the excuse of needing to use the restroom to escape through the back door. They ran to the entrance of Ichuan Garden and bumped into Ah Chai, who was opening the door and tidying up, preparing for the evening guests. "Excuse me, sir. I want to see Miss Song Qing inside." "We are her friends," Baozi said, glancing nervously at the street corner behind him, worried the follower might appear at any moment. Seeing their worried expressions, Ah Chai figured they were in trouble. Since they claimed to be Song Qing's friends, his wife probably wouldn't mind. He led them inside. "Come in, follow me." He took them to the backyard, where Song Qing was still a bit sleepy. Actually, she wasn't fully awake. She was just not used to staying up all night. Her body still longed for the warmth of her bed, and she hadn't fully recovered. Right now, she was sitting in front of Madame Li's stove, holding a bowl of vegetable porridge and warming herself. "Miss Song, these two say they're friends." Ah Chai took the person outside the kitchen door and didn't let anyone go inside. Song Qing heard this and stood up, walking outside to face Song Yan. She looked at Song Yan, whose already thin body now looked even more emaciated, just skin and bones. "You're here so quickly. How did you lose so much weight? Are you feeling better? How's your throat? Can you still talk? Have you eaten?" A series of questions were asked, all showing her happiness at seeing him again. But at this moment, Song Yan was mute and couldn't answer any of them. Baozi was standing nearby, muttering to himself. He thought, "I'm a grown-up, and this girl acts like she doesn't see me. Her eyes are almost glued to you, yet she's pretending." Song Yan caught Baozi's gaze and felt a little embarrassed. He also looked at Song Qing, but not as excited as her. He thought, "She seems to be doing better than I expected. She looks a bit plump now, no longer like a bean sprout." His throat still can't speak. "Weren't you supposed to take him to the city to see a doctor? He's not fully recovered yet. He just managed to get up today and is eager to come find you." Baozi was acting as Song Yan's spokesperson, answering for Song Qing, when suddenly they heard a voice ahead. "Why are you here again? Please, little brother, let me in to see him. I've really seen that kid now. He's definitely here to look for that girl with the yellow hair." Hearing this familiar voice, Song Qing quickly looked at Song Yan, and they both looked tense, clearly knowing who was coming. Song Qing was a bit worried. "Did the people at the inn see you too?" She was anxious, trying to hide them, but looking around, there was nowhere to hide. This was the backyard, with only a firewood shed, the kitchen, a latrine, and a large sleeping area for everyone. All open spaces that could be seen at a glance, with no cover. "You can't go in."
Hey,
"You're sneaking in again. The guests will be here soon, and if we delay the business, Our Lady won't let you go." Ah Chai wanted to stop him, but hesitated because the other person seemed to have some influence and didn't dare to act rashly. Song Qing was about to open the back door and send the person away when she saw Lu Mama suddenly wave to them from somewhere nearby. Quickly, Song Qing pushed the two people toward Lu Mama, who was openly coming to sell herself, so there was no need to hide. Meanwhile, the front lady of the peony house spoke. It seems you and your master didn't take what I said last time seriously. Shunzi, whose real name is Li Shun, no longer pretended to be friendly or cautious. He had finally found that young man after following him for a long time, but he lost him. Lady Peony, I call you Lady, out of respect for your late employer. If you deliberately hide that young man, it means you're causing trouble for our inn. Don't blame me for being rude. He was sure that the young man had nowhere else to go in the city but Ichuan Garden. Last time he was scolded badly. Flower Lady was right. There really was someone backing that little troublemaker. Would Ichuan Garden end up like this? It was just a show of bravado. Lady Peony, please don't scare me anymore. I don't want to make enemies with you, but if you hide that young man on purpose, you're just making trouble for Flower Lady. Peony pursed her lips, not looking very angry. She looked at Li Shun with a mocking face. Do you have proof that I'm hiding someone? But since you've said so, I, Peony, am different from those petty people. You can go inside and look. Let's see what you can do. Try to make someone appear out of nowhere in my Ichuan Garden. Li Shun didn't care about her sarcastic words. He had already ordered someone to watch the back door. That person definitely wouldn't leave. He ignored Peony and went straight into Ichuan Garden to search. He checked the backyard and the front hall thoroughly. After searching the second floor, he wanted to go to the third, but Peony stopped him with a firm grip. You can't go to the third floor. Li Shun immediately got angry. Why not? Is the person hiding on the third floor? Peony looked at her newly made perfume and stretched out her delicate hand. You can go up, but the room on the third floor costs 66 taels, and drinks and snacks are charged separately. Li Shun frowned. That's so expensive. Are you running a black shop? Peony waved her hand with a cold smile. I run a legitimate business openly and honestly, with clear prices. Don't compare me to those shady characters who do dirty deals. Ichuan Garden has been doing well lately. Who knows if you're just here to spy, steal my business, or cause trouble? Li Shun almost laughed in anger. Me competing with your flower house? Do you really think that's a noble business? At this time, Ichuan Garden had already begun to attract visitors. The guests who left the third floor yesterday all felt nostalgic. Many people paid a lot of money to become members just to get priority in booking rooms. Some guests saw Peony and Li Shun arguing and spoke up for Peony. Your words are not right. It's not shameful for someone to earn money honestly. Little brother, if you can't pay, don't block others. There are plenty of people willing to go up. There were also some casual visitors in the lobby. Although they were not wealthy, they still spoke bravely in front of the beautiful young lady they admired. Exactly. They're running a business. You better be careful or you'll get caught. Li Shun didn't pay attention to these people. They had no power or wealth. Today, he had to take the person back. I advise everyone not to interfere. This is my friend's matter with the inn and Ichuan Garden. It's none of your business. When they heard it was Peng Lion, many of the people present stopped talking. These wealthy families had their own information channels. The innkeeper of Peng Lion was connected to the county officials. Peony checked the time and heard the sound of a carriage on the cobblestones outside. Her face changed, and she could no longer hold back. I've tolerated you many times. Do you really think Ichuan Court is easy to bully? Someone, get him out. I want to see what you can do to me. Li Shun didn't expect Peony to be so bold, even willing to tear apart the face. His face turned pale. How dare you? But before he finished speaking, a Tai and a Chai each grabbed him with one hand and threw him out the door. Li Shun was about to fight the two at the door. Peony stood there, full of disdain, and softly said to Li Shun, "You're just a dog under the flower girl's command. How dare you come here and make a fuss?" Li Shun was insulted by her words and immediately became furious. He charged at Peony, fists ready to strike her face. A Chai and a Tai were so frightened they trembled. "Madam, someone appeared behind Peony and kicked Li Shun far away. Peony turned around. Her hairpin was half fallen from her hair, revealing a cute yet slightly charming face. Startled, she staggered, but a large hand steadied her slim waist. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, her eyelashes trembling fiercely, with a hint of tears in her eyes. The man saw her appearance and felt a slight movement in his heart. His palm was soft and slender, holding her gently. But he was an experienced old fox in official circles, so he quickly steadied his mind. He reached out and helped steady the peony-shaped hairpin that was slipping from her hair. With a gentle push, the woman in his arms stood upright. "Who dares to hit me?" Li Shun saw that he had been at a disadvantage and turned to curse. He looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared, but his voice grew softer. Although he didn't know this man, the carriage and the man's elegant clothes and demeanor told him he was not an ordinary person. The middle-aged man didn't even glance at Li Shun. His attendant stepped forward and threatened him, lifting Li Shun off the ground. "Hurry up and get out of here." Li Shun instinctively felt he shouldn't provoke this man. He clutched his stomach and ran away in a panic. At this moment, Peony seemed to come back to her senses. She bowed politely to the man and the young girl. "Thank you, sir, for saving me." The man wore a dark-patterned brocade robe, a jade belt around his waist. His temples were touched with gray, but his hair was neatly combed. His face had fine lines but was still handsome and refined. His eyes held a gentle smile, and his tone was calm. "It was just a small favor. You don't need to mention it." He unconsciously stroked the jade pendant at his waist with his fingertips, his gentle eyes revealing a hint of sharpness. "You call me sir. Do you know me?" Peony shook her head playfully. "Sir, your aura and clothes clearly show you're an official. Don't think I'm young. I am the young mistress of Ichuan Court. I've been learning to read people with my mother since I was little, so I have some sense." She spoke with a subtle pride, looking lively and adorable. The man's smile deepened. "Oh? So impressive? And your mother? Why didn't she come out when you were almost bullied?" Peony inwardly sneered but showed a look of disappointment on her face. "My mother passed away a few years ago. Her name was Su Qingwan. She was much more capable than me. No one in Guangning Guard doesn't know her. Maybe you've even met her before." When the man heard the name Su Qingwan, his smile faltered slightly, but he quickly hid it. He said, "I think I might be mistaken. I didn't mean to bring up your sad past. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must go now." Peony quickly shook off her sadness and looked at him with gratitude. "It's okay, sir. You go ahead with your work. When you have free time, please come visit my Ichuan courtyard. I'd love to thank you properly." After saying this, she leaned in closer, lightly standing on tiptoe and whispering near his ear. "Ichuan courtyard has some new attractions lately. If you come, you won't be disappointed." "Ha ha ha, all right. I'll definitely come when I have time." Seeing the man smile and walk into the fragrant pavilion across the street, Peony's innocent and sweet expression faded. She watched his back and murmured, "Can't remember anymore? But I've been waiting for this day for 5 years." However, she quickly composed herself and looked at Ah Chai beside her. "Keep a close watch." Ah Chai's face was serious as he replied, "Yes." In the backyard, Madame Lu arrived with Song Yen and another person. Song Qing guessed that there was probably a path on the 3rd floor leading to the backyard, but few knew about it. She didn't intend to spy on the secrets of Ichuan Garden, but today she was very grateful for Peony's help. "Thank you, madam, for your assistance." Song Qing looked sincerely at Peony as she entered. Peony waved her hand. "Don't wander around the city too much these days. The old woman at the inn is the mistress of a government official. You can't mess with her." Song Qing didn't expect the innkeeper to have such a background. That meant even the officials involved in shady dealings might be sharing profits? Guangning Guard really has no law. If the whole country were like this, how could they survive? She suppressed her worries and said to Song Yen, "My friend's voice has some problems. I want to take him to a doctor. Do you know any reliable clinics?" She hoped to find a doctor who didn't know anyone at the inn, so she wouldn't run into trouble again. Guangning Guard's taxes are very high. To survive, these shops do all kinds of business. Now, she felt every shop was suspicious, wondering if they were secretly involved in other dealings. Peony thought these were small matters. Since Song Qing had helped her so much, this was nothing. "Don't go out now." No clinics are open at this hour. Just let them rest here. Tomorrow during the day, I'll send Xiao Dizzy to invite a doctor to come and see him. Thank you, madam. Sun Qing naturally thought this was the easiest way. She took the two people to a Thai's house, served them bowls of food in the kitchen, then went to the cashier counter. As soon as she left, more people came to become members. She was so busy, she couldn't lift her head. Sun Qing felt frustrated. Mudan was good, but a bit too stingy. She agreed to buy or hire someone to help, but in reality, she never went out to do so. It was clear she had no plans to hire anyone. When she was asked to consider the issue of buns, she didn't respond, so Sun Qing had no choice but to act as the cashier girl. Sun Qing was very busy in the main hall. Meanwhile, Sun Yan and the other two ate in the backyard and helped Chef Li in the kitchen. Everyone was busy, so they didn't want to sleep. It was too noisy to rest. Chef Li saw that Sun Yan looked weak and didn't let him do heavy work. He just sat by the stove to keep the fire going. Baozi, clever and talkative, made the usually serious Chef Li smile more than usual. While they worked, they completely forgot about the group of young brothers outside the city temple. Erwa and the others sat by the fire, hungry and stomachs growling. Why haven't the big brothers come back yet? When can we eat today? After waiting a while, Inzi took the leftover half a duck carcass and a piece of flatbread they had begged for today and cooked a pot of stew. Let's eat first. They probably won't come back at this time. Maybe they're with that girl at Ichuan Garden. Baozi was so busy in the kitchen, he didn't stop until after the late shift. He rubbed his waist, feeling that working as a shop assistant was much more tiring than being a beggar. Finally, lying on the bed, he immediately fell asleep. He couldn't think about the brothers at the land temple anymore. So, the next afternoon, after Ichuan Garden opened, a few more of Sun Qing's friends arrived. A Chai scratched his head and directly led the people to the backyard. A Thai also brought a doctor. While the guests at Ichuan Garden hadn't arrived yet, they first took Sun Yan to see the doctor. Baozi pulled Inzi aside, muttering something about instructions. Sun Qing nervously stood beside Sun Yan, watching the old doctor. The white-bearded doctor checked Sun Yan's pulse while stroking his beard. He looked a bit like a wise man from a TV drama. Your body is quite weak. You probably suffered a lot from the cold and hunger before, right? Sun Yan nodded. He had gone hungry many times, but he didn't think he was in such bad shape all of a sudden. The old doctor seemed to understand what he was thinking and said, "You've been hurt quite a few times before. At such a young age, you haven't seen a doctor much, just toughing it out. That has worn out your body early. Now your body naturally needs to pay back that debt. Your throat isn't a big problem. It's probably caused by drinking something irritating. Rest for a while and you'll be fine. But with your health, I will give you some medicine to help you recover. If you keep acting recklessly like before, boy, you might not be able to marry in the future." Hearing this, Song Yan felt very embarrassed and instinctively wanted to see Song Qing's reaction. The old doctor was an older man and had seen a lot. He quickly noticed something was off. This young man was still young but showed some promise. He stroked his beard and said to Song Qing, "You're with him, right? You need to watch over him from now on. Make sure he goes to bed early, gets up early, avoids cold and spicy foods, and doesn't worry too much." Song Qing didn't think there was anything wrong. She felt she could still act as a guardian for Song Yan. "I'll definitely watch over him." Song Yan looked at Song Qing and the old doctor, pointing at her. Song Qing didn't understand. "What did I do?" The old doctor understood and said to Song Qing, "Put out your hand. He wants to check you too." In his mind, he thought, this young man is not very old but cares about others. No wonder he found a wife so early. Song Qing instinctively shook her head. "I don't need to. I feel fine. Eat, sleep, everything's good." Song Yan's gaze remained firm. Song Qing touched her nose and had to agree. "Fine, let's just check." Getting a doctor's examination wasn't easy, so she might as well do it. It's not a big deal. She extended her hand, and the old doctor took her pulse for a while. His brow furrowed more and more, making Song Yan and Song Qing nervous. Song Qing thought, could the original owner have some illness she didn't know about? But she didn't feel anything wrong. Finally, the old doctor released her wrist, looked at the people over by the buns, and Song Yen immediately understood. He got up and pulled a few people to leave. The old doctor was pleased with Song Yan's perceptiveness and then turned to look at Song Qing. Have you ever been to Gui Water? Song Qing nodded. So what? Even in modern times, many people didn't go there by age 13. She always thought that the original owner's body might develop more slowly. The old doctor shook his head when he saw she didn't seem concerned and said seriously, at your age, it's not unusual not to have developed yet, but from your pulse, it's clear that you're lacking in many areas. Your body is quite weak. The old doctor withdrew his hand and looked at her thin face. Your energy and blood are both weak, and your stomach and spleen are also weak. This isn't something that can be fixed in just a day or two. Song Qing frowned, recalling the original owner's experience. She had never had enough to eat since she was young, and had endless chores from morning to night. The old doctor sighed. Girls reach puberty around 27, and your body now suggests you might need to wait until 28 to see any change. But that might bring some hardships. He paused, adding with a serious tone. If you don't take care of yourself in the future, it might be hard to conceive. Song Qing's brow relaxed. Did that mean it would be difficult for her to get pregnant? She hadn't planned on getting married or having children in ancient times. But she definitely didn't want to experience painful menstruation. Her roommate always looked pale and cried from the pain during her period. Before, Song Qing didn't feel anything during her periods because her grandmother had taken good care of her health since she was young. However, she knew how important this was for women. Not only can painful periods be a problem, but there could be other issues too. Doctor, how should I take care of myself? Will this affect other things like my height or growth? The old doctor nodded. Yes, it will have some effect. You probably noticed that you look much younger than your peers. Song Qing nodded. She was a few months younger than Song Yen, but she was a whole head shorter. It's normal for boys to be taller than girls, but she was in her puberty stage. Girls usually develop faster than boys at this time. Seeing she didn't speak, the old doctor laid out a prescription on the table and quickly wrote, First, strengthen your stomach and spleen, then boost your energy and blood. Take your time to recover. But this won't be fixed in just a few months. You need patience. Eat small meals often. Avoid cold and raw foods. He paused again, noticing that Song Qing's appearance and pulse didn't seem like she came from a wealthy family, especially from Yichuan Garden. He decided not to say more, not to scare her with complicated details that might make her give up. These two people have many faults, but such situations are common at this time. Most children with poor conditions are like this. Only a few families can afford to carefully take care of them. Song Qing took the prescription from the doctor, carefully folded it, and put it in her pocket. I'll have someone come to get the medicine soon. How much is the consultation fee? The medicine boy behind the old doctor came forward to help pack up. After paying the fee, Song Qing sent the doctor out. When she returned, she saw Peony enthusiastically supporting a wealthy middle-aged man as he went upstairs to the third floor. That scene was quite rare. Song Qing looked at the man a few more times, trying to see who he was, someone who could make Lady Peony treat him like that. Unfortunately, she only saw his back and nothing else. There was not much space in the backyard for boiling medicine. Song Qing also didn't want Song Yen to stay up late anymore. He was here eating and drinking without working, which wasn't good. But if he worked, Yichuan Garden was also asking him to stay up late. Song Qing was not used to his current silent state. Although communicating wasn't difficult, she still felt uncomfortable inside. So, Song Qing simply bought a new cotton quilt from the market and used money to buy rice, grains, and vegetables from Chef Li, letting them leave the city for a few days to rest. Song Yen was a bit reluctant. Song Qing pushed him out through the back door. Hurry up and go. Take your medicine on time and get better soon.
Don't worry about me.
If the people from Penglai and come looking for me, I'm not afraid. I was sold by them myself. Besides, with Lady Peony here, they won't do anything to me. Only then did Song Yen feel a bit more at ease. He took the opportunity, before it got dark, to leave the city with a few others. Song Qing had already told him she wanted them to go into Yichuan Garden to do chores and survive the winter. He didn't think this was a good idea. But Song Qing said if that didn't work, they would rent a yard and figure out a plan after winter. Song Yen thought her idea was okay, but he still felt something was off. He couldn't quite put his finger on that feeling. After sending him off, Song Qing also felt relieved. She was worried that the people from Penglai would come again, and her relationship with Lady Peony would become weaker the more she used it. It was actually safer for Song Yen to leave the city. Although the children, Baozi and the others, were young, they knew the place well and were good in numbers. That day, after closing business, their earnings doubled. Song Qing was very happy to see the high sales. Although the money didn't go directly into her pocket, she had put in a lot of effort, which was a kind of recognition of her work and made her feel proud. Before, Song Qing's family sent her a monthly allowance, and she had never worked for herself before. This was the first time she earned so much money on her own. Moreover, the more she earned, the easier it would be for her to ask Muden for help. After settling the accounts, everyone finished up and went to rest. Muden only came down from upstairs afterward. Today, Muden seemed a little tipsy, with a slight blush on her cheeks, looking especially charming. Song Qing was a bit surprised. She had never seen Muden drink alcohol before. Although she had hosted many guests, she never personally accompanied them. Curious, Song Qing couldn't help asking, "Why are you drinking today, wife?" Muden squinted her eyes, moving slowly. After recognizing Song Qing's face, she smiled and said, "It's you. You should be sleeping now. I was so happy today that I couldn't help but drink a couple of glasses." Haha. Seeing her genuinely happy, Song Qing also smiled softly. She pushed the account book toward her and teased, "Wouldn't it make you even happier to see how much silver you earned today?" But Muden only glanced at it briefly, seeming not to care about the amount earned. She placed her hand on Song Qing's shoulder and quietly leaned close to her ear. "I'm not happy because of that. I saw the person I wanted to see. Haha, I finally saw him. I've been waiting for this day for a long, long time." Song Qing sensed a complex emotion in her smile, happiness mixed with a hint of bitterness and longing. Not understanding, Song Qing poured her a cup of hot tea and asked, "Who is he? Is he the person you like?" Muden took the tea and took a sip, seeming a bit more sober. She shook her head and said no more. "Go rest now. You have work tomorrow." Seeing that she didn't want to talk and wouldn't be pressed, Song Qing got up to go to bed. Halfway there, Muden called her back. "Song Qing, what's wrong?" Song Qing looked back at her. Muden's expression seemed serious, but in the next second, she returned to her usual smile. Song Qing almost thought she saw sadness or seriousness in her eyes, but maybe she was mistaken. "It's nothing, just your plan. Please write another copy for me to give to you before tomorrow's opening. We need to change the theme you mentioned, right?" "Yes, it's time to change the theme." Song Qing felt a bit surprised at the urgency, but then thought it would take 2 days to prepare, so tomorrow wasn't really that urgent. Peony raised her hand and handed Song Qing a silver note worth 200 taels. "This is the reward I promised you earlier. You did very well, and there will be more in the future." Song Qing was genuinely happy, excited to have met such a generous boss on her first job. Then I won't be polite." Song Qing took the silver note, happily folded it, and put it in her pocket. She looked at Peony and said, "Thank you, madam. I will make sure you see the plan before we open tomorrow." Peony nodded and waved her hand to signal her to rest. When Song Qing carried the candle across the backyard door, the candle oil on the counter burned out, and the whole hall suddenly fell into darkness. Peony was not worried at all. In the dark, she lowered her head and whispered, "If only I had met someone with such a temper earlier, how good that would be." A shadow moved slowly from the backyard. Peony suddenly looked up and saw Lu Mama holding a candle. Peony lowered her eyes, took a sip of her tea, and said nothing. Lu Mama looked at Peony's fragile figure, sighed deeply, and walked over to help her put on a cloak. "Madam, you should go out tomorrow to handle your affairs. I will watch over the place." But Peony shook her head and looked at Lu Mama. "I'm not going out."
Don't try to persuade me.
I was the first to plan this, so there's no need to pretend to be kind and avoid it. Peony stood up and told Lu Mama, "Everything is arranged. Everything will be the same as usual tomorrow. Don't let him notice anything. That girl is just an innocent bystander. There's no need to involve her." After saying that, she stepped upstairs, her figure thin but very determined.
Lumamasigat heavily.
After Peony went upstairs, she carried the candle back to the backyard. The next day, Song-ching woke up early, before the business started, and finished writing the next step of the Ichuan garden plan. She handed it to Peony and then happily sat back at the counter. She hummed a song, and everyone could see she was in a very good mood. Mother Lu came over at this moment. Song-ching was a bit surprised because Mother Lu usually doesn't leave the backyard during the day. Why is she here today? Why is Mother Lu here? Song-ching smiled happily, but unfortunately, Mother Lu's face was completely expressionless, just like the first time she examined Song-ching. Seeing Mother Lu's cold face, Song-ching's smile started to fade. Hand me the account book. Today, my wife needs to check it. It's time to distribute the monthly silver. Song-ching frowned, a little confused. Weren't they checking the account every day? Still, she took out the account book and handed it to Mother Lu, who took it upstairs to the peony room. Song-ching calmed down and only then realized that something was strange about Ichuan Garden today. 15 minutes later, Song-ching finally understood where this feeling came from. Mother Lu came out of the peony room with a gloomy face and said to Tai and the others, "Take this untrustworthy girl into custody." Song-ching was confused, not knowing what was happening. Before she could speak, she was grabbed by Tai and the others. She frowned, feeling a mix of anger and confusion, and asked Mother Lu, "Mother Lu, what do you mean? Who are you calling untrustworthy?" Mother Lu snorted coldly, her face full of harsh wrinkles, pretending to be innocent at such a critical moment.
Come.
Search her. Song-ching was confused. Recently, everyone in Ichuan Garden had been very friendly. Why did they suddenly change their attitude overnight? Two girls nearby had already searched Song-ching thoroughly. Tai and the others kept their hands busy, but quickly looked away. All the evidence is here. What do you have to say in your defense? You dare to steal silver from the account. Song-ching suddenly looked up. Mother Lu was holding the 200 taels of reward that Peony had given her last night. It was late last night, and Song-ching, feeling proud of her work, didn't want to spend it immediately. Now, it was found during the search. She let out a breath of relief, thinking she was lucky she hadn't exchanged it for mall coins, or things would be even more complicated. She believed Mother Lu must have misunderstood and tried to explain. "Mother Lu, this is the reward my wife gave me last night, in recognition of my work here in Ichuan Garden over these days." Mother Lu sneered. "You were bought by the lady. Your life belongs to her. Do you need so much reward for working at Ichuan Garden? You dare to say this is what you deserve? It shows your heart has long been impure." Song-ching knew she couldn't explain herself clearly, so she shouted loudly, "Madam, Lady Mutin? I want to see her. She personally gave this to me. She can testify for me." Mother Lu clearly didn't want Song-ching to meet Lady Mutin. She ordered someone to cover Song-ching's mouth. "Don't even think about dragging the lady into this dirty matter. I think you got some ideas, and only after they worked you started to act up. That's why you dare to ignore the lady." Song-ching was completely angry. She looked at Mother Lu, suspecting she was jealous of her recent achievements, resenting that she had gained Mutin's trust, and deliberately targeting her. "If I don't see the lady today, I won't admit anything you say. Everyone has seen whether I have been loyal to Ichuan Garden these days. Do you think you can falsely accuse me with just a few words? Dream on." Mother Lu didn't expect her to be so eloquent. She was about to use some tricks when she heard the door upstairs open. Song-ching looked up and saw Mutin walking slowly over. Her face lit up with joy. Now she could clarify everything. However, the closer Mutin got, the more uneasy Song-ching felt. She carefully observed and noticed that Mutin's usual smile was gone, replaced by a distant, cold expression. Mutin reached in front of Song-ching, looking down at her. "I have never given you a silver note. Song-ching, you disappoint me so much." Mutin's eyes showed no warmth from the past. She looked like a stranger. At that moment, Song-ching felt like she had fallen into an icy pit. She remembered how many nights she had stayed up, how many ideas she had come up with for Ichuan Garden, from initially wanting to escape being cautious, to negotiating her departure and finally letting go of her guard and becoming friends with everyone, helping Ichuan Garden come back to life. She had once practiced all night with Muden and the others, choreographing dances and composing music. She had personally folded paper fans with Xiao Dizzy, a Tai, and the girls, organizing every plant and tree in Ichuan Garden. Every successful event brought smiles and cheers from everyone. She thought this was mutual understanding, but it turned out to be her wishful thinking. Song Qing's expression grew calm. She looked at Muden. So, all of you have just been pretending to me during this time, so everything was just using me, wasn't it? They played me like a fool, making me busy with Yichunyuan, and finally, when they achieved their goal, they kicked me away, didn't they? Song Qing felt like she had countless questions she wanted to ask, but when she looked at Muden, she only received a cold, dismissive smile. Acting for you? Song Qing, you really think too highly of yourself. Since you have contributed some effort to Yichunyuan, even if not a lot, I won't pursue this matter today. Muden glanced at Madame Lu, who stepped forward and threw 200 taels of silver back in front of Song Qing. The 2 silver notes floated lightly to the ground, and Muden's emotionless voice rang out. Take it. In the future, don't let me see you around Liaodong. You, a homeless person without household registration, probably wouldn't want to provoke me, right? Song Qing looked up. For the first time, her eyes turned red, faintly shimmering with tears, but she stubbornly held them back. She sneered at Muden. You're the owner of Yichunyuan, yet you're so petty. If you want to drive me out, just say so. Why resort to such clumsy, disgusting tricks? A brothel is a brothel. I was blind to think that such a dirty place could have someone pure and untainted.
Ha!
You dare to look down on me? Madame Lu's face was full of anger, clearly upset by Song Qing's words. But Song Qing was unafraid. Even if she was scared to death, she had a temper. She couldn't swallow this anger without saying a few words. She was right after all. Muden didn't say another word. She raised her hand and waved. Throw her out of the city. Make it far away. When Song Qing was thrown onto the carriage, Muden finally turned around, took another look, and then left. Madame Lu also let out a long sigh. Muden quickly hid the slight disappointment in her eyes, but when she saw the man at the door, her face immediately lit up with a smile as she went to greet him. What happened? The middle-aged man's intuition was very sharp. Even though everyone else had returned to normal, he still sensed a subtle difference. Muden forced a faint smile. It's nothing. Just drove away a dishonest servant. The man didn't ask further. A servant was just a small matter. It wasn't worth his concern. The two slowly went upstairs. The atmosphere between them grew more intimate. The people at Yichunyuan quietly lowered their heads and went about their own business, as if they saw nothing. But they exchanged meaningful glances, silently sharing some unspoken message. Iron 2 and Song Qing were forced into a carriage. Song Qing was the first to notice that there was a carriage at Yichuan Garden, but she didn't have time to think about it now. Since she had become enemies with them, Song Qing was very cautious. She worried they might have bad intentions again. She still had 200 taels of silver notes. She used her mind to put the silver into her shopping wallet and hid a dagger in her sleeve. However, Iron 2 and the others showed no signs of bad intentions. The carriage soon left the city and stopped in an empty field, where they made Song Qing get off. They threw an old cloth bundle onto the snow. That was everything Song Qing had in Yichuan Garden during this time. The cold wind blew. Song Qing picked up the old bundle, brushed off the snow, and smiled bitterly, feeling cold and sad. Compared to her hatred for Muden, she hated her own foolishness more now. She had believed others too easily. There was no one around. Song Qing casually slung the bundle over her shoulder and returned to her cautious, escape artist mindset. She forced herself to stay calm. She felt she had wasted too much time in Yichuan Garden. She wanted to do more to earn some achievements and find a temporary place to stay. Now she had failed. It was winter, very cold, and the snow on the ground made it hard to travel. What should she do next? Song Qing felt confused but kept walking. Her hands were already red and frozen. The frostbite she had developed from traveling earlier had healed quite well during her time in Ichuan Garden. Now her hands and feet itched from the cold. She resisted the urge to scratch and tried to figure out her direction to meet Song Yan. Maybe heaven was watching over her, because she didn't walk far before seeing the dilapidated village temple that Song Yan had mentioned. She wanted to go inside but hesitated. Instead, she hid under a tree and bought nearly 100 jin of millet and a bag of salt from the shop. She wanted to buy more, but she couldn't carry much. That was her limit. After observing the situation, Song Qing struggled to carry the rice toward the temple. The snow wasn't deep, but each step made her sink in. When she reached the temple door, she was numb all over, especially her hands and feet. She didn't dare call out directly. If something went wrong inside, and it wasn't Song Yan, she would be walking into danger. She carefully looked around and saw Song Yan's familiar face. Only then did she drag the food inside. Silver's eyes quickly spotted Song Qing and showed a happy expression. His voice drew everyone's attention to Song Qing. Song Qing forced a smile, feeling embarrassed. The young men didn't notice and soon shifted their focus away from her.
How are you?
Can you speak now? She looked at the person in the corner. He seemed to be with Baozi and the others, but also looked a bit lonely and out of place. Song Yan didn't ask how she returned, but when he saw her, his heavy mood suddenly lifted, and he looked much more relaxed. He stood up to take the things from Song Qing's hands and shook his head. Song Qing saw him shake his head and frowned worriedly. Did the medicine not work? Song Yan took the items and placed them under the cart. Baozi continued the conversation. Do you think that doctor is a miracle worker? It's only been a few days, it won't work that fast. After saying that, he felt a bit strange and looked at Song Qing. You just told us to come back yesterday, so how come you're out today? If you'd said earlier, we could have come together. Song Qing didn't reply. Song Yan glanced at Baozi, signaling him to be quiet. He pulled her to sit on his bed and squatted down to try to take off her shoes. Song Qing was surprised. How had her life changed so much? But she still refused. She had been eating and living with them all along, but she wasn't used to others taking off her shoes. Song Qing took off her shoes herself, put her numb feet into the quilt, though it was more like a thin blanket half-covered, with a layer of straw underneath. She sat with her upper body upright and her lower body inside the blanket, watching Song Yan put her shoes near the fire to dry. Perhaps because of Song Yan's glance, Baozi seemed to sense something and looked at his men. Everyone stopped paying attention to Song Qing and started chatting about other things. Song Yan just sat quietly beside Song Qing. By noon, she realized that these people didn't eat lunch. Are you not eating lunch? She thought about it and asked. Baozi shook his head, threw the branch in his hand into the fire, and watched the sparks fly. With the heavy snow blocking the road soon, we don't have much food left. We should save as much as we can. Two kids nodded in agreement, looking pleased. Yeah, since it's so cold, we don't need to do anything. Eating less isn't a problem, Song Qing. She didn't mind their idea, since she had thought the same when she was poor with Song Yan. But looking at the money in the shop, plus the over 400 taels of silver for mutant, it wasn't a lot, but enough to avoid starving on plain food. Still, she couldn't just eat by herself. She had to consider the others, especially since she was saved by them. But how long could this money last if everyone shared it? And they also talked about buying household registration. Even if she could support them, how could she find a reason not to be suspected? She couldn't just say she worked a few days at Ichuan Garden and was paid hundreds of taels. After thinking for a while, Song Qing grabbed some corn and handed it to Baozi. This is my first meal back, and I'm starving. You can cook it, or just give everyone a hot bowl of soup. Baozi looked a bit embarrassed and handed some to Doubting. Let's just make some porridge for you two. We're not hungry, and since we're just relaxing, there's no need to eat so much. Song Qing didn't want to listen to him more. Stop talking about that. We're all eating from the same pot, so there's no yours or mine. There's not much rice, just make it watery and everyone can have a bite. Although she had just experienced what she thought was a betrayal by a friend, Baozi had indeed helped her, so she was willing to repay him a little. When things got really tough, Song Qing would definitely look after her and Song Yan. They were true partners. Doubting cooked a pot of thin porridge, barely enough, 1 bowl each. There weren't many grains, but everyone drank it happily. Even Baozi sipped it carefully. Song Qing didn't feel much. Her diet hadn't been great lately, but after Yichuan Garden's business improved, she could at least eat enough and have some meat. Thinking this way, her mood darkened again. Only Song Yan beside her noticed her changing expression, and he pressed his lips, looking away. During the day, everyone was busy with work, and Song Qing behaved normally. But at night, when it was quiet, she still felt upset. She didn't blame anyone or want anything special. She just felt uncomfortable inside, a strange, hard-to-explain emotion stuck in her chest. Song Qing sat by the fire, hugging her knees quietly, watching the flames burn. Gradually, I didn't realize when a figure doing the same actions appeared beside me. 3 words appeared in Song Qing's eyes. Not happy. They were written with a burnt branch. She looked up, shifting her gaze from the branch in her hand to Song Yan's face, for some reason. She didn't cry when Lu Mama grabbed her, nor when Yuden chased her out, nor when she dragged herself back alone. But at this moment, seeing those 3 words, her eyes became misty and sore, as if covered with fog. Song Yan looked into her eyes, which suddenly turned red and filled with tears. He rarely felt so helpless. He wanted to wipe her tears, but his sleeve was not clean. As he fumbled, unsure of what he was doing, suddenly someone was in his arms. Song Yan froze. Although he and Song Qing had been close before, never before had his heart felt so heavy and sad as it did now. The person in his arms made no sound, but he could feel her helplessness and sadness, like a small animal. After a moment, Song Yan wrapped his arms around her trembling shoulders and clumsily patted her back, trying to comfort her like his mother once did. He didn't know how long it took before he felt her calm down. He wondered why his voice still wasn't better. Song Qing wiped her tears, looked at Song Yan's rare, gentle expression, and suddenly felt the urge to vent her grievances. She told him, in bits and pieces, about what had happened to her in Yichuan Garden during this time. Song Yan listened feeling angry, but mostly he was scared. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if Song Qing had been sold to Piaoxiang Pavilion. He heard that Song Qing had been falsely accused and framed and was driven out. He held her tightly. Although he felt something strange, he couldn't quite put it into words. Now that Song Qing was so upset, he couldn't ask for details. After she spoke, she felt much lighter inside. She struggled free from Song Yan's embrace, her eyes red like a rabbit's, glaring fiercely at him and threatening, "I hate being betrayed by others the most. Song Yan, if in the future you marry or have children and we can't get along, or if our views differ and there's a conflict of interest, you can tell me directly. But you absolutely can't betray me like that. Otherwise, we'll go down together." Song Yan looked at her and smiled. He didn't know why he was smiling, but he just couldn't help it. Song Qing felt deeply insulted. She was so serious.
What kind of attitude is that?
"I'm talking about something important, and I'm serious." After a moment, Song Yan stopped smiling and finally managed to say a word from his throat. "Okay." His voice was still hoarse, not like his usual voice, but Song Qing's eyes lit up. "Song Yan, you can talk now." Her excitement made her raise her voice, which startled Song Yan. He quickly put his finger to his lips to signal her to be quiet. Song Qing also realized she was too excited. She looked around and saw no one was disturbed, so she relaxed again. Looking at the words Song Yan wrote, Song Qing examined them carefully. "Can you only say 1 word? It's okay. If I can say 1 today, I can say 2 tomorrow. In a few days, I might be back to normal." Song Qing thought Song Yan would need a long time to recover, but now that he could speak, she didn't think it would take much longer. The two sat by the fire, their eyes shining brightly. The mood was completely different from before, full of hope. No one noticed that the bun sleeping at the innermost side rolled its eyes in their direction. These two really
Sigh.
Almost scared him to death. After the excitement, Song Qing calmed down and discussed with Song Yan about their next steps. Could this broken temple really last through the winter? Although Song Qing didn't know much about Liaodong at this time, she had seen short videos about the north. It gets below freezing in the tens of degrees. This broken temple might collapse, right? Song Yan picked up a stick from the fire. We need to find a new place before things get worse. Song Qing frowned. But where can we go now? Anyway, we can't go into the city. The shanty at the city gate isn't good either. It's drafty here, so better stay. Song Yan shook his head. He hadn't decided where to go yet. He needed to ask Baozi since he knew this place best. They would look for a new place together. As for the city gate, Song Yan remembered what he saw yesterday. There were no more refugees at the shanty. He heard they had all been taken into the city. But based on his few trips into the city and what he knew, those refugees probably weren't as the officials claimed. There must be some secret behind it. But none of this mattered to him. He only cared about staying safe through the winter and finding a stable place to settle down. The next day, Song Qing discussed Song Yan's idea with Baozi and a few others. Everyone agreed. They had already decided to leave because they thought the heavy snow would be too much for this place. This matter concerned not only Song Yan and his friends but also themselves. Naturally, they were very eager and attentive. Song Qing also planned to go out and look for help. But when she reached into her worn-out bag to get something, she found a letter. Her heart skipped a beat as she opened the letter. Guangning Guard is in chaos, and this place cannot be stayed in for long. There is a mountain 20 miles outside the city, and after entering the mountain, another 10 miles in. It can be a temporary shelter. From now on, we are clear of each other. No debts, no meetings again. Song Qing quickly read these few lines. The signature didn't have a name, but she felt sure it was from Muden. Her fingers turned pale as she clenched the letter, crumpling it slightly. She had already decided to forget about Ichuan Garden, but this letter gave her a strange feeling. Song Yan put his hand on her shoulder. Seeing his caring expression, Song Qing handed him the letter. He took it and read it quickly. His eyes also became mysterious, as if some strange feelings in him found an explanation. Go. Hearing his question, Song Qing looked down. She wasn't sure whether to believe the letter. 20 miles in this weather was very difficult and dangerous. If they rushed over risking their lives and it turned out to be nothing, what would they do? The mountains had no game animals, so they were in great danger. Song Yan looked at her expression and then at the letter in his hand. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said one word. Go. Song Qing looked up. This time, her tone was certain, not questioning. It was a decision made by Song Yan for her. For some reason, her hesitation finally settled at that moment. Maybe she still believed in her heart, believed in the young master who always wore a smile and whose words were hard to tell true from false. Once she decided to go, she wanted to do it quickly. If Muden was right and Guangning Guard was in chaos, they, like tiny ants, had to avoid it as soon as possible. She called Baozi and the others back. Since she couldn't communicate well, Song Qing took the lead and held a small meeting with everyone. We heard some news. It seems that Guangning Guard might be in big trouble, so the two of us decided to leave today and go to the mountains 20 miles away to spend the winter. Do you want to come with us? When she said this, Baozi and the others were shocked. Everyone silently thought, are you two crazy? Erwa, being young and unable to hold back, spoke first. You're going out in this heavy snow? Going to the mountains? Are you sure you're not just going to feed the wolves? Even if there are no wolves with this snow, there's nothing in the mountains. Are you planning to sleep on stones and drink snow water to survive? Seeing that Baozi didn't stop her, Silver also asked Song Qing, where did you hear that Guangning Guard might be in trouble? We haven't heard anything about it from walking around the town, listening to their doubts. Song Qing looked at everyone's expressions, then at Baozi's straight lips, which showed clear disapproval even without speaking. I heard this from a noble person earlier. And staying here isn't safe either. I'm worried that the temple might collapse suddenly and bury someone. After thinking for a moment, Song Qing decided to be honest. Of course, this is just our decision. I can't guarantee that leaving here will be safe. Your guesses might also be possible. She looked at Erwa, confirming his suspicion. She couldn't promise anything. Even she wasn't sure if Muden's story was true. We're just asking if you want to come with us. If not, I can leave that bag of rice for you, along with the quilt, as a thank you for taking care of us. Song Qing had nothing else to offer. It wouldn't be right to suddenly produce more supplies from the market. That bag of rice, based on Guangningard's prices, was quite expensive. And the quilt too. Baozi looked at the rice bag, which weighed at least 90 pounds, more than enough for them to get through the coldest time if they rationed. But Song Qing and the others only had that bag left. Do you really have to leave? Just because of some unconfirmed news? Seeing that he finally spoke, Song Qing nodded again. We definitely have to go. You know the situation inside Guangningard better than anyone. And those refugees, have you seen them in the city? So many adults just disappeared into thin air. I don't have much evidence or any guarantees to give you, but this kind of situation will eventually lead to trouble. I'm telling you this because I think everyone has looked out for each other during this time. Baozi looked at Song Yan beside him, and Song Yan nodded. He felt helpless, seeing that these two are determined to leave. After hesitating for a long time, watching Song Qing and the others pack all their belongings into baskets, and knowing they couldn't move the cart in the heavy snow, they decided to stay. Song Qing and the others prepared to leave. Several of them were ready to go back to bed. Baozi suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up quickly. Let's go, boss. Ignoring the disbelief of his brothers, Baozi waved his hand and said, Hurry up, pack your things. I still have some silver and food. Stone and the others can carry a little. Give me the pot, take the silver and the quilt, and Doubting and Erwa take the other small items. And that cart, if you don't want it, just dismantle it. Bring some firewood too, in case we can't start a fire on the way. Although surprised, Song Qing and the others exchanged smiles and decided to wait for them. So, a few people braved the cold wind and light snow, walking on the white, snowy road. Baozi hesitated at first, but once he made up his mind, he didn't turn back. He walked faster than anyone, worried about reaching their destination before dark. The group moved slowly, snowflakes falling silently like gray ash, covering everything in white. The footprints of Song Qing and the others crisscrossed, with the ones in front pressed down firmly. Doubting and the others followed along the same trail. The tall, thin Baozi carried a bulky cloth bag, holding Erwa, who was half a head shorter than him, with one hand. Shuai, who was walking slowly, was helped by Silver. Doubting almost fell onto Song Qing, but Song Yan caught him. No one spoke, only their breathing, turning into white mist in the cold air. Their old cotton clothes shone faintly, with red hands exposed at the cuffs. Yet, their backs remained straight, moving step by step toward an unseen destination. They didn't know how long they had been walking. The sky darkened like ink, and snow was no longer drifting but being blown down by the wind. Finally, Song Qing and the others saw what seemed to be the big mountain mentioned in the peony letter. The mountains stretched endlessly, like giant beasts lying on the wilderness, their backs rising and falling. Under the snow-covered coats, jagged rocks peeked out faintly. The mountain path was narrow, with a steep snow slope on one side and a deep, dark valley on the other. The wind howled up from the valley, carrying a sharp, cold feeling. The forest was full of dry, crooked branches that looked like thin, bony hands ready to grab passers-by. There was no sign of people anywhere, only the sound of wind, snow, and the occasional loud crash of snow falling from the cliff, which made everyone feel tense. Song Qing looked at the sky, and then at the others behind her. Their cotton clothes were soaked with snow, and their cuffs and shoulders were covered with hard ice crusts. Everyone's faces were red from the cold wind, their noses had tiny frost patterns, and their breath turned into white mist that was quickly blown away. Their steps were slow, as if dragging heavy stones, but no one stopped. They just kept their heads down and moved forward along the footprints. Should we stop and cook something? We haven't eaten all day, someone suggested. Along the way, they shared 2 steamed buns, which Song Yan had somehow saved. Eating them felt like biting into icy stones, with a little sweetness. Song Yan also stopped to look at the 2 youngest, Do Ding and Erwa, who looked like they couldn't go on much longer. Their faces were very red. But no one cried or complained. They were born with a toughness and vitality like wild grass, different from other children. I can keep going. Erwa seemed to sense Song Yan's quiet look and was determined not to be the one holding everyone back. Little Do Ding, holding Song Qing's hand, whispered softly, I can do it too. Baozi knew that these two little ones were slowing them down a bit, but looking at the sky, he made a tough decision. Let's keep going. We need to find a cave or something on the mountain to stay overnight, or we'll freeze to death tonight. So, Song Qing and the others continued their journey. While everyone was focused on walking, she secretly took out a piece of brown sugar from her bag. Other candies or fruit sweets weren't available in this time. She pretended to take it out of her bag, split it in half, and put one half back in her bag. She gave a small piece to Song Yan, Do Ding, and herself, then passed the rest back. They all chewed the brown sugar, feeling warmth return to their mouths. The sweetness flowed into their stomachs, and they seemed to gain a little more strength. Song Qing quietly hoped they would find a cave quickly. Today, they probably wouldn't find the shelter that Peony had mentioned. Heavy snow falls all around. These people can only walk 20 miles into the mountains. The remaining 10 miles are impossible to cover. Fortunately, luck was on their side. Soon after entering the mountains, they found a cave. Song Yan lit a torch and threw it inside. After the fire burned out, they heard no strange sounds, so they all went in together. The cave is small and low. A few people can only bend over to enter. The hard, cold ground has no snow on it. Song Qing and Do Ding quickly started a fire near the entrance. They took a few broken iron pots and scooped snow from outside to boil. They added some rice and a little salt, then stopped worrying about it. After finishing, they sat down heavily, feeling too tired to move anymore. The group sat by the fire, but they couldn't feel the warmth. Their hands were numb. Silver almost stuck his hand into the fire to warm it. Baozi pulled his hand back, looking worried. He scolded sharply. Keep your hand away. Don't want it to get burned? Song Qing placed her hand under her armpit. She was afraid to warm her hand directly because it itched and might get frostbite. She already had frostbite, but she didn't want her hand to rot away. Song Yan sat close to her. Luckily, Baozi had brought some wood from the dismantled cart. Without it, they wouldn't find dry firewood. Everyone's cotton clothes outside were soaked with snow. When they held their hands near the fire, steam rose from their clothes, making them look funny. They sat by the fire for a long time. Gradually, they seemed to regain feeling and could sense the heat from the flames. Song Qing stirred the porridge in the pot to prevent it from burning. The smell of rice, now scattered around, awakened their hungry, numb stomachs. Bring the bowls. Song Qing reached out to Song Yan, took the bowls, and served everyone a bowl of porridge. The dried fish pieces were all gone. Now, besides some corn and salt, only a small piece of pork that Song Yan had kept remained. It was only about a finger's length and as wide as 2 finger joints. They were reluctant to eat it now. Song Qing held her bowl with both hands, sipping slowly. Her mind drifted far away. If what Mu Dan wrote in her letter is true, they still have at least 8 or 9 miles to go to find the place she mentioned where they can rest for a while. 8 or 9 miles of mountain road is not easy, unlike flat ground. Tomorrow, they would have to walk hard all day without stopping. Song Qing felt she had been optimistic all along, but now she hesitated. She forced herself not to think about it. But she couldn't help it. What if? If she deceives her again, in this vast snowy mountain, what will happen to their group? Everyone present seemed to sense her fear and unease. They looked at her, silent and still, without making a sound. Suddenly, Song Qing felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up and met Song Yan's eyes. His eyes showed a little worry but mostly silent comfort. Eat your food well. If it cools down, it won't taste good. He didn't say anything else, but somehow, this made Song Qing feel much better. It was like sharing a pie with everyone. Her own piece became smaller, but everyone was happier. At this moment, her anxiety and unhappiness eased a bit because Song Yan shared half of her burden. She felt lighter. After finishing the porridge in her bowl, Song Qing looked at Shirtu, who was washing dishes in the snow. She smiled and voluntarily handed her bowl to him. Everyone stayed silent. But Song-ching somehow felt that even if she was deceived again, this time she wouldn't be left out or blamed. No one would judge her. Feeling better, Song-ching became lively again. When Shi finished washing the dishes, she dug out 2 bowls of rice for tomorrow's dry food. Today was unexpected. They didn't plan to leave together, and they left in a hurry, with little preparation. Song-ching put the rice into a clay pot to cook until half done, then scooped it into a basket lined with cloth. She poured the rice soup into a broken clay jar for buns. She didn't want to waste it. Finally, she scooped snow into the clay pot to bring it to a boil. She placed the basket on top of the pot. The basket was a bit big, covering the opening of the pot. Without a lid, Song-ching found an old cloth bag that had held rice and used it as a makeshift cover. She wasn't sure if this would work, but with limited conditions, she had to try. In the meantime, Song-yen had already used old oilcloth to cover the gaps around their shelter, along with silver and buns, to block the wind. They left a small opening for air to circulate. The ground was too cold to sleep on directly, so lying on the ground could be dangerous. They decided to huddle together, wrap themselves in blankets, and sit by the fire to sleep. They took turns staying awake to watch for wild animals outside and to make sure everyone didn't fall asleep and accidentally fall into the fire. The fire also had to stay burning. Soon, Song-ching checked the rice in the basket with chopsticks. It was mostly cooked. The rice at the edges sticking out of the pot was a little undercooked, but not much, no big problem. She lifted the basket so it wouldn't block the fire, allowing everyone to keep warm. Soon the rice cooled down. She shaped the rice into small balls and packed them in cloth to keep warm. Since there was no snow or leaves, she used steamed rice cloth and placed it in a basket. Eating this tomorrow might be very hard, but she couldn't make other dry food now. She would just have to manage. Tomorrow, she planned to warm the food and hide it under the blankets so it wouldn't freeze solid. After tidying up, Song-ching snuggled into the blanket, leaning on Song-yen to sleep. Such a position would have kept her awake before, but now, after a long day, she was exhausted. Within minutes, she fell asleep. When she woke up, it was still dark outside, but everything was covered in white, so she could still see somewhat. During their break, Song-ching warmed some rice soup and rice balls. Each of them ate a little and then started walking. Fortunately, Song-yen had a good sense of direction, and Baozi and the others, used to living outdoors, weren't lost. Based on Song-ching's directions, they didn't go off course. The group hunched over, their exposed skin turning a little purple from the cold. Around late morning, the sun appeared. Tall trees blocked the sky, so they couldn't see the sky, but sunlight still filtered through the sparse leaves, creating small patches of light on the ground. Do-ding saw the sunlight and immediately brightened. Her cheeks turned red with happiness. She let go of Song-ching's hand and ran toward the patches of sunlight. It seemed like that tiny patch of sunlight could bring endless warmth. Song-ching didn't stop her. The child was only 5 years old, but she had been so sensible on the journey, quietly following along. Now, she was unusually happy. But after about 2 hours, the little girl suddenly crouched down. "What's wrong, Do-ding? Are you too tired to walk? I'll carry you." Baozi stepped forward and helped her up. Seeing Do-ding's face full of tears and her eyes barely open, his expression changed instantly. "What's wrong, Do-ding? Why are you crying?" Song-ching and the others quickly gathered around. Do-ding kept her eyes tightly shut, looking very uncomfortable. She whispered, "Big sister, my eyes hurt. I can't see anything."
Boo-hoo.
Baozi looked worried, and Silver also looked concerned. "How can your eyes suddenly stop seeing? Does it hurt so much that you can't open them?" "Yeah, it hurts." Song-ching finally realized what was happening. She grabbed Do-ding's small hand, which was trying to rub her eyes. "Don't rub them. You have snow blindness. Little bean, don't open your eyes. Rest for a few days and you'll be fine." Second child looked at Song-ching and asked nervously, "What is snow blindness? Will it really get better in a few days?" Song-ching then explained to them, "Snow blindness is caused by the strong ultraviolet rays reflected off the snow. It burns the cornea and conjunctiva of the eyes, causing pain, sensitivity to light, and tears. In simple words, It's like your eyes are sunburned by the snow. Baozi scratched his head and asked shyly, "What do you mean?" Ainzi was a bit suspicious, wondering if the cold had frozen his ears. He looked at Song Qing and asked, "Is there a wire in the snow?" Shirtu, who usually stayed silent, couldn't help but look up at her. "If you can't see, what does that have to do with your feet?" Second child was more direct and doubted whether Song Qing was making things up. "It's so cold. How can the sun be strong enough to cause sunburn? Why didn't we get sunburned in the summer with a big sun?" Song Qing was at a loss. She looked at Song Yan, who also paused for a moment, looking thoughtful. Luckily, he understood her meaning. Song Yan slowly looked at Baozi and the others, receiving her silent plea. "The snow is very white, it's bright, and with the sun shining on it, it's even brighter. That's why it's easy to get hurt." He had been recovering these days, but his speech was still a bit difficult, not as clear as before, and a little hoarse. Baozi and the others finally understood. No wonder they also felt their eyes were sore and uncomfortable. But they thought it was because they hadn't drunk hot water and their eyes were dry. In fact, such cases are common in Liaodong. Few people stay outdoors for a long time in snowy weather. However, Baozi and the others had never been outdoors for so long. Although they were beggars, they were city beggars and didn't really understand this principle. Song Qing didn't understand much either. She searched around and took out the cloth bag she used as a lid last night. She repeatedly folded it into a long strip and tied it around Do Ding's head to cover his eyes. "Don't rub your eyes with your hands. Rest for 2 days, and you'll get better." After saying that, she looked at the others and said, "Does your eyes hurt? If they do, be careful. We don't want to lose our sight before we even start." Song Yan also nodded in agreement. Baozi turned his head and looked at everyone, saying, "How about we hold hands and walk? One person keeps their eyes open to watch the way, and the other closes their eyes, then switch." Song Qing. In this freezing snow-covered mountain, she really didn't trust this method. It sounded very unreliable. But since they didn't even have a cloth to cover their eyes, it seemed they could only try this first. They couldn't just tear their clothes, right? Song Yan and Song Qing were a bit better, but Baozi's clothes were already torn and ragged, like patched clothes. They shouldn't tear them further. "Let's try it. We should be close to our destination," Song Qing sighed. As she finished speaking, Baozi already held Do Ding in his arms and led Erwa forward. "Boss, give me Erwa. I'll take both of them." He was carrying a bunch of corn on his back, holding Do Ding in his arms, and also holding another person's hand. He was worried that Silver might be overwhelmed. Baozi shook his head and exhaled warm air, seeming reluctant to say more. "Let's go." Song Yan also held Song Qing's hand. Song Qing closed her eyes. The feeling was really uncomfortable. The road beneath her feet was uneven, and she couldn't help but look around. After walking a short distance, Song Qing suddenly stumbled and let go of his hand. "Forget it, this way isn't working." Although she hadn't fallen, she kept stumbling and felt unbalanced. It was too uncomfortable. Song Yan didn't feel much better either. They all gave up on this method and decided to walk for a while with their eyes closed, covering their eyes with their arms to rest. They didn't know how long they had been walking when finally, Song Qing saw the place described in the peony letter. A small wooden cabin, looking like a hunter's shelter in the mountains. Walls made of logs, a roof covered with bark or something similar, buried under white snow, so it was hard to see clearly. Under the eaves, a string of bright red dried chili peppers hung. It looked very simple, but everyone's faces, red and purple from the cold, showed signs of happiness. Song Qing was the happiest. At least this proved that Peony hadn't lied to her. At least some of the friendships she thought were real were indeed genuine. "This place doesn't look very warm, probably just as cold as an abandoned temple, right?" Silver was more thoughtful. He hesitated before speaking, carefully observing everyone's expressions. Song Qing also gradually calmed down from her excitement, but she knew she should stay calm now. If everyone panicked, things would get chaotic. "Let's go inside and take a look first." After saying that, she was the first to walk forward. Song Yan silently followed behind. Baozi looked at the few helpers, exchanged glances with each other, and then also went inside. Since everyone was there, the space became crowded. Baozi saw the bed, and his eyes lit up. He put down the things from Do Ding and his back, happily ran over to look, and kept muttering, "This house even has a bed. This is good, warm, and I won't be cold sleeping here at night. I saw many families with such a simple bed when I was little. I heard that sleeping on it makes you sweat." The worry on Inzi's face disappeared, and now they were all happily looking around. They had never had such a complete place to stay before. "This bed is so new." Shirtu looked around for a while and said this. Baozi paused. "Yes, the bed is so new. The house must have an owner. It doesn't look like someone threw it away." Song Yan understood what he meant. He gave a confident look and said, "The owner allows us to stay here." Song Qing also nodded, putting down her things. "Let's stay. This is it." Although she didn't know how Mutin knew about this place, it was indeed very good. Having a place like this was very helpful for her. After putting their things away, they didn't just stand around. Even though they were tired from traveling, they started tidying up and cleaning on their own. Song Qing went to the back wall of the wooden house. She lifted the cloth curtain and saw that the wall wasn't built solidly. There was a one-person wide, half-person high hole left open. "You take care of the others. I'll go inside and take a look." After informing Song Yan, she lowered her head and walked inside. The place was completely dark. She bought a lighter from the market and lit it. It seemed like a natural cave. The small wooden house was built at the cave entrance and connected inside. Inside there were 2 sacks. Song Qing lit her lighter again and lifted the bags. One was filled with corn, the other with beans. It's hard to say what kind of beans they were, as they varied in color and size. Song Qing didn't recognize them. There was also a small bag of salt and 2 machetes. Let me share a few thoughts. I've been paying close attention to everyone's comments lately. First, many readers feel that the female protagonist doesn't seem very smart and that her actions have many flaws. I want to clarify that I emphasized from the start that she is just an ordinary college student. Song Qing, in the modern world, is a happy young girl from a loving family. She's not wealthy, but she doesn't worry about food or clothing. She's only 18 years old. The biggest hardship she's faced is the bitterness of medicine, and the worst human malice she's experienced is from classmates, like cricket fights, which is part of the story's crossing over setting. In her situation, fleeing along the road, I think she's quite strong. More so than the author's expectations, haha. She probably wouldn't survive as well as most local people, but she will grow over time. Although her progress might be slow, she will keep improving. I also saw some comments saying I treat the female lead worse than the male lead. Honestly, I feel I haven't been fair to Xiao Songyan. In my view, he's actually the one with worse treatment. He's almost like a human punching bag in front of her. Their personalities and backgrounds are very different, so how could he be stupid to survive this long? That's also why there are many things about Song Qing that attract him, even if he hasn't realized it yet. Sometimes I leave hints, and I know I have many areas to improve. I ask for your patience and understanding when reading. Of course, if you feel it's not to your liking, there are many other excellent works by Tomato for you to choose from. Finally, thank you all for your company, your serious suggestions, and catching mistakes. Love you all. Song Qing picked up the machete. It felt heavy, and such a machete probably wasn't cheap. These items seem few, but considering Guangning's prices, they are quite valuable. Plus, she gave herself 200 taels, which is much more than what was originally promised. The lighter in her hand burned for too long and burned her finger, so she quickly put it out. In the darkness, she stayed silent for a moment, then packed the lighter and turned to leave. Everyone else looked at her, but only Song Yan noticed she didn't seem very happy. Song Qing gave him a comforting look and then spoke to everyone. There's still a bag of corn and beans inside. We can put our food in there too. Erwa happily rushed inside to check, and after confirming what Song Qing said, he was so excited he almost jumped. Big brother, it's true. There really is food. He was young and had never seen so much grain before. Just looking at it made him feel like he could eat his fill. Baozi took some of the food inside and saw the grains Song Qing mentioned. He was older and knew that, although it looked like a lot, with so many people, it wouldn't last through the winter. But since everyone was happy, He didn't say much. He just smiled and said to Song Qing and the others, "I'll go with Silver to gather firewood later. Tomorrow we can look around and maybe find some game." Silver nodded, and Erwa and Doding cheered happily, full of hope for a better life. "I want to go too." Stone also said, "I'll go too." Song Qing and Silver understood what they meant. Song Qing nodded. "All right, but there's no rush. We should focus on gathering firewood first. Safety comes first. We can think about hunting later." Earlier, she could have bought some supplies from the market and sneaked out, but she didn't do that because she didn't want everyone to get used to getting things without effort. She had been in this chaotic world for several months now, and her ideas weren't as idealistic as before. Thanks to the food provided by Peony, they wouldn't go hungry, but they wouldn't be full either. To eat well and sleep peacefully, they had to work hard themselves. The long winter in the snowy mountains could bring other worries or problems if they ate too much or rested too much. Every day, finding food or firewood gave them hope and kept their minds off other concerns. Baozi and the others were doing well. Song Qing didn't mind working with them long term. So now, they should all work together to keep this good spirit of mutual help going. Anyway, whether she was selfish or overthinking, she didn't plan to touch the money in her market wallet unless absolutely necessary. Baozi understood his meaning and nodded. He then carried the remaining items into the back mountain cave. Doding's eyes no longer hurt as much, but Song Qing still didn't let her take off the bag. "It's better to keep resting." Seeing that it was still daylight, Song Yan and Baozi went outside with their knives to gather firewood. The wood they had taken from the cart was already burned up on the road. Now they had no firewood and couldn't cook. Outside, everything was covered in snow, and the firewood was wet, but it was still better than having none. After they left, Song Yan found a branch near the wooden house and scraped off the snow from the roof. Although the round wooden house looked sturdy, too much snow could cause problems, so he needed to clear some away. "You're not fully recovered yet. Let me do it," she offered. Song Yan squinted at her and refused. "I'm not that weak." Song Qing stood at the door, watching him. He used to be so confident and often fought two against one. Since arriving at Guangning Guard, he seemed to have lost some of that strength. She was almost used to thinking of him as a patient, always feeling he should rest and recover his health. Seeing her still standing there watching him, he thought she was worried and said, "Besides, I'm fine now. It's just my throat that's not fully healed." He wasn't a talkative person to begin with, and after his throat got worse, he spoke even less, only 3 words a day, all to Song Qing. She nodded, and he looked like he had recovered quite a bit. He deliberately mimicked her tone. "Okay, I know. You're the best."
Ha ha ha.
She couldn't help but laugh, quickly stepping inside to avoid his reaction, afraid he might come after her for teasing. Song Yan rolled his eyes at her and looked up at the sky. This person was no longer the cautious, fragile bean sprout he once knew. But then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since she returned from Ichuan Garden, she hadn't smiled as much as before. Though a bit annoying, she looked better than her previous expression. Song Qing went inside her room, not resting either. She didn't light a fire to melt snow and water to wipe the table. Instead, she let the 2 children hold the old quilt on the Kong. Shirtu and Erwa were about 7 or 8 years old and still very sensible. She took out a small broom and carefully swept the dirt on the Kong, a traditional heated bed. Although the Kong was new, it seemed hurriedly built and not cleaned of the dirt and debris. She cleaned it thoroughly and recovered it. Song Qing used the old blankets from the buns to cushion the bed and covered herself with a better quilt. They also used their own blankets. The place was a bit messy, but inside it was still quite new and warm. The 3 children's cotton clothes were a little wet. Song Qing told them to take off their jackets and pants and stay in bed. Erwa, the second child, didn't want to, refusing to get in. "Let Doubting go into the bed. We're men, we don't need to. Later, when the eldest cuts some firewood, we'll carry it back together." Shirtu, the third child, didn't speak but nodded in agreement, clearly supporting his good brother's words. Seeing they were still unmoving, with lips pressed into a straight line and eyes slightly squinted with a hint of threat, Song-ching looked at them sternly. If this were modern times, her little brother would immediately recognize that her expression meant she was about to get angry, like a fierce mother tiger. Unfortunately, these two didn't understand her warning at all, or perhaps they only obey their eldest brother and didn't care about her threats. Song-ching said, "Hurry up. If you get sick later, there won't be any medicine in the mountains. Once your clothes are dried tonight, I won't care what you do tomorrow. If you don't go, I'll tell your big brother. If you get sick, see if he'll take care of you." Doubting couldn't see, but tugged at Erwa's sleeve. Only then did they reluctantly start taking off their clothes. Erwa seemed to feel a bit embarrassed and insulted by the threat, glaring fiercely at Song-ching. "Men don't let women see them take off their clothes." Song-ching felt her fists tighten. These naughty little kids, struggling to get onto the Kong, still dared to call themselves men. Right now, the environment was limited. In the past, she would have already taught them about the beauty of the world. Erwa seemed to sense the dangerous aura from Song-ching and stopped talking, quickly lying in bed. Song-ching wasn't interested in acting like a mother. Seeing they moved, she ignored them. The table and the room had already been tidied up by the buns earlier. She then organized her luggage, took out a clay stove, and cut the meat that Song Yan had stored into small pieces, placing them in a bowl on the table. First, do the preparation work so that once the fire is lit, you can start cooking. Just finished tidying up, Inzi carried a bunch of firewood into the house. He probably knew everyone was very hungry, so he first found some small twigs to bring back for Song-ching. After sweeping the snow, Song Yan also went outside with Inzi. They needed a lot of firewood, and if they wanted to heat the Kong, they had to stock up more. Song-ching looked at the pile of wet firewood and could only light it with straw from the broken temple, which was not easy. She learned how to make fire after crossing over. Now, she was trying to start a fire in a smoky room that looked like a fairy cave, but it still hadn't caught fire. Ugh, so smoky, cough cough, cough cough. Song-ching was coughing so much, she had tears in her eyes. She squinted and kept coughing. Erwa had already pulled Doding into the bed. "Hey!" A pair of small hands took the straw from her. Song-ching turned around and saw Little Stone. He didn't say anything but moved quickly and managed to start the fire in a few moments. She truly admired him from the bottom of her heart and couldn't help but give him a big thumbs up. "Little Stone, you're amazing. How can you light the wet firewood so easily?" It seemed like Little Stone was shy from the compliment. His lips wanted to smile, but he held back. He didn't speak and quickly crawled back into the bed. When the fire was burning, Erwa finally peeked out from the bed. He looked at Song-ching with a bit of annoyance and said, "Cough cough." Little Stone only helped because he couldn't stand watching. "Who knows, you can't even make a fire. We're almost smoked into cured meat." He squinted his eyes and kept talking non-stop. Song-ching rolled her eyes at him. "Can you blame me? The firewood was too wet. I just couldn't get it to light." She quickly set up the pot, made pork porridge, and hung some of the kids' clothes near the fire to dry. After finishing these tasks, Song-ching had nothing else to do. She sat by the fire and thought about what to do next. She remembered reading about many trap-making and hunting methods, as well as how to make powerful bows, arrows, and launchers from bamboo. Unfortunately, although she had seen a lot, her hands-on skills weren't very good. Many things looked simple in videos, easy to learn just by watching, but now, thinking carefully, she couldn't replicate them. It was all because her memory was too bad. If only she had crossed over in high school, that would have been better. Back then, she remembered everything easily and kept knowledge in her mind. "I have been in university for a year and a half. Most of what I learned before has faded, and the traces of knowledge in my mind are very few." Thinking of this, Song-ching began to feel grateful that she was a soul transfer rather than a body transfer. Her fragile body, which blacked out easily when squatting or standing up and ran at only 0.75 times normal speed, could be easily hurt even by grass pulling. Probably, Song Yan would never take her along if he knew her condition. He would have restarted already. Most crossing stories feature very powerful women, but after thinking for a long time, Song-ching couldn't figure out what skill she had that could make her stand out among others. She studied computer science in college, just barely passing each semester, and it didn't seem to help much now. Before she could think further, there was a noise outside. Song Yen and a few others had returned. Seeing each of them carrying a large, thick branch, Song Qing thought they were amazing. "Are you back so soon?" She hadn't finished cooking yet. Song Yen shook his head and placed the dry branch under the eaves before saying, "There are many trees on the mountain. If they weren't worried about making too much noise and attracting large animals, they would have started chopping earlier and returned even faster." But after chopping for a while, they saw no movement, probably because it was too cold and there was no food or animals in this area. "There are some branches left. We'll go again." Baozi put the branch on the ground and said something before leaving with Inzi. They weren't cold anymore, their faces flushed, and they even looked a little sweaty. "It's cold, let's go inside." Song Yen looked at her and called her in. He then started chopping the branch into small pieces with a machete to make a fire. Inside the house, Erwa was talking to a stone, mumbling something. Do Ding had fallen asleep. She took out Baozi's broken pot and boiled some water, waiting for them to come back so they could drink. When the porridge was ready and everyone returned, they put the firewood inside and placed it near the fire basin to dry, making it easier to burn. They had to watch carefully to prevent a fire. The children put on dry clothes and finally stopped being confined to the bed. Everyone gathered around the fire to eat. There was only a small stool in the house, with some things on it, so they had no choice but to squat and eat from their hands. Even so, the small wooden house was completely filled. But everyone was used to it. They drank the fragrant meat porridge, and their tongues almost drooled with deliciousness. The rice grains were cooked until soft and sticky, soaking up the flavorful meat broth. The taste was salty and savory, and occasionally you could taste bits of meat. It was cooked until tender, and it made everyone feel warm inside. This meat porridge is different from regular rice porridge. It's so delicious. "I wish I could eat such fragrant meat porridge every day," said the second child, talking the most. He ate happily and kept reminiscing about how good it was. Baozi rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "You have such nice thoughts. Just having something to eat is good enough. Look outside. Nowadays, few people can eat rice porridge and meat. That's even rarer." Inzi nodded in agreement, clearly believing what their older brother said was true, without any doubt. Song Qing didn't really understand the daily life of ordinary people in Liaodong. She only knew that the prices in Guangninggard were outrageous, and she had never been to the countryside. Are the people in Liaodong really living so badly? Even if they farmed all year, they wouldn't go hungry, right? Are there no famines or disasters? Baozi made a face of displeasure and said, "I don't know about other places, but Guangninggard wasn't like this 2 years ago. Ever since that greedy, dishonest official came, taxes increased and many people couldn't afford to live." The second child quickly nodded. "Exactly. We used to beg for food and could taste meat every day. I even had some copper coins before." He was young and sweet-tongued, often saying lucky words. Some customers, in a good mood, would give him a coin or two. Shirtu rarely spoke, looking very downcast. "It's too poor. The grain isn't enough to pay taxes." Inzi patted his shoulder softly, trying to comfort him. Baozi looked at him and then lowered his head. Shida's family couldn't pay the taxes. His mother had died early, and his father was badly injured by the tax officers and couldn't get treatment, so he passed away too. He was young and had nowhere to go. He was lonely and couldn't get enough to eat, so I took him in and looked after him. Song Qing didn't expect that Shirtu had parents. He wasn't abandoned from birth to be a beggar. No wonder he was always quiet. When he loved his family, he had witnessed loved ones pass away at such a young age and was left wandering the streets. Song Qing felt a bit angry. Does this era really have no law? Do the lower classes have no way out? Do these greedy officials really cause so many people to die? Doesn't anyone above notice? Is there not a single good official? No one is resisting or reporting anything, right? Song Qing spoke more and more excitedly, feeling that if the country was like this, it was bound to fall sooner or later. Although she didn't understand politics well, after studying so much history, she believed that such a country couldn't last long. When she finished speaking, she didn't get everyone's approval. Instead, everyone looked at her in silence, seeming a bit confused by her excitement. Isn't this just normal?
They're used to it.
Good officials? Maybe there are some, but they haven't seen or heard of any. Even 2 years ago, when life wasn't as bad as it is now, the officials back then couldn't really be called good. The only difference now is that they're more corrupt and greedy. Song Yan looked at Song Qing. He wasn't as confused as everyone else. He was used to it and understood her feelings and thoughts. Throughout this journey, she always acts like this. No matter how bad the world is or how hard life gets, she always holds on to hope. This can only mean that her past life was very happy and very different. He didn't want to think too much about it. But he also didn't want others to notice Song Qing's unusual feelings. He said, "Guangning Guard is indeed very different from us." He grouped Song Qing and himself together to explain to the others that Guangning Guard was different from where they used to live, which is why she was so excited. He looked at Song Qing with a comforting expression. "But things will change. Isn't that what that letter was about?" The others looked confused. Why was Song Yan so sure Guangning Guard would change? What letter? Song Qing calmed down and felt a bit happy. "Yes. We already felt something was wrong with Guangning Guard. Just wait, it will change." She didn't dare mention Peony because she didn't know the inside story here, but since she could write that letter, it meant she knew something. So she couldn't reveal herself. "I heard a noble say once that Guangning Guard might be in trouble. If nothing serious happened, under what circumstances would it fall apart? It must be because of chaos from above. Maybe someone is unhappy with that greedy official's corruption and wants to bring him down." The others also started to feel hopeful. Although their guesses were just wild guesses, if it were true, that would be great. Song Yan didn't want them to keep discussing this, so he changed the subject. "I can a little hunt traps. Tomorrow we can try." Everyone's attention was successfully diverted, since whether Guangning Guard is chaotic or not, and whether things change or not, are too far away. But hunting is important for their next meal, especially for meat. Song Qing also became interested. How did she not know he could make traps? You can still make traps. On the hard journey fleeing, he didn't seem to show his hunting skills. The only hunting tool he used was a sharpened spear. Song Yan seemed to notice her thoughts and, with some helplessness, explained with a pressed lip. "Back then, it was very dry, no prey, and we had to keep moving. That was the most important. Besides, on the way, besides that tiger, who else could escape their hunger? At that time, they only had a dagger, and they had to keep moving. For the unlikely prey, making traps was not feasible. They had no strength or time. It was better to keep moving." Song Qing nodded silently, understanding. But how does he know everything? Compared to her, a girl who traveled through time, Song Yan seems more like the main character. Could it be that she actually traveled into a book? Why is there no plot? What kind of hero is Song Yan? A scheming prime minister? A power-hungry villain? Dark and sinister. Song Qing's smile grew more twisted, making everyone silent. Song Yan looked up and rubbed his forehead, unable to watch. This person's thoughts are always unpredictable, and right now, he probably hasn't thought of anything good. Baozi silently watched, thinking he was truly the boss. Among so many people here, only he knew Song Yan was afraid of his wife. When someone asks a question, he always rushes to explain, even if he talks a lot. Unlike how he treats them, silent all day, with no expression. Inzi looked at their boss and then at Song Qing, both of whom looked very similar in expression, and found it a bit disgusting. "Why don't we go do it before it gets dark? Maybe we'll have a harvest by tomorrow morning." He mainly didn't want to stay and watch their boss and this girl make strange faces. Song Yan shook his head, no longer looking at Song Qing, and said to Inzi, "It's getting dark. If we do it now, we'll be buried in snow tonight. It's useless. I haven't hunted in such deep snow before. I need to think carefully tonight." He also used to go to his aunt's house as a child, often hungry, spending days climbing mountains looking for food. He once learned a little about hunting from hunters he encountered. Later, he learned to hunt himself. He wasn't very skilled, but sometimes he managed to catch enough to add a meal for himself. His hometown also snows, but not nearly as heavily as here. At this moment, Song Qing put away her wild ideas and spoke seriously. "Everyone should rest well today. We've been busy all day and need to recover. If we catch a cold, it won't be worth it. Indeed, everyone could only suppress their eagerness, but they still looked forward to tomorrow eagerly. At night, Song Qing and Song Yan rarely disagreed. Since Song Yan fell ill, he wasn't as harsh on Song Qing as before. They rarely argued like they used to, with each other disliking what the other did. Right now, Song Yan's face was so dark it looked like ink, and he tightly held onto the blanket they usually used, not letting go. When everyone was about to sleep, Song Qing casually said she would sleep with Doding tonight, and asked Song Yan to sleep with Baozi and the others. Suddenly, his face darkened inexplicably. Song Qing was a bit confused. There are only me and Doding in this room, so of course we sleep together. Song Yan felt unhappy. He had never shared a bed with someone of the opposite sex before. Before, because of limited conditions, he had to squeeze with Song Qing. When Song Qing wasn't around, he slept alone. He didn't like this arrangement, and his face darkened further. Men and women should not be close. The bed was long enough for 7 people, but they could only sit side by side with no space left. Baozi and the others said that real men shouldn't sleep at the head of the bed because it was too hot. Since she and Do Ding were the girls, they would sleep in the warmest spot. Song Qing had never slept on a bed like this before and was worried about making Do Ding too hot, so she planned to sleep at the head of the bed, with Do Ding next to her, then Song Yan and the others. It hurts. Before she finished speaking, she was hit on the head by a bun. Erwa covered his head, tears welling up in his eyes from the pain. Bun looked at him impatiently and said, "You're so talkative. You're everywhere. Go to sleep now." It was clear that Song Yan was upset because Doding took his spot and was causing trouble. The couple's matters, little boy, are none of your business. After saying that, he lay down with Inzi and the others, not speaking, quietly eating melon. Song Yan didn't listen to her. The old saying goes that boys and girls shouldn't sleep together before age 7. Doding is almost 7, so he definitely didn't want to sleep with her. He didn't want to argue with Song Qing. His throat still wasn't fully healed, and he knew he couldn't win an argument with her. So he simply pointed to the first spot on the bed. "I'll sleep there." Song Qing rolled her eyes. A grown man fighting with a girl over the warmest spot? It seemed that Song Yan also thought this wasn't quite right. If he fell asleep there, wouldn't Song Qing be next to Inzi? Although Do Ding was in the middle, she was so small that it didn't matter much. Song Qing would still be at a disadvantage. They were the closest. He saw himself as her big brother, and since Song Qing wasn't married yet, she shouldn't suffer. "I won't move. You. Let her sleep in the first spot." Song Qing crossed her arms, hesitating for a while without speaking. She felt she couldn't keep spoiling this person. It was Bun who cleared his throat. "Erwa, go to sleep quickly. Tomorrow morning, we need to get up early to hunt." Only then did Song Qing come back to her senses. There were still people in the room. Seeing Bun and the others watching, she realized she was being childish for arguing over this small matter. All right, since you're the oldest, I'll carry her over." She said this, but her tone was a bit sarcastic. Song Yan didn't seem embarrassed about being watched or annoyed by her sarcasm. Since their parents passed away, he had lost face many times to get what he wanted. As long as he benefited, he didn't care what others thought. After Song Qing moved Do Ding to the head of the bed, and she was asleep, Song Yan was satisfied and lay down, ignoring her eye rolls, closing his eyes and seeming to be lost in thought. At this moment, Song Qing realized something. Why did he not say anything about not being a boy and girls sleeping together? Could it be that he was jealous? This isn't about jealousy between boys and girls. It's a kind of possessiveness unique to teenagers. Just like her younger brother, who is often bossed around and sometimes gets scolded, her cousin still doesn't like it when he comes over and follows her around. She feels she has found the truth. Song Yan probably thinks she and Baozi are the closest, so she doesn't want to get too close to them. Because if she does, they wouldn't be the closest anymore. Song Qing couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking about the people around her. She bit her lip hard to stop herself from laughing out loud. Song Yan always acts confident, knowing everything and being capable of anything. She didn't expect him to be so childish. But she thinks his way of thinking is unnecessary. To her, Song Yan is always different from everyone else in the world. It's like a little bird attachment. The first person she met in this world was him, and during her hardest times, she went through them with him. Even if one day he starts a family or they drift apart as they grow older, he will still be special to her. Song Qing guessed right, but she didn't expect that there would never be a day when their relationship would fade or grow distant. When a naive boy grows into a man and understands his feelings clearly, he becomes deeply attached and can't let go. The bed by the stove is really warm. Song Qing feels she has never slept so comfortably before, and she didn't wake up once during the night. In the morning, she woke up and there was still warmth in the quilt. Everyone rarely sleeps in together, but this morning, lying awake on the bed, she felt strangely less relaxed than usual. The little ones didn't notice, but Baozi, Song Qing, and the older kids felt it clearly, so they were the first to get up. In the morning, Song Yan cooked breakfast, a handful of corn and some rice porridge, with each person having a bowl with only a few grains of rice. Song Qing sipped the rice soup, thinking, the thrifty Song Yan who used to give her breadcrumbs is back. After eating, the little ones couldn't sit still. They all wanted to go hunting. Song Qing also wanted to go out. Although it was really cold outside, being stuck in this tiny house was also very boring. So, everyone set out together. The firewood in the stove was moved into the bed nook, and a few sticks were placed beside the bed so that they would have dry firewood to use when they returned. Song Yan and Baozi were holding a machete. He had given his dagger to Silver, and Song Qing also took out the dagger she had made back at the firewood shed in Yichun Garden. When she looked into Song Yan's eyes, she grinned and said, "Isn't it a coincidence? I saw this dagger while shopping in Guangning Guard and thought it was perfect for self-defense, so I couldn't resist buying it." With such a weak excuse, Song Yan didn't bother to expose her. Does she look like someone who would suddenly decide to buy a dagger? But this wasn't the first time, so he pretended not to notice and moved forward, also watching the ground carefully. Song Qing knew he was clever and probably suspicious, but he hadn't said anything all this time. It was clear he just didn't want to know. Anyway, as a fragile girl, it was normal for her to buy a dagger for protection. She pulled Do Ding along behind them as Song Yan led them to dig a trap. He wasn't very familiar with the animals in Liaodong, so he chose this simple method, digging a pit. The frozen soil was hard to dig, and without proper tools, they worked for a while before digging a 1-meter deep hole. Song Yan cut some dry branches, sharpened both ends with his machete, and stuck one end into the ground to make wooden spikes. This way, if an animal fell in and got hurt, it wouldn't be able to escape. He filled the pit with a layer of branches and wild grass, then lightly disguised it with some very thin twigs. He also marked the spot with a branch nearby. Besides that, he taught Baozi and a few others how to make some rope traps, placing a few grains of rice inside. They didn't know if any animals would come. The last person carried a bunch of vines and went back. Since animals are hard to find in winter, waiting for them to fall into traps might be too unlikely. He planned to find suitable wood to make a simple bow and arrow, then look for animal tracks to hunt directly. That might bring better results. As for the others, they planned to take the vines back to weave bamboo baskets. Even though they hadn't caught anything yet, it didn't stop them from imagining and hoping. What if? What if they caught prey? What if they caught a lot? Would they not even have a container to carry the meat? Song Qing and Song Yan carefully cleaned the vines until they were smooth, then she followed his method closely to learn. The vine basket she carried was the one Song Yan had made when they picked wild chestnuts. At that time, she thought his technique was quite good, and now he was learning even more carefully. Baozi and a few others were also practicing, but he was not very skilled. His method was exactly the same as Song Yan's, but the finished product was not quite right. "Forget it, I won't learn this. Later, I'll help you make a bow." He felt he was wasting materials, so he decided to give up. Silver and Stone were doing well, making their work look proper, especially Stone, who was better at weaving than Song Qing. "I don't want to learn this. I want to learn how to make bows and arrows for hunting." Erwa was not interested in this at all. Doubting was too young and worried about hurting her hands, so Song Qing didn't let her join. "Doubting, your eyes haven't fully healed yet. When they do, I'll teach you." Be good. Doubting nodded obediently. Okay. Today, her eyes could see again, but she still felt uncomfortable and teared up after looking for a long time. Alright, just follow this pattern for now. I'll teach you the ending part later. After showing them how to start, Song Yen stopped supervising and began cutting another piece of wood to make a bow. He chose a piece of elm wood, but elm bows are not very durable and don't have enough power. Better materials would be mulberry branches or similar, but he couldn't find suitable ones now, so he made do. Fresh elm branches need to be dried in the shade. Otherwise, the bow and arrows would bend more and lose elasticity when used. He decided to cut a dried piece of elm wood, which didn't need to be dried again for a month or two. He sliced the elm into segments about 1 meter long and 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Using a machete, he shaved the sides to make them slightly thinner, kept the middle thicker, and then lightly burned the wood to make it bend. They didn't have proper ropes, so Song Yen used rabbit skins he had collected during their escape to temporarily make bowstrings. He also shaved wooden arrows, making them thick enough, pointed and smooth so they could be shot more accurately and penetrate better. Baozi also made a bow. It wasn't as good as Song Yan's, but it was usable. Song Qing and the others were finishing their baskets. Song Yen put down his bow and arrows, took the silver from their hands, and showed them how to finish the knots. They completed 3 large baskets and 2 sets of bows and arrows. Erwa was too young and lacked the strength to make usable arrows. But he was clever and had secretly pulled out a few short pieces of wood from tree stumps, saying they could be used to make small stools for sitting. Let's go out and check the traps for any catch, and also test how well the bows and arrows work. Song Yen stood up, put the finished arrows into a bundle, and prepared to go out and take a look. The second child seems to realize he didn't accomplish anything today and feels a bit embarrassed. He happily runs up and picks up a wooden arrow. Hey, I can't pull the bow anyway, so let me hold this. Song Yen glanced at him without refusing. Baozi snorted. You're pretty clever. He weighed the bow in his hand, rubbed his hands, and looked a little eager. Song Qing quickly brushed off the wood chips from her clothes, worried about being pulled down. I want to go too. Me too. Do Ding, not wanting to be left out, said, I want to go too. So this time, everyone set out together again. There was no meat at home, and no smell to attract wild animals. In the deep mountains and snow, no one would come to steal things. Song Yen and the others checked a few traps but found nothing, as expected. He wasn't too discouraged. Hunting is a test of patience. Song Qing and the younger children looked a little disappointed. Even though they knew hunting was hard, none of the traps had caught anything. Song Qing couldn't help asking, not even a footprint? Are there really animals around here? Song Yen shook his head. Not sure yet. Let's look around. Song Qing could only nod and cheer up, and everyone started searching nearby. After walking for a while, Do Ding suddenly tugged at Song Qing's sleeve, her small face bright with excitement, eyes wide to signal her to look over there. Song Qing was so charmed by her cuteness. As expected, daughters are adorable. She looked in the direction Do Ding indicated, and her eyes lit up with surprise. The maternal glow she just felt shifted to the white rabbit. This rabbit was different from the ones they saw before. It was truly as white as snow. If it hadn't been moving, it would be easy to mistake it for a snowball. Song Qing had nothing in her hands. No doubt, by the time she ran out, the rabbit would have already run away. She signaled to Do Ding to stay quiet and went to find Song Yen. From this distance, she could only try to shoot with a bow. Just as she turned around, she bumped into Song Yen. He had been searching for a while but found nothing. Thinking that Song Qing was lucky, he casually asked, Any luck? Did you find anything? Before he could finish, Song Qing looked panicked and scolded him. He hadn't even reacted yet, but his eyes caught something darting out not far away. The body reacted before the mind did. Song Yen quickly ran after it and shot 2 arrows with his bow. The wooden arrows seemed very close to the shadow, but in the end, they only stuck into the snow. Song Yen caught up and looked. There was no blood, and the thing was completely still. He pulled out the arrows, which only had a few hairs on them. You couldn't see them without looking carefully. Behind him, Song Qing also ran up, carrying Do Ding. She was running slower and was a bit out of breath. Seeing that he didn't hit anything, She felt more disappointed. Finally found a rabbit, and you scared it away. I was about to find you. She couldn't help but complain, but she didn't really blame him. She just felt very regretful. Song Yin looked at the two faces, one big and one small, both looking at him sadly. He cleared his throat. Yes, this was his fault. I don't know how you got so lucky and found it so quickly. You said that was a rabbit. Song Qing was still feeling regretful. Her lively mood from before was gone. Yes, it's a rabbit, as white as snow. You can't tell unless you look carefully, but this rabbit was found by Doding, not me. This little girl has good eyes, so sharp. Hearing this, little Doding couldn't help but puff out her little face, a bit proud, and pointed in the direction they came from. I followed my sister to that place and saw the little rabbit looking for food. Song Yen nodded. He wasn't very good at praising people, but facing this clearly seeking praise child, he could only say dryly, Doding is pretty impressive. Meanwhile, Silver hurried over, unable to hide his happiness. Looking at Song Yen, he said, Song Yen, the eldest, found animal footprints, but we don't recognize them. The eldest asked you to come and take a look. Hearing this, Song Yen followed them. Song Qing also ran over to see what was happening. She gave up searching. Without tools, it was hard to find or catch anything. When the second child heard this, he exclaimed, that means they've already run away. We've wasted our time again. Song Yen shook his head, disagreeing. In this cold and snowy weather, if they came here, it means there's something they want to eat. As long as there's food, they might come back. Let's look around for some fruits or nuts that animals eat. Then we'll know if they'll return. Inzi and the others split up to search nearby. Soon, they found a few bare trees. Look here. Come and see. The snow under the trees was trampled and messy. There were paw prints shaped like peaches, overlapping and varying in depth, clearly made by a group of animals. Scattered on the snow were many brown tree seeds. Some shells were crushed into pieces, others still had a light dusting of snow on them. It was obvious the animals ate quickly and didn't bother to clean up. A little further away, on the snow, there were a few faint paw prints. Song Yen examined them carefully. He recognized these footprints. They were made by squirrels, probably fighting for food with the larger animals and leaving early when they didn't get any. What kind of tree is this? It's so tall. None of them knew what kind of tree it was. The second child picked up a seed, peeled it, and studied it. The more he looked, the more he thought it looked edible. He asked, "Can we eat this?" This question caught everyone's attention. They had been busy looking for prey and hadn't thought about that. The second child swallowed hard, touched his already hungry stomach, and continued, "I think if animals can eat these seeds, they probably aren't poisonous. Maybe we can eat them too?" Inzi knew this kid was probably just hungry again. You know it's edible and you want to eat it? Be careful you don't get poisoned. Shirtu also spoke for the first time. When I was a kid, someone in our village ate mountain fruits and ended up foaming at the mouth and dying. Baozi frowned, picked a seed, peeled it, and sniffed. I've never seen this before. He looked at Song Yen, who also shook his head. Neither of them had seen this fruit before. Song Qing, who had been pretending to pick a seed when second child spoke, secretly opened the shop's trading system. Ding. Wild, edible linden seeds detected, worth 1 coin for 2 jin. Do you want to trade? Song Qing. This was the first time she saw such cheap items in the market. Thinking about it, she understood that although Liaodong is cold and harsh, there are no natural disasters or wars. Except for special cases like Guangning Guard, most families probably don't buy these things, so the market prices are low. The market prices are similar to real prices. If she were still in a drought-stricken area, these items would probably be more expensive. She looked at the tree seeds on the ground. There weren't many, and they were messy. But she suddenly lifted her head and smiled. Hey, there's still many hanging on the tree. She wasn't planning to sell them, but since they can't eat enough at each meal, she could pick some to add to their food. Eating too much coarse grain isn't easy to digest, so mixing some corn with each meal was just right. She rehearsed her lines in her mind, ready to speak confidently. Oh, I think these tree seeds look familiar. They look like linden tree seeds. When I was a child, my father used to bring me some from the mountains to eat. Phew, her real father wouldn't even take away what she was eating, so making up stories felt uncomfortable. Her second brother's idea was confirmed. The earlier uncertainty from others disappeared, replaced by a proud expression. Yeah, I think they look edible. He couldn't wait to ask Song Qing. Have you eaten them? Are they tasty? Can you eat them raw? If they are edible, he wanted to try some right now. Song Qing. Today was the first time she saw this thing. How could she know what it tastes like? But since she had already lied, she couldn't admit she didn't know. She frowned, pretending to recall carefully, and after a while, she said, I ate some when I was a child. I only remember they looked like this, but I don't remember the taste. Anyway, I ate them cooked. Actually, she wasn't sure if they could be eaten raw, but to be safe, she thought it was better not to eat them raw. It probably wasn't poisonous. Even if it was like acorns that need soaking before eating, the market would warn about small amounts of toxins. It didn't give any warning just now, but to be cautious, Song Qing added, but you shouldn't eat too many of these. My father said eating too much isn't good for digestion. Eating a little shouldn't be a problem. Baozi looked more cautious. He frowned and asked Song Qing, Are you sure? Could you be mistaken? Song Qing nodded confidently and said, That's right. How about we take a little more to try today? Everyone was excited to hear this. They were worried about running out of food, and anyone would be happy to find something new to eat. So, they all huddled under a tree, digging through the snow to find linden tree seeds. Little Do Ding's fingers were red and swollen from the cold, but she held tightly to a brown linden seed, her eyes shining. Look, big brother. This one isn't broken. Baozi smiled encouragingly at her. He treated the smallest Do Ding like a little sister and was always more patient with her. Second brother, looking lively and chubby, hurried over and started digging through the snow, stuffing the snow-covered seeds into his rough cloth pocket, muttering, Pick more, then we can have extra food to fill our stomachs. Stone squatted nearby, brushing snow off his hands, not willing to stop despite the cold. As he kept picking, snowflakes splattered all over his face. With many people working together, they quickly gathered most of the seeds on the ground. They left the rotten or poor-quality ones for unknown animals. Song Qing carried her bag and patted the snow off her pants, saying, Let's go back now. It's time to cook. We'll come back tomorrow to check the trees. They had woken up late today, so they planned to eat 2 meals. Looking at the sky, they estimated it would be dark in about 2 hours. They headed back to the wooden house. Song Qing still prepared the meal. Now they all took on heavy chores, and she was in charge of cooking because her dishes were tastier and she was more careful. She took out the fire from the stove, and soon dry twigs crackled and sparked, with orange flames licking the cold air. Second brother kept his eyes fixed on Song Qing, too cold to bother about warming himself first. Seeing his greedy look, Song Qing sighed, At least wait until I boil the water. Once it's boiling, I'll let you roast something. Hearing this, second brother suddenly stood up happily and ran off with a pot. I'll dig snow to help boil water. You hurry and roast something. Song Qing shook her head. This kid was full of energy, bouncing around like a little demon. She peeled the rough bark off the seeds and tossed them into the hot ashes beside the fire. Before long, a fragrant smell of roasting spread out. Second brother had boiled the water and was watching nearby. When Song Qing nodded, he eagerly picked a seed, blew off the ash, and it flew everywhere. It was hot, so he kept changing hands, but he still hurriedly put it in his mouth. Baozi looked at him with a disappointed expression and couldn't help but give him a gentle tap on the head. Look at you. Can you take a break? Smells so good. Really delicious. Second brother squinted his eyes while chewing, with dirt on his mouth, and casually rubbed his forehead. He politely handed Baozi a piece of food, smiling flatteringly. Hee big brother, you should try some too. It's pretty good and edible. Inzi also reached out and shared some with Shirtu and Doubting, keeping one for himself, slowly chewing and looking satisfied. Song Yen and Song Qing, being lonely and not children anymore, didn't have such a lively family scene. They took care of themselves, dusted off, and ate slowly. Usually they had corn porridge with a handful of beans and some roasted linden seeds. That meal was enough to fill them about 60 or 70%. After eating, Song Yan discussed with Baozi and Inzi about going to hide near the linden tree. Let's go before it gets dark and dig a trap under that tree. Then we can wait and see if we can catch something. Baozi nodded. Alright, you guys don't need to go. When it gets dark, more people might not be a good thing. No one knew when the animals would come, and they didn't want to miss out. After all, everyone wanted to eat some meat, not just corn porridge. But Song Qing and the little ones wouldn't go. They had no tools and might catch a cold. Song Qing nodded. Be careful when it gets dark. If anything happens, come back and call us. They had been out all day, and honestly, her excitement was gone. The hardships of traveling through the icy snow couldn't be replaced by any good harvest. The little ones also lost their daytime enthusiasm. They weren't chasing after anything now. Only second brother still wanted to go, but he knew the older brother wouldn't agree and didn't dare to ask. After Song Yan and the others left, Shirtu and second brother went to wash dishes, and she didn't stop them. She no longer looked at the children with the old-fashioned perspective. In this era, at their age, they were already quite capable. Willing to work was better than waiting for others to feed and clothe them. She felt a bit tired of the porridge and wanted to taste something different. Besides the chili hanging under the eaves, adding chili to the porridge without meat didn't taste good. She was even worried about finishing it. Some green onions, ginger, garlic, or pickles would make the porridge better, but unfortunately, they had none. Song Qing felt cold sitting by the campfire, as if a breeze was blowing on her back. She decided to take off her clothes and crawl into her quilt to lie down. She told the 3 younger ones to go to bed early. Her head felt dizzy and sleepy, and she soon fell asleep. Before sleeping, she was thinking that tomorrow she must go out during the day to look for some spices like Sichuan pepper, star anise, and cinnamon. She wasn't sure if she could find any in this cold, snowy weather. Compared to the warmth inside the wooden house, the people outside were not so comfortable. Night fell, and the cold wind carried snowflakes, cutting across their faces like knives. The 3 boys hid in snow nests near the linden trees, sheltered from the wind. They covered themselves with pine branches and snow, shivering so much their teeth chattered, but they dared not even breathe loudly. On the snow under the linden tree, they scattered the linden seeds they had just collected. The small brown spots stood out on the white snow. Below was the trap they had dug. Baozi held his bow and arrow, with a wooden arrow on top, his fingers turning purple from the cold. Inzi held a small axe given by Song Yan, staring intently at the movement in the forest. After a while, they sensed something moving in the distance. Song Yan pressed his ear to the snow, listening to faint hoofbeats. His nose was frosted over, but his eyes shone with excitement. By the grace of heaven, on their first night of watching, they spotted the animals. Using the snow and moonlight, Song Yan clearly saw the furry figures in the distance. He could see their black noses, yellow-brown cheeks, and white patches on their hips. Some had 3-pronged horns on their heads. They were roe deer. Roe deer meat is tender and firm, with a light gamey flavor. It's a very good wild meat. Song Yan had never hunted one himself, but he had once shared some meat with hunters and found it quite tasty. Inzi and Baozi saw the animals approaching and couldn't hide their excitement. They thought these creatures looked a lot like deer, big and with plenty of meat, but not as aggressive as wild boars. They would be good prey. The 3 boys stayed perfectly still, holding back their excitement, waiting for the animals to come within hunting range. The roe deer approached the linden trees, alert and lifting their heads. Their ears twitched, and after confirming there was no danger, they slowly moved to the base of the tree, digging in the snow to eat the seeds. Song Yan and the others did not move. According to their plan, they waited for the roe deer to fall into the trap, then worked together to shoot and kill the others, to maximize their gains. The strongest male roe deer at the front stepped into the snow pit dug by the boys, but suddenly the ground gave way. Whoosh! Song Yan aimed at another slightly larger roe deer and shot the first arrow. Unfortunately, the deer was too alert and was not hit in a vital spot, only wounded in the ear. Suddenly, a figure jumped out of the trap. It was the male roe deer. The sharp wooden spike didn't hit its vital parts but cut its hind leg. The male roe deer let out a short, Sharp cry, then suddenly leaped out of the half-human deep trap. Snow splashed all over it. Its injured leg limped, but it instinctively stopped and looked back. Then, as if realizing something, it desperately ran deeper into the forest. If it hadn't stopped then, Song Yen could have caught up. He quickly pulled out a new wooden arrow, running while knocking it onto his bow. His hand suddenly loosened on the bowstring. The arrow, with a sharp whistling sound, shot into the other hind leg of the roe deer. The deer staggered but didn't fall. Instead, it limped on its two injured legs and ran even faster. It stepped on the snow, with hoof prints crooked and uneven. Blood formed a bright red line on the white snow, very striking. After about 100 steps, the male roe deer finally couldn't hold on. Its legs gave way, and it fell heavily into the snow. It struggled to get up but could only kick with its forelegs, emitting a painful cry. When Song Yen dragged the roe deer back under the linden tree, he saw Baozi and the others had also killed a female roe deer, though it looked quite tragic. The red blood contrasted sharply against the white snow. Baozi had a bow and arrow, but had never used it before. His marksmanship was poor. Seeing the roe deer almost escape, he couldn't hit it, so he gave up on the bow and took out his knife to cut it down. He and Silver worked together, struggling hard. After a chaotic chopping, they finally managed to bring down one. The two boys sat on the snow, gasping for breath. Looking at the gray-white roe deer on the snow, their frozen, purple faces finally showed happy smiles. Song Yin gave them a thumbs up. Baozi and Silver often saw Song Qing make this gesture, probably meaning to praise them, which made them even happier. Song Yin was tired, but he couldn't rest. He looked at the two people who didn't want to move. "Quick, take them back and clean up this place. The smell of blood is too strong." Baozi's smile faded when he heard this. Clearly, he also thought about it. In winter, they eat less, and if other large animals smell the scent, the place isn't far